Chapter 1. I truly do not wish to marry the protagonist's sister. In the realm of Xintian, within the city of Fuyang, lies the Bai family. Bai Ling, did you not promise to give me the Liyang herb as a gift? Now hand it over. In Bai Ling's chamber, a tall and elegant woman gazed at the frail Bai Ling before her, her tone brooking no argument. I do not possess the Liyang herb, it has been given to someone else. Bai Ling, just having taken his medicine, lay on his bed and coldly addressed Lin Yu, the woman he once admired. 3 days prior, he had fallen gravely ill, awakening memories of his past life, and realizing he had traversed into a cultivation novel, becoming a mere foila, sycophantic antagonist. Born into affluence and endowed with numerous rare treasures, the author, in a bid to prevent Bai Ling from squandering resources, had rendered him a cultivator incapable of advancement and cast him as Lin Yu's devoted lackey, perpetually supplying her with resources. At present, the narrative unfolded with Lin Yu seeking materials for the protagonist, Yi Fan's cultivation. According to the original plot, he would eagerly present the Liyang herb to Lin Yu, forcibly establishing a betrothal, only to find himself embroiled in the time-honored trope of a wedding interruption, wherein Yi Fan, upon breaking through, would come to annul their engagement and seize the Bai family's assets. However, if he refrained from bestowing the Liyang herb upon Lin Yu, Yi Fan would lack the necessary herbs to assist his breakthrough, prolonging the timeline indefinitely, allowing Bai Ling to extricate himself from any entanglement with Lin Yu. Then quickly retrieve it. What did you say? Given to someone else? To whom? Lin Yu's brows furrowed, her tone tinged with urgency, clearly taken aback by the notion that Bai Ling, who had always revolved around her, had bestowed the Liyang herb upon another. To whom, you ask? Naturally, I have given to my sister. Bai Ling retorted sharply, questioning the wisdom of providing it to Yi Fan for his cultivation, preferring instead to gift it to his foolish sister. Bai Zhiruo, did you not promise to distance yourself from her? Why then have you given it to her? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu became flustered, exclaiming, Hurry and retrieve it before she can refine it otherwise. I shall never speak to you again. Lin Yu's voice was icy, her tactic reliably effective. She had no doubts that Bai Ling would soon scurry to present it to her. Her disdain for Bai Zhuo was palpable, entirely disregarding the consequences of forcibly interrupting her sister's refinement. All she could think of was acquiring the Liyang herb to present to her beloved Yi Fan. 2.5 years prior, while venturing outside, she had encountered an attack by cultivators, fortuitously saved by Yi Fan, who happened to pass by. From that moment, she had harbored feelings for him. Now that Yi Fan was injured and cultivating, she saw the perfect opportunity to use Bai Ling's resources to express her affections. Well then, you needn't concern yourself with that, just go. Bai Ling urged, acutely aware that even without being a cultivator, he understood the dire consequences of forcibly interrupting refinement, which could lead to severe backlash and injury. Moreover, he wished to sever ties with Lin Yu, eager for her to distance herself, lest Yi Fan accuse him of being a pestering presence. Lin Yu's expression darkened at his words. She inhaled deeply and replied, There's no need for you to provoke me, it's merely an engagement, which I accept, but it shall be set for 3 years hence. In the meantime, you must provide me with all herbs that possess similar properties to the Liyang herb. Cough, cough. Bai Ling, lying in bed, nearly coughed up blood. How could she so abruptly agree after declaring her intent to leave? Would this not result in the same plot? Observing the excited Bai Ling, Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with disdain. Were it not for Bai Ling's near demise, she would not have resorted to such measures. Before Bai Ling could respond, his cousin Bai Wuxia entered the room, accompanied by a young woman. There's no need for that. Grandfather has arranged a marriage for Bai Ling, and he is to wed another today, as he cannot wait for the Lin family's daughter for 3 years. Bai Wuxia, irked by his grandfather's sudden interruption of his cultivation, continued, Grandfather believes you cannot hold out much longer. He has arranged this marriage for you to ensure you leave behind an heir. What marriage? I was unaware of any such arrangement. Bai Ling inquired, taken aback by the unexpected announcement. Very well, Bai Ling, with a marriage already in place, and yet you continue to pursue me. I must have misjudged you. With a darkened expression, Lin Yu declared, turning her back and exiting Bai Ling's chamber. Once the formidable Lin Yu departed, a peculiar sound resonated in Bai Ling's mind. Ding! Detecting a change in the plot, the antagonist plot alteration system has been successfully bound. Bai Ling was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped that he had awakened the so-called system from the novel. Antagonist plot alteration system. Simply modify the plot to gain a certain amount of fortune points. The higher the fortune points, the better the luck. Alter the timing of Yi Fan's breakthrough. Deviating from the plot fortune points 10. Bai Ling, current fortune points, 7. As Bai Ling noticed his fortune points rising from 3 to 7, he felt a cold sweat break out. No wonder he had been frail and sickly since childhood, attracting the protagonist's ire, destined not to see 25. After Lin Yu's departure, Bai Wuxie regarded Bai Ling with a mocking expression, saying, "Bai Ling, cease your infatuation with Lin Yu. Grandfather has already arranged a new bride for you, and I am here to inform you, lest others gossip about our Bai family." With that, Bai Wuxie stepped aside, revealing the woman behind him. Upon seeing her face, Bai Ling's eyes widened in shock, his heart filled with astonishment. Yuan, fortune points, 20. Before him stood a woman clad in rags, her attire patched and soiled, yet her bright, piercing eyes stared intently at Bai Ling. To an outsider, she might easily be mistaken for a beggar, or perhaps just another vagabond on the street. Inform grandfather that this marriage should be postponed for a few days. Upon recognizing Yi Wan's countenance and the fortune points hovering above her, Bai Ling's cold sweat intensified as he hastily sought to decline. Bai Ling knew well that Bai Wuxie harbored ulterior motives, yet he bore no disdain for Yi Wan's disheveled appearance. Rather, it was her identity as Yi Fan's sister that troubled him. Having just distanced himself from Lin Yu, to then become entangled with Yi Fan's sister seemed akin to courting death. It was common knowledge that in the narrative, Yi Wan had long been targeted by Yi Fan, and once Yi Fan broke through, he would surely meet a gruesome end. There is no room for negotiation. You must wed today. Do not think to escape to pursue Lin Yu. Do you wish to squander even more resources? Furthermore, allow me to inform you that the medicine you just took contained certain ingredients. Calculate the time, and it shall soon take effect. If you wish to avoid death, you best act swiftly. Bai Wuxie grinned wickedly. Indifferent to any excuses Bai Ling might offer, this beggar was destined to be wed today. With that, Bai Wuxie exited, locking the door behind him. Alas, this is dire. My consciousness is beginning to fade. Trouble is imminent. Bai Ling thought to himself, sensing the ominous rise of malevolent energy within his abdomen, his awareness blurring as he could no longer resist the pull towards Yi Wan at his side. Chapter 2. Rising Affection, Gaining Spiritual Roots. Ding! Detecting that the host has taken the female lead's purity fortune points 1. After a tempestuous encounter, Bai Ling's consciousness gradually returned, and upon realizing the foolishness of his actions, he was drenched in cold sweat. Consummating with Yi Wan was undeniably more perilous than forcibly binding himself to Lin Yu. In the original plot, merely establishing a betrothal with Lin Yu had led to Yi Fan dismembering him, reducing him to a cripple. Now, having sullied his sister, would he not face an even graver fate, perhaps being torn asunder? As he lay on the bed, gazing at the weeping Yi Wan, her body trembling with sobs, Bai Ling's emotions were decidedly tumultuous. Well, since I cannot evade this, I might as well proceed with caution. Bai Ling mused, doubting that Yi Fan would dare storm into the Bai family's stronghold to exact vengeance upon him. In the narrative, he was indeed a lowly antagonist, serving merely as a tool to incite hatred. However, the other members of the Bai family were all formidable, and by the time Yi Fan reached their stronghold, Bai Ling might just survive to see the conclusion. Enough of the tears. We are now wed, and you may voice your concerns. Bai Ling regarded the sobbing Yi Wan, not minding her disheveled state, and reached out to comfort her. Bai Ling's reasoning was simple. Since Yi Wan had shared such an intimate moment with him, she was now his wife, and he could not simply abandon her. Snap! Before Bai Ling could even touch Yi Wan's head, she viciously bit down on his arm, causing him to gasp in pain. Tears of grievance streamed down Yi Wan's cheeks as she clung to Bai Ling's arm, muttering incoherently, "Liar. Deceiver. You are all deceivers." Her words were muddled, yet Bai Ling discerned the term deceiver. Liar? We are wed. I have yet to utter a word of deceit. How can you accuse me? Seeing Yi Wan's battered form and frail physique, clearly malnourished, he gently attempted to pry her mouth open. Upon hearing his words, Yi Wan released his arm, disdainfully pushing it away, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Ling as she retorted, "What pretense of innocence is this? Your family is not virtuous. I agreed to marry you so that your family would assist me in locating my sister. Yet you have dismissed it entirely. What else could you be but a deceiver?" Yi Wan's chest heaved with indignation. A month prior, her last two relatives had vanished without a trace, and despite her exhaustive search throughout Fuyang City, she had found no leads. When Bai Wuxia discovered her, he presented her with conditions. She held on to the last flicker of hope to marry the ailing Bai Ling, hoping to strike a deal. Yet what was the outcome? The entire Bai family deceived her, dismissing her requests entirely. Enough of the tears. Since they refused to assist you, I shall help you find your sister. We are already husband and wife, Bai Ling gently reassured her. After listening to Yi Wan's lamentations, Bai Ling began to grasp the situation more clearly. To prevent Lin Yu from agreeing, Bai Wuxia had deliberately found a beggar for him to marry, thus allowing him to swallow his inheritance, ensuring that upon his death, the resources would revert back to the Bai family. Yi Wan gazed at Bai Ling, who spoke with unwavering conviction, her skepticism evident. "Are you truly sincere? You aren't deceiving me, are you? I am your husband. How could I deceive you? Your sisters are certainly safe," Bai Ling comforted her, fully aware that if Yi Wan were to locate her two sisters, it would be nothing short of miraculous, as they had likely been taken into a sect long ago. Ding! Detected initial trust from the female lead towards you. Fortune value 1. Yi Wan pouted defiantly. "Don't think that I will believe you just because of that." Bai Ling chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her doubts. He then noted that his fortune value had risen from 8 to 9. This suggested that, aside from altering the plot, interacting with the female lead could also enhance his fortune value. Realizing this, Bai Ling resolved to test it further. "Regardless of your belief, your husband Bai Ling will assist in locating your sister," he declared, gently tucking a strand of Yi Wan's hair behind her ear before placing a soft kiss on her forehead. Yi Wan was taken aback by Bai Ling's sudden gesture. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she hastily turned her head away. Who permitted you to kiss me?" Ding! Detected an increase in the female lead's affection towards the host, fortune value 1. Seeing his fortune value increase once more, Bai Ling's heart soared with joy. Indeed, it was as simple as interacting with the female lead to boost his fortune. With an elevation in fortune value, he was no longer concerned about being directly killed by Yi Fan. Ding! Detected that the host's fortune value has surpassed 10 points. The non-spiritual root will be repaired and transformed into a chaotic spiritual root. Chaotic spiritual root. Capable of cultivating all attributes of spiritual roots in the world, enhanced cultivation speed, and self-cultivation possible. Immediately, Bai Ling felt the chaotic spiritual roots within him coalesce into a harmonious whole, bringing a sense of ease as he began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Overcome with elation upon realizing he possessed spiritual roots, Bai Ling could not contain himself and leaned in to kiss Yi Wan on the lips. To his astonishment, this misfortune had turned into a blessing. It appeared that Yi Wan was indeed his lucky star. For 18 long years, he had endured ridicule and scorn within the Bai family, labeled as the only incapable waste who could not cultivate. Now, with the chaotic spiritual root, he had acquired a measure of self-preservation and no longer needed to cower in the shadows of his home. Who allowed you to keep kissing me? If I find out that you are doing it for my body, I shall make you regret it," Yi Wan exclaimed, her delicate face flushed from Bai Ling's kisses. After what felt like an eternity, as their lips finally parted, she took deep breaths, realizing that having accepted Bai Ling, she could hardly utter threats. Ding! Detected an increase in the female lead's affection towards the host, fortune value 1. "By the way, my dear wife, aside from your two sisters, do you have any other relatives, such as brothers?" Bai Ling inquired, his emphasis on the word brother deliberate. Though he was aware of the narrative's subsequent developments, he understood that reality would not perfectly mirror the story, with numerous details differing. He needed to prepare Yi Wan psychologically in advance to prevent any difficult choices should her brother-in-law Yi Fan become adversarial. Is it about older brothers and younger brothers? I once had a younger brother named Yi Fan, but he mysteriously disappeared over a decade ago when I was merely 7 years old. And I fear he may have perished. As Yi Wan spoke, her spirits inevitably sank. The current situation mirrors that of my sister, and I am terrified for them. Before Yi Wan could finish her sentence, she was suddenly embraced by Bai Ling. They will be all right. I will certainly help you find them. Upon hearing Bai Ling's earnest and gentle reassurance, tears welled up in Yi Wan's eyes once more. This was the first time in many years that she felt a sense of reliance. Chapter 3. Sister Baizhu, all right, let us sleep. I will take care of everything. Under Bai Ling's soothing presence, the weary Yi Wan gradually drifted into slumber, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. Given that the bond between Yi Wan and Yi Fan had grown rather tenuous, there was no longer a need to hold any sentiment for Yi Fan. Early the next day, Bai Ling awoke and immediately checked her spiritual roots, fearing that the restoration of her abilities from the previous night had merely been a dream. Bai Ling exclaimed in delight. Second level of Qi training. In just one night, thanks to Yi Wan's dual cultivation physique, her cultivation had reached the second level of Qi training. At this pace, it would be sufficient for her to attain foundational establishment before Yi Fan could break through, thus ensuring her own self-preservation. It was surprising to discover how formidable Yi Wan's dual cultivation physique was in the original narrative. No wonder Yi Fan had always been concerned about her, even though he ultimately failed to possess her. Bai Ling, what are you doing? Yi Wan inquired sleepily upon hearing the commotion. I am going to the outer realms of the Tianjin sect to disseminate news and see if there are any leads on your sister. Bai Ling replied, fully committed to fulfilling her promise to Yi Wan, while also planning to seize Yi Fan's opportunities in advance. Upon hearing that Bai Ling intended to assist in locating her sister, Yi Wan immediately perked up and planted a delicate kiss on Bai Ling's cheek, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water. Thank you, my lord. As long as Bai Ling could help her find her sister, she would willingly accept the role of Bai Ling's wife, provided Bai Ling did not find her distasteful. Detected an increase in affection from the female lead towards you. Luck value 1. Yi Wan then meticulously described her two sisters, detailing their appearances and attire to Bai Ling. All right, I shall remember, Bai Ling responded, feeling her feeble body improve slightly now that she had reached the second level of Qi training. It hurts. Upon opening the door, Bai Ling encountered the petite Baizhu, whose long hair was tousled, having bumped her forehead against the door in a pitiful manner. You have attained such a high level of cultivation. Why are you still feigning pain? Bai Ling remarked, bemused by Baizhu's dramatic display. If Baizhu so desired, she could easily shatter the door with her strength. Nevertheless, Bai Ling approached and gently rubbed Baizhu's forehead. Baizhu, luck value. What was happening? Why did her foolish sister possess such high luck value? Baizhu was not Bai Ling's biological sister, but rather a sister Bai Ling had taken in 11 years prior. From her memories of her past life, Bai Ling discovered that although the head of the Bai family was a formidable figure, Baizhu was also one of the significant players. Furthermore, she was the only one who genuinely cared for Bai Ling. After Bai Ling's demise, Baizhu had completely succumbed to darkness, relentlessly pursuing Yi Fan, ultimately surpassing the head of the Bai family in strength. Hee, Baizhu chuckled innocently as her little ruse was uncovered. By the way, brother, how come you were able to get out of bed now? Where are you going? Bai Ling replied while walking to the outer realms of the Tianjin sect. Hey, what business do you have there? Wait for your beloved sister. I want to go too. Baizhu, undeterred by Bai Ling's intentions, eagerly followed along. Just days ago, her foolish brother had finally opened his eyes. She could not allow that wicked woman Lin Yu to get close to Bai Ling again, lest he be ensnared once more. Oh, what if her chest is a bit larger than mine? What's so impressive about that? Once I grow up, Baizhu grumbled, recalling how her brother had been captivated by that wicked mountain. Feeling a wave of disdain wash over her, in Fuyang City, on the streets, Bai Ling observed that the luck values of ordinary people typically ranged between 1 and 2, with only a few exceeding 2, generally belonging to those of better circumstances. Conversely, those with darkened foreheads, suffering from ailments, were often in the negative, appearing to be on the brink of death. By the way, I got married yesterday. I should pay a visit to your sister-in-law when I return. Bai Ling suddenly recalled that she had yet to inform Baizhu of her marriage. What? You foolish brother, you got married yesterday. Why didn't you tell your beloved sister such an important piece of news? Is it because her chest is larger than that wicked Lin Yu's? Bai Zhihua exclaimed, her expression one of shock and indignation. How could it be that she was not the one to arrive first? As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Ling playfully flicked her forehead. What are you thinking? The marriage was arranged against my will. I was unable to refuse and had no means to inform you. Bai Zhihua pouted, her cheeks puffed up in complaint. Humph, stupid brother. Their casual interaction caught the attention of Lin Yu from a distance, who furrowed her brow in concern. How could Bai Ling and Bai Zhihua be here? Hadn't she made her feelings clear the day before? Lin Yu, this flower is for you. I purchased it at a high price from an auction. Please accept it. Li Hao, kneeling beside Lin Yu, offered her a bouquet of flowers with fervent sincerity. No need for that. You can take this flower back and stick it in a pile of cow dung, Lin Yu dismissed, not even glancing at the offering. Since it has been touched by Lin Yu, I must treasure it. I will retrieve the box containing the ice lotus that father preserved for 300 years to store this flower. Li Hao remained undeterred, treating the flower as a precious item despite Lin Yu's rejection. It was only then that he noticed Bai Ling approaching and became enraged. Bai Ling, how dare you, a married man, still entangle yourself with Lin Yu? You are truly despicable. Bai Ling, you are utterly shameless. Already a husband, and yet you still pursue Miss Lin Yu, Li Hao exclaimed, positioning himself gallantly in front of Lin Yu, boldly proclaiming his righteousness. Indeed, you foolish brother, you are clearly here to seek out that wicked woman Lin Yu. I will not allow you to succeed, Bai Zhihua declared resolutely upon hearing Li Hao's words, her resolve strengthening. Bai Ling, upon witnessing Li Hao's sycophantic behavior, felt a wave of disgust. I end the original tale. Lin Yu and Yi Fan, lacking any cultivation resources, had managed to thrive solely through their connection with Li Hao. Before Bai Ling could respond, Bai Zhihua had already grasped his arm, firmly pulling him back towards home. Stupid brother, you lied to me about going to the outer realms of the Tianjin sect. You are clearly still fixated on that wicked woman, and this time, even if you scold me, I will not let you go find her. Bai Zhihua stated with unwavering determination, fully aware that her foolish brother had not given up on that wicked woman and had come to find her. Bai Ling felt a surge of warmth at Bai Zhihua's steadfastness. Ah, you, a married man, should feel guilty. Let everyone see just how unfaithful the young master of the Bai family truly is. Li Hao, assuming Bai Ling was attempting to flee in shame, hastily pursued, positioning himself between Bai Ling and Bai Zhihua. Grasping Bai Ling's wrist and raising his voice. Chapter 4. Do not abandon Ruar. Li Hao's voice boomed loudly, determined to solidify Bai Ling's reputation as a disloyal husband. As long as he could establish Bai Ling's infamy, no one would dare approach Lin Yu, and over time, Lin Yu would surely be swayed by his sincerity. Given the Bai family's status, it seemed possible for one man to have multiple wives. Did you not hear me clearly? While it may be permissible to have multiple wives, persistently pursuing someone who is disinterested is utterly repulsive. What difference is there between that and bullying the weak? Upon reflection, Bai Ling found himself truly repulsed. Others had already rejected him, yet he continued to harass them. Indeed, it was fortunate that Lin Yu's family was not vastly different from the Bai family's standing. Otherwise, she would likely be forcibly taken home by Bai Ling today. Bai Ling truly deserved to fall ill and perish, as he seemed preoccupied with women despite his deteriorating health. Today, he dared to pursue the young lady of the Lin family. Tomorrow, he might well attempt to snatch someone else's wife. In the crowd, those who were married hurried back home, fearful that their wives would catch Bai Ling's eye. Thank goodness I have no wife. Those who remained single couldn't help but pat their chest with pride. What to do? What to do? Now I find myself completely surrounded by them. If I were to pull my foolish brother with all my might, he would undoubtedly be torn apart like a pancake, and I certainly do not wish for only half of a foolish brother. Bai Zhihua's mind went blank as she clutched Bai Ling's arm tightly. Feeling a bit flustered, Bai Ling, that's enough. They speak the truth. You are a married man now. Do not come to entangle yourself further. Lin Yu observed the affectionate interaction between Bai Ling and Bai Zhihua, which only served to irritate her further. Coldly, she remarked, even if you bring Bai Zhihua here to apologize in person, I will never forgive you. Li Hao, noticing Lin Yu's reluctance to side with him, felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Did you hear that? You useless man who only knows how to rely on women. Stop clinging to you. Moreover, I despise acts of bullying men and dominating women. Should I ever catch you at it, do not blame me for being rude. His words instantly ignited excitement among the crowd, who cheered, young masterly, so righteous. Lin Yu, watching Bai Zhihua tightly holding on to Bai Ling, felt a rising annoyance, akin to seeing a discarded toy taken away and cherished anew. Bai Ling, Given that you disregard your marital duties to seek me out, I am willing to offer you a chance. Simply sever all ties with Bai Ling, never acknowledge her again, divorce your wife at home, and provide me with herbs identical to Liyang's medicinal properties, and I may consider granting you another opportunity to pursue me. Without Bai Ling's warmth by her side, Lin Yu felt an uncomfortable void, compounded by the fact that without her foolish benefactor, she could not procure the herbs needed for Yi Fan's cultivation. Though reluctant, Li Hao complied with Lin Yu's wishes, tightening his grip as he pressed Bai Ling. Did you hear that? Bai Ling? How magnanimous Lin Yu is, willing to give you a chance. If you follow her instructions now. I shall let you go. No, please don't, foolish brother. I promise I won't call you foolish anymore. Please, do not sever your relationship with Ruar. Otherwise, you will never have such a lovely, considerate, gentle, and elegant sister again. Bai Ling's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Bai Ling. Fully aware that her foolish brother might very well abandon her for that wicked woman, yet she refused to give up. Regardless of how Bai Ling might try to sever ties, he would always be her brother. All she could do was pray that her foolish brother would come to his senses and see through the wicked woman's true nature. Ugh, here we go again. Bai Ling will surely go to Lin Yu again. It is so tiresome. Indeed, a dog cannot change its habit of eating feces, constantly flaunting itself before us. The onlookers felt a wave of boredom wash over them, casting disdainful glances at Bai Ling and Li Hao. The fact that Bai Ling was known as a simpering fool was common knowledge. They could predict the outcome with their eyes closed. Feeling the pain in his wrist, Bai Ling abruptly shook off Li Hao's hand. Upon hearing the demand to sever ties with Bai Ling, Bai Ling's gaze turned icy. Observing his sister's vulnerable expression, he felt a pang in his heart, and with one arm, he embraced Bai Ling's head, reassuring her of his choice. Lin Yu, there is no need for you to continually embellish your own image. I merely passed by here with my sister, and I believe I never stated I was coming to seek you out. Disregarding marital duties, the one least qualified to speak on such matters here is you, Li Hao. As far as I know, your father has already arranged a marriage for you, yet you still frequent brothels daily. Bai Ling, leaning trustingly against Bai Ling, gazed in disbelief at her foolish brother's profile. She never expected him to truly awaken today. Ignoring that wicked woman's words, the crowd, initially prepared to disperse, was taken aback by Bai Ling's retorts, casting incredulous glances at him, and then at the self-important Li Hao. Today, our young master has finally turned the tables? Lin Yu, feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, quickly sought evidence to defend herself. Casting a disdainful glance at Li Hao. Ha! I embellish my own image. Then why do you follow me around? When Li Hao caught you, you were the first to try to run. Shut up, stop spouting nonsense. You, a sickly person, stay home nursing your illness. And which dog-eyed fool saw me frequenting brothels? Li Hao, stung by the revelation of his secrets, quickly retorted, turning to Lin Yu to clear his name. Lin Yu, do not listen to Bai Ling's nonsense. He is just talking nonsense that I maintain my integrity and would never go there. However, Lin Yu disdainfully stepped back from Li Hao, detesting fickle men who lacked the single-mindedness of her Yi Fan. Bai Ling chuckled, stating, I am running away in guilt. It's merely that my sister wanted sugar-coated haws and pulled me along. You imagined I came to find you, and then you blocked my path. Bai Ling, catching on immediately, chimed in, Humph, exactly. You wicked woman, I was taking my brother to buy sugar-coated haws. Why did you stop us? If you want some, can't you just go buy it yourself? You. Lin Yu was so infuriated she couldn't articulate a response, stamping her foot before ignoring Bai Ling entirely. Bai Ling scoffed, as for you, Li Hao, do you even need to hide your visits to the brothel, as long as Lin Yu is not around? You go there every day, and the girls there still mention you incessantly. Wait for me. Li Hao, unable to endure Bai Ling's taunts any longer, was about to lash out when he saw Lin Yu leaving the crowd. He hurried after her, his resentment towards Bai Ling deepening. Chapter 5. The best foolish brother. It is surprising that the young master of the Li family could say such things, especially when he is known for being the most extravagant in brothels, engaging in acts of bullying men and dominating women. It's a blessing my sister is unattractive, or she might have caught Li Hao's eye. Bai Ling finally stood his ground today. Without him, Lin Yu's spirit stones would surely suffer. Once Li Hao and the others departed, the crowd felt free to chatter and discuss. All right, hurry to the gang to post the message. We still need to head to the trading market to purchase things. After the crowd dispersed, Bai Ling released Bai Ling, saying that in his memory, the trading market was a crucial plot point for the protagonist to find hidden treasures. Yi Fan had also discovered a fragment of the Wanxiang Guan Ju at a stall in the trading market of Fuyang City. According to the original narrative, That stall had existed for 3 years and was only taken by Yi Fan after it couldn't be sold. The Wanxiang Guiyuan Ju held immense prestige in the novel, being the only one of its kind in the world and possessing great power, allowing various cultivation techniques to be fused together for use by anyone. Woo woo woo, I knew my foolish brother was the best. For my sake, he even discarded that wicked woman he liked before. Bai Jirua's small face was filled with emotion as she clung tightly to Bai Ling, especially upon witnessing him decisively reject Lin Yu for her sake. Considering you rejected that wicked woman for Ruar, I shall reluctantly reward you by having you buy me sugar-coated hoss. Bai Jirua tilted her head, smiling brightly. Bai Ling gently pried Bai Jirua off him, saying, stop patting yourself on the back. Come on, let us go buy sugar-coated hoss. Hooray, Bai Jirua exclaimed, thrilled that her foolish brother had finally agreed. Ever since Bai Ling had become infatuated with Lin Yu 4 years ago, he had rarely spoken with her, and whenever they did, it was always about Lin Yu. She was almost fed up with it. After buying the sugar-coated hoss, Bai Ling took Bai Jirua to the outer section of the Tianjin sect to post a task. The outer section of the Tianjin sect was similar to the black market's bounty announcements, but as a righteous faction, it only allowed simple tasks for extra earnings, without involving personal grudges. Foolish brother. Look how good your sister is. She even saved the last sugar-coated haw for you. Hurry and eat it. After posting the task, Bai Jirua smiled as she held the last sugar-coated haw up to Bai Ling's mouth. You licked it clean. It's all covered in your saliva. I want to eat it. You can have it. Bai Ling looked at the last sugar-coated haw, now sticky from her saliva, with disdain. I in their playful banter. Bai Ling suddenly noticed a group of people surrounding a woman in the distance. An Siyuan. Luck value. 22. An Siyuan. This fortune value undoubtedly belongs to the female protagonist. Bai Ling incessantly searches her memories for plot lines concerning her. Subsequently, Bai Ling discovers that this is not merely a singular narrative of Yi Fan, but rather a world amalgamated from countless realms. At this moment, Bai Ling cannot recall the specific novel about her. Yet he is certain that the current situation will soon unfold into a classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. No, I must hastily lead Bai Jirua away, if we are mistaken for mere bystanders. It could lead to trouble. Point 1. Yi Fan is already bothersome enough. I have no desire to attract the protagonists from other worlds. It would be far more prudent to elevate Yi Wan's favorability to enhance my fortune value, as altering other plot lines is perilous. Just as Bai Ling was scrutinizing the scene, Bai Jirua seized the opportunity to shove a candied hawthorn into his mouth. Humph, silly brother, you claimed you didn't want any. Yet you devour it faster than I do. Hey, silly brother, why are you ignoring me? Upon realizing Bai Ling's indifference, Bai Jirua followed his gaze and looked over. She saw several cultivators cornering Siyuan in the forest, who was panting heavily, clearly on the verge of collapse. All right, Ruoruo, let us leave quickly and not meddle. Before Bai Ling could finish his sentence, Bai Jirua forcibly pulled him forward, standing defiantly in front of Siyuan. With a straightened back and hands on her hips, she pointed at the 3 men bullying Siyuan and loudly admonished, Hey, you lot, how dare you bully a weak woman in broad daylight? Release that young lady immediately. Bai Jirua did not forget to reassure Siyuan. Do not worry, miss. My brother and I will save you. We will never allow you to fall into their clutches. Right, brother? Bai Ling silently lamented. Indeed, a real mess. While other protagonists receive rescuers, we mere cannon fodder are merely here to stir the pot. With my current cultivation level, I fear I might be crushed by them. Siyuan, upon seeing the suddenly appearing Bai Jirua, initially felt astonished but quickly urged in a hushed tone. Little girl, you and your brother should leave quickly. Those 3 are outer disciples of the Tianjin sect. You cannot contend with them. Hurry and flee. Just as Bai Ling opened his mouth to speak, his foolish little sister interjected. Do not worry. I am also a foundation establishment cultivator and can handle this. Moreover, my brother has taught me to assist those in need. Assist with a blade, Bai Jirua added, glancing up at Bai Ling with a look that seemed to say, Aren't you proud of me? Shouldn't he that be assist with a sword? Bai Ling's forehead was lined with black lines as he corrected her. Given the circumstances, he could only continue with the conversation. However, what surprised Bai Ling was that his silly sister had actually reached the foundation establishment level. It should be noted that since he had been infatuated with Lin Yu, he had seldom provided Bai Jirua with cultivation resources, meaning she had relied solely on her innate talent for cultivation over these years. Otherwise, given the cultivation speed of other cultivators, it would take at least a decade or more to reach that level. Bai Ling inwardly thought, It seems I must provide my silly sister with more cultivation resources upon my return. Otherwise, her talent will be wasted, and more importantly, I could benefit from her support in the future. As Bai Ling and Bai Jirua approached, the number of people in the forest increased, quickly drawing the attention of other disciples of the Tianjin sect. Why are there so many people there? Didn't the Jianke brothers go off on a mission? What are they doing over there? Moreover, the person at the back appeared to be in Siyuan, an outer disciple. What else could they be doing other than robbing in Siyuan of her cultivation resources? Otherwise, do you think the Jianke brothers would be up to anything else? It could only be said that in Siyuan was simply having an unfortunate day. Entangled with the Jianke brothers, she would likely lose her resources for the month. Several disciples witnessing and Siyuan being extorted could not help but shake their heads. Chapter 6. The New Fortune Protagonist. Tang San. The Jianke brothers, Li Miao, Li Fun, and Li Shi, were notorious within the Tianjin sect. They relied on their father's position as an elder to act as they pleased, specifically preying on outer disciples with no backing. Even if the outer disciples reported them, it would be futile, as long as the three did not commit murder against their fellow sect members or indiscriminately kill innocents. They would remain untouchable. As long as the plundering of outer disciples' cultivation resources did not fall upon them, they were safe. Do not involve yourself in this matter. Just leave quickly. If they latch onto you, your cultivation resources for this month will likely vanish. One of the outer disciples remarked, Bai Ling is indeed wealthy, willing to spend 100 low-grade spirit stones to recruit 2 beggars. However, those spirit stones will likely be emptied by the 3 of them soon. Seeing Bai Ling step forward to help, the other outer disciples expressed their regret. The 3 lecherous men frowned and glared at the suddenly appearing boy, and Bai Ling, angrily demanding, where did this little brat come from? Better scram before I lose my TE. The inner turmoil of the servant disciple was palpable. As Bai Ling turned, his gaze locked with that of the deep blue-clad servant disciple, and at that moment, a chill ran through his heart upon perceiving the disciple's fortune value. Tang San, fortune value, 38. It was over. He had come at the most inconvenient time. In this predicament, he feared that even a plunge into the Yellow River would not cleanse him of the stains. Curse lecher, how dare you lay hands upon senior sister in Siyao? Feel my wrath, blue-silver grass entanglement. Upon witnessing his beloved senior sister in Siyu being sullied by another, Tang San was instantly consumed by rage. Unleashing his self-created technique against Bai Ling. What was happening? Wasn't Tang San merely a servant disciple? When had the Tianjin sect acquired such a wood-type technique? Yet, the crux of the matter lay not here. Rather, it was why Tang San had achieved foundation establishment. Nevertheless, it was clear that Bai's young master was doomed, having encountered the formidable Tang San at this juncture. The outer sect disciples, who had initially contemplated retreating, quickly turned back to witness the unfolding drama as Tang San displayed his foundation establishment prowess. Some of the outer sect disciples were drenched in cold sweat. In the very next moment after Tang San initiated the blue-silver grass entanglement, vines erupted from beneath Bai Ling's feet, ensnaring him unawares. The blue-silver grass grew with astonishing speed, and before Bai Jirua could react, she too found herself ensnared behind Bai Ling, perhaps due to Tang San's lack of finesse. Even Siyu was caught in the entanglement. Under this onslaught of blue-silver grass, Bai Ling found himself overwhelmed, distinctly feeling the softness of Siyao as well as the lack of curvature of his foolish sister. Curse be this damage, it was utterly terrifying. Let me bear this blow. The outer sect disciples of the Tianjin sect, witnessing Bai Ling being embraced by 2 stunning maidens, could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment. Their envy palpable. Chapter 7. Tang San's wrath. What are you doing? Tang San, quickly release me. And Siyao, pressed tightly against Bai Ling, could not move, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she questioned him. In such a public setting, being seen by other disciples of the Tianjin sect would surely lead to misunderstandings. What's going on, stupid brother? Why must I hold you? If you wish for an embrace, simply tell Ruoruo directly. Your broad-minded and charming sister would surely oblige. Bai Jirua, having assumed that Bai Ling had done something to warrant this embrace, wore a similarly bashful expression. Who wants to hold you? Hurry and break free from these vines. If that person rushes over, I will surely perish. Bai Ling had no time to savor this unexpected embrace, his gaze fixed on the approaching Tang San, panic rising within him. With his chi refinement level 2 strength, he could not hope to free himself from the vines. Helplessly watching as the destined protagonist charged towards him. Goodness, this is truly the end. Every destined protagonist is a lecher. Now that I am holding the female lead, I shall surely be killed. Senior sister in Siyao. Do not fear. Once I deal with this lecher, I shall come to rescue you. Tang San paid no heed to Siyao and Bai Jirua's protests, mistakenly believing they were calling for help, urging him to save them. After 3 years of patience, he had finally awaited the moment of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. After this battle, these two exquisite maidens would undoubtedly fall in love with him. Then, within the Tianjin sect, others would recognize that he was not a worthless individual, thereby gaining the attention of the beautiful master. Lecher, taste my wrath. Vinewood claw. Tang San roared, channeling his spiritual power into his right hand. As the wooden vines coiled to form a ghastly claw, which he aimed fiercely at Bai Ling, is he really going this hard? The Vinewood claw is actually unleashed. The expressions of the other outer sect disciples of the Tianjin sect turned grave. The techniques were categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. Although the Vinewood claw was merely a yellow-tier technique, its power was immense, infused with potent toxins. A classic example of a formidable technique that few would desire. Who asked for your help, you moron? Stop this at once. Bai Zhihua, realizing the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Tang San unleash the Vinewood claw, quickly channeled her spiritual power to shatter the vines and break free. Just as the Vinewood claw was about to strike Bai Ling, Bai Zhihua hastily employed her spiritual energy to shield him. Bang! The Vinewood claw struck solidly against Bai Zhihua's protective barrier, a deep green aura immediately radiating outward. This is bad. The scent of the Vinewood claw is toxic. Hold your breath and do not inhale it. With the vines shattered, and Siyao also broke free, and upon seeing the surrounding toxic gas, she urgently called out a warning. Tang San, what are you doing? They just helped me. You must stop this at once. Bai Ling grumbled inwardly, his thoughts clouded by the noxious fumes. He had to hold his breath. And upon hearing Siyao's explanation, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Now that his sister had spoken up, there should be no issue, right? However, due to the toxic gas, Siyao's voice became faint, and Tang San failed to comprehend her words. Amidst the deep green haze, Tang San could only see his sister still being held hostage by Bai Ling, his fury reaching a boiling point. He glared at Bai Zhihua, who was protecting the lecher, and demanded, "Why are you shielding that scoundrel? Step aside at once. Do not speak ill of my brother. Only I am permitted to scold him. You look far more like a lecher, with that lewd expression." Bai Zhihua, using her spiritual power to disperse the toxic gas, defended Bai Ling. Cursed lecher, how dare you seduce such a beautiful maiden? But fear not. I, Tang San, am a good person and shall never harm you. Once I dispatch that lecher, I will come to rescue you both. Tang San dismissed Bai Zhihua's words, believing her to be another exquisite maiden ensnared by Bai Ling's charms. He could not fathom that someone like Bai Ling, a lecher, would receive protection from Bai Zhihua. That cursed lecher dares to target even such a young girl. But rest assured, I, Tang San, shall rescue you from this dire predicament. Tang San's sense of justice remained unwavering, fully immersed in his own fantasies. This was the opportunity he had awaited for 3 long years. This idiot cannot understand human speech. I have repeated myself countless times. Bai Zhihua, infuriated by Tang San's self-absorbed declarations, stomped her foot in frustration. Finally able to catch her breath, Bai Ling remarked, "Phew. Tang San has finally ceased his attacks. We should be safe now." Just as Bai Ling felt a sense of security, he witnessed the furious Tang San launching another offensive. My apologies, dear maiden. Observe my blue-silver grass entanglement. Tang San executed his ultimate technique once more, intending to first subdue Bai Zhihua before dealing with that lecher. Bai Ling, this blue-silver grass entanglement seemed impressive, yet it was merely a facade. It was easily shattered by that maiden. Why does he persist with the blue-silver grass entanglement? He has been shouting about it incessantly in the servant quarters, as if calling for his mother. The outer sect disciples of the Tianjin sect, witnessing Tang San again attempt the blue-silver grass entanglement, shifted from shock and panic to indifference. As the vines surged forth to ensnare Bai Zhihua, they were swiftly obliterated by her spiritual energy before they could even reach her. This cannot continue. If this drags on, senior sister and Siyuan will surely be sullied by that lecher. Tang San's expression darkened as he saw his blue-silver grass entanglement repeatedly thwarted. It seems I must resort to my ultimate technique. Tang San reached beneath his sleeve to retrieve a hidden weapon, an artifact he had pilfered from a clandestine sect specializing in concealed weaponry years ago. The blade of the broken edge possessed immense power, capable of dealing with Foundation establishment cultivators with ease. In pursuit of this ultimate technique, he had faced relentless pursuit from the disciples of that secret sect, only finding refuge within the Tianjin sect. Though his identity might once again be exposed, for the sake of senior sister and Siyao, he could no longer hide his talents. With a grave expression, Tang San again activated his blue-silver grass entanglement to distract Bai Zhihua. Bai Zhihua scoffed, "How detestable. Do you truly enjoy this revolting vine, pestering me?" as Tang San prepared to unleash the hidden weapon beneath his sleeve. He suddenly caught a glint of silver. Now is the moment. Witness my blade of the broken edge. Tang San's face contorted with ferocity as he observed Bai Jiruo's distracted state, unwaveringly pressing the trigger of the concealed weapon. The poisoned blade of the broken edge shot forth with deadly precision. All of this was for the sake of senior sister and Siyuan. Once I rescue that maiden, she will undoubtedly forgive and come to cherish me. Be careful. Bai Ling, spotting the concealed weapon in an instant, acted without hesitation, placing himself in front of Bai Jiruo to shield her. Chapter 8. In Siyuan's disappointment whoosh. As the shattered arrow was about to strike Bai Jiruo, Bai Ling stepped in front of her to eye in an instant. The arrow pierced Bai Ling's shoulder, embedding itself in a tree behind her. The immense force caused Bai Ling to veer mid-air, landing atop and Siyuan's peak, thus sparing her from severe injury. Ruo's should be fine. Bai Ling could only feel that her shoulder had been shattered by Tang San's hidden weapon, rendering it nearly useless. As long as Ruo is unharmed. Upon opening her eyes and seeing her foolish sister safe, Bai Ling finally eased her anxious heart. If it weren't for the fortunate boost of her luck value, that blow might have pierced her skull. Once she confirmed that her life was not in immediate danger, a sweet scent wafted to her, accompanied by a gentle softness against the back of her head. Bai Ling. Upon witnessing Bai Ling struck by the hidden weapon, Bai Jiruo's mind went blank. After a few moments of shock, she reacted, rushing to Bai Ling's side with all haste, seeing her foolish brother injured only in the shoulder and devoid of life-threatening danger. Tears began to flow from her eyes. She could hardly bear to contemplate the thought of losing her only brother who loved her. What would she do then? Brother, quickly, take the elixir. It will ease your pain. Bai Zhuan knelt beside him, flustered, as she retrieved a single elixir from her robes to feed him. It was the only healing potion she possessed, the very one Bai Ling had given her 2 years prior, which she had carefully preserved until now. Do not worry, Ruo, I will not die. Bai Ling gently caressed her sister's cheek, offering a soft reassurance. Yet, upon seeing the elixir in Bai Jiruo's hand, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. 2 years ago, he had gifted the elixir to Liyang, only to be rejected by her. After that, he casually bestowed it upon Bai Jiruo. He vaguely recalled how overjoyed she had been at the time, treating it like a treasure, and now hesitating to consume it. Bai Ling found it hard to imagine the hardships Bai Jiruo had endured over the years. So heavy. Get up quickly. At this moment. And Siyuan slowly regained consciousness, noticing Bai Ling lying on her peak. Just as she intended to push him away, her gaze fell upon the ghastly wound on his right shoulder. How did you get hurt? Who did this? Once Bai Ling was helped to sit up by Bai Jiruo, and Siyuan hurriedly inquired. Who else could it be but your sect's esteemed disciple? Bai Jiruo pointed an accusatory finger at Tang San, her anger palpable. Were it not for the need to support Bai Ling, she would have liked nothing more than to eliminate him on the spot. And Siyuan followed the direction of Bai Jiruo's finger, her expression darkening upon realizing it was the sect's errant disciple. Tang San, Sister Siyuan, you are finally awake. Do not worry. That man is gravely injured and poses no threat to you. That I will come to your aid shortly. Tang San, overjoyed at Siyuan's awakening, then noticed he might have overlooked Bai Jiruo and quickly addressed her. This scoundrel has been struck by my poisoned arrow. He will soon be utterly exhausted. Miss, you can hastily discard him. Do not soil your hands. If this scoundrel threatens you with his family, feel free to inform Brother Tang San. I will certainly assist you. Tang San glanced at Bai Ling, supported by Bai Jiruo, adopting a demeanor he deemed refined, prepared for their grateful embrace. This scoundrel is fortunate to have fallen where a lady could shield him from an arrow. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. He had initially intended to subdue Bai Jiruo before using a second arrow to eliminate Bai Ling, but now it seemed unnecessary. He needed to maintain the facade of a benevolent character. Should he forcibly kill Bai Ling, he would likely be perceived as petty by Siyuan. Get away from me, you scoundrel. Do not come near me. I do not need your help. Bai Jiruo, hearing that Bai Ling would soon be rendered weak, clung tightly to her foolish brother, fearing he might collapse from exhaustion. And Siyuan's expression soured upon learning that her sect's disciple, Tang San, had harmed Bai Ling. She risked inhaling Tang San's poison to warn him loudly, hoping to clear up any misunderstandings, yet Tang San indiscriminately harmed his 2 benefactors. Tang San, I am grateful for your attempt to rescue me, but you do not understand the situation and have grievously injured my benefactor. Is this not excessive? And Siyuan stated coldly. She was merely fatigued, not unconscious, and had clearly heard Tang San's self-righteous remarks during her brief stupor. Sister Siyuan, have you also fallen under that scoundrel's spell? I came with good intentions to save you. Yet you shield a scoundrel. Save you? I, Tang San, Witnessed that scoundrel approach you in your weakened state, taking advantage of you. Were it not for my intervention, you might have already fallen into his clutches. Upon hearing in Xiao's words, Tang San's expression darkened, realizing his sister and Xiao had also been ensnared by the scoundrel's charms, disappointed in Tang San's arrogance. And Xiao turned to Bai Ling, who bore the shoulder injury, bowing in apology and offering him the few healing elixirs she possessed. I apologize on behalf of my junior brother, should you require assistance in the future. I will certainly help. That I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive us. Tang San, do not disturb my benefactor's recovery any further. An Xiao addressed Tang San coldly, having clarified the situation. Yet Tang San remained obstinately convinced that she had been enchanted and regarded Bai Ling with malice. Within Xiao's explanation, Tang San should no longer be foolish enough to attack me in her presence. Observing Tang San completely abandon his assault, Bai Ling remained vigilant. Hearing in Xiao instruct him to leave, Tang San clenched his fists. He had endured for 3 long years, waiting for the chance to play the hero and embarrass her, only to be met with Xiao's disdain. Let us go, brother. We must quickly tend to your injuries and rest. We cannot waste time here with them. Bai Zhihua, gazing worriedly at her injured brother, spoke softly, feeling that had it not been for Bai Ling's condition, she would have liked to break Tang San's arms in revenge. Yes, let us head to the trading market first. Bai Ling grit his teeth against the pain, aware that with Tang San's character as the destined protagonist, he would undoubtedly target him again in the future. He needed to acquire the Wanxiang Gui Yuanju first, to have the capability to contend with the destined protagonist, lest he find himself isolated and captured. Wait, I know the revitalization technique. Allow me to help you with your injuries. An Xiao, biting her lip, chased after the retreating figures of Bai Ling and Bai Zhihua. Tang San, seething with jealousy at the sight of Bai Ling being embraced by both sisters, seized the leader of the outer disciples nearby, demanding angrily, "Since you dared to deceive me, I see you are no different from him. You are on the path to your own demise." Chapter 9. The comforting sister of Bai Ling, the disciple of the Tianjin sect, startled by Tang San's furious demeanor, stammered, "I did not deceive you. Just now, Sister and Xiao was indeed attacked by the splendid 3 brothers, but they were subsequently dealt with. You simply did not hear correctly and mistook that man for someone else. You infuriate me." Tang San, upon hearing this, could not restrain himself from delivering a punch to the disciple's face, realizing he had been beating the wrong person all along. "Damn, Bai Ling, you actually allowed me to misunderstand Sister and Xiao. I see you are on the path to your own demise. Now, Sister and Xiao must be disappointed in me. I must make amends. Yes, I will go to the trading market to buy elixirs to give to her. She will surely forgive me." After contemplating for some time, Tang San finally devised a solution. He discarded the outer disciple and headed toward the trading market. Before leaving, he turned back to warn the gossiping disciples. "Do not let today's events spread. Otherwise, do not blame me, Tang San, for being ruthless." Although his strength had been exposed, as long as the disciples kept it quiet, he could still play the part of the hero once more within the Tianjin sect. Cough, cough, that damn Tang San, unable to woo a girl, now takes his frustrations out on me. How despicable. He deserves to fail in courting Sister and Xiao. Tang San's actions were utterly contemptible, using a hidden weapon for a sneak attack and then threatening us. It was a disgrace to our righteous sect. Lower your voice. That errant disciple Tang San hasn't gone far. If he hears you, he might wrap you up in some blue silver grass. Once Tang San had completely departed, several outer disciples began to curse him, expressing their indignation at his despicable behavior. As they reached a halfway point, Bai Zhihua insisted on helping the swaying Bai Ling to rest by the side. "Brother, you should take a break first and go to the trading market later. I truly do not understand what is so urgent that you must rush. Could it be that there is another wicked woman with a large bosom you have recently encountered?" Bai Zhihua gently pulled Bai Ling to sit on a stone to rest, pouting slightly as she inquired, "What are you pondering again? Do I strike you as a man who is fickle-hearted? Besides, having such an adorable sister like you is more than sufficient." Bai Ling, feeling utterly exhausted, could barely maintain her balance while leaning against Bai Zhihua's embrace, detected an increase in Bai Zhihua's affection towards the host. Luck value 1. Bai Ling, luck value 12. You foolish brother, do you think I am as dim-witted as you? Just because you shower me with a few compliments doesn't mean I will fall for your nonsense. Upon hearing Bai Ling's unexpected praise, Bai Zhihua was momentarily taken aback before her cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she replied. Bai Ling, noticing her luck value had suddenly risen, was momentarily stunned, realizing that her casual compliment had inadvertently boosted her silly sister's luck value. This implied that, aside from Yi1, other protagonists and antagonists could also enhance her luck value. Young master, I possess the rejuvenation technique. Allow me to assist you in healing your wounds and expelling the toxins. You shall feel rejuvenated in no time. Ancu, having caught up from behind, spoke up. Ancu. What brings you here? Bai Ling inquired with surprise. For someone of her stature typically gravitated towards the destined protagonist. I am here to help you. You were injured while saving me, so it is only right that I tend to your wounds. And Siyu looked at Bai Ling's shoulder wound, her demeanor akin to that of a gentle older sister, earnest and tender. Bai Ling regarded Siyu's kindness towards her villainous brother and could only reflect on the distinctions among the various heroines. Thank you, Missin, Bai Ling said gratefully. Well then, given your sincerity, we shall forgive you. Upon witnessing her brother's forgiveness, Bai Jiruo refrained from further comment, as the real culprit behind her brother's injury was the detestable Tang San. That wretched Tang San. If I catch you harming my brother again, I shall tear apart your basket of silver grass and use it for firewood, then shoot you full of holes with your own pathetic concealed weapons. And smash you to smithereens, Bai Jiruo fumed, recalling how her foolish brother was hurt while rescuing her. Ancu approached Bai Ling from behind, saying, Young master, please remove your clothing. Wait. Isn't it sufficient to merely uncover your shoulder for treatment? Why must you remove your shirt? That seems inappropriate. Bai Jiruo became flustered upon hearing Ancu's request for Bai Ling to disrobe. She had never seen Bai Ling's body before, and now he was to be exposed. Even though she had witnessed it once prior, the rejuvenation technique can indeed expel toxins through clothing. But my current cultivation level is insufficient for that. I must rely on direct contact with your back to perceive the meridians and eliminate the toxins. Ancu explained with some embarrassment, partly due to her low cultivation level and partly because she had never been this intimately close to a man before. However, for the sake of treating Bai Ling's injuries, she was willing to set aside any feelings of modesty. Very well, Bai Ling replied, not lingering on the matter, and began to undress, considering his current state would make it difficult to seek out the wandering essence technique in the marketplace. Wait, silly brother, you are utterly exhausted and surely cannot manage to remove your shirt. Given that you were injured because of me, let your adorable sister assist you in unbuttoning it. If Missin were to help, it would surely embarrass her. Bai Jiruo, surprisingly insightful, offered her analysis. All right then, I shall trouble you. Ruaer. Bai Ling was momentarily touched by his suddenly understanding sister. Bai Jiruo had been brought home by him when she was merely 7. After their parents had passed away, and they had relied on each other ever since. It was only after Bai Jiruo had recognized him as her brother that her personality began to blossom, often playing and bringing joy to him until now. However, just as Bai Ling felt a sense of contentment, he was taken aback. Bai Jiruo's soft, mischievous hands had slipped beneath his clothing, groping about, her little face scrunching up, as if the fabric was difficult to unfasten. If it weren't for Bai Jiruo's wandering hands on his belly, Bai Ling might have almost believed the situation to be innocent. Hee. Now I am the second person to have touched and seen my foolish brother's body. How delightful. Brother has begun to gain weight. It won't be long before his ailment is resolved. Bai Jiruo's heart swelled with joy upon discovering Bai Ling's belly was no longer bony but had some flesh to it. How touching it was to witness Bai Gongzi having such a loving sister. Ancu felt a wave of warmth and gratitude as she observed Bai Jiruo earnestly assisting Bai Ling in shedding his clothing. Chapter 10. Enter detected an increase in Ancu's affection towards the host. Luck value 1. Detected an increase in Bai Jiruo's affection towards the host. Luck value 1. Detected a change in the host's storyline, resulting in Tang San's failure to save the damsel in distress. Luck value 1. Bai Ling. Luck value 15. Bai Ling gazed in astonishment at the sudden increase in his luck value, now at 15. Before glancing at Ancu, while he could comprehend the increases in affection from the latter two, Ancu's sudden rise in feelings puzzled him. Ruaer, hurry up. Missin is waiting, Bai Ling urged as he noticed Bai Jiruo's slow pace in unbuttoning his clothing. Unable to restrain himself, for his foolish sister had already touched him countless times, and at this rate, they would be at it until nightfall. And no, it's quite all right. Your sister is likely inexperienced in assisting others with undressing. It's normal to be slow, Ancu reassured, understanding the situation, for she had never helped a man undress at her age, let alone someone younger like Bai Jiruo. I apologize, brother. I am just too clumsy. I couldn't help you undress quickly, Bai Jiruo lamented, her expression one of innocent remorse. Encouraged by Ancu's support, she grew bolder in her attempts, but upon receiving a stern glance from Bai Ling, she reluctantly reined in her enthusiasm. With great effort, Bai Jiruo finally managed to unfasten Bai Ling's upper garment. Silly brother, how embarrassing. You're not wearing anything. Bai Jiruo covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers. Ancu, witnessing Bai Ling's exposed form, felt her cheeks flush with heat. This was her first glimpse of a man's body. However, she quickly shook her head, reminding herself to remain composed. I shall come in now. And Siyu stammered nervously, taking a deep breath as she stepped behind Bai Ling, placing her soft hands on his back, channeling the rejuvenation technique to expel the toxins within him. After half an hour, and Siyu successfully forced the toxins out of Bai Ling's shoulder, expelling a nauseating green liquid, and his fatigue gradually dissipated. Phew, all done. In a few days, your shoulder will heal completely. After hastily bandaging Bai Ling's shoulder, and Siyu sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. Thank you, Miss. And Bai Ling expressed his gratitude as he rose. It was my duty. I must attend to matters at my sect now. So I shall take my leave. Siyu's cheeks tinged pink as she departed after assisting Bai Ling. Bai Ling observed in Siyu's retreating figure, reflecting on the stark contrast in attitude between her and the other heroines, such as Lin Yu. Hey, foolish brother, how long will you keep staring? She is already out of sight. Bai Zhihua, noticing Bai Ling's lingering gaze, stood in front of him, pouting with displeasure. I was merely admiring my adorable sister. How could I be fixated on Miss? And she pales in comparison to your cuteness. After donning his clothing, Bai Ling reached out to affectionately pat Bai Zhihua on the head, detected an increase in Bai Zhihua's affection towards the host. Luck value 1. Bai Ling, luck value 16. Humph. Don't think that just because you complimented me, you can conceal the fact that you were staring at Miss. And Bai Zhihua retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed as she feigned indignation. Aren't you supposed to be heading to the marketplace? Let us hurry along. Bai Zhihua took Bai Ling's arm, guiding him toward the trading market. At the trading market, following the storyline where Yufan discovers a hidden treasure, Bai Ling anticipated finding an old man's stall, where he would purchase a scroll resembling toilet paper, ultimately leading to the unlocking of a legendary golden secret at home. Hey, foolish brother, what do you intend to buy at the trading market? As Bai Ling reminisced about the memories of her past life, her foolish younger sister suddenly inquired with curiosity. Before Bai Ling could utter a word, her silly sister appeared to have a sudden realization. Gazing at Bai Ling with a look of astonishment, could it be that, due to your inability to acquire that wicked woman with the large belly band, you intend to buy some dubious items at the trading market to make her yield? No, no, those things are the deeds of scoundrels. You must not purchase such indecent items, foolish brother. As soon as Bai Zhihua's words fell, Bai Ling lightly tapped her forehead, looking at her sister's wild imagination. Bai Ling replied, be quiet, do not speak carelessly. Oh, I seem like the kind of shameless person. Indeed, Bai Zhihua muttered under her breath, dissatisfied. The primary purpose of our visit to the trading market is to seek out affordable cultivation techniques. Bai Ling explained to Bai Zhihua, although the Bai family does distribute techniques, they pale in comparison to the Wancher Guyuan Ju. Look here, the Xiongli Ju, capable of achieving a strength of over 100 pounds, requires only 10 low-grade spirit stones. That don't miss out on the Yanhua Ju, available for just 20 low-grade spirit stones. The 4th level collapse, a supreme technique passed down from our ancestors, is being sold cheaply due to family circumstances. As Bai Ling and Bai Zhihua stepped into the trading market, the surrounding cultivators began to shout boisterously. Bai Ling merely cast a casual glance at the items on display and the appearance of the cultivators before shaking her head and departing. Either the items were too new or the sellers were too youthful, failing to match the elderly figures from her memories. Foolish brother, look, that detestable Tang San is actually here, Bai Zhu suddenly pointed out. Noticing Tang San, clad in blue, embracing a flamboyantly adorned woman with a muscular physique, the sight made Bai Zhihua feel a twinge of nausea as she tugged at Bai Ling's wrist, indicating Tang San and his companion. How can Tang San be so indiscriminate? Is he truly fond of such types? Tang San, wasn't he supposed to be outside the Tianjin sect? How did he end up here? Bai Ling expressed disbelief as she observed Tang San with his new partner. Has he already found a new leading lady so soon? Even if it were a heroic rescue, such speed is unfathomable. Lanhua, luck value 5. Bai Ling noted as she scrutinized Li Lanhua, feeling a sense of relief upon discovering her luck value. For if the two protagonists combined, it could pose a dilemma for her. Foolish brother, look, the person next to Tang San seems to be Miss Li from the Li family, Li Lanhua, Bai Zhihua exclaimed after recognizing her. Shouldn't Li Lanhua be playing the role of cannon fodder alongside Yufan in the storyline? How could she have been so swiftly claimed by Tang San? This turn of events would likely render Yufan a mere jester, devoid of any cannon fodder to bolster his reputation. Just as Bai Ling pondered this, she observed Tang San leading Li Lanhua to an elderly man's stall. Oh no. Chapter 11. A bargain encounter. A classic revisited the destined protagonist and the classic beggar of a vendor. This was clearly a setup for Tang San to seize an opportunity and soar to greatness. Bai Ling recognized the precarious situation. She grasped Bai Jirua's hand and hurried towards them. Xiao San, I owe you my deepest gratitude. If it weren't for your timely rescue, my virtue would have been compromised, Liyang exclaimed, bending down to envelop Tang San in her muscular embrace. Her voice a soft contrast to her appearance. Thank you, Lan, Tang San managed, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Internally, he lamented, had I known, I wouldn't have meddled. Just moments ago, he had been irked and had come to the trading market to buy something for Siyuan. Only to overhear the pleas for help from the girl and the robber's conversation. Upon realizing Liyang was from the Li family, his spirit soared, eager to reclaim his recent failure from Bai Ling. Without hesitation, he leaped over the wall nearby, positioned himself in front of Liyang, and defeated the robbers using all his might. Turning back, he struck a pose he deemed heroic, instantly winning Liyang's affection. However, upon witnessing her beauty, he was momentarily dumbfounded, and it was too late to regret, leaving him no choice but to accompany her. The only silver lining was that Liyang was affluent, sparing him the need to spend any money. Damn, Bai Ling, you're here too, Tang San exclaimed in fury upon spotting Bai Ling approaching. What are the odds of encountering you again so soon? Well, if at ISNT Bai Jirua, after a few days. Uve returned to trailing behind Bai Ling again. I wonder how Lin you will react upon discovering this, Liyang interjected, her tone dripping with mockery as she turned to face the Bai siblings. In the past, she had harbored resentment towards Lin Yu and Bai Jirua, both of whom were not only more attractive than her but also possessed their own merits. Lin Yu had Li Hao and Bai Ling, two fools vying for her affection, while Bai Jirua's exceptional talent left Liyang feeling mediocre and consigned to playing the villain in the shadows. Now, however, with Tang San as her benefactor, she could surpass the two by deepening their bond and becoming his partner. Why should I not be here? Bai Ling replied, relieved that Tang San had yet to make a purchase from the old man. As long as he remains empty-handed, everything is still manageable. What's wrong with following my brother? He has long lost interest in that wicked woman. Go ahead and sue him if you wish, but let me tell you, the only one still clinging to her is that fool Li Hao. Bai Jirua asserted, her confidence soaring as she straightened her posture upon witnessing her brother's rejection of Lin Yu. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, please cease your quarrels. This is a place for commerce, not for bickering. The elderly vendor interjected, swiftly urging the four to silence. Upon realizing their quietude, he eagerly began to introduce the wares on display. Ahem, esteemed patrons, my family has fallen on hard times, and I am reluctantly parting with our treasured heirlooms. I am but a mere mortal, unable to discern their true worth. Everything here is merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. If you find anything to your liking, simply exchange your stones for the items. The old man feigned poverty, gesturing towards the assorted items on his stall, adding for credibility, do not take my word lightly. Once, a young man purchased a ring from me, which housed a powerful cultivator. With that cultivator's aid, he became one of the greatest masters. Brother, let us hurry and buy something. What if we also find a ring housing a powerful cultivator? We could become extraordinary masters too. Bai Jirua chimed in, eagerly shaking Bai Ling's arm in excitement. Pfft, no wonder you're as foolish as Bai Ling. You believe in the old man's tall tales. Stories like these have become a dime a dozen. Liyang scoffed, tightening her grip around Tang San in mockery as Bai Jirua took the bait. If you truly find a treasure at the shabby stall, I'll write Liyang backwards. Tang San, who had almost been swayed by the prospect, quickly dismissed the foolish notion upon hearing Liyang's words. Cough. Only fools like you would believe this stall has anything of value. Miss Li, let us head over to the younger cultivator's stalls across the way. We don't need to waste our time here with these two simpletons. The old man, realizing his claims had been exposed, could only remain silent. Bai Jirua felt disheartened, lowering her head. If you don't wish to buy, then leave. What we choose to purchase is of no concern to you. My sister enjoys this. We aren't short on a few spirit stones. Bai Ling defended, wrapping an arm around Bai Jirua, wishing to uplift her spirits. Bai Jirua, who rarely engaged in pastimes beyond cultivation, had seldom encountered such entertaining narratives. Bai Ling resolved to take her out to experience leisure activities in the future. Brother, Bai Jirua leaned against Bai Ling, gazing at his profile with a sense of warmth enveloping her heart upon hearing his words. Fine. If you all disdain your surplus spirit stones, waste them as you please. I am off to buy gifts. Tang San observed Bai Ling cradling the petite and adorable Bai Jirua, and then glanced at the muscular and tightly embraced Liyang, envy nearly causing his eyes to bulge out. Liyang chimed in. I knew you just waste spirit stones, unlike my little San, who only cares about my spirit stones. Tang San surveyed the stall brimming with worthless trinkets, preparing to take Liyang to the opposite stall for a purchase when he suddenly spotted a jade pendant of unparalleled emerald hue amidst the shabby assortment. His instincts signaled that it must be a treasure. However, since he was already there, he decided to make a small purchase to support the vendor. What do you think, Miss Li? Tang San suggested with an air of understanding. Knowing that the payment was not coming from him, even if it turned out not to be a treasure, he would not be at a loss. Liyang, noticing Tang San's sudden change of heart, immediately exclaimed, Little San, your kindness truly shines through. You're willing to help others. Bai Ling looked at the fickle Liyang, speechless, just as Tang San was about to crouch down to pick up the jade pendant. Tang San, look, senior sister and Siyu. How did she get here? Chapter 12. The jade pendant. Senior sister and Siyu. Where is she? Upon hearing that Siyu had arrived, Tang San sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings for her figure. Senior sister and Siyu? Little San, who is she? And why do you address her so intimately? Liyang's heart swelled with dissatisfaction upon seeing Tang San so attentive to the woman named Siyu. She tightened her muscular arms around Tang San's shoulders, locking eyes with him fiercely. Well, now's the time. Seizing the moment while Tang San and Liyang were lost in their affections, Bai Ling swiftly picked up the striking jade pendant from the stall and handed over 10 spirit stones to the elderly vendor. The operation was seamless, leaving Tang San dumbfounded. My apologies, I mistook it earlier, Bai Ling remarked after acquiring the pendant. In the trading market, fighting was strictly prohibited. If discovered, one would face severe penalties and hefty spirit stone fines. Tang San certainly wouldn't dare to openly snatch it away. Bai Ling held the jade pendant in her hand, but before long, its brilliant emerald color faded, revealing cracks and fragments. No, how could this happen so soon? Bai Ling lamented, staring at the shattered pendant in her grasp, incredulous that her luck could be this abysmal. Bai Jirua, witnessing the broken pendant, teased, Hey, foolish brother, your luck is truly terrible. It broke before you could even enjoy it. This isn't my fault. The sale was final, and I didn't even touch it. Don't pin this on me, the vendor hurriedly explained. Speak up, Little San, tell me, who is that woman, and what is your relationship with her? Liyang pressed Tang San, who remained silent, suspecting him of guilt. No, Miss Li, I have no connection with senior sister and Siyu. She's nothing compared to your beauty, Tang San quickly reassured, feeling the pain from Liyang's grip on his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Liyang's heart soared, and she released her hold, beaming. Why didn't you say so earlier, Little San? I wouldn't have been so anxious. Damn Bai Ling for daring to deceive me, and this oblivious Liyang is nearly crushing my shoulder. Tang San fumed, stomping his foot in frustration. Just then, he spotted another jade pendant at the stall, his instincts once more hinting at a fortuitous find. Ha ha ha. My luck is truly remarkable. This jade pendant must be a reward from the heavens for me. I, Tang San, am destined for greatness. Ruar, you wanted a powerful grandfather, right? Feel free to buy whatever you like from this stall. I'll cover the costs. Bai Ling gently ruffled the silly sister's hair, speaking softly, since Bai Jirua was fond of it. She could buy anything. After all, her luck was too poor to compete with Tang San's, so it was better to let her naive sister handle it. Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement, but as he bent down to retrieve it, a sharp pain shot through his arm once more. Little San, look at Bai Ling, then look at yourself. Everyone else is letting their sisters choose. Shouldn't you let me pick too? Don't worry, I'll still pay. You just need to cheer me on. Besides, I have amazing luck. I once won 5 bowls of pork noodles in a row. Seeing Bai Ling hand over the choice to Bai Jirua ignited Liyang's competitive spirit. She tightened her grip on Tang San's right hand, determined not to let go. Damn it. Tang San glared at the jade pendant within reach, furious yet feeling compelled to concede to Liyang. Well then, you can choose, Miss Li. How about buying everything from this stall for me? The old man here seems quite pitiful. Tang San figured that with Liyang's intellect, she wouldn't be able to buy the jade pendant or anything he needed. So it was safer to let her purchase everything. All right, since Little San wants to do a good deed, I'll accompany you, Liyang said, casting a peculiar glance at Tang San, before Bai Jirua could make her selection. Liyang strode forward, grabbed the 4 corners of the stall, and tossed a bag of spirit stones to the old man. Here are 314 spirit stones. I'll buy it all, the old man, upon receiving the spirit stones, fled as if greased, exclaiming, Good, good, good. Bai Jirua puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Hey, is this how you buy things, taking everything at once? All right, Little San, take whatever you want from all this. Liyang, beaming with delight, presented all the items from the stall to Tang San, then picked up a piece of tattered paper from the ground and tossed it to Bai Jiruo. Isn't there one more here? Stop whining. It's not like he wants it. You can take it. You. Bai Jiruo, seeing that Li Lanhua had bought everything, couldn't say anything further and could only blame her own slow reflexes for not securing a good item for Bai Ling. Feeling aggrieved, she squatted down to retrieve the dusty roll of parchment from the ground and approached Bai Ling, offering it to her. Foolish brother, there's only this left. Don't worry, I like whatever you give me. Bai Ling replied, not immediately taking the roll but first ruffling Bai Jiruo's hair to comfort her. She figured that if he were to buy something, it would be unlikely to yield any treasures, as those rings and such were reserved for the destined protagonists. Since you like it so much, then let me reward you by buying me some candied hawthorns. Bai Jiruo's mood lightened upon hearing Bai Ling's reassurance. Reverting to her usual lively and adorable demeanor, Little San, you wanted this green jade pendant, right? Here, I'll take it out for you, Li Lanhua said, retrieving the very jade pendant Tang San had been yearning for from the stall. Ha ha ha, that damn Bai Ling thought she could thwart me from obtaining this heavenly opportunity. In the end, I still got it. Tang San laughed with excitement, but as he approached Li Lanhua, his foot unexpectedly slipped, causing him to fall directly onto her. Bang! Tang San collided forcefully with Li Lanhua's firm and sturdy chest, causing the pendant to slip from her grasp and shatter into two pieces upon hitting the ground. Li Lanhua, with her thick brows and large eyes, blushed and said, Little San, you naughty boy, even if you want to repay me, you don't need to be so shy. You can be forthright about it. Tang San gazed at the broken pendant, his anger boiling over. No, my jade pendant. Chapter 13. Tang San severing ties with Siyuan. Tang San glared at the jade pendant now in two pieces on the ground. Seething with rage, this was already the second time he had lost a heavenly opportunity. Bai Ling suddenly noticed Siyuan approaching and called out, Missin, what a coincidence to see you here. Foolish brother, and you say you're not thinking about Missin. You spotted her the moment she walked down the street. Bai Jiruo remarked discontentedly as she glared at Bai Ling. Damn Bai Ling. You two better not try to deceive me again. Don't think I'll fall for your schemes to sow discord between us. Seeing your sister in Siyuan is nothing but a nuisance, a hypocritical wretch. Just seeing her makes me feel nauseous. She's not a patch on the kind-hearted, beloved, and beautiful Li Lanhua. Tang San, filled with wrath, cursed Siyuan while striking the ground. Previously, when he merely expressed concern for Siyuan, Li Lanhua had nearly erupted in anger, threatening to tear him apart. Yet this time, he employed a reverse tactic, certain that it would significantly elevate Li Lanhua's affections towards him. If I, Tang San, were to believe the nonsense you speak, I might as well eat feces. Should I fall for another trick, my relationship with Li Lanhua will undoubtedly shatter. Without the resources provided by this wealthy woman, I would have no choice but to toil away slowly, trying to establish an impressive reputation within the sect. Little San, I always knew you were my destined child, sent by the heavens to save me. Li Lanhua, overwhelmed by emotion and pinned beneath Tang San, closed her eyes and bestowed upon him a passionate kiss as a gesture of gratitude. Tang San raised his voice, and as he finished speaking, passers-by cast peculiar glances at the embracing duo of Tang San and Li Lanhua. Bewildered by the sight of Tang San speaking such kind words while hiding his true feelings. Kind-hearted, beloved by all, and strikingly beautiful, these three descriptors were hardly applicable to Li Lanhua. In this marketplace of transactions, who was unaware of Li Lanhua's notoriously fiery temperament, quick to anger and violence, and her beauty was hardly enough to avert disaster. Tang San, do you truly perceive me as such? And Siyuan's voice trembled softly. Having just completed a commission and passing by, she overheard Tang San's curses. It cannot be so. There must be another explanation. Tang San's words faltered as he noticed Siyuan's cold gaze fixed upon him from the street. Compared to her former self, her demeanor towards him now felt markedly distant and frigid. Are your ears deaf? It cannot be so. If it were, how many times must my little San repeat it before you comprehend? My little San only praises me. Li Lanhua, upon catching sight of Siyuan's beauty, felt an instinctual warning. She knew that Tang San's relationship with Siyuan was anything but simple. She sprang to her feet and embraced Tang San tightly, mocking him. Siyuan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger swell within her chest. She could not believe Tang San was so ungrateful. Even if he had forgotten her past assistance, there was no need for such treatment. All she had intended was to greet the Bai siblings, yet was met with their baseless curses. Tang San, you were truly shameless. For the sake of a woman you barely know, you dare speak ill of your senior sister? You are unworthy to call Siyuan your senior sister. Bai Jiruo, recalling her own experiences of being cursed by Lin Yu and Li Lanhua, felt a pang of sympathy. In light of your assistance to my foolish brother, I shall reluctantly lend you my aid. After tucking a scroll into Bai Ling's garment, she leaped to Siyu's side in defense, preferring her company over Liyang. Bai Ling frowned and remarked, Tang San, even if you harbor disdain for senior sister Siyu, there is no need to defame her. Observing Tang San's willingness to forsake his destined benefactor for a wealthy woman with a mere 5 points of luck, she felt a sense of relief. Without the destined benefactor's aid, Tang San's future would inevitably lack significant support, rendering her own position more secure. Senior sister, at the mention of Siyu as Tang San's senior sister, Liyang's expression shifted dramatically. She seized Tang San and demanded, Little San, how dare you deceive me? You claim not to know Siyu, yet if you do not sever ties with her, you must return all the spirit stones I spin on you. The possessive Liyang threatened Tang San directly, aware that Siyu's extraordinary beauty would keep him longing for her. What, return everything? Tang San, taken aback by her demand, was horrified, though their acquaintance had been brief. He had already squandered 9,527 low-grade spirit stones on Liyang. To repay her would be impossible. Even if he sold himself into servitude. I shall give you 3 seconds to respond. If you do not comply, I will have the Li family pursue you. 3, 2. Liyang began a countdown, knowing that although the Li family had not been extensively described in the original novel, their power was not to be underestimated. Should they pursue Tang San, escape would be nearly impossible. I agree to sever all ties with Siyu. Please, do not make me return the spirit stones. Tang San, without time to deliberate, quickly acquiesced to her demand upon hearing the mention of returning a vast sum of spirit stones. Ah, this man truly knows how to live off others, Bai Ling remarked, shaking her head as she recalled memories of individuals marrying wealthy women for financial gain. Swear to the heavens. Tang San, swear to the heavens. From this moment forth, I shall completely sever all ties with senior sister Siyu and shall not engage with her again. Should I violate this oath, I shall meet a dire fate. Tang San, cornered, raised his gaze to the heavens. The moment his words fell, he felt as though a powerful thread of destiny had been severed, leaving no connection behind. The heavens have heard. Tang San, between us, there will be no further ties. Upon hearing Tang San's oath, Siyu could not help but shake her head in disappointment, not due to feelings of affection, but because he chose to sever their bond for the sake of an outsider. It is merely a master-disciple relationship. While I may not become a disciple of Miss San, Bai Zhuo and my brother can still be your friends. Bai Zhuo took Siyu's soft hand, offering comfort. That wretched Liyang, forcing me to sever ties with Siyu. I shall make her pay dearly when I grow stronger. Tang San seethed inwardly, with the severance of ties to Siyu. He could no longer approach her in any capacity, lest he face the dire consequences of diminished cultivation or worse. Chapter 14. Siyu's first kiss. Tang San's fury is correct, since Tang San insists on severing the relationship. Let it be done. No need to maintain this status of seniority, Bai Ling remarked, acknowledging that without the ability to approach Siyu, Tang San's destined benefactor was forever lost to him. Soon after, Bai Ling noticed the faint glow of a spirit wood token, signaling that someone had completed a commission. So soon, she mused, realizing that according to the novel's plot, the quest to find Yuan's 2 sisters should occur mid-story. It appeared that her awakening of past memories had initiated a butterfly effect, altering the course of the narrative. In that case, the subsequent events of the novel could only serve as a reference, not a rigid template. Thank you. Siyu expressed her gratitude, touched by Bai Zhuo's genuine gaze. Since our ties have been severed, we shall part ways here. Siyu was unwilling to linger on the matter further. Upon hearing Tang San's vow to the heavens, Liyang swiftly blocked Siyu's path, channeling her spirit energy into her fist, igniting it with flames, and without warning, struck at Siyu's delicate visage. Humph, you deceitful wretch. Do not think you can fool me. You are undoubtedly only agreeing out of necessity. Once you return to the Tianjin sect, you will surely attempt to seduce my little San. Only by marring your face will I see whether he still falls under your spell. As Liyang's words faded, Bai Ling hurriedly raised her hand to catch Liyang's fist, thwarting her attack. This Liyang had truly lost her senses. Having known Tang San, the destined protagonist, for such a brief time, she expected him to be utterly devoted to her. A wave of scorching heat surged toward her. Sensing the intense warmth emanating from Liyang's fist, Bai Ling furrowed her brow, thinking, perhaps this is for the best. Let Liyang and Tang San become tightly bound to one another. This way, he will not wander off and encounter other destined benefactors, thus increasing his fortune. Damn, this is disastrous. This fool is actually attacking Siyu in the marketplace. If any disciples from the Tianjin sect witness this, Tang San, would be branded as ungrateful. Yet, if I intervened to stop Liyang, it would likely only exacerbate her fury, possibly leading to even more trouble and the loss of spirit stones. Forget it. Since it has already happened, I shall simply embrace the chaos and assist Liyang, enhancing her favor towards me. Once I acquire spirit stones, I can indulge in some leisure. Tang San quickly assessed the situation in his mind. Opting for the course of maximum profit, and without hesitation, launched an attack on Bai Ling. Behold my blue-silver grass binding. The tendrils beneath Bai Ling's feet burst forth from the earth, tightly entwining around him, securing him firmly in place. Curse it, someone hurry and fetch the overseer. There's a fight breaking out here. If you don't come soon, I swear my belongings will be burnt to ashes. Stop fighting, you've shattered my heirloom. If you must brawl, do it elsewhere. Cease at once, do not continue this altercation. The other cultivators in the trading market, witnessing their wares being shattered and overturned by the spiritual energy, hurriedly urged Liyang and the others to desist. Damn it, with Bai Ling's cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, he simply could not shatter the blue-silver bind of a foundation establishment cultivator. Leaving him stuck in this awkward position, Bai Ling had not anticipated that Tang San had resolved to stand beside Liyang, casting caution to the wind. Ha ha ha, little San, you truly are remarkable. I knew you loved me. Fear not, all that I do today shall rest solely upon my shoulders. I will not let you return to the sect to face the scorn of others, should they dare bully you. I shall summon my father to support you. Upon witnessing Tang San's willingness to confront the beautiful and Siyuan and her companions for her sake, Liyang's face twisted in rage. I shall see for myself who besides this useless Bai Ling can come to your rescue today. You wretched girl, release me at once. As Bai Jiruo observed the flames spreading to the tendrils, threatening to scorch Bai Ling, she swiftly struck her palm towards Liyang, determined to prevent her from continuing the standoff. Bang! Liyang, at the third level of qi refinement, could not withstand Bai Jiruo's foundation establishment prowess. Their palms collided, and in an instant, Liyang was sent flying, crashing heavily into Tang San. Silly brother, are you all right? Bai Jiruo immediately harnessed her spiritual energy to shatter the tendrils, rushing forward to closely inspect Bai Ling's injuries, fearful of any further harm or rupturing of his wounds. Young Master Bai, are you unharmed? And Siyuan, seeing Bai Ling injured again for her sake, hurriedly approached with concern for his condition. However, just as she made her way halfway, she stumbled over the tendrils on the ground, falling towards Bai Ling. Just as Bai Ling opened his mouth to speak, he was greeted by a waft of floral fragrance, only to find Siyuan embracing him. Their eyes met, and Bai Ling felt the softness of Siyuan's lips. Realizing she had inadvertently kissed him, silly brother, Bai Jiruo, witnessing Siyuan kiss her foolish brother, was overwhelmed with urgency, nearly in tears as she exclaimed. Bai Jiruo's heart ached with unspoken sorrow. I arrived first. Why was it not I who kissed him first, that wicked woman, Siyuan, with her ample bosom? No, my Siyuan. Why, I was the one who knew her first, yet she let that sickly waste, Bai Ling, steal her first kiss. Why haven't they separated yet? Bai Ling, I see you are on the path to self-destruction. Tang San, watching the intimate kiss between the two, was infuriated to the point of nearly shattering his teeth as he pounded the ground in frustration. Damned it all. After defeating me, you still dare to kiss that useless Bai Ling, taunting me for lacking masculinity. Liyang, upon witnessing their kiss, was equally incensed, immediately leaning onto Tang San, forcefully bestowing upon him a passionate kiss. Liyang, get off me quickly, I can hardly breathe. Tang San, being smothered by Liyang, struggled to speak, his mouth sealed shut, having just exhausted his spiritual energy with his last desperate attempt at blue-silver bind. He was utterly drained and unable to resist her fervent kiss, tears of despair streaming down his face. What on earth is wrong with today's youth? In broad daylight, they dare to engage in such passionate displays on the street. At least that pair seemed somewhat normal. The other couple was truly a heavyweight. A passerby pointed at Tang San and Liyang, who had made the ground their bed, passionately kissing. Is that Liyang so brazen? Her audacity surpasses even that of the other pair. At least they were merely kissing, and yet you. Sigh. Chapter 15. Bai Jiruo. I want to kiss too. The crowd in the trading market averted their eyes, utterly embarrassed by the spectacle of Liyang and Tang San. Such scandalous news, I must capture it with a recording stone. It will surely fetch a handsome price later. One among them promptly used a recording stone to document the fervent kiss between Tang San and Liyang. Inadvertently capturing the moment, Bai Ling and Siyuan shared their kiss as well. Young Master Bai, are you all right? After a few moments, Siyuan finally regained her composure, quickly pulling away from Bai Ling. Her cheeks flushed, avoiding his gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Bai Ling also turned away, murmuring, It's nothing, let us hurry and leave. We'll be in trouble if someone arrives, even after their lips parted. Bai Ling could still taste the sweetness of Cus lips, unsure if it was merely his imagination. Violating the rules, the law enforcers in the trading market promptly seized the offenders, imposing fines without hesitation. Bai Ling was well aware that this was not the time to take advantage of others. They needed to depart swiftly. Jiruo, I have news regarding the commission I sent out. Let us investigate outside the Tianjin sect, An girl. What about you? Bai Ling inquired, his mind still lingering on the kiss with Siyu. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by having taken advantage of her, it seemed he would have to find an opportunity to make it up to her later. Turning about, he caught sight of Tang San's furious gaze fixed upon him, as if he wished to slay him with his eyes. This is it. I've thoroughly offended this destined protagonist. Had I merely embraced him, Tang San might have spared my life, but now, having kissed Siyu before him, I've placed a green hat upon his head. He surely wishes to end my life in vengeance. Siyu, shyly and softly replied, I will also go to the Tianjin sect. Very well, then let us depart quickly. After saying this, Bai Ling hurriedly led by Jiruo and Siyu away from the trading market. Wuwa, though my foolish brother has parted from girl, it is already too late. My position has been relegated to third place. It's all that detestable Tang San's fault, causing my foolish brother to gain an undeserved advantage. Bai Jiruo followed behind Bai Ling, simmering with indignation. They left. You may get up now, Li Lanhua. Tang San, having been forcefully kissed by Li Lanhua to the brink of despair, was finally granted a moment to breathe as she ceased her assault. They were gone. Perfect. Now no one can disturb us, Li Lanhua exclaimed with excitement, only to notice the strange looks from others directed at her and Tang San, causing her to frown. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a kiss before? Even if you're envious, I want to take a liking to any of you. My heart belongs solely to little San. Outside the Tianjin sect, young Master Bai. Since we have arrived, I shall take my leave. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Tianjin sect, Siyu, feeling bashful, scurried away like a timid rabbit, head bowed low. How infuriating. Silly brother, you must have been overjoyed when kissing girl. Despite claiming you dislike that wicked woman with the ample bosom, after Siyu departed, Bai Jiruo puffed out her cheeks, reproaching Bai Ling scratched his head, responding, Was that an accident? You saw it too. I had no choice. I don't care. You still kissed her. Bai Ling sighed deeply, asking, What do you want then? Hearing his foolish sister's words, he knew she was about to propose something ridiculous. Bai Jiruo wore a mischievous grin. Unless you kiss me too. Bai Ling, taken aback, could only quickly peck her round cheek. There, is that better? Now let us hurry inside. We mustn't linger. Upon hearing this, Bai Jiruo expressed her dissatisfaction. So soon? Fine. Who told you to be so quick? Silly brother, detected an increase in Bai Jiruo's affection for the host. Luck value 1. Detected an increase in Cus affection for the host. Luck value 1. Bai Ling, luck value 17. Bai Ling's forehead was lined with black lines. Please, do not say such things that could lead to misunderstandings. After entering the outskirts of the Tianjin sect with Bai Jiruo, they encountered a man waiting for them. The man in white approached upon seeing Bai Ling and Bai Jiruo, saying, Bai Ling, this is the person you were looking for. See if it's correct. This was captured by my recording stone a month ago. Take a look. Bai Ling, upon hearing the news, wasted no time in grasping the viewing stone to examine it closely, while Bai Jiruo curiously approached to take a glance as well. Within the imagery, a pair of sisters, no more than 15 or 16 years of age, dressed in tattered clothing and appearing frail and diminutive, wandered the streets, seemingly in search of sustenance, from merely observing their cheeks. Bai Ling could ascertain that they were indeed the younger sisters of Yuan. Their garments were noticeably thicker than those worn by Yuan, evidently freshly mended by her own hands. Bai Jiruo glanced at the viewing stone and then shot an inquisitive look at Bai Ling, who was intently scrutinizing the scene. She couldn't help but speculate aloud. Could it be that foolish brother has a penchant for younger girls? Yet, they appeared to be of similar stature to herself. The sisters within the stone continued to beg from several passers-by, only to be met with repeated refusals, leaving them disheartened and empty-handed. Just as they reached a corner, a woman clad in black suddenly appeared, seizing their shoulders and whisking them away at a remarkable speed. Had Bai Ling not been examining the scene frame by frame, he would have failed to notice the peculiarities. It was these two individuals, or had they vanished to thereafter? Observing the abruptly halted imagery of the stone, Bai Ling furrowed his brows and remarked, just from the sight of this black-clad woman, how am I to discern her identity? The man in white pragmatically replied, "If they have vanished from view, just hand me the spirit stones, and I shall relay the information to you." Bai Ling, in silence, retrieved 100 spirit stones from his garment and tossed them to the man in white, signaling him to proceed. After the black-clad woman had taken the sisters, a girl named Siyuan appeared, also searching for them. "You might inquire with her. Your words are as good as nothing. Forget it. You may leave," Bai Ling retorted, feeling exasperated, realizing that he was led in circles. How could he identify the sect of those girls based solely on the black attire? After handing over the stone, the man in white departed, leaving Bai Ling to scrutinize the viewing stone once more, replaying it several times. Observing Bai Ling's repetitive gaze, Bai Rua, feeling bored, remarked, "Foolish brother, how many times must you watch? If you fancy them so, you could just look at your adorable little sister instead. Hold your tongue. This is the Siyuan sect." After several viewings, Bai Ling finally discerned a discreet black crescent moon emblem on the black-clad woman's attire. The Siyuan sect was shrouded in mystery within the narrative, classified as a secluded sect. During the mid-narrative, it seemed that the Siyuan sect had dispatched only 2 of its most exceptional disciples to the secret realm to vie for resources, those being Siyuan's younger sisters. Upon hearing this, Bai Rua queried, "The Siyuan sect? Foolish brother, are you out of your mind? I recall that the Siyuan sect was eradicated decades ago. How could it possibly still exist, even if your intent is to seek those 2 young ladies?" "There is no need for such a clumsy excuse, my dear. Understanding sister would not mock you." Bai Ling replied, "All right. I merely speculate. Do remember to greet sister-in-law when we return home. To pursue Siyuan's younger sisters at the Siyuan sect now seemed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." The original narrative barely mentioned the Siyuan sect, leaving its exact location a mystery, solely serving to establish a connection with Yufan. Moreover, given his current cultivation level, he feared he might be devoured by the beast lurking within the forest before even leaving Fuyang City. "Never mind, let us return home and sift through the memories of my previous life to uncover any clues. Why Siyuan's younger sisters are likely gifted, having caught the attention of the Siyuan sect. So they should be safe. At the Bai residence, Bai Mingjun, plump and arrogant, yelped in pain as Siyuan bit down on his arm, flailing to free himself and sending the frail Siyuan sprawling. "If it weren't for your slight charm, I would have long since put an end to you. How dare you be so ungrateful?" As he continued to swing his right hand in agony, Bai Mingjun caught Siyuan's disdainful gaze fixed upon him. "Oh, you dare glare at me? You beggar, do you truly believe that marrying that useless Bai Ling elevates you to the status of a phoenix within the Bai family? Let me tell you, even if you wed that waste, you will forever remain a lowly beggar." Enraged by Siyuan's audacity to look down upon him, Bai Mingjun advanced and seized her hair. Bai Ling and Bai Rua had just returned home when they spotted the 2 figures, and an ominous feeling washed over Bai Ling as he hastened toward Bai Rua. "Get away from her." Seeing Siyuan being bullied by Bai Mingjun, Bai Ling's fury ignited. He rushed forward, channeling his spiritual energy, and delivered a powerful punch to Bai Mingjun's greasy face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Wanner, are you hurt?" Ignoring the dirt on Siyuan's clothes, Bai Ling swiftly gathered her into his arms, feeling a pang of pain at the thought that this despicable Bai Mingjun dared to strike her. Though Bai Mingjun belonged to the same Bai family, his treatment by the clan was far superior to Bai Ling's. Furthermore, Bai Mingjun was portrayed as a particularly depraved character in the narrative, notorious for coveting others' wives. Yet, his cultivation was woefully low. Even after Yufan's return from his training, he would only have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. What Bai Ling had not anticipated was that Bai Mingjun would come sniffing around like a dog immediately after his marriage yesterday. Bai Ling resolved firmly. It appeared that tonight he would have to begin training Siyuan, for otherwise, she might one day find herself stolen away without even realizing it. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Bai Rua, noticing Bai Ling holding Siyuan, felt a tinge of jealousy but quickly approached with concern, recognizing that Siyuan was, after all, her foolish brother's wife. "Is this truly the wife of my foolish brother? She is just as lovely as I, yet her chest is not much larger than mine." Bai Rua mused, curious, as she stepped closer to compare her own petite figure with Siyuan's. "Fear not, I am unharmed. It is but a minor injury." Lying in Bai Ling's embrace, Siyuan felt warmth in her heart at the caring gazes from the siblings and replied weakly, Bai Ling, how dare you turn against me for a mere beggar? You must be tired of living." Bai Mingjun, sprawled on the ground, spat out blood and teeth, rising to glare darkly at Bai Ling. "Since you are so fond of this beggar, I have changed my mind. Today, not only shall I make sure this beggar pays dearly, but I will also dislocate your arm. Let us see how a worthless orphan like you survives in this dilapidated abode." Bai Jun's expression twisted with malice as he unleashed his second level of chi refinement cultivation, intent on crippling Bai Ling, the sickly waste. However, as his words fell, Bai Ruo appeared before him in an instant, delivering a crushing blow that sent the pitiful Bai Jun flying once more, shattering his meridians and rendering him impotent. I despise it when others harm my brother. Do not think that because your parents are elders, I will fear you. With a sickening thud, Bai Jun collapsed to the ground again, blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed in terror at the suddenly formidable Bai Ruo. Please, don't kill me. Bai Ruo, I was merely boasting. Though his parents were elders, granting him influence in Fuyang City, he was genuinely frightened without anyone to protect him. What if Bai Ruo, in a fit of rage for Bai Ling's sake, decided to kill him without a second thought? He vividly recalled the last time he had injured Bai Ling, only to be met with vengeance that night. Though he couldn't see who it was, he was certain it was Bai Ruo. After ensuring his meridians were shattered, Bai Ruo coldly commanded, "Leave. Should I see you laying a hand on my brother or her again, do not expect me to hold back." All right, I shall leave at once." Bai Jun hastily scrambled to his feet, dragging his wounded body away in a hurry. "Damn you, Bai Ling. Wait until the family and sect open the secret realm trial in 2 months. Let us see who can save you then." Once Bai Jun departed, Bai Ling carried Yuan into his dilapidated home. "No, there is no need to carry me. It's merely a small injury. I can walk on my own." In front of Bai Ruo, Yuan felt a tinge of shyness, not wanting to appear overly delicate. Bai Ruo puffed her cheeks and muttered softly, "That insufferable brother, still so fond of taking advantage of others. It's been ages since he last hugged me. Husband, dear brother, my meal is prepared. I shall bring it out at once. Hurry and eat while it's hot." Upon entering the house and spotting Bai Ruo, Yuan felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, akin to a girl meeting her parents for the first time, and promptly extricated herself from Bai Ling's embrace. "Sister-in-law, you've been injured. Rest for now. Let that good-for-nothing brother fetch it. I will help you tend to your wounds." Bai Ruo gently tugged Yuan to sit down, playfully sticking her tongue out at Bai Ling. Chapter 17. Jade feet. Yuan's shyness. "All right, I'll go fetch the dishes." Bai Ling, relieved to see his silly sister harbor no ill intentions towards Yuan, felt a sense of ease wash over him. "Sister-in-law, don't move. Allow me to assist you." As Bai Ruo spoke, she delicately began to clean Yuan's wound, her movements gentle and meticulous. Sitting in the chair, Yuan watched as Bai Ruo retrieved herbs to tend to her injury. A warm current surging within her, as if she were gazing upon her own sister once more. Observing Bai Ruo's earnest demeanor, Yuan couldn't help but feel a flicker of emotion. "Thank you, Ruo." Bai Ruo looked up, revealing a sweet smile. "What for? From now on, we are sisters. As long as I establish a good rapport in advance, it'll be simple for me to become the second wife of my foolish brother." A thought crossed Bai Ruo's mind. Since she couldn't be Bai Ling's first wife, she might as well settle for being the second. Bai Ling returned to the room, carrying the dishes, and was comforted to see the two women interacting harmoniously. It seemed his silly sister had finally become a bit more sensible. He placed the food on the table and said, "The meal is ready. Let us eat." Bai Ruo glanced at the table laden with chives, beef offal, and other dishes, casting a peculiar look at Bai Ling. "All right, foolish brother, I'm full now. I need to go into seclusion for cultivation. If anything arises, make sure to call for me." After finishing her meal, Bai Ruo earnestly stated, "Especially 2 months from now, before entering the secret realm trial, you must notify me. Don't worry, Ruer. I will inform you before we enter the secret realm. You need not fret. I am already capable of cultivating." Bai Ling, understanding Bai Ruo's concerns, reassured her. "If you tire from cultivation, come find me. I will take you out to have some fun." Once a member of the Bai family reaches 18, they are forcibly arranged to enter the secret realm trial, where fighting is permitted, and survival for 2 months is mandatory before they can leave. Even though Bai Ling possessed no cultivation, he too would be compelled to enter the secret realm. Reflecting on Bai Ruo's fate in the story, he was filled with complex emotions. In the plot, Bai Ruo, fearing for her safety, sought out the Bai family elders, trading her spiritual roots to substitute herself in the secret realm. This ultimately led to her slow cultivation progress, leaving her at a disadvantage in battles against the destined protagonists. This time, he had to alter fate by entering the secret realm himself, ensuring his silly sister would be safe. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruo's dark eyes widened with joy. You said it. So we will all go have fun together. All right, focus on your cultivation." Bai Ling ruffled Bai Ruo's hair and handed her some spirit stones. "I'll wash the dishes." After Bai Ruo left, Yuan stood to wash the dishes, but just as she rose, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. "Waner, be careful." Bai Ling, quick to react, swiftly wrapped his arms around Yuan's slender waist. When Yuan felt his embrace, her body trembled slightly at the warmth radiating from him, and she instinctively lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Bai Ling gently seated Yuan back in the chair. Speaking softly, "You've sprained your ankle. Let me take a look. It seems you injured it just now." With that, he crouched down and carefully removed Yuan's shoes and socks, revealing her delicate, fair foot. As Bai Ling touched Yuan's soft, pale foot, he couldn't help but recall the memories of his past life, where a group of perverts were obsessed with feet. Could he possibly share such inclinations? Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, he carefully examined her ankle, which had already swollen significantly, indicating a severe sprain. "Your foot is dirty. Don't touch it." When Bai Ling lightly grasped her ankle, Yuan's body shivered, and she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. "It's not dirty. As your husband, I don't mind. Your ankle is quite serious and needs herbal treatment. Rua should have been more careful." As he spoke, Bai Ling fetched some herbs from the house and began to apply them meticulously to Yuan's injury. Feeling Bai Ling's gentle touch, Yuan's face flushed a deep crimson, and a wave of indescribable warmth surged within her. Stealing a glance at Bai Ling's serious profile, her eyes brimmed with affection. "Husband, is it almost done?" After having her foot held for what felt like half an hour, Yuan, her cheeks burning, could no longer contain her curiosity. All right, I'll go wash the dishes." Upon hearing this, Bai Ling slowly released Yuan's foot, helping her onto the bed before heading to the kitchen. Lost in thought, he pondered how time had slipped away. Had it truly been half an hour? Was he really some kind of pervert? After finishing the dishes and returning to the room, Bai Ling noticed the bedsheets had been changed without him noticing. He lit an oil lamp and, through the flickering light, saw Yuan nestled under the covers, her head peeking out to look at him. "Husband, have you received any news about my sisters?" Yuan, unable to contain herself, asked as soon as she spotted Bai Ling, adding quickly, "Husband, I didn't mean to imply distrust. I'm just anxious." Bai Ling climbed into bed and wrapped his arms around Yuan, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Waner. Since I promised you, I will follow through. Though we haven't found them yet, there are still clues." Bai Ling retrieved a memory stone from his clothing, channeling his spiritual energy to display the image, offering it for Yuan to see. Yuan immediately recognized her two sisters in the image, tears brimming in her eyes as she realized she had arrived too late. "It's all my fault for being so slow. If only I had been quicker, then Yuan and Wen Yu wouldn't have been taken." Bai Ling felt a pang of heartache seeing her tears. He gently wiped them away, speaking softly, "Waner, this isn't your fault. Although they have been taken, they are safe for the time being." Yuan still seemed unconvinced, asking, "Really? How do you know, husband?" "They possess exceptional talent and were taken by a sect that has recognized their abilities. So for now, they are safe." Seeing Yuan's lingering doubt, Bai Ling held her close and continued, "All three of you sisters have remarkable talents. Had you been together at that time, you would have undoubtedly been taken as well. If you still don't believe me, tonight I will teach you cultivation, and together we will find them." With Yuan's dual cultivation physique, their energies could complement each other, but since she had yet to learn to cultivate, the spiritual energy she drew in was limited. In the story, Yuan had started cultivating 3 years later than Yu Fan, yet was still able to stand on equal footing with him. If she began cultivating earlier, her strength would rival that of other destined protagonists. With such a powerful wife and a silly sister by his side, they would surely stride confidently before the destined protagonists. Chapter 18. Indecent cultivation posture. Really, husband, they are all safe." Upon hearing that her sisters were unharmed, Yuan looked at Bai Ling with hope, her joy palpable. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, once you cultivate to immortality, we will search for them together." Bai Ling playfully pinched Yuan's soft cheek. "I can cultivate? I'm just a beggar, after all. Would you really be willing to teach me such precious techniques? Won't they punish you?" Yuan's voice trembled. Having come from humble beginnings, even having enough to eat and wear was a distant dream, let alone cultivating like a true practitioner. "You are my wife. I am willing, and they have no authority over me." Bai Ling reassured her. Though he had not been able to cultivate before, he had long memorized the cultivation techniques, making it easy to teach Yuan. Thank you, husband." Tears of gratitude flowed uncontrollably as she tightly embraced Bai Ling. Just days ago, she had been a beggar, struggling to survive on the streets, shunned by everyone. She had feared that marrying Bai Ling would lead to disdain and mistreatment. Yet, aside from last night, Bai Ling had not only accepted her but treated her with tenderness as a wife, never judging her for her past. It all felt like a dream. Detected an increase in Yuan's affection towards the host. Luck value 1. Bai Ling, luck value 18. Detected that Yuan trusts the host. Her affection has reached unwavering levels. Note, each individual's affection value varies. Bai Ling gently stroked Yuan's back, soothing her. All right. Stop crying. I will teach you how to cultivate. MHM. Under the soothing words of Bai Ling, Yuan finally ceased her tears and attentively listened to the teachings of the cultivation technique imparted by Bai Ling. My lady, once you have committed it to memory, I shall begin your instruction in cultivation. After Yuan had memorized the technique, Bai Ling, pressed against Yuan's delicate form, began to feel a surge of warmth. Upon hearing this, Yuan could hardly be unaware of Bai Ling's intentions. Just as Bai Ling was about to disrobe, a scroll that Bai Zhirua had slipped into her clothing earlier fell to the ground. Bai Ling, initially intending to discard the bothersome scroll, picked it up to inspect what sort of useless paper it might be. Wuxiang, Gui Yuanju. Upon seeing the title, Bai Ling was taken aback, momentarily forgetting her earlier intentions. This was the most prestigious cultivation technique in the entire novel, and it was astonishing that her foolish sister had stumbled upon it. Fortunately, it was her sister with extraordinary luck who found it. Otherwise, given her own unfortunate fate, she might have truly ended up with nothing more than toilet paper. Bai Ling, filled with excitement, quickly held the Wuxiang Gui Yuanju in her hands to verify its authenticity. Husband, what are you looking at? Yuan, noticing Bai Ling's prolonged silence, leaned against her back, inquiring with curiosity. After all, they were on the verge of something significant. Yet Bai Ling had suddenly halted. I am examining the technique. I will teach you shortly. Once you master it, you shall no longer be bullied. As Bai Ling felt the softness against her back, her heart wavered, and she responded. After reviewing the scroll several times, Bai Ling began her cultivation. As time passed, she felt herself merging with all things. The Wuxiang Gui Yuanju, this fragment appears to be genuine. Bai Ling exhaled a breath of turbid air, reflecting that although it was merely the upper section of the Wuxiang Gui Yuanju, it was sufficient to achieve great mastery. It was fortunate that she had obtained it. Otherwise, if it had fallen into the hands of Tang San or Yi Fan, they would likely have used it against her. Noticing that Bai Ling was sitting motionless, Yuan gently nudged her and softly called, Husband, husband. After confirming her findings, Bai Ling carefully set the scroll aside and said, I am fine. I was merely contemplating the cultivation posture, which will allow you to cultivate swiftly. Yuan, puzzled, asked, Cultivation posture? Isn't it typically done while seated? It's different. You will understand shortly. Bai Ling replied with a mischievous smile, before extinguishing the light. Husband, do we really have to do this? As Yuan followed Bai Ling's rather embarrassing instructions, her cheeks flushed, and steam seemed to rise from her head. Bai Ling maintained a serious demeanor. This is natural. Spread your legs a bit more. This position will aid in accelerating your cultivation speed, and soon you will be as strong as your husband. Well then, Wana shall begin. Despite her skepticism, Yuan ultimately believed Bai Ling's nonsensical words. The next day at noon, Bai Ling, exhausted, finally rose from the bed and looked out the window to find that it was already midday. Realizing that Yuan had long since gotten up, she hadn't anticipated that their nighttime practice would become so engrossing, leading them to cultivate until the hour of the pig before they would finally call it a night. Bai Ling rubbed her forehead and thought that after a night of practice, with Yuan's cooperation, her cultivation had advanced from the second to the third layer of qi refinement. Much of the time, it was Bai Ling, with her superior cultivation, who supplemented Yuan's lower cultivations, enabling her to reach the second layer of qi refinement. During this time, Bai Ling also imparted the Wuxiang Gui Yuanju to Yuan and set a restriction in her sea of consciousness. Although placing a restriction on the destined female protagonist seemed somewhat unnecessary, it was still a precaution. Upon hearing Bai Ling awaken, Yuan entered the room with a smile, saying, Husband, it's time to eat. I will be there shortly, Bai Ling replied. Since last night, Yuan appeared to have shed some of her youthful essence, adopting a more mature demeanor. Never mind, let us eat first. Afterward, I will visit the scripture pavilion to select some cultivation techniques. Relying solely on the Wuxiang Gui Yuanju as a supplementary technique is rather inadequate. If the plot were to unfold as anticipated, Yuan would have to wait 3 years before being discovered and taken away by someone from another sect to receive instruction. Currently, relying solely on the Wuxiang Gui Yuanju she had learned from Bai Ling left her battle capabilities woefully weak. Moreover, Bai Ling herself had no other techniques for self-defense apart from the Wuxiang Gui Yuanju. Otherwise, in 2 months when Bai Ling entered the secret realm, she would likely face grave dangers. Due to Bai Zhirua's lack of affiliation with the Bai family, she also did not have the qualifications to enter the secret realm, leaving Bai Ling to venture in alone. After finishing her lunch, Bai Ling gave Yuan a few reminders before heading to the Bai family scripture pavilion. In the scripture pavilion, Bai Ling thought, with the addition of the 5 elements transformation technique in the flowing cloud step, I should have no trouble entering the secret realm in 2 months. As Bai Ling exited the scripture pavilion, she murmured to herself, both the 5 elements transformation technique and the flowing cloud step had been carefully selected by Bai Ling, although the 5 elements transformation technique was a yellow level technique. It required the practitioner to skillfully manipulate the 5 elements and necessitated a mixed 5-element spiritual root. Bai Ling, possessing a chaotic spiritual root, disregarded this limitation. Once proficient, she would be able to control other attributes within her body, beyond just the 5 elements. Furthermore, she would be able to utilize minor techniques from each attribute, making her far more versatile compared to high-damage techniques. The flowing cloud step was primarily a technique for evasion. Should she encounter an adversary she could not defeat, Bai Ling would be able to escape swiftly to save her life. Young master, please, save me. My family is on the brink of collapse. Chapter 19. The appearance of the male and female supporting characters just as Bai Ling stepped out of the scripture pavilion. A beautiful young woman appeared seemingly out of nowhere, clutching the hem of Bai Ling's trousers and pleading desperately. My family is ill, and if we cannot afford the treatment, my grandfather will die. I beg you. Young master, please spare some money. Bai Ling looked down at the beautiful woman gripping her trousers, wanting to pull away her foot, but the woman clung on tightly. Enough, leave at once. Bai Ling, unable to extricate her foot, took out a few pieces of silver and handed them to the woman. These scant pieces of silver were what she had saved to buy candied hawthorns for her foolish sister. The woman had run over from several miles away to beg, which was quite a distance from the scripture pavilion to the streets of Fuyang City. Bai Ling needed to hurry back to her cultivation. She had no time to waste with this woman. Thank you, young master, but this silver is still insufficient to save my grandfather. After receiving the silver, the beautiful woman looked up at Bai Ling with a pitiful expression. Let go, or I shall not hold back. Observing the greedy woman, Bai Ling spoke coldly. Zhao Siki, luck value. 10 out. Upon seeing the woman's name and luck value, Bai Ling recalled that she was one of the supporting characters in the novel. Known for selling her sob story outside the scripture pavilion to beg for spirit stones to cultivate, due to the author being criticized, fearing that the male protagonist, Yi Fan, would be seen as a monk. The author hastily arranged for the supporting character Zhao Siki to offer herself to Yi Fan. However, after this incident, the plot hardly mentioned any other female protagonists giving themselves up or having intimate interactions with the male protagonist. This resulted in the female protagonist becoming a mere tool within the storyline, with 99% of the plot focused on the male protagonist and his brothers and their passionate adventures. I beg you. Young master, just give me some spirit stones. My grandfather is truly on the verge of death, and without spirit stones, I cannot afford the herbs to treat him. Wiping her tears, Zhao Siki pitifully implored. Her expression designed to elicit sympathy from anyone who saw her. Had Bai Ling not had a vague recollection of Zhao Siki, she might have genuinely fallen for a ruse. Bang. Bai Ling remained unmoved, channeling her spiritual energy to push Zhao Siki away. Why, young master, how can you be so heartless? As Zhao Siki was shoved away, she quickly activated her spiritual energy to brace herself. She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes, biting her lip as she looked at Bai Ling, as if portraying Bai Ling as a heartless villain. How can you be so cruel? That girl is so pitiful, so filial. You give her 2 silver coins and dismiss her like a beggar. Exactly. You can't even spare a single spirit stone. Don't cry, young lady. If he won't help you, I will. Those around them, seeing Zhao Siki's lamentable state, were stirred with compassion. Voicing their anger towards Bai Ling, they all stepped forward, pulling spirit stones from their storage bags to hand to Zhao Siki. Thank you all. I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Zhao Siki quickly knelt before the crowd, expressing her gratitude. As she knelt, she cast a disdainful glance at Bai Ling. Poor wretch. Seeing Zhao Siki's contemptuous gaze, Bai Ling felt a wave of irritation, realizing she had been mocked after giving away her money. If you are in need, young master, you need not give me any spirit stones. Zhao Siki, upon noticing Bai Ling approaching her once more, quickly raised her head with an understanding demeanor and remarked, just a few words from us, and your pride lies shattered. If you cannot afford the spirit stones, then do not attempt to claim them. By family Siyuan, if you lack the means to acquire spirit stones, it would be prudent for you to return to Lingyu and curry favor there, rather than feigning concern in this manner. Indeed, Bai Ling, your character is well known to all. There is no need for you to put on a pretense that only serves to disgust yourself. The crowd, witnessing Bai Ling's renewed approach towards Zhao Siki, cast scornful glances in his direction. Just moments ago, he had pushed her away, and now he sought to invest. You speak true. I certainly do not owe you spirit stones. Bai Ling retorted, bending down to extract the scattered silver coins he had just tossed into Zhao Siki's tattered bowl. Since I must utilize spirit stones, there is no need to part with silver. He returned the coins to his garments, deeming it a waste of his time, as he could save the coins for his foolish sister to purchase sweets. Zhao Siki stared at Bai Ling in bewilderment as he reclaimed his silver. But, sir, even a few silver coins can make a modest difference. What if the young lady is in dire need of them? Coming to her senses, Zhao Siki swiftly grasped Bai Ling's wrist, insisting, after all, even mosquito meat is still meat. Who would turn down the prospect of having more money? Begone. Bai Ling dismissed her, shaking off her grip with indifference. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Who returns a gift? The crowd murmured their discontent, angered by Bai Ling's audacity in reclaiming the silver coins from the young lady. My lord, do not be vexed. It is merely the fault of this young lady. I will kneel before you. Seeing the crowd's disdain towards Bai Ling, Zhao Siki hurriedly knelt, addressing them. She was, after all, well-versed in the art of winning hearts and knew how to elicit sympathy and generosity from kind souls. Please, rise, young lady. It is not your fault. It is Bai Ling who lacks conscience, pretending to be a nobleman despite his poverty. Indeed, Bai Ling deserves scorn. Do not remain kneeling in vain. The crowd rushed forward, eager to assist Zhao Siki, offering her words of comfort. Bai Ling merely cast a cursory glance, uninterested in prolonging the encounter, and turned to leave. However, just as he had taken a few steps, he felt his wrist seized once more. Do not persist in your obstinacy. Release me at once, or I shall not hesitate to break your hand. Bai Ling's patience waned as he turned to deliver a final warning. Upon turning, he realized it was not Zhao Siki who held him, but a youth of approximately 16 or 17 years. You took that young lady's silver. You must return it now. This is unjust. The boy stood firm, defending Zhao Siki. Bai Zhengyi, luck value. 20. With what eyes did you see me take her silver? Is it not all mine? Bai Ling scrutinized the youth, noting his meager luck value of only 20 points. It seemed Bai Zhengyi had suddenly emerged as an unwelcome antagonist, championing Zhao Siki's cause. Bai Zhengyi retorted coldly, I witnessed everything with both eyes. Bai Ling, should you fail to return the silver, do not expect any familial leniency. Chapter 20. Bai Zhengyi, the hero rescuing the damsel. If you had this time to spare, why not simply gift her your spirit stones instead? I have no intention of wasting time with you over trivial matters. Bai Ling found no merit in engaging with this bothersome rival over such inconsequential affairs. Bai Zhengyi appeared to be one who sought issues where none existed, striving to showcase his so-called righteousness at the expense of others. If Bai Zhengyi had spent his time more wisely, he could have easily bestowed Zhao Siki with additional spirit stones, thus resolving the matter at hand. Instead, he chose to create a fuss, demanding Bai Ling relinquish his meager coins to a beggar, as if the coins were more valuable than his spirit stones. No. Today you shall return the silver coins to that young lady. Bai Ling, even if you have become a waste who cannot cultivate, do not project your grievances onto that poor girl. Bai Zhengyi held Bai Ling's wrist firmly, speaking with righteous fervor. Despite being from the same family, Bai Ling appeared infinitely inferior to Bai Zhengyi. Bai Zhengyi, still young, grasped these principles, while Bai Ling, older yet lacking wisdom, seemed to have sunk to a lowly state. I have always held disdain for those who, unable to succeed themselves, direct their resentment towards others. Comparing Bai Ling to Bai Zhengyi was an insult to the latter. Had Bai Zhengyi not intervened, Bai Ling might have shattered that young lady's bowl in anger. The crowd, witnessing Bai Zhengyi's unwavering stance, could not help but shower him with praise. Bai Ling, upon hearing Bai Zhengyi's hypocritical declarations, felt a wave of revulsion. In the past, when he was unable to cultivate and labeled a failure, Bai Zhengyi had merely observed coldly, joining others in mocking him. Now, in a bid to impress a girl and secure his family's reputation, he dared to belittle Bai Ling. Bai Ling scoffed. Ah, you, with your petty grievances, refuse to part with spirit stones. Yet you come here to morally bind me. Truly, you are an exemplar of your character. Bai Zhengyi. If you genuinely cared for that girl, you would do as they suggest, bestowing her a few spirit stones to cover my silver shortfall. Wouldn't that also be a virtuous act? There was indeed some merit to his argument. A few silver coins were hardly sufficient to purchase rice. Bai Ling's voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of those present, who began to consider the validity of his points. Moreover, they had not witnessed Bai Zhengyi offering spirit stones to Zhao Siki. Additionally, in the realm of cultivators, silver was generally considered inferior currency. Spirit stones held far greater value. To exchange silver for spirit stones, one would have to visit a currency exchange, rendering such a transaction impractical. Bai Zhengyi, upon hearing Bai Ling's words, felt his face flush with a mix of embarrassment and anger, for he had indeed failed to provide Zhao Siki with spirit stones. After all, Giving spirit stones to a beggar was less beneficial than saving them for his own cultivation. Enough, Bai Ling. You are clearly only concerned for your silver. I shall no longer believe a word you say. Since you refuse to part with the silver willingly, I shall compel you to relinquish it and restore justice to the young lady. Bai Jingyi ceased the verbal sparring, seizing Bai Ling's wrist and, channeling his energy, executed a shoulder throw that sent Bai Ling crashing to the ground, intent on subduing him. Bai Ling had not anticipated Bai Jingyi's sudden aggression. Caught off guard, he fell to the earth, pain radiating through his back. Curse be this. Bai Ling had not foreseen that his words would provoke such a reaction, had it not been for his cultivation at the third level of qi refining. He might have been severely injured from the fall. Bai Jingyi grasped Bai Ling by the collar, raising a fist threateningly above his head, coldly declaring, "If you do not return the silver, I shall take it by force." "Stop. Please, do not fight any longer." Zhao Siki interjected, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, sir, for aiding me. You speak the truth. The silver coins may merely cover a few meals, but if I cannot save my grandfather, then these coins would merely afford him a few days of warmth and a decent coffin for his journey." Seeing Bai Jingyi standing up for her, Zhao Siki quickly wiped her tears, pleading for the conflict to cease. The crowd, initially condemning Bai Jingyi, found themselves moved by the young lady's plight. Inwardly, they chastised themselves for their earlier judgments. She merely sought to provide her grandfather with a final warm meal before his passing. Upon hearing Zhao Siki's words, Bai Ling nearly choked on his own disdain. Fortunately, Zhao Siki was portrayed as an orphan in this narrative, or else her grandfather might have already suffered greatly from this revelation. Encouraged by Zhao Siki's support, Bai Jingyi could not help but smirk triumphantly. Seizing the moment of Bai Jingyi's arrogance, Bai Ling suddenly propelled himself forward, striking at Bai Jingyi's vulnerable spot with a sharp crack. The youth's pride was swiftly shattered. "Bai Ling, you vile." Bai Jingyi's expression contorted in agony as he doubled over, clutching his injury, rolling on the ground in torment. The onlookers, witnessing Bai Jingyi's suffering, felt a chill sweep through them. It hurts so much. Bai Ling's audacity is truly shameless." Bai Jingyi, writhing in agony on the ground, vociferously berated Bai Ling. Bai Ling, you despicable scoundrel, what skill is there in ambushing? If you possess any courage, face me in a fair fight. Just watch as I shatter your skull, and you, do not flee. Wait for me. How is it permissible for you to employ underhanded tactics while forbidding others from doing the same?" Rising from the ground, Bai Ling regarded the tormented Bai Jingyi with a sardonic smile. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the narrative concerning Bai Jingyi. Within the storyline, Bai Jingyi was one of the arrogant brothers of the insufferable Yi Fan, who not only reveled in showing off before women, but also took it upon himself to champion the cause of the young and beautiful, disregarding the old, the weak, and the unattractive. Furthermore, in the plot, Bai Jingyi was merely a pawn. Despite possessing talent comparable to Yi Fan, he always fell short. After being vanquished by Yi Fan, he recognized Yi Fan's qualities, acknowledged him as an elder brother, and became utterly subservient, following him so closely that he remained oblivious even when his elder brother plundered their home. However, it was precisely due to his association with Yi Fan that he survived among the elite of the Bai family. In his blind devotion to Yi Fan, he covertly betrayed the Bai family, justifying his actions as righteous. As Bai Ling prepared to depart, Bai Jingyi felt a surge of urgency in his heart. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his groin, he trembled as he stood up. Bai Ling, you shall not escape." Chapter 21. Bai Jingyi's defeat. Upon hearing Bai Jingyi's shout, Bai Ling paused momentarily, turning to face the approaching Bai Jingyi, a faint smile gracing his lips. Undeterred by the curious gazes of onlookers, Bai Jingyi, clutching his vital area, limped toward Bai Ling. Gritting his teeth, he advanced step by step, his body trembling yet his spirit unwavering. Bai Ling, do you think I shall be so easily defeated? You shall not succeed." As Bai Jingyi hobbled behind Bai Ling, his voice rose with fervor. "Receive my strike, the white ape fist." Enduring the sharp pain in his groin, he raised his right fist, which took on the semblance of a white ape, and struck fiercely at Bai Ling's face. Bai Jingyi, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th stage of qi refinement, unleashed his full power in that moment. Indeed, he was the most promising talent of the Bai family. At merely 16 years of age, he had reached the 5th stage of cultivation. Bai Ling, lacking any cultivation, was destined for ruin. Should this fist connect with Bai Ling's face, he would either die or be severely injured. It was evident that Bai Ling's underhanded tactics had only served to infuriate Bai Jingyi further. And this time he would not be caught off guard. Observing Bai Jingyi's display of power, the onlookers were taken aback and began to murmur their admiration. After all, for an ordinary individual, Attaining the fifth stage of qi refinement typically required 3 to 5 years of dedicated effort. Yet Bai Ling had accomplished this feat in just 1 year. Such remarkable prowess. If I could align myself with him, I would no longer need to beg. I could simply remain by his side and devote my time to cultivation. Upon witnessing Bai Ling's strength, Zhao Siki was similarly astonished. Her own cultivation was merely at the 4th stage. Observing Bai Ling's foolishness, she resolved to feign helplessness in order to elicit his sympathy. With her determination set, she was determined to ally herself with this young man of noble ideals. As Bai Ling saw Bai Ling charge toward him, just as the fist was about to strike his face. He swiftly sidestepped, allowing Bai Ling's punch to miss. Bai Ling, I did not anticipate your cunning. You managed to deceive me. However, now that you are a cultivator, I shall show you no mercy. Upon realizing Bai Ling could evade his attack, Bai Ling's expression darkened, and he exploded with rage, attempting to mask his embarrassment. So, it is true. You are indeed despicable, trying to ambush me while I let my guard down. Such actions are unbecoming of a gentleman. And I am fortunate to have seen through your ruse. The crowd nodded in understanding, their expressions reflecting newfound clarity. Relieved that no one had perceived the flaw in his actions, Bai Ling exhaled deeply. Just as he was preoccupied with the opinions of those around him, Bai Ling seized the opportunity, channeling his inner energy to deliver a powerful punch to Bai Ling's abdomen. Unable to contend with Yifan, the fated protagonist, he found himself unable to withstand even Bai Ling, the supporting character. Upon feeling the surge of energy in Bai Ling's punch, Bai Ling's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Bai Ling's cunning. Launching an assault just as he had relaxed his vigilance, he quickly summoned his energy in an attempt to counter Bai Ling's strike, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, Bai Ling's abdomen was struck with immense force, sending him careening backward and crashing to the ground, rolling over in pain. Bai Ling, you treacherous scoundrel, I shall see you dead. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of my white-8 fist. Bai Ling hastily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up, furious. This marked the 3rd time Bai Ling had humiliated him. He could no longer afford to hesitate, lest he fall victim to another ambush. Concentrating fiercely, Bai Ling summoned his inner energy, amplifying the power of his white-8 fist to its zenith, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Bai Ling and redeeming his honor. Attempting to mimic the protagonist's bravado and charge up for a finishing move, are we? Bai Ling mocked as he witnessed Bai Ling preparing his ultimate technique, unlike the feeble villains who allowed their opponents time to prepare. He had no intention of granting Bai Ling such a luxury. Let us see your true strength. With a grin, Bai Ling surged toward Bai Ling, concentrating all his energy into his right fist, preparing to strike his face with unrestrained force. Isn't Bai Ling supposed to be a talentless individual within the Bai family? Yet here he is, repeatedly ambushing Bai Ling, defying all expectations. Bai Ling was utterly reckless, refusing to flee and foolishly engaging Bai Ling in a direct confrontation, unaware of the true power of Bai Ling's white-8 fist. If this continued, the Bai family might soon find themselves down a member. As the crowd observed Bai Ling's imminent display of power, their expressions turned grave. The more techniques Bai Ling revealed during this confrontation, the more exposed he would be when they entered the secret realm. The white-8 fist, it is said that at its peak, it is unrivaled among cultivators of the same level, even difficult for those at the 9th stage of qi refinement to withstand. Zhao Siki remarked, having read about it in her studies. Wait, I have not completed my charge. Bai Ling, witnessing Bai Ling rushing toward him, lost his composure. Yet, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Gritting his teeth. Do not underestimate me, you fool. Behold my white-8 fist. With little time to prepare, Bai Ling retaliated with equal ferocity. The moment their fists collided, he felt a searing pain shoot through his hand, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Damn it, I will not fall here. That girl is waiting for me. For her silver coins. Bai Ling silently urged himself onward, yet he soon felt Bai Ling's punch intensifying. Bai Ling's dark eyes grew increasingly frigid as he concentrated the various attributes of his chaotic spiritual root into his right fist. Wait, how is this possible? However, within mere seconds of their fists colliding, Bai Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Bai Ling's right fist crash into his face. In that instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and he was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Blood gushed from his nose as he gazed at the azure sky, feeling as though he were slipping into darkness. Why did I lose? I am the one in the right. Bai Ling's thoughts spiraled into despair. Bai Ling is merely a talentless fool. How could he possibly defeat me? After toppling Bai Ling withdrew his bloodied right hand, having nearly shattered the bones in his hand to achieve victory. Chapter 22, The Flickering Light Stam That Hurts. Bai Ling retracted his hand, maintaining a calm demeanor as he turned to leave. In an unseen moment, He hastily retrieved the medicinal pill Siyuan had given him and consumed it to heal his injuries. What? Bai Jingyi has actually lost. How is this possible? The most promising Bai Jingyi had been defeated in a single blow by the so-called waste. Bai Ling. At present, it appears that Bai Jingyi is still rather young and has been exceedingly careless, allowing Bai Ling, this useless individual, to successfully ambush him time and again. Indeed, I can only say that although Bai Ling triumphed in this battle, the victory is heavily diluted, relying solely on underhanded tactics to achieve his success. Observing the fallen Bai Jingyi, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. After all, the most promising individual had been defeated by a worthless opponent. Young master, are you all right? I am so sorry. It is entirely my fault. If I hadn't been begging here, you wouldn't have been injured by that person on my account. Allow me to assist you up and carry you to the healer. You will surely be fine. Zhao Siki, upon witnessing Bai Jingyi's collapse, realized her opportunity had arrived and hurriedly approached to help the fallen young master. Wearing a profoundly remorseful expression, Bai Jingyi felt a pang of guilt and heartache. Quickly attempting to comfort Zhao Siqi. Do not blame yourself, my lady, it is all my fault. Had I not been so careless and been struck at my vital point by Bai Ling, he would undoubtedly have been no match for me. I would have certainly retrieved the silver for you. These spirit stones, please take them first. Bai Jingyi's words faltered abruptly, as he discovered his storage pouch had fallen during the recent skirmish with Bai Ling and was now in the possession of his adversary. With no other choice, he called out to the nearby protective cultivators to procure spirit stones for himself. As one of the most promising candidates of the Bai family, he was always accompanied by cultivators for protection when outside. Take these spirit stones and hurry back to treat your grandfather. Do not keep him waiting for too long. The outside world can be perilous. Handing the storage pouch to Zhao Siki, Bai Jingyi expressed his concern, as he couldn't help but notice her extraordinary beauty. Thank you. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Once my grandfather is well, I shall serve you as a humble maid. Zhao Siki spoke, her voice breaking with emotion. Upon hearing her vow to serve him, Bai Jingyi could no longer contain his elation. A woman as stunning as Zhao Siki, willing to devote herself to him, made him envision a future where he could act upon his desires without restraint. Then when your grandfather recovers, do come to the Bai residence. I am Bai Jingyi, and I shall ensure that I treat you well. Bai Jingyi, feeling no need for pleasantries, feared that any casual remark might cause Zhao Siki to slip away, a loss he could not afford. Goodbye, young master. Once my grandfather is healed, I, Zhao Siki, will seek you out. Zhao Siki, somewhat exasperated by Bai Jingyi's lack of formalities, waved farewell nonetheless. Damn it. Bai Jingyi is just as shameless as Bai Ling. The girl was merely exchanging pleasantries, and he took it seriously. Why must such fortune elude me? Had I known, I would have given that girl a few more spirit stones. Perhaps she would have been devoted to me. Indeed, had I anticipated this, I would have intervened on her behalf and confronted that bully Bai Ling. The crowd, upon hearing Zhao Siki's declaration to serve Bai Jingyi, felt an overwhelming urge to tear him apart on the spot. Though Zhao Siki was merely a beggar, her beauty eclipsed that of any woman they had encountered. If it had been an ordinary beggar, they would not have bothered even to glance at her, let alone offer spirit stones, had it not been for the noble status of Bai Jingyi and the crowded, watchful atmosphere of the scripture repository. They would have undoubtedly sought to forcibly take Zhao Siki home. After Zhao Siki departed, Bai Jingyi immediately summoned the cultivators who had been shadowing him. What cultivation level does Bai Ling possess? Why was I unable to defeat him? Bai Jingyi inquired, knowing he could not discern Bai Ling's level himself, but the cultivators assigned to him surely could. Reporting to the young master, based on my covert observations, I believe Bai Ling's cultivation level exceeds the 6th layer of Qi training. It would be impossible for him to best your Bai Yuan fist otherwise. The cultivator responded earnestly, albeit unable to provide an exact assessment. How infuriating. To conceal such strength. Bai Jingyi seethed, striking a nearby tree in frustration. If only I, too, were at the 6th layer of Qi training, I would have surely made him regret his actions. Had I been at that level, I would not have caused Zhao Siki to lose face. Upon my return, I shall intensify my training and seek to avenge this humiliation. Bai Jingyi's teeth ground together in anger upon learning of Bai Ling's prowess. However, he felt a sense of relief knowing Zhao Siki would be by his side during his cultivation. Even if Bai Ling were at the 6th layer, his wife was merely an unattractive beggar, utterly overshadowed by the beauty of Zhao Siki. Contemplating the future with Zhao Siki attending to him, he found himself considerably more at ease. Let us depart. We shall return to the Bai residence to train and prepare gifts for Zhao Siki. When she sees them, she will undoubtedly grow even fonder of me. At the Bai residence, as Bai Ling returned home, night had already fallen. My hand is killing me. It feels as though the bones are fractured. I will need to rest for several days to recuperate. Observing the bloodied state of his right hand, Bai Ling thought to himself, and upon entering his dilapidated home, he noticed a faint light flickering within. Seeing the lamp lit for him, Bai Ling inexplicably felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Siyuan still awake at this hour. Despite the pain in his hand, he made his way to the door and pushed it open. Instantly spotting his wife, Siyuan, seated by the light, waiting for his return. Chapter 23. The past of Siyuan. Bai Ling stepped inside to find Siyuan patiently awaiting him beneath the dim glow of the lamp. While her appearance was not striking, she possessed a quiet beauty that exuded gentleness and grace. Observing her frail silhouette, Bai Ling felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "Waner, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Bai Ling asked softly, concealing his injured hand behind his back to prevent her from noticing his discomfort. Upon hearing his voice, Siyuan immediately turned, her eyes filled with concern. "Husband, you have returned. Come, eat quickly. You must be starving. I have kept the food warm in the pot. I will bring it out now." Siyuan hurried to the kitchen and soon returned with steaming dishes, thoughtfully serving Bai Ling. In her mind, having willingly become Bai Ling's wife, she was determined to learn how to be a good wife. Bai Ling gazed at the simple, even sparse, meal laid out before him, taken aback by Siyuan's earnestness in treating him as her husband. Yet, given his injured hand, even the thought of eating proved troublesome. "Husband, is the food not to your liking?" Siyuan asked, noticing his lack of movement as she approached him with her hands clasped over her chest. Her voice laced with concern. "No, it's just that my hand is slightly injured and it's inconvenient." Bai Ling replied gently, extending his right hand for her to see that it was not as grave as it appeared. After all, he couldn't avoid eating for several days simply due to an injury. "Husband, please stop moving your hand. Rest it right away. I will fetch some medicine." Siyuan, catching sight of the blood covering Bai Ling's hand, felt a pang of sorrow and hurried to retrieve the medicine he had left in the cabinet the previous day. "It's just a minor injury. It will heal in a few days." Bai Ling reassured her, observing the various herbs she had gathered. The herbs were quite ordinary, collected for the sake of treating Bai Jirua. Looking at the commonplace herbs, Bai Ling recalled how he had once given precious medicinal materials to Liyang, only to be met with indifference. He had squandered a significant portion of his family's wealth on gifts for Liyang, leaving his own home in disarray, unable even to afford a maid. Sighing to himself, he lamented, "I truly was wasteful back then." Bai Ling recalled the wealth she had once squandered, feeling a pang of regret. While these ordinary herbs might suffice for minor ailments, their efficacy in treating cultivators was rather negligible. "Husband, please lay your hand on the table and remain still. I shall apply some herbs for you, and you will soon feel better," Siyuan said cautiously, placing Bai Ling's right hand on the table. By the faint flicker of the nearby firelight, she discerned the blood-soaked hand, with faint traces of bone visible beneath the wounds. "Husband, who inflicted such a grievous injury upon you?" she exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight of his injuries. Her eyes wide with concern and a hint of anger. Siyuan was not oblivious to the circumstances. Such severe wounds could only result from a confrontation with another. Bai Ling, observing Siyuan's expression, couldn't help but smile gently, reassuring her, "Waner, it's nothing to worry about. It was merely an accidental injury during sparring. I'll recover in a few days." He wished to alleviate her anxiety. After saying this, he attempted to retract his hand, but Siyuan grasped his wrist firmly, unwilling to let go. "Husband, you are deceiving me. Such a serious injury must have been inflicted intentionally. Tell me, who did this? I shall seek vengeance for you," Siyuan said, puffing her cheeks defiantly, her resolve unwavering. Sensing her current weakness, she added, "Although I am weaker than you at the moment, you once remarked on my great potential. Once I grow stronger, I will avenge you and ensure no one dares to bully my husband." Bai Ling felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. He understood Siyuan's character from the narrative, knowing that once she committed to something, she would see it through, unlike Liyang, who merely spoke without intention. Furthermore, this incident had likely spread throughout the library, leaving little room for secrecy. Siyuan could learn of it simply while shopping for groceries. Deciding to be forthright, Bai Ling recounted the encounter with Zhao Siki at the library in its entirety. Siyuan listened intently while carefully applying the herbal remedy to Bai Ling's right hand. When Siyuan discovered that Zhao Siki was also a beggar, her heart trembled, and she bit her lip as she looked at Bai Ling. Husband, Bai Ling recognized the complexity in her gaze, sensing her thoughts were spiraling. Siyuan intended to explain that even as a beggar, she would never resort to such undignified means of survival. Fearing that Bai Ling's impression of her might falter. Waner, Zhao Siki's actions are solely her own. Although you were once a beggar, you were different from her. You have always stood on your own merits. In the past, you even mended clothes for my sister and me, and I harbor no disdain for your past," Bai Ling softly reassured her, his left hand resting gently on her silken hair. Was he speaking without basis? He remembered how he and his sister had once torn their garments and had sought out Siyuan for repairs. He was well aware of Siyuan's past. That despite her circumstances, she had never stolen or begged, instead earning her keep by helping others to support her two younger sisters. Those sisters, in turn, secretly begged and worked to lessen Siyuan's burdens. Bai Ling spoke with utmost sincerity, understanding the hardships Siyuan had endured. Unlike the character Yi Fan from the narrative, who was solely fixated on Siyuan's physical form while looking down upon her as a filthy beggar. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, warmth flooded Siyuan's heart, her eyes glistening with tears that began to trickle down her cheeks. She had once toiled to avoid the label of beggar, striving to provide for herself and her sisters, yet in the eyes of others, she remained just a patched-up beggar, constantly subjected to their disdainful gazes. During that time, only Bai Ling and his sister had treated her with kindness. Seeking her skills in mending, she lifted her tear-streaked face to gaze at the gentle Bai Ling, resting her cheek against his chest, her voice trembling as she said, "Husband, thank you. Thank you for believing in me." Bai Ling, feeling the warmth of the beloved in his embrace, gently patted Siyuan's back, comforting her. "Wanner, as husband and wife, there is no need for thanks." Chapter 24. Increased affection detected an increase in Siyuan's affection towards the host. Luck value 1.Ye1 can still increase by 13 points, with the maximum luck value equal to that of the destined female lead. Bai Ling, luck value 19. After a considerable time, Siyuan reluctantly withdrew from Bai Ling's embrace. "Husband, you must be hungry. I shall feed you now." She picked up a bowl of food and patiently began to serve Bai Ling. He was about to decline, but given the incapacitation of his right hand, he had no choice but to allow her to feed him. He couldn't possibly starve himself for days. "That's enough. Perhaps we should rest now." After finishing the meal, Bai Ling felt a profound fatigue from the extensive use of spiritual energy during his duel with Bai Xingyi. As he stood to walk towards the room, a foul odor wafted up from his own body. "Never mind, I should wash first to avoid soiling the bed. However, with my right hand freshly treated, I cannot immerse it in water nor exert strength to move the bath basin." Bai Ling gazed at his freshly bandaged right hand, feeling quite helpless. He certainly couldn't ask Siyuan to assist him in bathing again. Yet, remaining unwashed would leave him unbearable, even if Siyuan didn't mind. Just then, Siyuan emerged from the kitchen, having just finished washing the dishes, and noticed Bai Ling still seated at the table. "Husband, is bathing inconvenient for you? Wait here. I shall help you." Siyuan guessed Bai Ling's predicament immediately. Bai Ling, caught in his thoughts, sheepishly rubbed his nose and replied, "That would be much appreciated." "Wanner." Siyuan smiled gently, turned, and soon returned with a bath basin and various bathing supplies. She placed the basin in front of Bai Ling, poured in some warm water, tested the temperature, and declared, "Husband, the water is just right. You may bathe now." Bai Ling nodded and began to loosen his garments, noticing Siyuan seated beside him, quietly observing. A strange feeling washed over him. Despite their intimacy, being watched while bathing felt peculiar. Looking at Siyuan, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and suggested, "Wanner, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. I can manage on my own." Siyuan, however, blushed deeply and shook her head. "Husband, your right hand is injured. I cannot help but worry. You want to be able to wash your back with just one hand." Afterward, she returned to the kitchen to fetch a basin of water, intending to add some warm water to help Bai Ling wash. "Well, I suppose that's fine." Bai Ling observed Siyuan bustling about and found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he decided to let it be. After all, she was his wife. Just as Siyuan entered the room, she suddenly slipped on a puddle, causing the basin of water to tumble from her hands. Bai Ling quickly reached out with his left hand to catch her slender waist, but the water splashed everywhere, soaking her completely. "Oh dear." The warm water drenched Siyuan, clinging to her delicate form and rendering her attire translucent. "Wanner, are you all right? Did you twist your ankle?" Bai Ling asked with concern, but he found himself captivated by the sight of Siyuan, her clothes clinging to her fair skin, creating an enticing sight. "I'm fine, but my clothes are soaked." "Husband, what else do you have on you?" Siyuan inquired, tilting her head in confusion as she leaned against Bai Ling. Bai Ling swiftly cautioned, "Stay still, don't move." Gazing at the alluring Siyuan, Bai Ling felt his resolve weaken. After all, he was merely a 19-year-old youth, filled with vigor. "Wanner, please don't catch a cold. Let us share the bath." Ultimately, Bai Ling managed to persuade Siyuan, who, for his sake, agreed to bathe together, detected an increase in Siyuan's affection towards the host. Luck value 2.Ye1 has 11 points remaining. Bai Ling, luck value 21. After 3 hours of shared bathing in the cramped basin, Bai Ling and Siyuan finally laid down in bed. "Husband, you were truly wicked. You deceived me again," Siyuan said sweetly. nestled against Bai Ling. By the way, husband, I forgot the technique you taught me yesterday. I cannot recall it at all. Unable to recall, Bai Ling expressed some surprise, for Siyuan was exceptionally gifted and had memorized the teachings just yesterday. It seemed implausible for her to forget so swiftly. After becoming a cultivator, one's memory should undoubtedly be more steadfast. It was inconceivable that she could forget overnight. Allow me to impart the Wanxiang Gui Yuan Ju to you once more. Wanner, please make another attempt at your cultivation, Bai Ling instructed, repeating the technique to Siyuan. Perhaps he had overlooked some critical aspect. Bai Ling mused to himself, after imparting the knowledge to Siyuan. The two finally succumbed to slumber. The following day, husband, I still cannot recall the technique you taught me yesterday. Am I simply too foolish? Siyuan lamented, her tone tinged with self-reproach. It is not your fault. Wanner. If you cannot cultivate this technique, then let us temporarily focus on other methodologies. There is no cause for concern, Bai Ling reassured her. After a night of reflection, he realized he had indeed forgotten certain hidden stipulations of the Wanxiang Gui Yuan Ju. It was a technique accessible to anyone, yet it could only be successfully cultivated by one individual to prevent the protagonist from sharing it with others after mastery. This ensured that after Yu Fan's demise, his rebirth would not be compromised by others learning it, thereby allowing only Yu Fan to master it. Since Siyuan was unable to cultivate it, they would need to pursue alternative methods for the time being. Bai Ling could only make do with this arrangement. After all, with Yuan's innate talent and spiritual roots, she would surely excel in any technique she chose to practice. Here, take this Lu Yunbu and practice it, Bai Ling said, handing her the technique. Given his current inability to cultivate due to his injuries, it made sense to prioritize Yuan's training. During the following 5 days, Bai Ling quietly recuperated at home, continuously absorbing spiritual energy and cultivating alongside Siyuan, advancing his cultivation from the 3rd to the 4th layer of qi refinement. After consuming some medicinal pills, his hand had nearly healed. Meanwhile, Siyuan swiftly mastered the Lu Yunbu, also reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement. At this rate, it would not be long before Siyuan surpassed him in cultivation. Bai Ling could not help but feel a pang of envy towards her exceptional aptitude. Nevertheless, he resolved to seize the next 2 months to enhance his own cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, when entering the secret realm, he would likely find himself overwhelmed. Just as Bai Ling began to prepare for the 5 elements transformation Ju, he suddenly heard the familiar voice of his younger sister. Chapter 25. Bai Zhirua emerges from seclusion. Foolish brother, have you missed me during my absence? Bai Zhirua exclaimed upon emerging from her seclusion. The first thing she saw was Bai Ling. Upon hearing her, he turned around, only to be enveloped in her warm embrace as she clung to him with a bright smile. I have indeed missed you. But come now, Zhirua, you're not a child anymore. Surely, you understand the distinction between the genders. Bai Ling gently ruffled her hair, admonishing her. Of course, I am aware. Rest assured, I am not as naive as you. Brother, to let myself be taken advantage of by other girls. Humph. Your adorable little sister has already broken through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. When I next encounter that detestable Tang San, I shall make short work of him, Bai Zhirua declared, playfully bumping against Bai Ling as she spoke. What nonsense. My actions were born of necessity, forced upon me, Bai Ling replied, turning slightly embarrassed, seeking to defend himself. However, seeing Bai Zhirua's cultivation at the 9th layer of foundation establishment filled him with genuine joy. Given this progress, Yi Fan was likely still stuck at the same layer, and without the assistance of the Liyang grass, it could take him several more years to break through. Bai Zhirua had not given up her spiritual roots this time, and with proper resources for cultivation, she would soon surpass Yi Fan. The fated child. Bai Ling rejoiced internally. This is stable, truly stable. At last, I can lean on my silly sister. Sister one, you've come, Bai Zhirua exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief, upon spotting Siyuan. She released Bai Ling and dashed toward her, embracing her in a similar fashion, though the distance between her petite form and Siyuan's heart felt vast, hindered by Siyuan's softness. How can you be so soft? It's entirely different from me. No wonder my foolish brother is captivated by those wicked women like Lin Yu. Even I want to snuggle a bit longer. No, wait, I'm a girl too. How could I be so easily enchanted? My own figure must grow quickly. Bai Zhirua mused, her face pressed against Yuan's softness. Yuan, observing Bai Zhirua's innocent demeanor, couldn't he help but think of her own 2 younger sisters. A wave of tenderness washing over her as she gently stroked Bai Zhirua's head. If they were still here, they would surely be as spoiled as before. Zhirua, you must be famished after such a long seclusion. Allow me to prepare a meal for you, Yuan said softly, her affection for Bai Ling's adorable sister evident. Bai Zhirua beamed, replying sweetly, Hee thank you, Sister Wan. Bai Ling watched the delightful scene of Bai Jiruo and Yi Wan together. Filled with a sense of happiness, he then redirected his focus, beginning his cultivation of the 5 elements transformation Ju. Not long into his practice, Bai Jiruo approached, squatting down in front of him, resting her chin on her hands as she observed his cultivation. Foolish brother, you're practicing the technique incorrectly. You should first align with the 5 elements before manipulating the other attributes of your spiritual root, she pointed out, noticing Bai Ling's fundamental errors. Bai Ling paused his cultivation. Slowly turning to her, Jiruo, I thought you only understood how to eat. When did you become knowledgeable about cultivation? Although Bai Ling was her elder brother, he was not particularly well versed in the intricacies of her cultivation methods. Hey, I'm not just about eating. I know a lot about cultivation too. Let me help guide your spiritual energy, Bai Jiruo retorted defiantly, eager to prove she was more than just a glutton. Oh, you claim to be knowledgeable, do you? Bai Ling was curious to see how well his silly sister would fare in cultivation, while allowing someone else to guide spiritual energy was inherently risky. He trusted that Bai Jiruo would not harm him. Foolish brother, follow my guidance, she instructed, placing her hands on his back and speaking earnestly, as helping him cultivate was a serious matter. As Bai Ling felt her soft hands on his back. Waves of spiritual energy flowed through him, guiding him inward. He was astonished to discover that his silly sister possessed such profound insights into cultivation. She truly lived up to her reputation as one of the formidable antagonists. Bai Jiruo guided Bai Ling's spiritual energy, maneuvering it within his body according to the principles of the 5 elements interactions. Previously, Bai Ling had struggled to integrate the various elemental energies within him. Unable to discern their nature, however, under Bai Jiruo's guidance, his chaotic spiritual roots began to move along the prescribed paths, intertwining and merging. After several cycles of this process, Bai Ling finally committed the direction Bai Jiruo had indicated to memory. By the time she ceased her guidance, she was breathless, her clothing clinging to her fair skin, soaked with perspiration. Foolish brother, did you remember? As long as you follow this cycle, you will gain more dexterity in controlling your spiritual energy. Bai Jiruo gasped, having expended considerable energy and effort in assisting him. Are there any other techniques? Let me see them all. I must ensure I don't end up cultivating something ineffective and get beaten up in the secret realm, she said earnestly, her tone somewhat reserved. She understood the dangers of entering the secret realm, where one had to be wary of both beasts and potential ambushes from others. The 5 elements transformation Ju and Liyang Bu are the only techniques I have right now. Both Sister Wan and I are still in the process of mastering them, Bai Ling replied, handing the Liyang Bu to Bai Jiruo. Having his silly sister guide him would indeed save time and help him avoid unnecessary detours. After reviewing both the Liyang Bu and the 5 elements transformation Ju, Bai Jiruo found no flaws and remarked, Foolish brother, you should focus on cultivating these 2 techniques. I will teach you more later. Although the Liyang Bu allows for swift movement, it leaves one vulnerable to severe injury if struck down. With that, Bai Jiruo produced a crumpled manual from her clothing and handed it to Bai Ling. Reincarnation Body Refinement Ju. Bai Ling was utterly astonished upon witnessing the cultivation method that Bai Jiruo had revealed. Could it be? Within the narrative of Yi Fan, the reincarnation body refinement technique was undeniably one of the most formidable cultivation methods. Once mastered, the body would undergo endless cycles of refinement, perpetually increasing its levels. Moreover, even in the absence of constant practice, the passive cultivation speed, albeit relatively slow, remained exceedingly remarkable. In Chapter 26, the reincarnation body refinement technique. Even Yi Fan from the original text had been unable to cultivate this method, yet it possessed its own drawbacks. Each time one attempted to accumulate layers, the body would endure excruciating pain. Though one could temporarily suppress the sensation when on the verge of breaking through. From where did you acquire this technique? Bai Ling inquired, curiosity piqued, for even in the latter stages of the text, Yi Fan had been unable to find it, or perhaps he simply chose not to cultivate it, opting instead to rely on the passion body refinement technique alongside his brothers. The passion body refinement technique was divided into 2 parts, a primary and a supplementary method. Cunningly, Yi Fan had bestowed the primary technique upon his companions. As long as they practiced the body refinement, he would reap the equivalent benefits. In essence, Yi Fan needed do nothing yet could continuously augment his physical prowess. In comparison to the agonizing reincarnation body refinement technique, the painless and effortless passion body refinement technique was decidedly superior. Bai Ling regarded the reincarnation body refinement technique in the hands of his foolish sister and asked, Ruar, where did you obtain this method? Of course, I stumbled upon it. I found several cultivation methods during my outings, but this is the only one that remains. The others vanished after I completed my training. Bai Jiruo replied candidly, and remember, foolish brother, you once said that some things are too tough to chew, so I deliberately saved this one. Bai Ling couldn't help but feel that his foolish sister's luck was astoundingly fortunate. However, but dear sister, this technique appears to be exceedingly painful. Are you certain you wish to practice it? Bai Jiruo recalled Bai Ling's frail health and couldn't help but express her concern. Fearing he might not endure the strain. It's alright. Let us proceed with this one. Isn't ordinary body refinement equally painful? It's merely a matter of frequency. Bai Ling deliberated before ultimately accepting the reincarnation body refinement technique from Bai Jiruo. Stating earnestly, this method is, after all, one of the top-tier techniques in the novel, and I do not possess the luxury of time like you fan to seek out opportunities. Well then, since you are determined to cultivate, I shall grant it to you. Just remember to endure. If it becomes unbearable, let me know, and I can assist you in breaking the cycle. Bai Jiruo reminded him. Let us go, foolish brother, and retreat to the room to practice. We must avoid being seen here. Bai Ling nodded in agreement and followed Bai Jiruo into the house. Upon their arrival, Yuan smiled and said, My dear husband, Ruar, please wait a moment. The meat is almost ready. You both eat first. I will continue my training for a while, Bai Ling replied, after which Bai Jiruo guided him to her chamber. Upon entering, Bai Ling was met with a chaotic sight. Clothes were haphazardly strewn across the chair, and a floral-embroidered belly band remained on the bed. Recalling his memories, he thought to himself that in modern times, Bai Jiruo would undoubtedly be classified as a homebody, given the state of her room. He vaguely remembered that the last time he had visited, it had not been this disordered. Bai Ling was perplexed as to how Bai Jiruo could train in such a mess, despite the slight disarray. He concluded that the space was still suitable for cultivation. Bai Jiruo stepped forward to tidy up the belly band and, after patting her flat chest, assured him that she would refrain from disturbing him. Stopping abruptly for fear of flattening herself further. Very well, I shall practice on the bed, but please ensure that no one interrupts me, Bai Ling conceded, mindful that any disruptions could result in backlash during his cultivation. Rest assured, I will keep watch nearby, Bai Jiruo said before exiting the room to maintain a vigil outside. Bai Ling sat cross-legged on the bed, committing the method of the reincarnation body refinement technique to memory before commencing his practice. As he activated the technique, an unbearable agony surged through him, as though countless ants were gnawing within. Bai Ling gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, knowing that once he reached the first layer, the subsequent stages would be considerably easier. As time elapsed, Bai Ling's aura began to strengthen progressively. When his energy peaked, he could no longer withstand the pain and suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, shattering Bai Jiruo's chamber in the process. The reincarnation body refinement technique had successfully advanced to the first layer. Finally, I've done it. That was excruciating. Bai Ling exhaled a breath of foul air, only to become aware that he was drenched in a dark, putrid liquid. What transpired? Husband, are you all right? Hearing the explosion and collapse from Bai Jiruo's room, she rushed in with concern. Upon seeing Bai Ling covered in muck, she heaved a sigh of relief. Foolish brother, did you rig my room with explosives? What have you done? Bai Jiruo exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she surveyed the wreckage of her chamber, now reduced to ruins, with only the soiled Bai Ling remaining. It's nothing, just a minor mishap while cultivating the technique to the first layer, Bai Ling hastily explained. Ruar, do not worry. I will arrange for repairs tomorrow. Fortunately, the room was not connected to others. Otherwise, half the house would likely have been obliterated by Bai Ling's explosion. Yuan, seeing that Bai Ling was unharmed albeit filthy, reassured, as long as you are well, I shall prepare hot water for you, and dinner will be served shortly. It seems I must find a few maids, otherwise, Wana will be running around preparing this, and that like a servant. Bai Ling watched Yuan depart, remarking, Foolish brother, you've wrecked my room. Where shall your adorable sister sleep tonight? My collection of cherished comics has all been destroyed. What shall we do? Bai Jiruo, hands on her hips, chastised Bai Ling, you've turned my chamber into a disaster zone. What now? Bai Ling couldn't help but retort, you're already a foundational cultivator. Do you still require sleep? I do not care. Your adorable sister has just completed her cultivation and has had a proper rest. You've ruined the house, so I must sleep. Bai Jiruo shook her head defiantly. All right, then you may stay in my room and share the bed with Yuan. I shall sleep on the floor. Bai Ling compromised, acknowledging that he was to blame for Bai Jiruo's predicament. Bai Jiruo quickly countered, No. Foolish brother, you've been cultivating all day and need rest. Plus there's no floor space for you. We shall squeeze together. Otherwise, sleeping on the floor will surely lead to a cold. Fine. Bai Ling conceded, weary of the argument. If Bai Jiruo wished to sleep in her room, so be it. He could forego dual cultivation for a few days. After dinner, as Bai Ling entered his room to retire for the night, he discovered Bai Jiruo already lying in bed, gazing at him expectantly. Dressed in a sheer, delicate white nightgown that subtly revealed her fair skin underneath a belly band, treating him with an intimacy that suggested he was no stranger. Meanwhile, Yuan sat demurely against the wall, affectionately regarding him. Only a narrow space remained for Bai Ling to lie down. Foolish brother, hurry and rest. I've been sleeping with you both for months, and Sister One has agreed. Your adorable sister will keep a close watch on your cultivation. I shall not allow you to slack off, Bai Jiruo said, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she noticed Bai Ling's stunned expression. Foolish brother, just look at this embarrassing outfit. Isn't it enough to ensnare your heart? Immerse yourself beneath your adorable sister's dress, Bai Jiruo teased, feeling a mixture of boldness and bashfulness in front of her foolish brother. Husband, come to bed. If you feel cramped, Wanner can sleep on the floor temporarily, Yuan gently suggested, having no objections to Bai Jiruo sharing the space as long as Bai Ling was content. Now, that won't do. Just lie down and sleep. A little crowding won't hurt. Ruar, this Bai Ling sighed, surrendering to the situation. Bai Ling gazed at her foolish younger sister, who inexplicably donned somewhat garish attire, and couldn't help but turn her head away, saying, Bai Ling, of course, could not bear to let Yuan sleep on the floor. So they temporarily settled for sharing a bed. After all, he was not one to fuss over trivialities. As Bai Ling lay flat, Yuan embraced his arm from the right side, and he instantly felt his arm enveloped in softness. As Yuan looked at him with eyes as tender as flowing water, Bai Jiruo glanced up and, imitating the gesture, wrapped her arms around him from the left side, causing the already cramped bed to become even more so. Though a bit tight, one would hope that her foolish brother could still feel the warmth. Observing the disparity between her petite dumpling-like form and Yuan's more ample one, Bai Jiruo couldn't help but express her concerns. Her worries were not unfounded. In comparison, Bai Ling could only truly feel Yuan's softness. Exhausted to the core, Bai Ling succumbed to sleep shortly after lying down. In the dead of night, he felt something scratching at his mouth. Groggily, he opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of a snow-white little foot hovering near his lips. Was that an ice cream? Mistaking the foot for a treat, Bai Ling believed he had somehow returned to a past life. Before he could prepare to take a bite, Bai Jiruo's little foot pressed against his chin, jolting him awake. Thankfully, he narrowly avoided a rather absurd predicament. Just as he was relieved, Bai Jiruo rolled over and forcefully shoved her other foot onto his mouth, causing him to clamp his lips shut. Meanwhile, the other Bai Jiruo seemed to dream of something pleasant, a faint smile gracing her lips as she continued to slumber soundly. Bai Ling suddenly felt parched. Hastily swallowing a mouthful of saliva. If this continued, he feared he might actually end up tasting Bai Jiruo's ice cream. He quickly lowered her feet, grateful that he was not a foot fetishist. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to lick them tonight. 2 months later, Bai Jiruo's boudoir was finally reconstructed. Bai Ling looked upon the newly built room with tears of joy. At last, it was completed. Over the past 2 months, he had unknowingly endured countless encounters with Rua's feet at night, and now they could finally sleep apart. Although he had evaded Bai Jiruo's delicate feet that night, she had continued to extend her feet towards him daily, and he had not escaped unscathed. While her feet bore no particular scent, Bai Ling still inadvertently brushed against them, finding it rather peculiar. Thankfully, Bai Jiruo's feet were free of athlete's foot. Otherwise, he would have been in quite the predicament. He recalled that in his previous life, people's obsession with feet extended beyond mere admiration, with oral infections from athlete's foot being commonplace. Unable to satiate their desires, foolish brother, tomorrow you will venture into the secret realm. Be cautious once more. Even though the reincarnation body refining technique has been cultivated to the 10th layer, enabling you to withstand most foundational cultivation attacks, you must remain vigilant against those who practice magical arts, as their damage far surpasses that of physical cultivators. Bai Jiruo earnestly instructed Bai Ling. For this was his first time entering such a realm, and her guidance was particularly earnest. Over these 2 months, she had scarcely practiced herself, dedicating her time to training Bai Ling, striving to make him stronger. My dear husband, when you enter the secret realm tomorrow, please take care. This is a talisman of safety I have sewn for you. You must keep it safe. Yuan stepped forward, placing a red safety talisman, which she had sewn a few days prior, into Bai Ling's hand. This talisman has been refined by me and contains my spiritual energy. At a critical moment, it can withstand a full force attack from a foundational cultivator, potentially saving your life. Foolish brother, you must wear it well and not lose it. Bai Jiruo added, having initially wished to sew a talisman for Bai Ling herself, but due to her clumsiness, she had ultimately opted for this alternative method of assistance. Bai Ling accepted the talisman, gently hanging it around his neck, feeling the lingering warmth of Yi1 against his skin, a surge of warmth flooding his heart. Do not worry, it is merely a 2-month stay in the secret realm. He embraced by Ji Rua and Yi1, stating confidently. After 2 months of secretly cultivating with Yi1, Bai Ling's cultivation had risen from the 3rd layer of qi refining to the 9th layer. Nearing the threshold of foundational cultivation, his mastery of the flowing cloud step was now complete, allowing him to evade foundational cultivators with ease. Additionally, he had fully grasped the 5 elements transformation technique, enabling him to conjure simple fireballs and the like. With this preparation, he felt confident that he could survive for at least 2.5 months within the secret realm. Although my foolish brother has certain peculiar preferences, I can still accept them. As long as you return intact this time, your adorable sister might reluctantly allow you. Bai Ji Rua was suddenly embraced by Bai Ling, and upon feeling his presence, her cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper, too shy to continue. After all, her brother's fondness for delicate feet was exceedingly embarrassing. Chapter 28. The fated female protagonist, Long Hanwei. What? Rua air, what are you saying? Is it not your awkward sleeping posture that forced your feet into my mouth? Bai Ling was left speechless. However, Bai Ji Rua ignored his explanation, muttering, in any case, it's decided. When Yi1 heard Bai Ji Rua mention delicate feet, she recalled that night when Bai Ling had tenderly cared for her ankles, and a wave of shyness washed over her. Although they had already experienced intimacy, the other forms of cultivation together remained far too embarrassing. The following day, outside Fuyang City, Bai family elder Bai Du led Bai Ling and others to a secret realm on the outskirts of the city. Besides the Bai family, disciples from the Tianjin sect were also present nearby, including Tang San and Siyuan. This time, the Bai family entered the secret realm together with the Tianjin sect. Damn that Bai Ling. How dare he be here? Last time, he caused me such suffering. Just wait until I find him in the secret realm. The sharp-eyed Tang San immediately spotted Bai Ling among the crowd, his voice laced with malice. After being tricked by Bai Ling previously, he had faced repeated failures in his attempts to be a hero within the sect, leading to his loss of face. This secret realm has only recently been discovered. You need only survive until the conclusion of the realm. After a brief explanation, Bai Du instructed everyone to enter the secret realm, while the other 3 major families would enter through different secret realms for their trials. The conditions appeared deceptively simple but were, in reality, quite challenging, and the Bai disciples were acutely aware of this. As the Bai disciples entered the secret realm one after another, Bai Ling followed closely behind. Just before stepping into the realm, he caught sight of the fated child, Tang San, within the crowd. Damn it, how is that Tang San, the destined child, also here? Upon seeing Tang San, Bai Ling's previously steady heart sank. Upon entering the secret realm, Bai Ling was first met with a sea of white, and then his body plummeted rapidly. After being buffered by branches, he landed safely on the ground. Bang. Soft. Why is the ground so soft? After falling to the ground, Bai Ling found himself lying on a surface that offered no pain, but rather felt remarkably gentle, as if resting upon cotton. Curious, he pressed his hand against it to ascertain what it was. It seemed that his luck had finally paid off, sparing him from a harsh landing. Observing his 21 points of luck, he felt grateful. Upon entering the secret realm, everyone's positions were randomly teleported. Those with good fortune landed safely on the ground, while those less fortunate, like Bai Ling, fell from the sky. Wait, could this be? Bai Ling was no fool. After a couple of squeezes, he recalled his wife. Yuan's softness. Pervert, get away from me. After being squeezed, the woman beneath him suddenly struggled, her voice laced with clear indignation. Bai Ling was immediately startled awake, looking down to discover that he was lying atop a stunningly beautiful woman. Her icy gaze seemed ready to kill him. Miss, this is a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. I just fell from the sky. You saw it too. Bai Ling quickly scrambled off her, hurrying to explain. However, the woman was having none of it. She seized her sword and charged at him, intent on killing him. Bai Ling, seeing this, hurriedly dodged and continued his desperate explanations. Miss, please listen to me. It was truly a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Bai Ling's explanation, the woman did not relent. Instead, her assault intensified, as if she intended to tear Bai Ling to shreds. How unreasonable she is. It was merely an unintentional action on my part. Bai Ling was aware that he was at fault and could only rely on his agile footwork to evade her strikes. Just as he continued to retreat, the woman suddenly appeared before him, brandishing a sharp sword, and lunged fiercely toward his chest. This is bad, Bai Ling thought to himself, realizing he had no time to dodge. and could only watch helplessly as the woman's sword aimed for him. Surely not. I have only just arrived, and I cannot squander the safety talismans gifted to me by Bai Jiruo and Yiwan. No, I cannot waste them here. If I do, there will be no opportunity for trial and error later on. Failure would be catastrophic. I must first subdue this woman, just as Bai Ling prepared to strike her back. The sword in the woman's hand suddenly fell, charging toward him instead. Seeing her unexpectedly drop the sword, Bai Ling hastily ceased channeling his spiritual energy and instinctively reached out to catch the crashing beauty. Miss, what are you doing? You initiated this collision. Do not place the blame on me, Bai Ling quickly explained. After a moment had passed with no response from her, he sensed something was amiss and promptly laid her down to ascertain the situation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the enchanting woman was not clad in a vivid red garment, but rather white. As he touched her clothing, he found his hands stained with blood. How grievously injured she is. It seems my earlier actions had little correlation to her condition. Observing the numerous wounds on her fair legs and arms, Bai Ling's expression became grave. The wounds had not yet healed, and after their recent encounter, blood began to seep anew. Long Hanwei, luck value 30. After scrutinizing her closely, Bai Ling was taken aback as the enchanting woman's luck value materialized before him, registering at 30 points. This is the luck of a protagonist. She will undoubtedly be rescued by someone after I leave. Just as Bai Ling rose and took a few steps, he turned back. Forget it. I was indeed at fault, so I might as well render aid. Luck value is merely luck value. Aside from the destined one, no one else is invincible. Besides, aside from Tang San, the destined one, it is unlikely to find another here. Bai Ling ultimately could not ignore his conscience and did not wish to abandon Long Hanwei in this dire situation. Even if her luck value were exceedingly high, it could not mask the sin of blood on her. Given enough time, it would attract nearby beasts. I apologize. When you awaken, do not seek to harm me. Bai Ling muttered an apology before carefully pulling apart Long Hanue's clothing, striving to avoid her wounds. Long Hanue's skin was porcelain white, and aside from the wounds on her legs and arms, she bore multiple lacerations, with her abdomen pierced and bleeding profusely. Observing the severity of her injuries, Bai Ling's expression grew increasingly solemn. If left unattended, she would undoubtedly perish by the time the destined one, Tang San, arrives. Long Hanwei may already be beyond saving. Chapter 29. Long Hanue's first kiss. Bai Ling hastily retrieved some medicinal pills from his belongings to stabilize Long Hanue's condition. Here, take the medicinal pill and bandage your wounds. That should suffice. After placing the pill in Long Hanue's mouth, he realized she was unconscious and could only hold it in her mouth, unable to swallow. This is dire. If this continues, Long Hanwei will surely succumb. Ultimately, Bai Ling made a decision that went against his better judgment. He resolved to transfer his spiritual energy through his mouth to assist Long Hanwei in swallowing the pill. Alas, I am sorry. Having just taken liberties with her body, now I am about to take her first kiss as well. When Long Hanwei awakens, she will undoubtedly seek my life. Once her injuries are treated and bandaged, I must make a swift exit. Bai Ling thought to himself, resigned to taking advantage of the situation once more. Taking a deep breath, he leaned closer to Long Hanue's lips, feeling their cool softness. A stark contrast to the shy kiss shared with Yuan, and began to channel his spiritual energy gently. Upon sensing the influx of energy, Long Hanue's body trembled slightly. The pill, aided by Bai Ling's energy, gradually slid down her throat. Bai Ling exhaled in relief, carefully laying Long Hanwei flat on the ground. He retrieved clothing from his storage bag to use as makeshift bandages, wrapping her abdomen. After taking the medicinal pill and bandaging her, the pallor of Long Hanue's face began to improve, warmth flooding her body, eliciting a sound that provoked the imagination. Bai Jiruo frowned slightly upon hearing it, making it seem as though something inappropriate was occurring. However, Bai Ling could not help but feel pity for Long Hanwei. Her once pristine skin was marred by such severe injuries. Even if she recovered, scars would undoubtedly remain, a devastating blow for any woman. At last, she is stabilized. I can relocate her and leave. After redressing Long Hanwei, Bai Ling thought to himself. Just as he prepared to move her to a safer location, he suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds approaching swiftly. This is bad. Others are arriving too soon. Upon catching the faint sounds, Bai Ling sensed trouble. The injured destined woman would surely attract enemies seeking retribution. He quickly scanned his surroundings for the nearest hiding place. If they were not pursuing Long Hanwei, it would be a different matter altogether. Bai Ling hurriedly cradled Long Hanwei and made his way to a dense thicket, swiftly burrowing inside with her. Just as he concealed himself, a group of men clad in blue robes arrived at the scene. Quickly, spread out and search. Long Hanwei was severely injured earlier and cannot have gone far. We must find her alive or dead. We must locate the techniques her master bestowed upon her. The leader's gaze was fierce as he commanded his subordinates. Yes, there are traces of her blood all around. A dying person cannot escape far. If we find her, perhaps we can take advantage of her weakened state. Even if she were dead, it would suffice to seize the moment. That damn Lung Hanwei, always regarding others with disdain and ignoring me. Now that the Lingyi sect has undergone a significant change, let us see who can protect her. If she is still alive, I will ensure she feels my power. Enough boasting. Had it not been for her being afflicted by my sealing poison. With her cultivation diminished to mere chi refinement, could you truly prevail against her? The men continuously scanned the area, searching for Lung Hanyue's whereabouts. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Ling tightened his grip on Lung Hanyue. Striving to remain silent and undetected by the Lingyi sect members, the Lingyi sect, is that not one of the hidden sects? Bai Ling murmured to himself. In his memory, the Lingyi sect indeed belonged to the hidden sects. And even when Yu Fan began to follow the narrative, there was no relevant plot. As the Lingyi sect disciples drew closer to Bai Ling's position, he held his breath, praying for their swift departure. The disciples present were all at the foundation establishment stage or above. Engaging them would yield no chance of victory for Bai Ling. Oddly enough, how could Lung Hanwei, so gravely injured, still manage to escape? They should search elsewhere. The Lingyi sect disciples scratched their heads in confusion, unable to locate Lung Hanwei, just as Bai Ling saw one of them about to leave, ready to exhale in relief. He felt Lung Hanwei in his arms begin to struggle violently. Looking down, he found her ice blue eyes glaring at him, her lips parting slightly. This is troublesome. Why must she awaken now of all times? Bai Ling, with both hands occupied holding Lung Hanwei, had no means to cover her mouth. Just as she was about to cry out, Bai Ling swiftly pressed his lips against hers, stifling her voice completely. After being silenced, Lung Hanyue's ice blue eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at the man before her, struggling desperately. What noise? As a disciple of the Lingyi sect at the foundation establishment stage, he immediately sensed the anomaly. Oh no, this is it. I am doomed to be killed by Lung Hanyue. Upon hearing the voice of a disciple from the Lingyi sect, Bai Ling felt a chill wash over her heart. She paid no heed to the murderous glare of Lung Hanwei, who looked as though she wished to end her life. Just as Bai Ling was preparing to flee, Lung Hanwei, cradled in her arms, suddenly ceased her struggles upon sensing the commotion, restoring tranquility to the thicket. Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed that Lung Hanwei had finally gained clarity and did not wish for her to perish here. Old 8, stop dawdling and come find me. If you can't locate Lung Hanwei, keep searching until you obtain the technique, commanded the leading man, noticing Old 8's delay. Understood. I'm on my way, Old 8 replied, gripping the hilt of his sword and unleashing a fierce blade of energy towards the thicket where Bai Ling was hidden. Clang. The blade of energy sliced through the air mere 50 centimeters from Bai Ling's face. The thicket rustled as startled birds took flight, but nothing else stirred. It seems it was merely my imagination. Old 8 mused as he scanned the thicket before turning to leave. Old 8, what are you doing? What if Lung Hanwei senses your emotions and escapes? Came the reprimanding voice of the leader after Old 8 had departed. Just as Bai Ling was intently listening to their retreating footsteps, Lung Hanwei suddenly bit down on Bai Ling's lip. The pain caused Bai Ling to recoil, blood instantly flowing from her lip, leaving a faint metallic taste in her mouth. Lung Hanwei, what on earth are you doing? Bai Ling thought to herself, casting an irritable glance at Lung Hanwei. At that moment, Lung Hanwei's icy gaze pierced through the air. Her previously fair face now tinged with a flush of indignation. You, pervert, release me. Get away, they are leaving, she gasped, her words clipped and cold. Lung Hanyue's biting remarks left Bai Ling at a loss for words. Here he was, having rescued her out of goodwill, only to be met with hostility. What on earth did this woman want? I saved you, and yet you bite me. Had I not intervened, you would have bled to death moments ago. Bai Ling retorted, incensed by Lung Hanwei's murderous demeanor. Had it not been for his conscience, Lung Hanwei would have perished, perhaps devoured by some beast. Upon hearing his words, Lung Hanwei finally noticed the bandages Bai Ling had wrapped around her wounds. Her gaze turned icy as she regarded him. You saved me. Thank you. Just as she expressed her gratitude, a cold smirk crept across her lips as she continued. You covetous beast. Lung Hanyue's frigid voice rang out again, leaving Bai Ling momentarily stunned, his gaze involuntarily shifting away in embarrassment. He acknowledged that he might have harbored ulterior motives. After all, who could remain unaffected by such exquisite beauty? Yet, recalling that he had saved her life, he felt emboldened. It was only out of necessity that I assisted you with the elixir. Otherwise, how would you have swallowed it? Now, they just attempted to kill you, and I saved your life again. Please do not repay kindness with malice. I must take my leave. Bai Ling defended himself, preparing to turn away. The chill emanating from this woman was palpable, making him feel as though he were in the presence of an ice block. You cannot leave. Before Bai Ling had taken more than a few steps, Long Hanyue's frosty voice halted and ha. Do you think you can deceive a child? Bai Ling scoffed, but as he took another 3 steps, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, causing him to collapse to the ground. As if he were in the northernmost cold. He was compelled to roll back towards Long Hanwei. I saved you, and this is how you repay kindness with malice. He grumbled as he approached her, instantly feeling warmth upon nearing her presence, as if he had returned to the warm south. I see. Marriage contract. The taciturn Long Hanwei offered no explanation, merely gazing coldly at Bai Ling as she uttered, I see marriage contract. Bai Ling quietly repeated the phrase, recalling the storyline associated with Long Hanwei and this icy marriage contract. In the narrative, Long Hanwei was depicted as a woman of frosty temperament, merely serving as a tool for Yi Fan, who heroically saved her. As for the events leading up to her encounter with Long Hanwei, there was no relevant context, although the heroic rescue was successful. The icy Long Hanwei was impervious to such gestures, offering only a perfunctory thank you. After feeling humiliated, Yi Fan harbored resentment towards her, seeking revenge and even sacrificing his own family for the sake of his brothers, evoking tears of passion from readers. Ultimately, the destined protagonist, Long Hanwei, was treated as an antagonist, succumbing to her frigid constitution. This left Bai Ling with an overwhelming sense of regret, for a fine ice queen had simply vanished. The icy marriage contract was a pact left to Long Hanwei by her master, meant to protect her from the heartbreak of losing her first kiss to a scoundrel, should she stray more than 3 meters from Long Hanwei. Her body would succumb to an unbearable chill, leading to her demise, with no known means to break the curse. Yet, Bai Ling was no scoundrel. He had merely acted out of kindness to save her. I see. Marriage contract. Long Hanwei's gaze remained fixed on Bai Ling, her lips barely moving, revealing that this was one of the few gifts bestowed upon her by her master, a treasure she cherished. Now tarnished by the presence of Bai Ling, observing the frigid demeanor of Long Hanwei, felt speechless, realizing that he had no choice but to follow her lead. Long Hanwei, my name is Bai Ling. I wonder if you possess any means to dissolve this icy marriage contract, he inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, Long Hanwei paid him no mind, offering only a cold glance before resolutely walking deeper into the forest. Intent on securely hiding the techniques left by her master, Bai Ling, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized that he had no choice but to accompany her. The two traversed deeper into the woods, with Bai Ling making repeated attempts to engage Long Hanwei in conversation. But she merely cast him the occasional glance without responding. This left Bai Ling feeling a sense of frustration, as conversing with her felt akin to speaking to a stone wall. As twilight approached, Bai Ling could no longer contain himself, stating, Miss Long Hanwei, it's nearly nightfall. We should find a place to eat and rest. We wouldn't want to encounter a beast at this hour, whether in the secret realm or outside the city. The beasts possessed strength surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, with Long Hanwei still recovering, Bai Ling found it difficult to fight or flee with her in tow. At last, Long Hanwei responded, affirming her determination to survive and cultivate diligently to avenge her master. Seeing her finally react, Bai Ling's heart soared with joy, and he hurried to follow her. The pair reached a clearing, where Bai Ling gathered some dry branches to kindle a fire. He then retrieved provisions from his storage pouch and began to cook. Thankfully, there was ample food, not entirely consumed by his foolish sister. As he cooked, Bai Ling stole glances at Long Hanwei, who resembled an ethereal snow lotus, cold and elegant, yet as unyielding as ice. She sat cross-legged nearby. Immersed in her cultivation, her aura gradually harmonizing with the surrounding environment. Though her complexion remained pale, Bai Ling sensed that her energy was steadily stabilizing. Before long, the provisions were ready, and Bai Ling offered her a piece. Miss Long Hanwei, would you care for some sustenance? You need to replenish your strength. Cold Hanyu is indeed one of Bai Ling's past regrets. She does not wish for Cold Hanyu to perish and leave her with lingering sorrow. Upon hearing this, Cold Hanyu merely cast a frigid glance and did not accept the provisions offered. Observing her refusal, Bai Ling retracted the food and consumed it herself. Not long after, however, the sound of Cold Hanyu's stomach grumbling echoed. A testament to her hunger, having not eaten since being pursued by the disciples of Lingyi's sect. The aroma of food stirred her appetite, yet she remained unmoved, as if the sound did not emanate from her own body. Bai Ling, witnessing Cold Hanyu's continued indifference, could not help but chuckle. Cold Hanyu, your stomach is protesting. Do not force yourself. Bai Ling felt a wave of exasperation but still offered another piece of roasted food. Cold Hanyu glanced at it, remaining unresponsive, and Bai Ling, feeling disheartened, was about to reclaim the food when suddenly, cold Hanyu's icy presence expanded, extinguishing the campfire at Bai Ling's feet and enveloping him in an instant chill. Cold Hanyu, please, eat something before you starve. It would be unfortunate if you fell ill. After sensing the cold, Bai Ling hurriedly approached cold Hanyu, extending the now cool provisions towards her. Thank you. Cold Hanyu's demeanor was as frosty as ever. Yet after a moment's hesitation, she slowly reached out her pale, scarred hand to accept the food. However, just as she was about to grasp it, Bai Ling unexpectedly withdrew it, leaving her empty-handed. Cold Hanyu's expression remained unchanged. Her face as devoid of warmth as before. As she prepared to unleash another wave of frigid air, Bai Ling quickly produced several pieces of mung bean cake and flatbread from his storage bag. Cold Hanyu, perhaps you should try these pastries and the flatbread instead. They are far more palatable than the cold provisions. Though Bai Ling was somewhat reluctant, offering cold food to someone as frigid as Cold Hanyu seemed profoundly ill-advised. Cold Hanyu regarded the offered treats with a flicker of surprise in her eyes but remained silent, simply observing Bai Ling feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. Bai Ling forced a laugh and said, Cold Hanyu, do eat. Consuming cold food is detrimental to your health. Rest assured, these provisions are not poison. As Cold Hanyu's cold eye scrutinized him, Bai Ling took a piece of mung bean cake and bit into it. These delicacies were prepared by Bai Jiruo and Siyuan, and despite his cultivation, Bai Ling still maintained the habit of eating. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Cold Hanyu finally extended her hand to accept the pastries and flatbread. Taking a delicate bite, how is it, Cold Hanyu? I am not deceiving you. These pastries and flatbreads are far superior to the provisions, Bai Ling remarked, observing her take the food. Cold Hanyu remained silent, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of his statement. Seeing that she no longer radiated her icy aura, Bai Ling felt a sense of relief wash over him. If only Cold Hanyu would simply ask for food directly rather than making me offer it repeatedly. Bai Ling picked up a nearby twig and tossed it into the extinguished campfire, channeling his spiritual energy to rekindle the flames, mumbling to himself. He then settled onto a stone, idly watching Cold Hanyu, the embodiment of an unyielding ice lotus. As she nibbled on the pastries, he could neither stray too far from her nor draw too close, so he sat beside the fire, cross-legged in meditation. Unbeknownst to him, he was gradually absorbing the cold energy that emanated from Cold Hanyu, albeit imperceptibly. The following morning, as Bai Ling lay on the ground asleep, he was abruptly jolted awake by a chilling sensation, banishing all remnants of drowsiness and compelling him to search for Cold Hanyu. Where is Cold Hanyu gone? Bai Ling hastily rose, noting that the sun had just begun to rise. Realizing it was still the early hours of the day, usually a time when he would still be nestled in bed, rushing to find Cold Hanyu, he discovered her venturing deeper into the forest. Cold Hanyu, where are you off to? At least say something before you leave, Bai Ling called out as he hurried to catch up. Once he was within 3 meters of her, the icy sensation surrounding him began to dissipate. Conceal your techniques, Cold Hanyu finally spoke, her words sparse and precious. You are lazy, conceal my techniques. Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback by her abrupt statement before realizing she meant to hide the jade slip given to her by her master. However, given their proximity, no matter where she concealed it, he would surely discover it. Though Bai Ling had no particular interest in Cold Hanyu's techniques, he was wary of her possibly harboring ulterior motives against him. I am lazy. At this hour, even the roosters have just begun to crow. Bai Ling felt a wave of incredulity. According to his previous life's reckoning, it was barely 5 in the morning. Before his cultivation, he would rise around 8 or 9, but since living with Bai Jiruo, he had adjusted to a 7 o'clock start. Cold Hanyu, hearing his retort, dismissed him once more, leaving Bai Ling to follow behind her. Feeling bored yet reluctant to be left alone in the cold. Everyone, be cautious. Do not approach the sawtooth crocodile. If it bites you, it's game over. Bai Mingjun exclaimed. What kind of treacherous path have you led us down? We just escaped 3 sawtooth crocodiles, and now we find ourselves in their den. They were indeed surrounded by the fearsome creatures, and the tree they clung to would not withstand their assault for long. What should we do now? Silence. I do not know what to do either. Our immediate task is to fend them off and buy time until someone can rescue us. Otherwise, we will all perish here. After walking a short distance, Bai Ling and Cold Hanyu heard the desperate cries of Bai Mingjun and his companions. Peeking from behind a tree, Bai Ling observed them cornered by 2-meter-long sawtooth crocodiles. The beasts thrashing their tails against the base of the tree, attempting to uproot it. Each time they struck, Bai Mingjun and his companions retaliated with fireballs to thwart the crocodile's assault. Upon witnessing their plight, a cold smile crept across Bai Ling's face. If Bai Mingjun were to perish, it would serve him right. Let the sawtooth crocodiles do the deed. I shan't lift a finger. He still harbored resentment over Bai Mingjuan's past bullying of Yuan and had no intention of letting him off the hook simply because Bai Zhirua had temporarily subdued him. Just as Bai Ling was about to continue observing, Cold Hanyu resolved to leave without hesitation. For her, the priority was to conceal her techniques, leaving no time to waste on these strangers. Hey, Cold Hanyu, wait for me. Bai Ling called after her, momentarily abandoning his voyeurism to chase after Cold Hanyu. Bai Mingjun, it seems there are people nearby, yet they are not coming to our aid. What should we do now? Our spiritual energy is nearly depleted. If this continues, we will surely die here. Bai Mingjuan's companions, witnessing Bai Ling and Cold Hanyu's departure, turned on him in a frenzy, demanding answers. Their luck had been remarkable. Upon entering, they quickly found one another and huddled together for warmth. Yet, lacking practical experience, their camaraderie proved futile against the beasts. Even huddling together did not afford them any advantage. Their only option was to flee. Enough with the bickering. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware that you still possess a shrinking talisman. Once you exhaust your Swiftwind talisman, we can lead them away. We can still keep one shrinking talisman as a life-saving measure. As soon as I count to 3, we will make our move. Do not say that Bai Mingjun lacks loyalty. As Bai Ling and the others prepared to depart, Bai Mingjun hurriedly steadied his resolve. With the shrinking talisman duration less than a day, they had gone from having a dozen to just one left. Alongside a few other talismans, Brother Mingjun, for righteousness. Brother Mingjun, for righteousness. The others, hearing Bai Mingjuan's proposed solution, felt a surge of hope and gratitude. Let us get ready. I will count to 3, 3. As the two individuals were engrossed in their conversation, Bai Mingjun counted to 3, swiftly activated the wind talisman, and leaped behind the jagged crocodile, sprinting towards Bai Ling. The wind talisman, once utilized, would severely deplete one's spiritual energy based on the distance covered. After being struck by Bai Zhirua previously, Bai Mingjun had frantically consumed pills upon returning home, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, this was merely an empty elevation lacking true strength, especially as he was perpetually preoccupied with romantic entanglements. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within him was insufficient to sustain a long run. He could manage a maximum of a mere 100 meters at best. Upon witnessing Bai Mingjuan's retreating figure, the fox-like companions suddenly realized the situation, promptly employing the wind talisman to follow closely behind him. Bai Ling, alongside Long Hanwei, had not ventured far when they heard Bai Mingjuan's voice echoing behind them. Bai Ling, you worthless fool, do you really think you can escape? Upon spotting Bai Ling and Long Hanwei, Bai Mingjun retrieved a vial containing the slow powder from his pocket and hurled it towards Bai Ling. Hearing the commotion, Bai Ling instinctively turned around and swatted the vial away. The vial shattered precisely at Long Hanyue's feet, and in that instant, green powder rapidly dispersed into the air. This is bad. Upon seeing the green powder, Bai Ling inwardly lamented, hastily holding his breath. Should the slow powder be inhaled, both movement and the circulation of spiritual energy would slow down several times over, akin to being in slow motion. With a prolonged effect, while Bai Ling restrained his breath, he quickly channeled his spiritual energy to prevent the slow powder from entering his body. However, Long Hanwei was not as fortunate. The moment the vial shattered, she was enveloped by the slow powder. Having sustained severe injuries the previous day, her spiritual energy could barely activate, leading her to inadvertently inhale a small amount of the powder. After inhaling the slow powder, Long Hanwei felt her body grow sluggish, both in movement and spiritual energy circulation. Even without prior exposure to the slow powder, she sensed the dire predicament. Seeing Bai Ling and Long Hanwei affected by the slow powder, Bai Mingjuan's spirit soared, and he rushed forward. Ha ha ha, Bai Ling, this time I want to see how you escape. Last time, Bai Zhirua saved you. This time, I wonder who will come to your aid. With a booming laugh, Bai Mingjun dashed behind Bai Ling, using them as a shield to delay the jagged crocodile's onslaught. Brother Mingjun, wait for us. We can't keep up. Bai Mingjuan's companions wheezed as they hurriedly caught up, their spiritual energy rapidly depleting. This is bad. We must leave immediately, Bai Ling said gravely, glancing back at the jagged crocodile that was gaining on them. As a first-tier advanced monster, each jagged crocodile was equivalent to a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Not only were they tough-skinned and difficult to kill, but they also relentlessly pursued their enemies. Bai Ling had no time to concern himself with Bai Mingjun and his friends. His only desire was to escape. After all, confronting that group of jagged crocodiles was beyond his capability. After only a few steps, Bai Ling felt a chilling sensation envelop him, forcing him to turn back. He had forgotten that Long Hanwei, affected by the slow powder, was incapable of fleeing. Noticing Long Hanyue's lack of response, Bai Ling hurried over to her. Long Hanwei, we need to leave now. As the effects of the slow powder dissipated, Bai Ling reached out to grasp her arm. However, the moment he touched her, an icy chill surged through him, freezing him to the core. Brr, it's so cold. Bai Ling couldn't help but gasp, quickly releasing her. He saw that Long Hanwei's previously fair arm was now covered in a thin layer of ice, emanating a frigid aura. We must run, quickly. After being affected by the slow powder, Long Hanwei's voice had become sluggish, as if played in slow motion. She then darted deeper into the forest, prompting Bai Ling to follow closely behind. What is wrong with Long Hanwei? She runs so slowly, yet she's so swift when freezing herself. Bai Ling thought, grumbling internally. Bai Ling, you didn't get hit by the slow powder. Stop right there. Don't run. How can that woman be affected by the slow powder and still run so fast? Bai Mingjun exclaimed in panic upon witnessing Bai Ling and Long Hanwei's rapid escape. At that moment, he was devoid of any spiritual energy to keep pace. Bai Ling merely regarded him with a look of incredulity. As if he were a fool. Brother Mingjun, Bai Ling has escaped. The jagged crocodiles are right behind us. What do we do now? We're doomed. Bai Ling's two companions, seeing their escape route blocked, anxiously exclaimed. You don't need to tell me. Use the last earth-shrinking talisman to flee. We must survive first. Bai Mingjun replied darkly. But this is the last earth-shrinking talisman. After using it, we don't know when we'll be able to leave the secret realm. One friend protested. Yes, if we waste time here, what will we do when we encounter monsters in the future? They lamented. They understood the gravity of their situation. Once the last talisman was used, there would be no retreat. Enough of your nonsense. If you don't want to die, use it now, Bai Mingjun insisted, as Bai Ling was about to flee and the jagged crocodiles were closing in. Clenching their teeth, the two ultimately chose to activate the earth-shrinking talisman. Damn Bai Ling, you want to help me hold off the jagged crocodiles. If I'm suffering, you want to have it easy either. You will pay the price. Bai Mingjun's eyes glinted with malice as he retrieved hidden weapons from his storage ring, which he had acquired from someone outside the Heavenly Sword sect days prior. With the weapons in hand, Bai Mingjun quickly aimed at Bai Ling, then shifted his aim to Long Hanwei, the woman afflicted by the slow powder. Watch as I spare your woman first, then eliminate you. After taking aim, he pulled the trigger, and the hidden arrows shot out in rapid succession. Chapter 33. Long Hanwei injured after launching the hidden weapons. A glint of malice flashed in Bai Mingjun's eyes as he immediately activated the earth-shrinking talisman, escaping just a second before the jagged crocodiles could catch up. The enhanced arrows shot through the air, creating a series of piercing sounds as they hurtled toward Bai Ling and Long Hanwei. Upon hearing the sound of the projectiles approaching, Bai Ling turned around, only to see several arrows flying toward him and Long Hanwei. Damn it, it's that cursed Tang San and his hidden weapons again. Bai Ling recognized the arrows as those crafted by Tang San during their last encounter. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy to shield Long Hanwei behind him. However, these hidden weapons had been significantly enhanced by Tang San, far surpassing the potency of the previous poisoned arrows. Despite Bai Ling's best efforts to defend, the arrows pierced through, striking Long Hanwei. Long Hanwei cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground and rolling several times, her pale leg now stained crimson with blood. Long Hanwei. Bai Ling rushed over, concern flooding his heart as he beheld the incapacitated Long Hanwei. Without a second thought, he lifted her into his arms and activated the flowing cloud steps, striving to distance themselves from the jagged crocodiles. Let go of me, Long Hanwei protested, writhing in Bai Ling's embrace, as she was not fond of physical contact with men. Let you be devoured by the jagged crocodiles? Stay still and don't move, Bai Ling retorted, his focus solely on their escape, having no time to soothe her. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of struggle appeared in Long Hanwei as Bai Ling tightly embraced Long Hanwei, only to be instantly flung away by the crocodile's tail, crashing violently against a tree. Bai Ling felt a sharp pain in his back. Had it not been for the 10th level of the reincarnation body refinement technique, his back would likely have shattered. After ensuring that Long Hanwei, cradled in his arms, was relatively unharmed, he quickly lifted his gaze to the front. There stood a colossal, 3-meter-long serrated crocodile leader, blocking his path. This leader was a formidable foe, possessing a cultivation level a tier above the regular serrated crocodiles, classifying it as a primary second-tier demon beast, capable of rivaling a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. I must escape. Bai Ling had no time to engage with the serrated crocodile leader. He hastily picked up Long Hanwei and prepared to flee. Yet, before he could rise, the previous serrated crocodiles swiftly closed in, encircling him. Damn, how am I to manage this? If it were just him alone, he could likely escape using the flowing cloud step, but with Long Hanwei in his arms, fleeing beneath the crocodile leader seemed a daunting task. Long Hanyue, lying in Bai Ling's embrace, observed his desperate attempts to protect her, and her heart stirred. The serrated crocodile leader, having caught a whiff of blood, charged towards them with alarming speed. Bai Ling, let me go. You need to leave, she said coldly, her voice laced with urgency. If you stay with me, you will die. Just are you in? In her current state, gravely injured, following Bai Ling would only hinder him, rather than both perish here. It would be better for Bai Ling to survive alone. What foolishness is this? I saved you, and I shall not allow you to perish. What difference would that make from the regrets of my past? Bai Ling replied, holding her even tighter. The icy marriage contract, Bai Ling mused, likely would become void upon Long Hanyue's death, granting him the freedom to soar. Yet, abandoning her here was something he could not bring himself to do. It was not only due to the regrets of his previous life, but also because of the very contract that bound them. Long Hanyue's master had bestowed her with the icy marriage contract, indicating a desire to protect her from the betrayal of a heartless man. But if he fled now, how would he differ from such a scoundrel? Whatever, she murmured, lifting her gaze to Bai Ling's steadfast profile. Feeling she could not name swelling within her. He was the second person to show her such kindness, aside from her master. Memories of the time when the Lingyi sect was besieged by other peaks flooded her mind. Those who had once surrounded her with affection had all betrayed her without exception, joining forces with the enemy to backstab her and her master. Stay here on the tree. I will come back for you, Bai Ling urged, swiftly climbing up to the branches with Long Hanyue in his arms. He administered a hemostatic pill to her and reassured her, as long as we remain in the tree, those serrated crocodiles won't be able to sever the roots right away. If I can incapacitate the leader, I am confident we can escape. Carefully placing Long Hanyue on the tree, he prepared to leap down when suddenly, he felt his sleeve being tugged. Turning back, he saw her averted gaze. Be careful, she warned softly. Yes, just stay put and don't fall. I'll be back for you shortly, Bai Ling replied with a smile before jumping down, aiming a powerful kick at the Bai Ling, upon hearing the commotion, hurriedly approached to investigate, only to discover that the wound on Long Hanyue's thigh had indeed split open, blood oozing forth. No, it's nothing, Long Hanyue gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain as she spoke coldly. Nothing? Quickly extend your leg, Bai Ling retorted, unable to believe Long Hanyue's disingenuous words. Without waiting for her consent, Bai Ling swiftly retrieved healing ointment from her storage pouch and moved closer to examine the injury on Long Hanyue's thigh with utmost seriousness. What are you doing? Long Hanyue attempted to push Bai Ling away, but the pain from her wound rendered her powerless to resist. What am I doing? I'm merely assisting you with your treatment. An infection would be troublesome, Bai Ling replied earnestly, her gaze falling upon the gruesome wound where the arrow had pierced Long Hanyue's leg. The moment Bai Ling touched her thigh, Long Hanyue instinctively released a wave of cold air. A chill enveloped Bai Ling, yet she remained resolute, choosing not to retreat from Long Hanyue's side. Bai Ling understood that Long Hanyue's icy demeanor was not intentional but rather a consequence of past traumas from her childhood. In the stories, it was precisely such childhood scars that had shaped Long Hanyue's aloof character and her aversion to men. Though perhaps merely a narrative device, the pain within was known only to Long Hanyue herself. Bai Ling could perceive her struggle for control. Otherwise, she would have frozen him the moment their interaction turned slightly ambiguous. Realizing her mistake, Long Hanyue hastily withdrew her hand, guilt clouding her expression as she looked at Bai Ling. However, Bai Ling was oblivious to her gaze, his focus entirely on her injury. With great care, Bai Ling applied the ointment to the wound, his movements gentle. He then extracted a piece of cloth from his storage pouch to bandage her thigh. All right, the bleeding has stopped. You must refrain from traveling for the next couple of days. Rest thoroughly until your injury heals, Bai Ling advised, wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved as he withdrew his hand after securing the bandage. Otherwise, if you continue to push yourself, the wound may reopen, and that would be truly troublesome. Thank you, Long Hanyue replied as Bai Ling stood up, her voice still frigid, yet Bai Ling could discern a hint of warmth within. Chapter 35, An Indirect Kiss. Upon hearing her words, Bai Ling chuckled lightly, saying, It's nothing. Just refrain from freezing me at every turn. He glanced at the freshly bandaged wound on Long Hanyue's thigh and then observed her pale complexion. Her lips cracked and dry, a clear indication of blood loss and dehydration. Suddenly, it struck Bai Ling that Long Hanyue seemed to have gone without water since yesterday, subsisting solely on dry pastries. Despite her thirst, she bore it in silence. At a loss for words, Bai Ling retrieved a water bottle filled with water from his storage pouch, taking a small sip before extending it towards Long Hanyue. Long Hanyue, this water is not poisoned. You can drink it without worry. Long Hanyue regarded the water bottle with a cold stare, refusing to reach for it. Bai Ling felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny and cleared his throat. insisting, "I assure you, this water is indeed safe. You witnessed it yourself just now." Realizing the impropriety of his earlier action, Bai Ling felt a twinge of awkwardness, but having already taken a sip, he believed there was no harm. Besides, it would be futile for Long Hanwei to refuse it now. Yet, she remained unmoved, merely observing him with an indifferent gaze. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Bai Ling pressed the water bottle to her lips, urging, "Really, I'm not deceiving you. Just take a sip to see for yourself. No, I will do it myself," Long Hanwei replied. Finally accepting the water bottle, she delicately parted her lips and took a small sip. The sweet liquid soothed her parched throat and provided a modicum of relief to her cracked lips. A few droplets spilling from the corners of her mouth. "Thank you," she said flatly, returning the empty bottle, her voice still icy, just as Bai Ling was about to take back the water bottle. An arrow suddenly shot forth from behind him. Reacting swiftly, he drew Long Hanyue's sword and turned to deflect the projectile. To his dismay, he saw Bai Mingjun emerge from behind a tree, flanked by two ruffians. Their sinister expressions fixed upon him. "Damn it, I barely escaped the jaws of the serrated crocodiles at great cost, trembling in fear within the forest, only to find you here engaged in such activities." Bai Mingjun sneered, his face contorted with rage. He had been hiding, terrified, when he unexpectedly overheard strange noises. Upon peeking out, he was astonished to see Bai Ling emerging unscathed from the territory of the serrated crocodiles. From Bai Mingjun's perspective, Bai Ling not only appeared unharmed but was also seated on the ground with an exquisitely beautiful yet icy woman, seemingly engaged in intimate actions. The mere thought that he had nearly been devoured by crocodiles while Bai Ling was with a woman ignited a firestorm of anger within him. Why should he be hiding with two men while Bai Ling enjoyed such comfort with a stunning woman? "Brother Mingjun, that woman is truly stunning. I adore her. With such a beautiful face, you must eliminate Bai Ling at once. Watching them together is nearly unbearable," one of the ruffians exclaimed. "Yes, Brother Mingjun, you've always had a penchant for married women, and here is one readily available. You cannot let her escape, in this desolate wilderness. You might have to settle for lizards." The two companions behind Bai Mingjun, upon seeing the alluring Long Hanwei, were instantly captivated, their imaginations running wild. They had completely forgotten their earlier agreement to stay hidden. For it was this very proclivity that had united them. Feeling a wave of disgust as she caught sight of the three leering at her, Long Hanwei was reminded of the hypocritical young masters at Lingyi's sect, who, when she was targeted by others, had shown their true, lustful nature. If she were not currently injured and weakened, she would have drawn her blade the moment she laid eyes on them. Bai Ling, expressionless, positioned himself in front of Long Hanwei, blocking the trio's view. "If you seek death, feel free to try," he said coldly, knowing this was not only for Long Hanwei but also in retaliation for Yuan's past humiliation at their hands. If he did not eliminate Bai Mingjun today, he would surely concoct further schemes in the future. "Well, aren't you quite bold, Bai Ling? Have you grown arrogant after a few days of seclusion? Step aside. Don't obstruct my view, or I'll have Brother Mingjun kill you." One of them barked. "What? Now that you've got a woman, you think you can flaunt your power before her? Who do you think you are? Step aside and accept your fate. Perhaps Brother Mingjun will be swift and spare you some suffering." The two, irritated by Bai Ling's interference, shouted angrily, "We are her who?" "Naturally, I am her betrothed," Bai Ling retorted with a cold laugh, and though he spoke truthfully, given the icebound engagement, he indeed had a claim to being Long Hanyue's fiancé. "Fiancé?" Long Hanwei murmured, lifting her gaze to Bai Ling's back. A flicker of emotion crossing her icy blue eyes. "If you wish to challenge me, I am more than capable of defeating a mere Bai Ling who has scarcely begun his training," Bai Mingjun declared, seizing the shoulders of his two companions and squeezing them painfully. "Since you two dare to command me, who is the leader here? You go handle Bai Ling. I'll capture that woman and see what she has to offer." The two, their shoulders aching, dared not resist, quickly acquiescing. "No objections, no objections." Satisfied, Bai Mingjun released his grip and strode towards Long Hanwei. "Damn you, Bai Ling, you interrupted my last good fortune. I will ensure that no one comes to your aid this time. Especially since your sister cares so much for you. I must kill you to avenge the beatings she dealt me previously. Regardless of whether you perish here, she will remain oblivious." Bai Mingjun scowled menacingly, disregarding the consequences, asserting that being trapped in the secret realm, one could not be certain of survival. Thus, it was better to indulge first and worry later. Upon hearing Bai Mingjun insult Yuan with the term beggar, Bai Ling's expression darkened instantaneously. The term beggar had always been a source of sorrow for Yuan. Even in her absence, Bai Ling did not wish to hear it. Chapter 36, Golden Turtle Armor Get Lost and Die. "Bai Ling, we shall take good care of your wife and fiancé." The two men glared at Bai Ling, gritting their teeth. before drawing their long swords and charging at her. After all, how formidable could Bai Ling, who had only recently begun her cultivation, truly be? Could she possibly rival their own fourth-level chi practitioners? Compared to the previous serrated crocodile, Bai Ling was nothing but a waste, devoid of any deterrent power. Meanwhile, Bai Mingjun lunged towards the cold and serene Hanyu, positioned behind Bai Ling. Bai Ling, standing beside Hanyu, took a deep breath and maximized her internal spiritual energy, even without needing to step back 3 meters from Hanyu. She was capable of dealing with Bai Mingjun and his accomplice. The moment the two henchmen lunged to strike Bai Ling, she decisively used the blade of Hanyu's sword to shatter both of their swords violently. By Grandma's decree, this cultivation level is not right. How is it possible that after merely a few months of practice, her power is so high? What is happening? Mingjun actually deceived us. Bai Ling's cultivation must now surpass ours. The swords in the hands of the two men were instantly severed and flung aside, crashing to the ground as they coughed up blood. How can Bai Ling be so strong? She must have expended all her spiritual energy to achieve this. She is undoubtedly at her last throes and cannot sustain this for long. We must capture this woman first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if Bai Ling comes to guard her. Bai Mingjun, upon witnessing Bai Ling send his companions flying, was equally taken aback. Hanyu, observing Bai Mingjun's approach, preemptively channeled her spiritual energy, calmly anticipating his movements. She did not wish for Bai Ling to worry for her, believing her to be a hindrance. Bai Mingjun regarded Hanyu with a cold smirk. Although Bai Ling's strength was somewhat unexpected, he held absolute confidence in his own abilities. As a standout among the younger generation of the Bai family, how could he fear a newly initiated waste? If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at the two useless fools who lingered in brothels, incapable of withstanding even a single blow from Bai Ling. He had already reached the foundational stage through relentless consumption of pills and exhausting his potential. Bai Mingjun was confident that with his cultivation, he could easily crush and defeat Bai Ling. Ha ha ha, heaven helps me. I never expected this woman to fall victim to my Tang sect hidden weapon, unable to move and left at my mercy. Bai Mingjun laughed maniacally upon seeing Hanyu injured and incapacitated. Forced to sit on the ground to rest. Bony Claw, Bai Mingjun activated his spiritual energy, charging towards Hanyu, his hands enveloped in a layer of razor-sharp bone as he lunged for her neck. After all, as long as this woman did not die, he could have his fun. Hanyu, Bai Mingjun let out a cold sneer, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands as a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from within him. Bone Claw, 10,000 claws piercing the heart. He bellowed, thrusting his hands forward with great force. Countless sharp images of white bone claws shot forth from his hands, hurtling toward Bai Ling and Long Hanwei. Seeing the bone claw shadows rushing towards her, Long Hanwei bit her lip, realizing that had she not been sealed and stripped of her cultivation, she could have easily dispelled them with a mere wave of her hand. But in her current state, she was utterly powerless to assist Bai Ling, her ice blue eyes filled with concern as they rested on him. As Bai Ling gazed upon the dense swarm of bone claw shadows, akin to a multitude of black ants, a chill crept into his gaze. He had not anticipated that Bai Mingjun, consumed by lust and greed, would go so far as to cultivate the bone claw shadows in a bid to kill him. It was worth noting that had their conflict not arisen, Bai Mingjun would have remained a useless wretch, easily dispatched by Yi Fan 3 years hence, just as the myriad of bone claw shadows was about to descend upon Bai Ling. He wrapped one arm around Long Hanwei and swiftly raised the other. With a decisive grip, he unleashed a tremendous pulling force from his palm, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and rapidly coalescing it into a massive vortex. Vortex of all things returning to origin, Bai Ling intoned, and in an instant, the bone claw shadows were drawn into the swirling maelstrom. With a powerful push of his palm, the vortex transformed into a colossal shadowy palm print that surged toward Bai Mingjun, cutting through the air with a piercing sound. The brilliance of the vortex of all things returning to origin lay not only in its ability to merge his own techniques but also in its capacity to absorb and counteract the opponent's spiritual attacks. As long as the opponent's cultivation did not exceed his by 2 major realms, forced fusion was possible. This was one of the reasons Yi Fan had been able to dominate the cultivation world in his later years. A masterstroke that allowed him to thrive, upon witnessing Bai Ling's inexplicable ability to neutralize his techniques. Bai Mingjun's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Bai Ling still had the strength to unleash such a peculiar technique. And it was now too late for him to evade. Bai Mingjun could only brace himself, bringing his hands together in a defensive stance with the bone claw shadows before him, attempting to withstand the impending shadowy palm. With a thunderous crash, Bai Mingjun was sent hurtling backward, and as the black mist began to dissipate, he lay motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, his once formidable golden armor shattered, leaving a dark imprint upon his chest. It was clear how deeply Bai Mingjun harbored resentment toward Bai Ling and Long Hanwei. Bai Ling merely cast a glance before averting his gaze, after forcibly repelling Bai Mingjun's bone-claw shadows. He felt as though his own spiritual energy had been completely drained. Long Hanwei looked at Bai Ling with astonishment, having been unable to discern the nature of the technique he had just employed. But upon noticing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, she reached out to gently wipe them away. Has Long Hanwei finally softened her demeanor? Bai Ling thought with surprise, captivated by the beauty of her flawless visage. Wait, don't misunderstand. I'm merely helping you, she said, feeling somewhat uneasy under Bai Ling's gaze, turning her head slightly to avoid his eyes. Bai Ling chuckled, choosing to remain silent. For the fact that Long Hanwei had taken the initiative to assist him in wiping away sweat was already a significant change. Given that they were now inseparable, he could only strive to soften her icy disposition. If she continued to behave like a block of ice, he could hardly fathom how he would endure the mundane days ahead. He hurried to check if Bai Mingjun was truly dead. As Bai Ling approached, cradling Long Hanwei in his arms, he had no intention of following the plot's trope of leaving a foe alive. Watch out. As Bai Ling walked toward Bai Mingjun, who had appeared lifeless, the latter suddenly triggered a concealed weapon hidden in his sleeve, unleashing a barrage of lethal arrows aimed directly at Bai Ling's head. Upon hearing the click of the trigger, Long Hanwei sprang into action, wrapping her arms around Bai Ling with all her might, forcing him down to the ground. Even with Long Hanwei's swift reflexes, she could not evade the arrows, which pierced through her snow-white shoulder in an instant. Blood gushed forth, staining her garments, yet she endured the pain. Holding Bai Ling tightly. As Bai Ling felt the warmth of her blood, his heart trembled violently. Long Hanwei, what happened to you? He quickly rose, lifting her in his arms, only to see the arrow embedded deep in her shoulder, blood flowing profusely. Haha, Bai Ling. Did you think you could kill me? Even in death, I shall ensure you do not have it easy. Bai Mingjun lay on the ground, laughing maniacally upon hearing Bai Ling's panicked voice and the sound of the arrow striking Long Hanwei. Even if he were to perish, he would take solace in the thought of avenging himself by harming Bai Ling's fiancée before his demise. Bai Mingjun's words, Bai Ling's eyes turned frigid. He grasped Long Hanwei's sword and advanced toward Bai Mingjun. Bai Ling, what are you planning? You think that killing me? Bai Mingjun's voice quavered with panic as he noticed Bai Ling's approach, but before he could finish, Bai Ling's sword severed his throat, resulting in a swift and decisive death. Long Hanwei, wait for me. I shall rescue you now. Chapter 38. Accepting the icy marriage pact. After ensuring Bai Mingjun was utterly dead, Bai Ling hurriedly cradled Long Hanwei in his arms and swiftly departed the scene. She had endured far too many injuries, both before and after their forced entanglement. It could be said that every part of her body bore the marks of suffering. Her blood had already diminished significantly, and if the wound on her shoulder continued to bleed, it would not be long before she succumbed to her injuries. Long Hanwei quickly consumed the hemostatic pill. Bai Ling hastily offered her the medicine, but she had lapsed into temporary unconsciousness due to blood loss, unable to swallow it. Without hesitation, and recalling his previous experience, Bai Ling pressed his lips against hers to administer the pill directly, temporarily stanching the flow of blood from her shoulder. Now, he needed to find a safe place for her to rest and locate herbs to replenish her lost blood. Bai Ling held Long Hanwei tightly, moving swiftly until he finally arrived at a secluded cave that showed no signs of beastly presence. Gently laying her down, he gazed at her pallid complexion, overwhelmed with guilt. Ever since Long Hanwei had encountered him, she had known no peace, constantly burdened by his presence. While he had initially been reluctant about the icy marriage pact, he recognized Long Hanwei's steadfast support throughout their journey, without a single complaint. Since your master has arranged this icy marriage pact for you, I shall accept it as well. However, I am unsure how to explain this to Wana when we return. As he tenderly tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, he spoke softly to the pale-faced Long Hanwei. Apart from matters of intimacy, he had nearly explored every aspect of her being. Regardless of her willingness or reluctance in the future, he would respect her choices. If she were to refuse, he could only provide her with a separate room upon their return home. Now, what Long Hanwei needed was not only to stop the bleeding but also to replenish her lost blood. After kindling a fire for her, Bai Ling began to search the cave for useful items or to ensure there were no hidden beasts lurking within. However, as he ventured 3 meters away from her, a sudden chill enveloped him. Just as he prepared to return to her side and devise a plan, he sensed a peculiar disturbance emanating from the depths of the cave. His heart raced, and he cautiously peered into the shadows. There, in the dim light of the cave's recess, a blood-red herb swayed gently, exuding an enticing fragrance. Upon closer inspection, Bai Ling realized that this crimson herb bore a striking resemblance to the blood spirit herb mentioned in his texts. The blood spirit herb possessed exceptional properties for blood replenishment. Bai Ling couldn't help but acknowledge that Long Hanue's fortune had finally manifested, leading him to this invaluable herb. Gazing at the blood spirit herb, he found himself in a quandary. He could undoubtedly acquire it, but doing so would leave Long Hanwei unguarded. Should a beast attack and create a commotion, by the time he returned, she might already be lost to the claws of a monster. Very well, I shall leave it for now. Bai Ling ultimately returned to Long Hanue's side, gently removing the talisman that Bai Zhirua had gifted him and delicately placing it around Long Hanue's neck. Had it not been for Long Hanue's timely rescue, this protective charm might have already lost its efficacy. Should Long Hanwei fall prey to a demonic beast attack, the talisman would serve to safeguard her life. In that moment, he too would hasten back to shield her from harm. After adorning Long Hanwei with the charm, Bai Ling returned to his previous position, immediately feeling a wave of coldness wash over him. Damn, it's freezing. I must quickly obtain the spirit blood herb. He shivered involuntarily, assuring himself that no demonic beast lurked nearby before rushing forward to carefully harvest the herb, intent on treating Long Hanwei. As Bai Ling swiftly plucked the spirit blood herb, he suddenly noticed something buried beneath it. What is this? Time was of the essence, so he hurriedly cleared the dirt away, revealing a small chest hidden beneath the herb. Without hesitation, Bai Ling lifted both the chest and the herb, swiftly returning to Long Hanue's side. He set the chest aside, then meticulously ground the spirit blood herb into juice, first confirming its safety before administering it to Long Hanwei. After wiping the herb juice from his lips, he gazed at her. Gradually, the pallor of Long Hanue's cheeks began to fade, replaced by a healthy flush, and her breathing steadied. It seems Long Hanwei is out of danger. Observing this, Bai Ling sighed in relief, his worries alleviating somewhat. After roasting some provisions and dressing the wounds on her shoulders, Bai Ling finally turned his attention to the chest beside him, noticing that it lacked a lock. He casually opened it. The moment the chest cracked open, a chilling aura seeped forth. Though Bai Ling had grown somewhat accustomed to the cold. To his astonishment, inside lay a longsword. The blade gleamed a pristine white, as if forged from ice and snow, the hilt adorned with exquisite engravings that exuded an air of the extraordinary. Drawing upon his memory of the story, Bai Ling immediately recognized the sword. Frost Blossom. Celestial Gleam. In the narrative, this sword was custom-made for Long Hanwei. Only she, with her profound ice constitution, could wield its true power. In later chapters, she relied on this very sword to compete evenly with Yifan, even surpassing him in strength. Ultimately, when Yifan found himself unable to contend with Long Hanwei, he met his demise due to a plot contrivance, allowing Long Hanue's ice constitution to erupt and freeze him solid. Consequently, Bai Ling remained oblivious to the means of resolving the ice constitution later on. Very well, since no solution has been proposed, I shall seek one myself. Bai Ling mused. As Long Hanue's fiancée, he felt compelled to intervene. He could not simply stand by and watch her fall victim to a forced plot demise. Beneath the sword lay 2 tomes, and without a second thought, Bai Ling retrieved them for inspection. Frozen for 1,000 miles. The title alone indicated yet another ice-based technique, confirming that this was indeed a repository for Long Hanue's ascension and power. After placing Frost Blossom, Celestial Gleam, and Frozen for 1,000 miles aside, he produced the final book. As he anticipated another technique tailored for Long Hanwei, he was taken aback by the contents within. What is this? An album of celestial maidens? Bai Ling quickly skimmed through, confirming the absence of any techniques, and then began to peruse it out of sheer boredom. Just as he was engrossed, he sensed someone observing him. He looked up to find Long Hanwei, seemingly awakened, leaning against the wall, her ice blue eyes fixated on him, and the album in his hands. Chapter 39, Confessions of the Heart. Upon noticing Long Hanue's awakening, Bai Ling swiftly concealed the book behind his back, clearing his throat as he spoke. Long Hanwei, you're awake. How do you feel now? Long Hanwei remained silent, her gaze fixed on Bai Ling, a flicker of an indescribable emotion crossing her features. Rather than responding to his inquiry, she pointed at the Celestial Maiden album he had hidden and coldly inquired, "Do you like this?" Bai Ling hastily replied, No, I merely picked it up out of curiosity. There's nothing noteworthy about it. Let me see," she demanded, extending her delicate hand toward him. Bai Ling, puzzled by her insistence, complied, handing over the album. Upon discovering that Long Hanwei had caught him perusing it, he felt an inexplicable sense of being caught in the act. Initially indifferent to the album, Long Hanwei had only wished to hasten her training for vengeance. However, witnessing Bai Ling's engrossed expression sparked an inexplicable curiosity within her to discover what this so-called Celestial Maiden album contained that could captivate him so deeply. To the extent that he had failed to notice her awakening. As she flipped through a few pages, she found the album filled with images of women clad in scanty attire. Some displayed ample curves, while others struck bizarre poses, causing Lung Hanyue's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Bai Ling actually looks at such indecent things. This is utterly shameful. With a sudden motion, she slammed the album shut, flinging it at Bai Ling's face. Here, take it back. Her voice, cold and laced with indignation, betrayed her own confusion as to why she felt this way. Though she did not consider herself a celestial beauty, she believed herself to be attractive enough. The thought of Bai Ling fixating on the album irked her. I told you there's nothing of interest, yet you remain unconvinced. Bai Ling quickly retrieved the album, placing it aside as he remarked. After all, it did come from that small chest. It might be something valuable. Now that you're awake, eat something to replenish your strength. For the next few days, let's stay here and allow you to recuperate. Once you're feeling better, we can hide your master's belongings. Bai Ling offered her a warm, freshly baked flatbread. Observing Bai Ling's concern for her well-being, Long Hanwei felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. However, as she reached for the flatbread, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder, blood beginning to seep through. Long Hanwei, don't move. You might aggravate your shoulder injury, Bai Ling urged, swiftly grasping her arm gently and signaling her to remain still. Feeling the warmth of his hands, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Bai Ling, noticing her discomfort, stammered, Long Hanwei, what's wrong? Is your wound painful? She shook her head softly, murmuring, it's nothing, just a bit uncomfortable. Since your hands are immobile, allow me to feed you, Bai Ling suggested. He realized that Long Hanyue's hands would likely take more than a week to heal, even though she was eager to conceal her master's belongings and avenge him. Bai Ling would insist that she rest. Time appeared to be on their side. As long as they could endure until the secret realm concluded, they would escape. However, he worried that Long Hanwei might not be able to wait that long. Upon hearing this, Long Hanwei fell silent, feeling a sense of humiliation at the thought of being treated like a child, waiting for Bai Ling to feed her. Understanding her perspective, Bai Ling remarked, Long Hanwei, your hand won't heal in just a few days, and you can't possibly go hungry. If you don't eat, you'll lack the strength to hide your master's belongings. Besides, you were injured while saving me. As your fiancé, I have the obligation to assist you, but you must promise me to rest here for the next few days until you recover. We can discuss everything afterward. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke earnestly, knowing that Long Hanyue's injuries were directly related to him. No. I must quickly hide the belongings and avenge my master, Long Hanwei declared, shaking her head resolutely. Her ice-blue eyes filled with determination. She could not allow her injuries to impede her. She was determined to seek vengeance for her master. Moreover, she could not afford to delay, allowing the perpetrators within Lingyi's sect, who had slain her master, to continue their carefree lives. If she did not act swiftly, the one responsible for her master's death, Su Ming, the deputy sect leader, would break through to the core formation stage, rendering her vengeance impossible. Bai Ling spoke softly, be patient, Long Hanwei. First, eat your fill. There will be time for you to avenge your master after your injuries have healed. In this frigid month, how stubborn can one be? Even while still nursing her wounds, she fixates on avenging her master. Wait for me. Once my strength is restored, I shall return to the sect to exact revenge. Cold Hanyu bit her dry, parched lips, resolutely dismissing Bai Ling's counsel. I cannot wait that long. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling fell silent. Since Cold Hanyu had made up her mind, she was undoubtedly determined to pursue her course of action. Yet, Bai Ling felt a pang of sympathy, knowing that Cold Hanyu would drag her injured body to the sect in pursuit of vengeance for her master. If you are afraid, you may kill me and flee, but I shall not relinquish my quest for vengeance on behalf of my master. Observing Bai Ling's silence, Cold Hanyu assumed she was stricken with fear and coldly uttered, if you accompany me to Lingyi's sect to slay those responsible for my master's demise, the odds of survival are slim. The moment she escaped from Lingyi's sect, she resolved to avenge her master. However, it was unlikely that anyone would risk their life to join her simply after a few days of acquaintance. Bai Ling's trepidation was understandable. Yet, to forsake her quest for vengeance was an unbearable torment, one worse than death itself. After all, her life had been saved by Bai Ling. Without his intervention, she might have perished long ago. Even if she were to die at his hands, she would harbor no resentment. What foolishness are you speaking? How could I bring myself to kill you? Is it not to avenge our master? I shall accompany you, provided you take the time to recuperate properly. Since your master has bound you in an icy matrimonial contract, I am willing to accept it. However, should you refuse, I shall seek a way to dissolve this contract, allowing us to live our own lives separately. Bai Ling grasped Cold Hanyu's delicate hand, locking eyes with her earnestly. Regardless of your acceptance, I am willing to accompany you to Lingyi's sect. to follow you in seeking vengeance. Reflecting on the narrative surrounding Cold Hanyu, who was alone and solitary, he felt a pang of heartache that he would not allow her to relive the tragedy. Nor would he let her fall in her duel with Yufan. Upon witnessing Bai Ling's earnest gaze, Cold Hanyu's previously tranquil heart quivered. She could not comprehend why Bai Ling would willingly accompany her to Lingyi's sect for revenge, as it brought him no benefit, the icy matrimonial contract. Yet, Bai Ling could have easily perished amidst the jaws of the serrated crocodiles. She could not fathom why he treated her with such kindness. Apart from her master, no one had ever shown her such compassion. All those around her were, without exception, enamored solely by her beauty. Yet now, she was battered and bruised, her once pristine skin marred by countless scars. No longer the delicate beauty she once was. It matters not if you respond now. You may tell me your answer after you have avenged your master. Bai Ling did not take advantage of her vulnerability to force an answer, but spoke softly. I am willing. Cold Hanyu's other hand gradually rested atop Bai Ling's, her serious response echoing in the stillness. Bai Ling was taken aback. He had not anticipated the aloof Cold Hanyu would acquiesce. As she slowly lifted her gaze to meet Bai Ling's bright eyes, her previously frosty face flushed with a hint of color. Master, it is you who are helping me, is it not? Cold Hanyu gazed at the sky outside the cave. A solitary tear escaping her in her impending demise, she encountered Bai Ling, who, despite her cold and uninteresting demeanor, had consistently cared for her with unwavering attentiveness. Now, quickly eat something and rest well. Once you have healed, I will accompany you to Liyang's sect to avenge your master. Bai Ling gently brushed away the tear that had gathered at the corner of Cold Hanyu's eye. Upon hearing his words, her icy blue eyes softened. Although she still felt a twinge of discomfort, she chose not to voice her thoughts, merely nodding gently in agreement. Bai Ling was indeed correct. If she continued to neglect her nourishment, her recovery would be prolonged, hindering her quest for revenge. Seeing her compliance, Bai Ling sighed in relief, tearing the flatbread into smaller pieces and carefully feeding them to Cold Hanyu, though she felt a sense of awkwardness. She did not reject Bai Ling's kindness. However, when Bai Ling's fingertip accidentally brushed against her lips, she was suddenly aware of the warmth and softness. Startled by the sensation, Cold Hanyu hastily closed her mouth. Expelling Bai Ling's finger. I am sorry. I momentarily lost focus. A blush crept across her cheeks as she averted her gaze, barely daring to meet Bai Ling's eyes, offering a rare, quiet apology. She herself was unsure of what had just transpired. Having unintentionally bitten down on Bai Ling's fingertip, Bai Ling, sensing the awkwardness of the moment, quickly withdrew his hand and coughed softly. It is nothing. I was simply careless, observing Cold Hanyu's bashful demeanor. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. He acknowledged that this girl, who resembled a block of ice, possessed a charmingly adorable side, though her usual demeanor was so cold that it rendered her hard to approach. Moreover, Cold Hanyu's rare display of femininity was not depicted in the narrative, leading Bai Ling to once believe she was merely a stunningly beautiful ice princess. Thus, he felt privileged to be the first to witness this bashful side of her. It seemed that Cold Hanyu's frigid disposition could be gradually altered. After observing her shyness, Bai Ling glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, Cold Hanyu did not bite his finger again. All right, Cold Hanyu. Drink some water. Bai Ling understood her need for hydration without uttering a word, wishing to avoid any inconvenience. After she finished drinking, Cold Hanyu suddenly noticed a small box beside Bai Ling. Pointing at it, she inquired, "What is in that box?" She recalled that Bai Ling had taken out a collection of fairy photographs from this very box. Surely, there could not be more of Bai Ling's private collection hidden within. Upon sensing Cold Hanyu's peculiar gaze, Bai Ling hastily brought the box before her, eager to clarify. Inside, there is merely a long sword and a tome of martial arts. It is not a collection of fairy photographs. He waved the frosted sword before her, providing an explanation. Cold Hanyu's eyes widened slightly upon seeing the frosted sword and the tome of Icebound. She had heard her master speak of the frosted sword, crafted by a legendary ancestor with an ice physique, perfectly attuned to that very essence. However, after the ancestor's demise, the sword had vanished. To her astonishment, it had been found by Bai Ling. Yet she felt no greed for the sword he held. Hanyu, once your injuries have healed, consider these as gifts for your dowry. Bai Ling placed the long sword and the tome into Cold Hanyu's embrace, unable to resist pinching her soft cheek. After all, these items rightfully belonged to her. He merely retrieved them for her. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, the chill in Cold Hanyu's face was replaced by a faint blush. Her icy blue eyes shimmered, as if she were at a loss for words. She had assumed Bai Ling was unaware of the value of those items, but before she could express her thoughts, he interjected, "I am merely jesting. These items are for you. They do not constitute a dowry. Once we return home, I will personally prepare something special for you." Bai Ling had no intention of using these items, which rightfully belonged to Cold Hanyu, as a mere pretense for a dowry. Such an act would be disrespectful to her and irresponsible regarding his promises. Upon hearing Bai Ling's unreserved offer, Cold Hanyu gazed at him in a daze. These items, they are valuable. You need not give them all to me. She urged Bai Ling to recognize their worth, hoping he would not so easily part with them. It is of no concern. Since you have agreed to marry me, these things are yours. After all, what belongs to my wife is mine as well. Bai Ling reassured her. Now, rest well for the next few days. Once your injuries have healed, I will bestow these upon you. By then, when you have mastered the martial arts, you will be better equipped to avenge our master. Observing the bashful demeanor of Long Hanwei, Bai Ling chuckled softly and spoke. As Long Hanwei gazed at Bai Ling's earnest expression, her heart warmed. Indeed, with the opportunity to avenge her master, she felt a renewed sense of assurance. Just as Long Hanwei was about to express her gratitude, a figure suddenly emerged at the cave's entrance. Chapter 41. Lin Yu, we must hurry, as rain has begun to fall. We need to seek refuge in the cave. Let us hope that the ineffectually How can manage to endure a bit longer. What is that flickering light within the cave? Never mind. I shall take shelter from the rain first. The figure hastily stepped into the cave, after Bai Ling had stored all the items from the box into his spatial pouch. He wrapped one arm around Long Hanwei, while his other hand rested on the hilt of the sword on the ground. Should those who pursued Long Hanwei make their appearance, he would be ready to defend her. Even if he were to be outmatched, he could swiftly escape with her. If they were merely passing cultivators, that would be even better, as it was unlikely to encounter any cultivators in such a desolate place. Held in by Ling's embrace, Long Hanwei felt his warmth, causing her icy cheeks to flush slightly. Her ice-blue eyes also fixated on the shadow outside the cave. The effects of the delayed powder had worn off, and she was now able to assist Bai Ling. As for the efficacy of the poison-sealing medicine, she sensed that it would soon restore her strength, at which point she would no longer need to rely on Bai Ling for protection. Bai Ling, what brings you here? Upon entering the cave and seeing the two figures within, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, instantly recognizing the ever-familiar Bai Ling, often labeled as a sycophant. She had presumed that he had been devoured by a fierce beast upon entering the secret realm. She was astonished to find him alive and present here. Lin Yu, I simply walked here. Bai Ling felt a wave of relief wash over him upon recognizing Lin Yu, responding to her query. After all, Lin Yu was one of the protagonists in the storyline. Aside from her occasional attempts to vex him, there was no plot involving murder or theft associated with her. Moreover, given his current cultivation level, dealing with Lin Yu posed no challenge. Logically, Lin Yu should have sought out Yu Fan after acquiring the Liyang grass, providing him with the herb for cultivation, and waiting for him outside until he emerged. She would have had no reason to participate in the so-called family trial. However, judging by Lin Yu's current demeanor, it seemed she had yet to locate the Liyang grass. Otherwise, she would not still be lingering in Fuyang City. With that thought, Bai Ling felt a sense of satisfaction. The later Yu Fan broke through to the core formation stage, the more advantageous it would be for him. Bai Ling, who is the woman in your arms? Upon recognizing Bai Ling, Lin Yu let down her guard and unceremoniously approached the campfire for warmth. Upon seeing the exquisite beauty in Bai Ling's embrace, she could not help but inquire. Is it necessary for me to inform you? Come in and warm yourself, but kindly remain quiet. Bai Ling offered Lin Yu no courtesy, knowing she had constantly exploited him for cultivation resources. Though Long Hanwei, a living character in the plot, was cold and reticent, she spoke through her actions. As for his foolish sister and Yiwan, they were even more so. Only Lin Yu continuously pressed him for resources. Once he became of no use, she would discard him without hesitation. Bai Ling, what is with your attitude? I merely inquired out of kindness, and this is how you respond. Lin Yu felt a surge of dissatisfaction at Bai Ling's dismissive demeanor, furrowing her brows. The once obedient sycophant now dared to treat her with such indifference. Bai Ling, you wouldn't be taking advantage of someone when they're injured, would you? Or have you employed some means to control this young lady? Young lady, please tell me, has Bai Ling threatened your family or used some method to manipulate you? Speak up, and I shall assist you. Lin Yu patted her chest and stood up, as she perceived Bai Ling as a lecherous sycophant. If not for his lustful intentions, he likely would not have approached her at all. Unlike Yu Fan, who regarded her with admiration rather than desire, Lin Yu, you are overstepping your bounds. My relationship with her is none of your concern. Besides, open your eyes and see for yourself whether she is being controlled. Bai Ling, cradling the icy Long Hanwei, had no desire to explain himself to Lin Yu, especially since Long Hanwei had only just agreed to their bond. Seeing Bai Ling's demeanor, Lin Yu was incensed, her chest heaving in anger. She had never encountered anyone who spoke to her in such a manner. Bai Ling, Let me remind you that Yufan has already reached the core formation stage and is no longer the easily bullied mortal he once was. You would do well to behave, lest I uncover any wrongdoing on the part of the Bai family. You will regret it. Bai Ling, I advise you one last time to tell me the truth. Are you controlling this young lady or not? Otherwise, for someone as unremarkable as you, how could she possibly be interested in you? Lin Yu issued a stern warning before moving aside to sit down, clearly unconvinced that Bai Ling had not manipulated Long Hanwei. During their time in the secret realm, she had felt stifled. Had she found the Liyang grass, she could have left this dreadful place sooner. It was all Li Hao's fault for being useless and dawdling. Initially, she believed that Li Hao could easily procure the Liyang grass through his connections, only to learn that it had all been taken by his sister, Li Lanhua. Even if she were to find the Liyang grass, it would require considerable time and effort. She might as well have entered the secret realm herself to search for it. It had taken her an inordinate amount of time to locate the Liyang grass. Otherwise, she would have already begun seeking the exit to find her brother Yufan. Hearing Lin Yu's words almost made Bai Ling laugh in exasperation. What did it mean to say he was unremarkable? My wife, my future wife, and I, Bai Ling, are bound in matrimony. Observing Lin Yu's flustered expression, Long Hanwei, nestled in Bai Ling's embrace, spoke coldly. Although they had only recently pledged their bond, she would not permit anyone to insult Bai Ling. Especially this woman who had consistently belittled him. What, wife? Lin Yu was taken aback upon hearing Long Hanwei openly declare her relationship with Bai Ling. This stunning young woman had actually acknowledged herself as Bai Ling's wife. After a few glances at Long Hanwei, Lin Yu quickly grasped the situation. Long Hanwei was covered in injuries, her wounds hastily bandaged. It was evident she had been hurt and had claimed to be Bai Ling's wife to ensure his care. Forced to rely on him. It was reminiscent of how she had once kept Bai Ling on a string, granting him a title to hold on to. Otherwise, in Long Hanwei's current state, without Bai Ling's protection, she would surely perish if confronted by a beast. However, Lin Yu had no desire to point this out. After all, if she did, she would be compelled to tend to this seemingly worthless woman. And she had neither the inclination nor the time for that. Did you hear that? Long Hanwei and I are indeed husband and wife. Upon hearing Long Hanwei's declaration, Bai Ling felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that she would openly affirm their bond. Chapter 42, The Cave Dwelling. Bai Ling, are you daydreaming? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Lin Yu responded with a cold laugh, dismissing his declaration. Believe it or not, I cannot be bothered to explain myself to you. Bai Ling had no desire to continue engaging with Lin Yu. Gently setting Long Hanwei down and retrieving healing elixirs to administer to her. Seeing that Bai Ling was ignoring her, Lin Yu pouted in boredom, turning her gaze toward the distance. Lin Yu, hurry and run. I can no longer hold them back. You must leave quickly. At that moment, Bai Ling and the others heard someone shouting from outside the cave. You damned scions of noble families. How dare you take our belongings? Watch as I do away with you. How dare you seize the Liyang grass in front of my grandfather? You are courting death. Indeed. You dare to rob the possessions of the three brothers of the Li family from the Tianjin sect. You two are clearly seeking your own demise. There has always been a tradition of us robbing others. No one has ever dared to rob us, even if you are a part of the family. They cannot protect you. There is no one here to save you two wretches. Li Hao stood waiting for three cultivators, accompanied by several outer disciples, and angrily declared that everyone was relentlessly pursuing him. The three brothers of the Li family from the Tianjin sect were filled with fury. They had painstakingly employed a strategy of sheer numbers to snatch the blazing sun grass from the beasts. Yet, before they could even warm it in their grasp, it was seized by Li Hao and Lin Yu right under their noses. Li Hao could only flee for his life, not daring to look back. As he pursued the direction in which Lin Yu had escaped, he continuously shouted reminders to Lin Yu, hoping she would evade capture by the disciples of Tianjin sect. Lin Yu, hurry and run. The disciples of Tianjin sect are closing in on you. Do not look back. They are all after me, so ignore me. Not knowing where Lin Yu was hiding, Li Hao could only keep running, shouting to remind her to stay concealed. Damn it, how can that guy run so fast? He hasn't stopped for a moment, exhausting me to the brink of collapse. If this continues, the outer disciples trailing behind us will be utterly spent. They've been consuming pills all day long. Li Fin and Li Miao gasped for breath as they pursued Li Hao, having chased him relentlessly for an entire day without rest. This is bad. They've caught up so quickly. I barely had a moment to rest. This Li Hao is utterly useless. He doesn't even know how to delay them a little longer. Lin Yu suddenly spoke after vaguely hearing Li Hao's voice. The three brothers of Tianjin sect were at it again. Bai Ling also faintly heard those voices and could not help but think to himself. Logically, the disciples of Tianjin sect would certainly harbor resentment against him. If they caught up and found Bai Jiruo absent, they would undoubtedly seek revenge on him. Not to mention, they were currently accompanied by a group of outer disciples, and if they saw him alone, they would surely kill him. Although Bai Ling could barely manage against the disciples of Tianjin's sect with his current cultivation, he could not act freely with the injured Long Hanwei by his side. Even if their primary target should be Linyu, Bai Ling dared not risk taking Long Hanwei along. Who are they? Long Hanwei, leaning against Bai Ling, suddenly inquired upon hearing the voices of Bai Ling and Linyu. They are individuals like me who have entered the secret realm for training, but we had some prior conflicts. Bai Ling briefly explained the events that had transpired to Long Hanwei. I'm done with you all. I am leaving first. Bai Ling, take care of yourselves. Linyu, having overheard the conversation between Bai Ling and Long Hanwei, naturally did not wish to carry the two burdens along. After speaking, she immediately dashed out of the cave, swiftly disappearing into the night. For Brother Yifan, it's worth the risk to snatch someone else's blazing sungrass. If Brother Yifan finds out about this, he should forgive me. Right? Bai Ling could not help but curse. What a mess this is. Every time I encounter Linyu, it's nothing but trouble. Now, he had to flee quickly. The firelight within the cave would soon be discovered. However, with Long Hanwei in tow, it was evident that he could not outrun them, especially while having to constantly guard against attacks from cultivators and beasts. Bai Ling then glanced deeper into the cave. He had previously spotted a path while gathering blood spirit grass for Long Hanwei. Hanwei, let us go somewhere else. Let them have this place, Bai Ling said, lifting Long Hanwei as he stood, based on his years of reading novels. He surmised that since there were treasures here, there must be a cave dwelling. Long Hanwei unconditionally followed Bai Ling, refraining from releasing her cold aura to freeze him again, although she was unaware of the enmity between Bai Ling and those pursuing them. She still trusted his judgment. As the two followed the passage, the sounds of battle behind them grew ever closer. Li Hao, hearing cultivators calling his name from behind, felt his expression darken. You three damned pests. Can't you just leave me alone? If you have the guts, come at me directly and don't lay a hand on Miss Linyu. He shouted as he ran, cursing vehemently. Kid, if I catch you, I'll make your life a living hell. Leafin spat, his desire to tear Li Hao limb from limb evident. At that moment, the three of them spotted the cave where Bai Ling was hiding. Illuminated by flickering flames, that woman must, Bai Ling hastily exclaimed, then quickly turned to open the box before him. However, the moment Bai Ling lifted the lid, a blinding blue light erupted forth, causing him to instinctively retreat several steps. Accompanying this radiant light was a chilling aura that burst from within the box, further lowering the temperature of the cave. After countless years, I have finally awaited the arrival of a living soul. Once the blue light dissipated, a figure emerged from the box, ethereal in form, gazing at Long Hanwei and remarking, a man? How could a man possibly enter here? It seems the formation has not been activated for far too long. Upon seeing Bai Ling, the figure's brow furrowed. What utter nonsense. I am no man. Could I possibly be a woman? Bai Ling retorted, scrutinizing the apparition with keen interest. After all, he had never encountered a soul body before. This was his first-hand experience. Who are you, and why do you appear here? How did you bypass my formation? The figure inquired, for the cave had been set with a formation that only permitted women to enter, barring men from entry. I am Bai Ling, a junior who inadvertently wandered into this place along the path from the cave entrance. I apologize for disturbing your serene cultivation, esteemed predecessor, Bai Ling stammered. Momentarily taken aback by the figure's words, drawing upon his extensive experience from years of reading novels, Bai Ling surmised that this apparition must be Long Hanyue's fortuitous encounter. To safeguard Long Hanyue's future, Bai Ling deemed it wise to tread lightly and avoid offending this venerable figure. Enough. If that is the case, you should leave at once, the blue figure replied curtly. However, upon noticing Long Hanwei cradled in Bai Ling's arms, her demeanor softened, and she spoke gently, my dear girl, I see a connection between us. Would you accept my inheritance? With it, your Xianbing physique can reach new heights. Is there a condition, esteemed predecessor? Long Hanwei inquired, not allowing herself to be swept away by the sudden prospect of gaining an inheritance. Indeed, I ask that you sever all ties to the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only then will you stand invincible against any adversary you encounter. The blue figure replied, a hint of ire creeping into her tone after a brief silence. Esteemed predecessor, that seems rather unreasonable. Hanwei is of great importance to me. If she were to sever her emotions, would she still be the same person? Bai Ling interjected, his brow furrowing in concern. Long Hanyue's inherently cold disposition would only be exacerbated by such a demand. It would transform her into a mere emotionless entity. Was it possible that the coldness of the Long Hanwei from the narrative stemmed from her acceptance of this inheritance? Bai Ling pondered, recalling that in the story, Long Hanwei was indeed like a block of ice, devoid of any feelings. The narrative had not divulged how her character had changed over time, and Bai Ling had been infuriated to witness a once vibrant ice queen reduced to an emotionless fighter against Yi Fan. Now, with an anxious gaze fixed upon the unconscious Long Hanwei in his arms, Bai Ling was uncertain of her response. If she were to acquiesce, he would be powerless to intervene, compelled to respect her decision. Esteemed predecessor, I shall not sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires, Long Hanwei stated resolutely, devoid of hesitation. Refusing to sever your emotions is merely a means to cling to your man, the blue figure remarked, her brow furrowing as she forcefully pushed Bai Ling away. Her voice I see why. As Bai Ling staggered back, he swiftly supported Long Hanwei, stepping back with urgency. For the sake of such a useless man, you would forfeit my supreme inheritance? Do you truly believe that is worth it? A man like him will undoubtedly abandon you for another woman, the blue figure continued, her expression calm as she seized Bai Ling by the throat. Esteemed predecessor, we have not wronged you in any way. Would you kindly release me? Bai Ling gasped, struggling for breath. You think it amusing that you have not wronged me? Do you even know who I am? I am the once revered Xianbing Empress, who ascended through hardship, the blue figure scoffed, crossing her arms as she regarded Bai Ling coldly. The Xianbing Empress, Bai Ling echoed, momentarily stunned as memories of the original storyline flooded his mind. The Xianbing sect indeed had a legendary empress, her power unmatched, yet she had fallen many years prior. Bai Ling recalled the rumors surrounding her, how she had endured the backlash of her Xianbing physique to attain immortality, only to be betrayed by a scoundrel, leaving her with a deep-seated aversion to men. After her demise, her whereabouts remained a mystery, and yet here she was, confronting him, even as a mere remnant of her soul. Bai Ling knew he stood no chance against her. If the Xianbing Empress wished him dead, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Release Bai Ling, Long Hanwei cried out, witnessing Bai Ling's plight. She swiftly brandished the frost flower Ling Xiao sword towards the blue figure, her voice steady. With astonishing speed, Long Hanwei aimed her strike at the blue figure, but the remnant merely waved her hand dismissively, effortlessly disarming her and sending the sword crashing to the ground. How amusing, to wield my own sword against me, the Empress mocked, extending a finger to lightly touch Long Hanwei, unleashing a torrent of Xianbing energy that shot towards her. Long Hanwei quickly summoned her spiritual energy to counter the attack, but the force was overwhelming, sending her crashing into the icy wall, blood spattering from her lips. Pathetic. As a fellow Xianbing physique, you are utterly inadequate, unable to withstand even my remnant's assault. Such a waste of potential, the blue figure stated, observing Long Hanwei's fallen form with indifference. I can offer you another chance, if you accept my inheritance and sever your emotions. I shall overlook your transgressions, the blue figure continued. Hanwei, Bai Ling exclaimed, panic rising within him as he struggled against the blue figure's grip, desperate to assess Long Hanwei's condition. I refuse to sever my emotions. He is my husband, Long Hanwei declared with unwavering resolve, her heart refusing to forget the kindness of her former master and Bai Ling's genuine concern for her well-being. How touching. Let me show you just how cowardly the man you cherish truly is, and how he will inevitably disappoint you. All men, in the end, will abandon everything for their own sake, including you, the Empress's remnant whispered to Long Hanwei, before forcefully throwing her towards Bai Ling, then tightening her grip around Bai Ling's throat. She extinguished his last breath of freedom. If you wish to see your beloved live, you must kill her. Only then will I reveal the way to escape this cave. Otherwise, death is your only fate, and you will have no choice but to make a decision before your last breath. The remnant of the Empress tossed the frost flower Ling Xiao before Bai Ling, allowing him to move freely. Long Hanwei, unable to speak, lay on the ground, her ice-blue eyes gazing calmly at Bai Ling, trusting that he would never harm her. Hanwei, are you all right? Please, do not be afraid. I will treat you right away, Bai Ling urged, his heart racing with anxiety as he rushed to her side, cradling the bloody Long Hanwei in his arms, wholly indifferent to the fallen sword. Do you truly believe that a mere act will sway me to release you both? The blue figure sneered. Upon witnessing the scene, the remnant soul of the Empress exerted an additional measure of force, sneering coldly. As the Empress's residual essence intensified its grip, Bai Ling felt a sharp agony surge through his neck. It would not be long before he was doomed to perish in the northwest. Having narrowly escaped death at Yi Fan's hands, he was now on the brink of being throttled by the Empress's lingering spirit. Was he truly unable to escape the clutches of a scripted demise? Yet, even if his fate was sealed, he was determined to ensure that Han Yu would survive. Bai Ling lamented, sensing the tightening grip of asphyxiation intensifying. He hastened his movements, extracting bleeding cessation pills and recovery elixirs from his storage pouch, forcing them into Han Yu's mouth one by one. He had once believed that with a high fortune value, he would remain unscathed, Only to find himself ensnared in this perilous predicament. He hastily administered the potions to Han Yu, but he could not help but worry about Bai Jiruo and Yi Wan's future. After feeding Han Yu the last of the pills, Bai Ling swiftly thrust his storage pouch into her arms, pondering the situation. Once he had entrusted his belongings to Han Yu, a wave of dizziness engulfed him. His consciousness blurring as he succumbed to oblivion. He lay in Han Yu's embrace, never once reaching for the long sword held by the Empress's remnant spirit. Was he not to slay her? Why was this choice so starkly different from before, when the circumstances mirrored what had transpired in the past? The Empress's remnant soul gazed down at Bai Ling, nestled in Han Yu's arms. Murmuring softly before relinquishing her assault on the pair. I am willing to accept your teachings. At that moment, Han Yu was able to speak, clutching Bai Ling tightly as she rested her head upon his shoulder. Her hand grasping the storage pouch he had last given her. To accept the teachings. Since you are willing, I shall impart them to you. After a brief silence, the Empress's remnant spirit approached, transmitting her knowledge to Han Yu. Just as the Empress drew near, Han Yu suddenly seized the longsword, channeling her spiritual energy with fervor as she lunged at her. Kill me, my beloved. I demand your life and retribution. Her icy blue eyes sparkled with cold determination. Her voice raspy with emotion. Wait for me. Once I have avenged my master, I shall seek you out, my beloved. She could not perish. She must avenge her master, and Bai Ling Yu. Very well. The Empress's remnant spirit sighed heavily upon witnessing Han Yu's assault. Ultimately conceding and bestowing her ice teachings upon her. It was a mistake. With those words of apology, the Empress's figure gradually faded away, leaving Han Yu alone, sorrowfully embracing Bai Ling after the Empress's disappearance. Bai Ling suddenly. Chapter 45. Han Yu's breakthrough. Han Yu, what ails you? Where has the Empress's remnant spirit gone? Slowly, Bai Ling opened his eyes to find himself cradled in Han Yu's arms, the figure of the Empress no longer in sight. It seemed that Han Yu had obtained her ice teachings. Bai Ling had initially believed he was on the verge of being choked to death by the Empress's spirit, but as he transitioned to the afterlife, his chaotic spiritual root began to stir vigorously within him, restoring him from the brink of death. Upon hearing Bai Ling's voice, Han Yu tightened her embrace, tears streaming from her eyes as she bit her lip. Holding him close, she trembled slightly, fearful of losing him again. Sensing her quivering form, Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback before wrapping his arms around her, gently patting her back and softly reassuring her. It is all right, Han Yu. I am still here. Bai Ling's tender voice gradually calmed Han Yu's troubled heart. Her voice trembled as she clung to him, as if wishing to merge her very being with his. Her beloved master had perished, leaving only Bai Ling behind. She could not fathom why. Upon witnessing Bai Ling's impending fate mirroring that of her master, her heart was gripped with an unbearable pain. Enough now. Do not weep. I promise to join you in avenging your master. I shall not break my word. After a long embrace, Han Yu slowly released him, and Bai Ling wiped away the tears on her cheeks. Saying, I was crying. I just got sand in my eyes. Han Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she defended herself. Bai Ling chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her. Bai Ling, keep your distance. I am about to break through. As soon as Han Yu's words left her lips, an icy aura erupted from her delicate frame, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Very well, Han Yu. Focus on your breakthrough. I shall wait here for you. Bai Ling complied, stepping back. Observing Han Yue. As the icy energy surged forth, her injuries began to visibly mend, and signs of an ascension in her cultivation became apparent. Boom. Just as Bai Ling was watching Han Yu, the door of the cave was forcefully breached with a resounding crash. Finally, we are in. This broken door has wasted so much of my spiritual energy. That damned wretch must be hiding in this cave. I never expected there to be a hidden chamber within this cave. Had it not been for the recent surge of cold energy, we might never have discovered it. Sure. Are you certain that wretch has fled here? This cave is unbearably cold. Let us hurry inside and check, then quickly leave. Indeed, although that man ran in the opposite direction, the woman who took the blazing sun herb may not necessarily be here. We should finish our search and exit to rest. The three brothers of the Li family from the Tianjin sect forcibly broke open the cave's entrance with their spiritual power and slowly ventured inside. Followed by a group of outer disciples. You lot, lead the way. We shall remain behind to cut off any potential ambush. I sure commanded, sensing the spiritual fluctuations that indicated something of importance was concealed within. The outer disciples designated to lead had no choice but to comply, walking ahead to scout for the three brothers. Whoa. An outer disciple had barely stepped into the cave's interior when Bai Ling struck him down with an icy claw, crashing him against the ice wall before he could even discern who had attacked him. Tianjin sect members. Bai Ling sighed in relief upon recognizing them. These disciples were generally at the qi refining stage and posed no real threat to him. I do not care how you managed to enter. Leave this place at once. Bai Ling stood protectively in front of Han Yu, issuing a cold warning, determined to safeguard her during her breakthrough. Haha, who do we have here? Is that not the White family's waste? How dare you speak to us in such a manner? You must be tired of living without anyone to protect you now. You still dare to act so arrogantly, thinking that defeating an outer disciple makes you impressive. I sure recognized Bai Ling at a glance, stepping forward with a swagger. He could never forget the scene of Bai Ling being humiliated by Bai Jiruo. Especially this heroically rescuing beauty moment. Quickly surrender all the treasures in this secret realm, and we of the Tianjin sect may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. Do not waste your breath on him. That woman behind him is extraordinarily beautiful and is currently breaking through. The opportunities must lie with her. Who would have thought that amidst calamity, there would be fortune and a legacy hidden here? Li Shi and Li Fin from the Tianjin sect gazed at Han Yu, speaking directly. Disregarding Bai Ling's threats, the trio unsheathed their swords, charging at him with ferocity. Li Shi and his companions swung their swords violently. Unleashing waves of sword energy that intertwined in a chaotic display, Bai Ling remained unfazed. He activated the flowing cloud step, effortlessly evading their attacks. Seeing this, Bai Ling clenched his palm, drawing the intersecting sword energies into the vortex of his spiritual power. Then thrusting his hand forward, releasing an even purer surge of sword energy. Watch out! Li Shi exclaimed in alarm as he realized that the sword energy he had just unleashed was being sent back at them. They hurriedly raised their swords to defend themselves. However, before he could finish his sentence, Bai Ling's counterattack pierced through their protective sword energy, aiming directly for their vital points. Boom! As the trio attempted to evade the incoming sword energy, they were still struck, sent reeling to the ground with a heavy thud. What sort of technique is this? Was he not incapable of cultivation, merely a waste? Li Shi clutched the wound on his abdomen, gazing incredulously at Bai Ling, while the other two lay on the ground, their faces contorted in agony. Upon witnessing Bai Ling effortlessly take down the Foundation establishment disciples, their eyes widened in disbelief. They thought, these three didn't even endure a single strike before being vanquished. What chance do we stand? Realizing their dire predicament, they decided to retreat hastily, acknowledging their roles as mere cannon fodder, incapable of fighting back and unlikely to acquire any treasures. It was wise to recognize when to withdraw. The outer disciples of the Tianjin sect, understanding the gravity of their situation, immediately abandoned the Li brothers. They were acutely aware that engaging in futile banter with Bai Ling would only lead to their demise. Mirroring the fate of the three fallen comrades. As soon as one disciple voiced this realization, the others scattered in all directions. Wait, don't go. Once I return to the sect, I'll give you spirit stones. Li Shi called out desperately, but his promises were met with scornful derision. More empty promises. Let us get out of here quickly. Once back at the sect, those three won't recognize us, another disciple scoffed. Right, they treat us like expendables now, but once we return, they'll probably offer us nothing but empty words. The Tianjin sect's outer disciples were not swayed by Li Shi's hollow assurances, knowing full well that the spirit stones they possessed had been taken from their own bodies. Only the three brothers would dare to suggest returning their spirit stones, especially when their survival outside the secret realm was uncertain. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you all the spirit stones I have. Li Shi pleaded. Seeing Bai Ling approach the trio, the disciples were correct. Wise individuals recognized the times to retreat. Once they returned to the sect, they could seek assistance from others to confront Bai Ling. Yes, we'll give you all our spirit stones if you let us go. Li Miao and Li Fin chimed in, hurriedly tossing their spirit stones to Bai Ling. Even if I kill you, these trinkets would still belong to me, Bai Ling replied coldly. Since they dared to attack Lung Hanwei and seize her teachings, they must be eliminated beforehand to prevent complications akin to what happened with Bai Mingjun. You can't. My elder brother is Tang San. If you dare to kill us, he will not let you off easily. Li Shi warned as Bai Ling advanced with his sword drawn. Yes, you must kill us. If you do, Tang San will hunt you down. He just needs to use his blue silver grass to ensnare you, and it's over. Indeed, our elder brother Tang San has reached the 6th level of Foundation establishment. If you're not afraid of death, you're welcome to try. The three brothers clung to this last hope, invoking the name of Tang San, whom they had met 2 months prior after being defeated by Bai Jiruo. 2 months ago, after their confrontation with Bai Jiruo, they had vented their frustrations on someone, who turned out to be Tang San, the destined child. The outcome was disastrous for them, as Tang San nearly beat them to death. However, upon learning that they too had been bested by Bai Ling, he seemed to find kinship with them. By providing Tang San with resources, they hoped to be taken under his wing, should they face any troubles. They would simply invoke Tang San's name for vengeance. Has Tang San truly cultivated to the 6th level of Foundation establishment? Bai Ling thought, taken aback, recalling how Tang San had only recently been at the foundation establishment level. In just 2 months, he had made a remarkable leap. Clearly, Tang San had been relentless in demanding cultivation resources from Liyang, swiftly approaching the stage of core formation. Are you frightened now? He is in this secret realm as well. If you encounter him, it will be your end. Release us, and we might persuade Tang San to spare your life. Even with your cultivation, you would not stand a chance against him. Li Fin and Li Miao, observing Bai Ling's sudden silence, mistakenly believed he was intimidated and grew confident. Enough. You can die now. Since you're Tang San's underlings, I can't allow you to live, Bai Ling declared, understanding that being affiliated with the destined protagonist only served to enhance their own fortunes. He was determined to avoid a scenario like Yi Fan's, where one's cultivation became entangled in unnecessary complications. Bai Ling had no intention of lingering any longer. He needed to hasten his own cultivation alongside Yuan, lest he find himself merely living off the merits of others. Though there was comfort in such a life, his quest to uncover a solution for Liang Hanwei's icy physique and to find Yuan's sister could not be deferred. Enough. Meet your end, Bai Ling stated coldly, and without a hint of mercy, he struck Li Miao down with a single stroke of his sword. Please, don't kill me. This is everything I have. If you kill me, you'll be opposing the Tianjin sect. If my father learns you were responsible for my death, he will seek vengeance, Li Fin cried out, horrified as he felt the warmth of Li Miao's blood on the cold ground. Panic overwhelming him. Spare you? And you think that would mean freedom? Bai Ling merely scoffed, uninterested in Li Fin's desperate pleas. He repeated his previous action, swiftly silencing Li Fin as well. Bai Ling, stop. I have many treasures. Just let me go, and I swear to leave you in peace. Li Shi gasped, desperately scrambling to present his most valuable possessions as Bai Ling approached him. Enough with the chatter. Join them in their descent. Bai Ling remarked, fully aware of the adage that villains often perish through excessive talk. He had no interest in their empty words. As Bai Ling raised his sword menacingly towards Li Shi, the latter suddenly recalled something crucial. Wait, and Sai Yao is in trouble, he gasped, realizing the imminent danger as Bai Ling's sword hovered perilously close to his throat. What happened to Sai Yao? Bai Ling inquired, his brow furrowing with concern at the mention of the name. Too wonderful. I knew Bai Ling would be interested in Sai Yao, Li Shi thought, relieved he had remembered Bai Ling's connection to her. Speak. Bai Ling pressed, the tip of his sword grazing Li Shi's neck, drawing a thin line of blood as he urged the boy to hasten his words. After returning to the sect last time, word spread that Sai Yao severed ties with Tang San for your sake, leading to her ostracization by the outer disciples. Not only that, but the Tianjin sect began circulating a recording stone, showcasing your passionate kiss with her. Following this, they believed Tang San's claims that Sai Yao's good deeds were merely a facade to gain their trust, so she could extract their cultivation secrets, interrupting their progress at critical moments, ensuring she alone could advance to the foundation establishment stage effortlessly, thus becoming an inner disciple. Li Shi, fearing for his life, quickly divulged every piece of information he possessed within the Tianjin sect to Bai Ling, anxious that any delay might lead to his demise. What? Such a thing has occurred. Bai Ling's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the news. He recalled that the last time was merely an accidental kiss between the two, yet it had escalated to a scandal known throughout the Tianjin sect. He had not anticipated that such a misunderstanding would lead to such a grave situation, with Xiao's innocence and reputation being so maliciously trampled upon. It seemed imperative for him to visit the Tianjin sect to clarify matters for Xiao. Otherwise, over time, this would undoubtedly have a serious impact on her. Bai Ling could not help but think to himself as he gripped his sword once more and swung it at Li Shi. Enough. Since you've already spoken, hurry and set off with them. Wait, I haven't finished, Li Shi exclaimed in haste. This isn't even the worst of it. And Xiao may not have long to live. As Li Shi felt the sword coming towards him, he shut his eyes in fear and spoke rapidly. He sensed that if he delayed any longer, his head might very well roll. As he felt the sword graze his neck, blood began to flow, and warmth pooled in his trousers. Speak quickly. Spare me your nonsense. Why is she in danger? Bai Ling frowned at Li Shi's stuttering, which was as irritating as a constipation. Within the Tianjin sect, such slander was minor. But after entering the secret realm, everyone was in teams, and she was the only one alone. When he encountered her, she had chosen a darker path, venturing into a place known as the Lost Forbidden Land. Before entering, his father had warned him of its extreme dangers, mentioning that one would first encounter several vibrant green trees that deceived cultivators. Once inside, the scenery would constantly shift, causing one to become lost within the Lost Forbidden Land. Prolonged exposure there would lead to losing oneself, becoming trapped and consumed by the trees and beasts. Li Shi recounted everything he knew about the lost forbidden land, noting that Bai Ling had ceased his attack. After swallowing hard, he continued, "At that time, although we saw her, no one informed Siyuan, leaving her to fend for herself upon entering. It has only been 3 days since she entered the lost forbidden land. If we find her before she becomes lost, there may still be a chance for survival. If too much time passes, even if Siyuan is rescued, she may end up as a fool. Moreover, I have heard that Tang San is collecting evidence to utterly ruin Siyuan, aiming to ascend to the position of chief inner disciple. Li Shi cautiously stole a glance at Bai Ling. Continuing, though I am unaware of the relationship between you and Siyuan, the kiss between you two certainly indicates something extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling's expression turned grave. He had indeed heard whispers about the lost forbidden land. If you wish to find Siyuan, I can guide you to her rescue. Seeing Bai Ling's silence, Li Shi breathed a sigh of relief. How do I know you aren't deceiving me to save your own skin? Bai Ling sneered after a moment of contemplation. Li Shi's mere words were insufficient to confirm Siyuan's plight as he claimed, I swear to the heavens, if I have lied to you just now, may I be struck by divine lightning and never advance in cultivation again. As long as you spare my life, I will lead you to the entrance of the lost forbidden land. With this oath, Li Shi felt as if the heavens were scrutinizing him. He sensed that Bai Ling was beginning to believe him. Survival was the first step, and escape would follow. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling finally sheathed his sword. He needed to rescue Siyuan as swiftly as possible to restore her honor. Alas, has my fate altered since encountering you? Bai Ling sighed inwardly, realizing that what had begun as a misunderstanding had led Siyuan into the lost forbidden land. However, with Long Hanwei currently in the midst of a breakthrough, leaving now could result in unforeseen consequences. Time is of the essence. I shall take you to the entrance of the lost forbidden land. Li Shi said, noting the sword had finally moved away from his throat, leading to a wave of sweat and heavy breaths escaping him. Bai Ling paid no heed to Li Shi, but just as he found himself in a dilemma, Long Hanwei suddenly unleashed a frigid wave of energy, causing the entire cave to freeze once more. Bai Ling immediately felt a chill enveloping him, small ice crystals forming on his skin. My bird, Li Shi, lacking sufficient cultivation, was enveloped in frost upon experiencing Long Hanwei's cold aura, causing him to wail in distress. Bai Ling, startled, turned to look at Long Hanwei, who was now encased in a thick layer of ice crystals, resembling a blooming ice lotus. This is bad. She has reached a critical moment in her breakthrough, and I cannot leave now. Bai Ling felt anxious yet powerless, although he felt guilty towards Siyuan. It was clear that Long Hanwei's well-being was of greater importance. Enough with the noise. If you continue, I'll be worried for your mouth. Bai Ling, irritated by the ruckus, cast a fireball to warm Li Shi's trousers. It's burning! It's burning! Li Shi exclaimed, feeling the liquid in his trousers melt, only to then feel as if his manhood was about to be scorched. Be quiet. If I catch you trying to escape, I will see to it that you pay with your life. After a few more cries from Li Shi, Bai Ling struck him, sending him sprawling at the cave's entrance. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ling returned to Long Hanwei's side, accompanying her. Moments later, another wave of icy energy erupted. Bai Ling hurriedly defended himself, watching anxiously as Long Hanwei was no longer in her original spot. Just as he was puzzled, Long Hanwei suddenly appeared before him. Her ice blue eyes sparkled with a cold light, clearer than before, and her aura had evidently transformed, becoming even more ethereal, akin to an ice mountain snow lotus. Long Hanwei leaped into Bai Ling's embrace, a flicker of unidentifiable emotion crossing her eyes as she softly spoke, her voice as frigid as ever. Bai Ling, I have broken through. From now on, I shall protect you. Chapter 48. Li Shi's escape detected an increase in Long Hanwei's affection for the host. Fortune value 4, Long Hanwei can further increase by 25 points. Bai Ling, fortune value 26. Hanwei, you? Bai Ling felt a surge of warmth as he inhaled the familiar icy scent of the woman in his arms. Hanwei, it seems you have reversed your words. Since it was rare for Long Hanwei to take the initiative, Bai Ling naturally embraced her soft form, gently stroking her hair. How is your wound? Has it healed? Bai Ling grew slightly concerned that he might be pressing on her injury, and he asked out of worry. It's fine. The wound is healed. Long Hanwei smiled at Bai Ling's evident concern. After a moment of intimacy, Bai Ling took the initiative to step back. It was not the time for such closeness. He needed to make haste to rescue Siyuan from the lost forbidden land. After all, every fortune-laden heroine he encountered seemed to face misfortune. Much like when he met Long Hanwei, for which he bore an unshakable responsibility. Bai Ling, what has happened? Upon seeing the mess within the cave, Long Hanwei's icy tone carried a hint of anger. She had just vowed to protect Bai Ling, Yet he had already come under attack. Don't worry. These matters have been resolved. Bai Ling, momentarily taken aback by Liyang Hanyue's sudden concern for him, pinched her smooth cheek and reassured her. He then recounted the recent events to Long Hanwei in brief. I must head to the lost forbidden land shortly to rescue a friend. Hanwei, will you rest and heal, or will you accompany me? Bai Ling gazed earnestly into Long Hanyue's eyes. However, before he could finish, she placed a silken finger on his lips, silencing him. But I will accompany you. The voice of Long Hanyue was resolute, yet gentle, as she softly grasped Bai Ling's hand. Wherever Bai Ling went, she would follow him, even into the lost forbidden land, a place she had heard tales of. She too harbored concerns that Bai Ling might become lost within its depths. Now, having broken through to a new level of cultivation, she was able to wield foundational powers with significant progress in her techniques. Her injuries had healed, yet scars remained, which she was reluctant to reveal to Bai Ling, fearing he might find them unappealing. However, her worries were unfounded. Upon noticing her somewhat evasive demeanor, Bai Ling understood her concerns and gently held her delicate, fair hand. Hanwei, fret not. Even if you bear scars, in my eyes, you are still breathtakingly beautiful. I shall find a way to help you erase those marks, so do not worry, he reassured her. As he gazed upon the stunning Long Hanwei, a wave of tenderness washed over him. It was disheartening to think that someone so exquisite would fear his disdain. As he spoke, he leaned his face against her shoulder, which bore the marks of her past, feeling Bai Ling's warmth. Long Hanyue's heart fluttered, momentarily lost in the moment. Enough delay, let us set forth, Bai Ling declared after soothing her completely, taking her soft, boneless hand in his. Upon exiting the cave, they encountered Li Shi, who awaited them at the entrance. Bai Ling, you finally emerged. We must hasten our departure, Li Shi said eagerly, and upon noticing Long Hanwei behind Bai Ling, he inquired with curiosity, who is this? The aura exuding from Long Hanwei was now entirely different. Her cultivation level was so elevated that it might lead one to mistakenly perceive her as a celestial being. Moreover, this was a woman he had never seen before. She is my wife. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Lead the way, Bai Ling replied boldly after Long Hanwei's acknowledgement. Long Hanwei blushed slightly at his words, showing no intent to refute. Allowing Bai Ling to guide her. Li Shi dared not press further and led the pair towards the entrance of the lost forbidden land. Bai Ling is indeed fortunate. He is followed by beautiful women wherever he goes. Unlike me, perpetually alone, Li Shi murmured enviously, casting a glance at the enchanting Long Hanwei. Bai Ling, prepared for the journey into the lost forbidden land, drew upon memories from his past life and outdoor knowledge. Ah, this is the place, the lost forbidden land. If you plan to enter, I advise you to do so promptly. Otherwise, visibility will diminish as night falls, Li Shi cautioned as they approached the towering, verdant trees that marked the entrance. From the outside, it appeared to be an inviting path, leading none to suspect the disorientation that lay within. Once you enter, the light will fade instantly, and by nightfall, you will be completely engulfed in darkness. With beasts and tree spirits emerging, he continued, stepping away from Bai Ling, wary of the potential consequences of leading him into the forbidden land. With his spiritual energy nearly restored, he was ready to activate a teleportation talisman and escape. He cursed Li Fin and Li Miao for dragging him into this predicament, leaving him powerless until now. Secretly, he clutched a talisman between his fingers. Knowing that ordinary teleportation talismans relied on one's spiritual energy to determine the distance traveled, unlike the advanced ones that allowed for fixed escape distances. As he silently recited the incantation, preparing to unleash the talisman's power, Bai Ling suddenly turned to face him, his eyes glinting with mischief. He had long discerned Li Shi's ill intentions, suspecting him of deliberately taking a longer route to regain his energy. If he hadn't been so insistent, Li Shi's spiritual energy would have been fully restored by now. Li Shi's expression shifted, nearly dropping the talisman in his hand as he struggled to maintain composure, panic flashing in his eyes. Bai Ling, what are you talking about? I know nothing of your schemes. I merely sought to use the restroom, he feigned nonchalance. Enough chatter, Bai Ling said, fully aware of Li Shi's calculations. With that, Bai Ling channeled his energy into his sword, unleashing a powerful sword aura. You shall pay for this. Bai Ling, Li Shi yelled as he attempted to evade the incoming attack, activating his teleportation talisman. Yet, he was a moment too late. Bai Ling's sword aura swiftly severed Li Shi's right arm, which fell to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to distance himself just in time, escaping the entrance of the lost forbidden land. He slipped away again, Bai Ling remarked, staring at the severed limb on the ground. At least Li Shi is not the fated male lead. Otherwise, at this rate, another Yonguo might emerge, he mused, reminiscent of the protagonist from a past tale. Are you all right? Do you need me to pursue him? Long Hanwei asked with concern as she took Bai Ling's hand upon seeing his sigh. No need. You are no assassin. Let us focus on entering instead, Bai Ling replied, gently ruffling her hair. Long Hanwei's cheeks flushed at the gesture, softly responding with an with that. Bai Ling led her into the depths of the lost forbidden land. Now at the foundational cultivation level, Long Hanwei could fly with her sword. As long as they maintained sufficient altitude, they could escape the labyrinthine terrain. However, Bai Ling marked each tree to avoid losing their way in case of unforeseen circumstances. Observing this, Long Hanwei raised her frost blade and imitated Bai Ling, striking a tree. Crack. The tree fell with her casual swing. Hanwei, allow me to handle this. You need not wield the sword, just rest, Bai Ling urged. Turning at the sound, gripping her hand tightly. All right, she replied softly, her cheeks still tinged with pink. Time passed as Bai Ling called out for Siyuan, but received no response, his throat growing dry from calling. In such a vast lost forbidden land, when will we find her? He pondered, gazing at the inky black trees. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky. Hearing the commotion, Bai Ling looked up just in time to see the figure descending towards him. Hanwei, be careful. He quickly pushed Long Hanwei aside as the figure fell. Boom. A deafening crash ensued as Bai Ling felt something soft land on his face, causing him to fall to the ground. I didn't die. I must be the heroine after all. Haha. As the dust settled, a girl climbed off Bai Ling, sitting atop him, elated to find herself unscathed. Get off me, quickly, Bai Ling exclaimed, unable to bear her weight on his face. Finally, noticing the commotion beneath her, the girl stood up. Bai Ling, are you all right? Long Hanwei rushed to his side, offering her support. I'm fine. Nothing serious, Bai Ling replied, looking at the girl before him, who wore peculiar clothing. An eye patch over her left eye, and her black hair cascading to her shoulders, standing at about 1.60 meters, similar in height to Bai Zhirua. What manner of being is this? Upon catching sight of the young girl, Bai Ling was instantly reminded of a memory from her previous life, specifically, that anime featuring the phrase about Chinibyu. Could it be that this girl has traversed from Earth, dressed as if in cosplay? I cannot believe I survived. I always knew I was the female protagonist, and after being struck by a dump truck, I unexpectedly found myself in another world. The girl surveyed her completely unfamiliar surroundings, brimming with excitement as she struck a dramatic pose, exclaiming, "It seems this is the NPC of this other world." She then turned her gaze towards Bai Ling and Long Hanwei. My name is Yunming Yao. NPC? Oh no, I meant to say, Bai Ling, please tell me what I must do to assist you. Yunming Yao quickly accepted the reality of her arrival in the Tianshan continent and approached Bai Ling to inquire further. While walking, she was unexpectedly struck by an out-of-control dump truck, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself sitting on Bai Ling's face. There's nothing that needs assistance. You, just follow us, Bai Ling replied. Now certain that Yunming Yao was most likely a foreign entity from the Blue Star realm. Unsure of how to handle Yunming Yao, Bai Ling decided it best to allow her to remain, fearing that if left alone, she might soon become lost in this world. Adhering to the principle of camaraderie among traversers, Bai Ling resolved to help her find a way out. Bai Ling, do you intend to keep this girl by your side? Long Hanwei whispered in Bai Ling's ear. Ever since encountering the duo? The girl had been talking to herself. It's not a significant issue, Hanwei. Just check if Yunming Yao possesses any cultivation, and you'll ascertain whether she is a mere mortal, Bai Ling mused, stroking his chin. After all, this was indeed the most effective means of determining her origins as a cultivator. Although Bai Ling suspected that Yunming Yao's attire marked her as a Blue Star traverser, he opted to inspect her further to reassure Long Hanwei. Another NPC. This NPC is astonishingly beautiful, resembling a fairy, though perhaps slightly inferior to myself, Yunming Yao remarked in surprise upon seeing Long Hanwei. Having never encountered a woman of such ethereal grace and exquisite beauty, Long Hanwei approached Yunming Yao, gently placing her fingertip upon her forehead to assess whether she was immortal. With my years of anime watching experience, it is evident that this woman is currently evaluating my qualifications. Upon discovering my potential, she will undoubtedly take me as her disciple, Yunming Yao confidently declared, recalling the text she had read. Yunming Yao, luck value. 30. Such a high score. Bai Ling mused silently upon seeing Yunming Yao's luck value. Since entering the secret realm, he had noticed that the female protagonists he encountered all seemed to possess remarkably high luck values. This aptitude is unexpectedly impressive. After examining Yunming Yao, Long Hanwei confirmed that she indeed lacked any spiritual energy, categorizing her as an ordinary person, yet her potential was surprisingly good. Perhaps it would be prudent to take her under her wing early on, in the future. She could assist Bai Ling. Long Hanwei considered that although Yunming Yao might never surpass her, she could still be of help to Bai Ling in her absence. Yunming Yao. My name is Lung Hanwei. Are you willing to take Bai Ling as your master? Long Hanwei finally proposed after some contemplation. Chapter 50. Defeat CG. She has arrived. She has arrived. Humph. I am indeed the destined female protagonist, precisely as I envisioned. After completing her master-disciple ceremony, the next step was undoubtedly cultivation, followed by confronting the ultimate antagonist and vanquishing him. Yunming Yao felt elated upon hearing Long Hanwei's intention to take her as a disciple. Take a disciple? But what can Bai Ling teach me? A flicker of surprise crossed Yunming Yao's eyes, soon overshadowed by confusion. After all, Long Hanwei exuded an air of superiority that far surpassed Bai Ling's. She was the epitome of a master, while Bai Ling appeared to be an inconsequential NPC. Someone to be discarded after completing beginner tasks or making trivial requests. Hey, what is that disdainful look in your eyes? Bai Ling retorted upon noticing Yunming Yao's somewhat dismissive expression, grumbling from behind Long Hanwei. He doesn't need to teach you. I will instruct you, as long as you acknowledge Bai Ling as your master. Long Hanwei chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Bai Ling. Yunming Yao was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with an inexplicable thrill. Long Hanwei was unmistakably a mysterious expert, willing to personally guide her. This was beyond belief, a stroke of luck akin to winning the lottery. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. She inhaled deeply, striving to quell her excitement, and reverently bowed to Long Hanwei. Seizing the opportunity, Yunming Yao understood the importance of not letting this chance slip away. It seemed that taking on a master was a prerequisite for unlocking the beginner village's tasks. No, I meant to pay my respects to Bai Ling and swear an oath to the heavens. She corrected herself. Pointing at Bai Ling without hesitation, she approached Bai Ling, bowing respectfully and swearing an oath to the heavens. Very well, since that is the case, you shall be my disciple. When the time comes, you can learn from my wife. Bai Ling acquiesced, though he remained puzzled as to why Long Hanwei insisted Yunming Yao acknowledge him as her master. However, he accepted it, recognizing that as a traverser, Yunming Yao was an unpredictable variable and likely not part of the original storyline. Taking her in seemed unlikely to disrupt anything significant. All right then. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, hurry and call out in Siyuan loudly to help find someone. Bai Ling instructed Yunming Yao, seizing the opportunity for free labor. This the first task of the beginner village. Surely the inhabitants here, like NPCs, will protect themselves, right? Yunming Yao exclaimed excitedly before beginning to shout, in Siyuan. After a few calls, Bai Ling and the others soon heard commotion nearby. So soon. I called for 2.5 hours without success. And yet Yunming Yao finds her within moments. Bai Ling exclaimed in astonishment as he and Long Hanwei rushed towards the source of the noise. Wait for me. I want to go too. Without someone guiding me, how can I defeat the final boss? Yunming Yao called out, hastily pursuing the pair. Surrounded by an expanse of dark trees, they spotted in Siyuan, seemingly in a daze, walking listlessly towards a massive, ominous tree. It was evident that she had lost her wits after lingering too long in this bewildering place. This Bai Ling's friend. She doesn't seem quite right, Long Hanwei remarked, frowning as she observed in Siyuan's slow approach towards the tree. In Siyuan, Bai Ling called out urgently, but received no response. This is the task of the beginner village. I hadn't expected it to be completed so swiftly. I truly am the destined female protagonist. Yunming Yao declared triumphantly upon recognizing in Siyuan. Since they had located her, it was clear that the task was not yet complete. They would need to draw in Siyuan away from the tree to fulfill the mission. Yunming Yao wondered whether completing this task would reward her with invincible techniques, akin to those found in games. In Siyuan, I'm coming to rescue you. Stay put and don't move. Without a second thought, Yunming Yao dashed towards in Siyuan. As long as she could bring in Siyuan back, this task would surely be accomplished, for beginner village tasks were typically simple, akin to the first level of a game where one merely collects coins. Hey, Yunming Yao, don't rush in so quickly, Bai Ling called out, alarmed at her reckless approach. There was something clearly amiss within Siyuan, yet Yunming Yao was charging forward heedlessly, just as Bai Ling's warning left his lips. The dark tree before Siyuan suddenly opened its eyes, and with its hollow trunk as a mouth, it lunged forward with its branches, reaching out towards Siyuan. What? Is this a tree demon? Yunming Yao gasped in shock upon seeing the creature. As she spoke, the tree demon's branches extended toward her with equal swiftness. This is bad. Long Hanwei realized something was wrong just then. Grasping her frost blossom sword, she attempted to fend off the branches, but they swiftly ensnared her wrist, causing her weapon to clatter to the ground, rendering her unable to retrieve it. In that instant, all three were ensnared by the tree demon's limbs, leaving only Bai Ling to escape unscathed. You all wait here. I will come to your rescue. Bai Ling executed a somersault and rolled toward Long Hanwei, picking up the frosty Ling Xiao from the ground. Before her stood 3 individuals, ensnared by the tree demon in a most indecorous manner, bound by its branches. Ha ha ha, what an auspicious day. The Forbidden Zone has never seen such an influx of intruders. Typically, I subsist on birds and siphon spiritual energy for cultivation, but today, I shall feast abundantly. The tree demon chuckled diabolically as it beheld the 3 women captured, its eyes twisting into a sinister grin. While the hollow of the tree mirrored its glee, absorbing the energy of cultivators would prove far swifter than its sluggish consumption of spiritual essence in the occasional bird. Oh no, is this not as simple as a game? Why must it be so arduous at the onset? And what is the meaning of these ludicrous branches? Bai Ling fumed, how dare these insignificant twigs bind me so? I shall effortlessly break free. Demacia. Yunmeng Yao, struggling against her bindings, remained resolute in her belief that she was the destined heroine. However, after a brief struggle, she realized the futility of her efforts. Could it be that I have traversed into a world of adult themes, destined to endure a defeat right from the start? No, I must not allow myself to succumb, even in such a realm that I shall emerge unscathed and ensure those vile creatures never lay a finger on me. With renewed vigor, Yumengyu began to thrash violently, determined to evade the impending defeat. Bai Ling, observing the melodramatic girl, could only shake her head in disbelief. Ansi Yao, meanwhile, remained in a state of utter bewilderment. Devoid of any will to resist, Long Hanwei had commenced channeling her icy aura, preparing to freeze the repugnant branches. Ha ha ha, do not waste your spiritual energy. As a second-tier intermediate demon beast, your eyes shall not sever my branches. Cease your futile resistance. Once you enter, you shall find comfort soon enough. You shall all become my sustenance, and you, young one, shall not escape. The tree demon cackled, eyeing Bai Ling, who remained motionless, believing him to be paralyzed by fear. In that moment, as the branch lunged towards Bai Ling, he finally enveloped the frosty Ling Xiao with his spiritual fire. Having perfected the 5 elements transformation technique, the frosty Ling Xiao appeared encased in a layer of blue ice. Its core ablaze with ferocious flames. If I have frightened you into submission, then perhaps it is best you perish quickly to avoid suffering. Joining the others as nourishment, the branch shot towards Bai Ling. But as it made contact, the frosty Ling Xiao exuded a searing heat that repelled it. Since you have offered your essence, I shall gladly take it, Bai Ling declared, activating his flowing cloud step and charging towards the tree demon. The principle of elemental opposition was a simple one. Wait. I will yield. The tree demon stammered in terror upon seeing the fiery frosty Ling Xiao in Bai Ling's grasp. Even as a second-tier intermediate beast, it could not withstand the heat unless its cultivation far surpassed Bai Ling's. Caught in a dilemma, the tree demon yearned to extricate its roots and flee. Bai Ling, however, merely chuckled in disdain, not swayed by the demon's pleas. He aimed for its upper eye and thrust the frosty Ling Xiao forward. The tree demon howled in agony as flames engulfed its form, slowly eroding its corporeal being. Seizing the opportunity amidst the demon's torment, Bai Ling pulled the 3 women from its maw. I knew I wouldn't fall here, Yumengyu exclaimed, exhilarated at the sight of the tree demon ablaze. You dared to consume me, you vile creature. Now, witness the fate that befell you, merely a novice foe. She mused, realizing her own power was still insufficient, and that she must seek her master's guidance to enhance her skills for facing greater adversaries. Emerging from the demon's insides, Long Hanwei exhaled deeply. I thought it would suffocate me in there. But the tree demon had attempted to devour her. Her strength rendered it a mere dreamer in its ambitions of turning her into sustenance. Curse it. If you will not let me be, then I shall take you down with me. The furious tree demon lunged at the 3 escaping women, heedless of the flames consuming it. Foolish creature. Icefall, Long Hanwei commanded coldly, conjuring ice crystals that cascaded like a torrential downpour, severing the branches before they could touch her. Oh, this is the strength of my master. I knew he was merely careless before that lecherous tree demon ambushed him. This technique is magnificent. I must learn it. Yumengyu marveled at the display, determined to master Ling Hanyue's technique for herself. The tree demon, overwhelmed by the barrage of ice, could only emit a final pain scream before being consumed by the flames. Master, extinguish the fire quickly. We must not allow this forest to ignite, or we shall have no place to flee, Yumengyu urged as she approached Long Hanwei. Indeed, Long Hanwei replied softly, swiftly employing icefall to douse the flames enveloping the tree demon. In truth, Yumengyu's worries were somewhat unfounded. The burning was solely due to Bai Ling's spiritual fire. Once extinguished, the flames would cease, for ordinary fires could not ignite such flora. Master, that technique you just used, might you teach it to me, or must I fulfill certain conditions to unlock it? Yumengyu eagerly inquired. But before Ling Hanwei could respond, Bai Ling's voice echoed from behind them. Hanwei, Yuming Yao, quickly put on your clothes, and do help Ansi Yao with hers as well, with the demise of the tree demon. Bai Ling sighed in relief, but his gaze fell upon the three women, their garments tattered and their forms unveiled, leaving their exquisite figures on full display before him. Yuming Yao gazed at her fingers, smeared with the viscous liquid, and couldn't help but express her distaste. Long Hanwei and Siyue were proportioned as one would expect, with the right curves in the right places. However, Yuming Yao, though somewhat modestly attired, was still somewhat exposed, her delicate form barely concealed by a strawberry-patterned underwear. Bai Ling, observing the scene, feasted his eyes upon the sight, fortunate that he did not have a penchant for loli dada. No, do not gaze upon me. Upon hearing Bai Ling's reminder, Yuming Yu finally grasped the situation and hurriedly covered her vital areas with her hands. How infuriating. Why do the NPCs here regard me with such gazes? Is this truly a world of indulgence? Am I to become ensnared in this trap? No. Even if this were a world of indulgence, as long as I remain within the novice village, I should not encounter that monstrous being. If I simply stay here, I can avoid the defeat. CG. Yunming Yao thought to herself, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Alas, this was neither a world of indulgence nor a novice village. Do not look. Lung Hanyue's face was similarly tinged with crimson. Though she had accepted Bai Ling's affections and had been touched by him, she could not bear to be seen in such a disheveled state. Siyue leaned against a tree, seemingly dazed. Her attire already revealing too much, yet she was oblivious to the need for modesty. All right, I shall not look. Bai Ling quickly shut his eyes and declared, swiftly retrieving garments from his storage bag and approaching to offer them to the three of them. After ensuring his safety, Long Hanwei returned the peace talisman and storage bag to Bai Ling. Fortunately, he had brought several sets of clothing. Otherwise, the three of them would have been left entirely exposed today. Bai Ling, have you truly closed your eyes? You are not, perhaps, like those perverted uncles in action films, squinting for the sake of thrill? Are you? Or is this merely a ruse to deceive me before the others? Upon seeing Bai Ling approach with a set of clothing, Yuming Yao tilted her body, wary. After years of observation, she had acquired some obscure knowledge. Bai Ling, upon hearing this, felt speechless, his brow furrowed, his expression darkening. This delusional girl must have indulged in too many games of this nature. She was even more troublesome than his foolish sister. Enough of this nonsense. Quickly put on the clothes and do not linger here in the nude. Bai Ling said as he stood before Yuming Yao, gently placing the garments in her hands, speaking softly. Is it possible that this truly is not a world of indulgence? Have I been mistaken? Yunming Yao pondered quietly. Thank you, Bai Ling. Once I grow stronger, I shall not forget your kindness towards me, she said, her cheeks aflame as she shyly accepted the clothing, just as she reached out to take the garments. And Siyue suddenly stood up behind her, seemingly intrigued by the clothes in Bai Ling's hands, and dashed toward him. A surprise attack. Yuming Yao's hand barely grazed the clothing before Siyue collided with her, causing her to topple forward. Yuming Yao, are you all right? Bai Ling instinctively reached out to catch Yuming Yao, feeling her soft, snow-white skin against him. A quintessentially delicate figure. As Yuming Yao found herself cradled in Bai Ling's arms and realized she had not fallen. She sighed in relief, but upon seeing it was Bai Ling who held her, she instantly became flustered. You pervert. Is this your scheme as an NPC, to use Siyue to topple me, a girl of delicate stature? Though I know I am adorable, considerate, virtuous, formidable, and powerful, none of these qualities justify your intentions, she thought in a panic. Could this truly be a world of indulgence? Am I to lose my innocence here? Yuming Yao struggled in Bai Ling's embrace. Yuming Yao, please get up and refrain from saying things that could be misinterpreted. I did not impede you at all, Bai Ling replied. Exasperated. He was convinced that this delusional girl was likely another version of Bai Jirua from a different realm. Bai Ling had not intentionally held on to her, and she quickly escaped from his grasp. Bai Ling, Yuming Yao, and Siyue, are you all right? Long Hanwei hurried over, concerned upon witnessing Bai Ling holding Yuming Yao after her fall. I am fine, just accidentally bumped into Bai and Siyue, Bai Ling replied, shaking his head. Ha. I actually managed to break free. It was as easy as pressing the F key, Yuming Yao exclaimed, hands on her hips, laughing heartily, completely unaware that she had once again revealed too much. It seems this world of indulgence is not so daunting, as long as I manage to stay discreet until I'm mature. I can avoid triggering any defeat. CG. Yuming Yao, this is not a world of indulgence. Hurry and put on your clothing, or else you shall expose yourself once more. Bai Ling sighed, unsure of how to respond to her antics. Upon hearing Bai Ling's warning, Yuming Yao hastily adjusted her nearly slipping strawberry underwear. Hanwei, you two, quickly don your clothes. Do not catch a chill, Bai Ling urged as he handed her a garment, but this liquid is simply too repulsive. I cannot wear anything without a proper wash, Long Hanwei replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling too shy to change immediately. Yet her reasoning was sound. The clothes had been tainted by the tree demon's liquid and were uncomfortably sticky. Master is right. I am far too sticky. These clothes are utterly unwearable. Even if I were to put them on, I would feel unclean, Yumengyao remarked, covering her vital areas as she approached Long Hanwei. Staying near this Hanwei is certainly safer. Being next to Bai Ling feels rather perilous, Yumengyao whispered, hiding behind Long Hanwei. All right, then Hanwei, I shall carry you. And together we will see if we can fly out of this lost forbidden area and find a nearby water source. Bai Ling said after some consideration he could not allow Long Hanwei to fly alone. He needed to shield her from the prying eyes of others. Chapter 53, Bathing, Triggering Special CG. What if you leave? What shall I do? I cannot fly yet. And what if I encounter those lecherous tree demons again? Yumengyao protested upon hearing Bai Ling's plan. And Siyuan is still here. The task remains unfinished. You won't abandon me, will you? She added, feeling a sense of urgency. Even if this were a world of indulgence, one should not play so recklessly. After battling just one minor monster, we must head to the novice village? Is it truly so harsh? She lamented. Just keep an eye on Siyuan and ensure she does not stray. For now, hide her in the nearby bushes while I and Long Hanwei scout the area. We will not leave you behind. Should anything arise, simply call out, Bai Ling assured Yumengyao. After all, a long sword could only carry 2 people at most, and they merely intended to fly up and survey the surroundings for a route that would allow the 3 of them to bathe and change. Fine, just be quick about it. I do not wish to encounter those lecherous tree demons again, Yumengyao conceded, nodding in agreement before leading Siyuan to a nearby thicket to hide, now concealed in the bushes. They should be safe from any further unwanted encounters. Surely no creatures would leap out at them like in Pokemon. This novice village quest was dreadfully tedious and lengthy. They had yet to receive any rewards. Leaving Yumengyao to ponder how she might develop further, she decided to stay hidden in the bushes and hold Siyuan close to prevent her from wandering off. Then let us swiftly fly up and take a look. Bai Ling said to Long Hanwei after Yumengyao had concealed herself. Is that appropriate? Long Hanwei shyly asked, her cheeks flushed as she fidgeted. Do not worry. I shall wrap you in clothing to ensure that no one sees. Bai Ling reassured her. Bai Ling solemnly declared that his wife's body was not something to be exposed to others, as he did not share the same penchant for infidelity as Xiao Rizi. After speaking, Bai Ling promptly wrapped Long Hanwei in his clothing, ensuring not a sliver of skin was visible. Well, if you insist, Long Hanwei nodded in agreement. Bai Ling took a deep breath and gently encircled Long Hanwei's waist. A wave of gentle energy emanating from his palms, enveloping both of them. As Long Hanwei focused her thoughts, the 2 ascended slowly into the air, soaring toward the heights of the lost forbidden land. Initially, they felt a strain, but it gradually dissipated. Above the clouds, Bai Ling's gaze sharpened, searching for a potential water source. Suddenly, his eyes brightened upon spotting a shimmering lake in the distance. It was still some distance away, and he could discern structures nearby, clearly indicating prior habitation. Bai Ling held Long Hanwei tightly, relishing the softness of her skin as they pressed closely together. Feeling Bai Ling's closeness made Long Hanwei's cheeks flush once more, an unfamiliar sensation washing over her. Let us descend quickly, Bai Ling murmured as he leaned against Long Hanwei's shoulder, his voice soft. All right, she nodded, swiftly bringing them back to their original location. At last, you have returned. If you had delayed any longer, I would have been devoured by mosquitoes, Yumengyao complained as she emerged from the side, pulling Siyuan along. Enough. Now, let me take you to bathe and change your clothes. Bai Ling replied, leading the 3 women toward the lake. As night fell, Yumengyao exclaimed, finally. I nearly collapsed from exhaustion after such a long journey. Once I finish bathing, this task should be considered complete. Though I wonder if my master and the NPCs will reward me handsomely. Please don't tell me that after all this effort, I'll only receive a short wooden sword. Upon reaching the lakeside, Yumengyao, fatigued, collapsed onto the ground, realizing she hadn't engaged in such intense exercise for quite some time. Come on, hurry and wash up. I'll take a look around. Bai Ling instructed the 3 women before beginning to patrol the area near the lake, ensuring no one was watching. All right, Bai Ling, do return swiftly, Long Hanwei turned to say. Bai Ling nodded, completing his patrol. I am utterly exhausted. I nearly collapsed today. I must take a long soak to rejuvenate. Once she confirmed that the area was deserted, Yumengyao leapt into the lake to soak. Meanwhile, Long Hanwei entered the water gently, meticulously washing her body. What is this? Never mind, it looks similar to an apple. It should be safe to eat. I'm starving. Yun Mingyao thought, lying in the lake and feeling incredibly refreshed. She suddenly noticed a fruit resembling an apple beside her. Without hesitation, she reached out, plucked it, rinsed it in the water, and began to eat. After wandering around and confirming that no one was nearby, Bai Ling returned to the lakeside and was taken aback to see Yun Mingyao munching on several apples. Isn't that a Xianling fruit? How did it end up here, and why does she have so many? He quickly realized the grave situation. Oh no. If Yun Mingyao consumes too many Xianling fruits, she might explode. Haha. After eating this apple, I feel an overwhelming surge of power. I feel as strong as a Siyuan now. Those Lutri spirits better not cross my path again, or I'll make sure they regret it. After finishing the apple, Yun Mingyao felt an intense energy coursing through her. She and Long Hanwei were not in the same location. Long Hanwei was bathing elsewhere, unaware of Yun Mingyao's consumption of the Xianling fruit. Stop eating. You need to cease immediately. Bai Ling rushed over, desperately trying to intervene, disregarding that Yun Mingyao was currently bathing. Bai Ling, you need to leave. Don't come any closer, Yun Mingyao exclaimed, hastily covering her body with her hands. Blushing, this truly is a realm of peculiarities. Am I triggering some bizarre scene just by bathing? If you approach any closer, don't blame me for being ruthless. I've transformed into a Siyuan. I could obliterate those lewd tree spirits with a single punch, Yun Mingyao warned shyly, yet her appearance was utterly disarming, lacking any threat to those with a penchant for cute girls. Chapter 54. The Crumbling Yun Mingyao Naively. Yun Mingyao was oblivious to the fact that Bai Ling approached due to her consumption of the Xianling fruit. Yun Mingyao, stop eating the Xianling fruit and come here, Bai Ling implored, filled with urgency. Transforming into a Siyuan will lead to your demise. Do you genuinely think this is some game? I've already eaten the apple. I feel invigorated, so I warn you not to approach, Yun Mingyao replied excitedly, puffing out her chest and wiping her nose, exuding an aura of strength. However, before she could finish her sentence, Bai Ling swiftly pushed her down onto the ground. What just happened? Why can't I push Bai Ling away? Am I doomed to lose my virtue today? No, Bai Ling, don't, Yun Mingyao cried, her hands dropping from her chest, her expression a mix of embarrassment and resistance as she squirmed, attempting to evade Bai Ling's advances. Enough. If you wish to live, be quiet. You just consumed that fruit. If you do not refine it, you will explode, Bai Ling asserted, taking control of the situation. If she did not refine it soon, within minutes, Yun Mingyao could perish, becoming the first female protagonist to meet such a fate. Destined female protagonist, Yun Mingyao, perishes. What? It hurts. Bai Ling, please don't do this. It's too much. I feel like I'm breaking apart, Yun Mingyao exclaimed, feeling the powerful energy from the Xianling fruit surge within her. As a novice in cultivation, she had no idea how to guide this energy, causing her pain as she tightly shut her eyes, appearing as if on the verge of being overwhelmed. What is that sound? Yun Mingyao, what is happening over there? Cold Hanwei, who was helping Siyu dry off, suddenly heard the commotion. I must investigate. After hastily wrapping herself and Siyu in garments, she proceeded toward Yun Mingyao's direction. All right, change your position quickly. Bai Ling, realizing how his words could be misinterpreted, urged Yun Mingyao to sit up. Faster. Hurry. Yun Mingyao complied without hesitation, sitting up as Bai Ling placed his hands on her back, not daring to relent in assisting her to refine the energy. With Bai Ling's guidance, Yun Mingyao began to feel the energy circulating within her body. Quickly refine that energy. Follow my lead, Bai Ling instructed earnestly. Okay. Yun Mingyao nodded, starting to synchronize with Bai Ling's energy flow. True to her nature as the destined protagonist, Yun Mingyao transformed her dire situation into cultivation within just 2.5 minutes. After refining the Xianling fruit, she exhaled a breath of turbid AI, in a mere 2.5 minutes. She advanced from having no cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement, placing her on par with Bai Ling. Now that I've fully refined this apple, I should be able to navigate this realm with ease. After exhaling, the weakened Yun Mingyao collapsed into Bai Ling's embrace. Hey, don't lean on me like that, or others will think I'm a lolicon who did something inappropriate, Bai Ling retorted, having gained cultivation from helping Yun Mingyao refine her energy, which in turn allowed him to break through to the foundation establishment stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Cold Hanwei approached with Siyu. Bai Ling, although we Haven T shared a room, you are now. The icy blue eyes of Long Hanwei were filled with despair as she bit her lip and spoke. Upon her arrival, she beheld Yun Mingyao, drenched in fragrant sweat, collapsed in Bai Ling's embrace, appearing as if they had just engaged in an intimate encounter. Hanwei, allow me to explain. Bai Ling, noticing Long Hanwei's heartbroken expression, hastily cast aside Yun Mingyao and rushed towards her. Given that Yun Mingyao is currently a 9th-level Qi practitioner, her fall posed no real harm. Oh dear. Bai Ling, what are you doing? Is it too much to ask for a little gentleness? You just tossed me aside like that. Yun Mingyao lay on the ground, utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama. As Long Hanwei approached, she struck Bai Ling with her palm, causing him to feel an overwhelming chill. Far colder than before. Yet, Bai Ling did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and embraced Long Hanwei, earnestly explaining, Hanwei, please listen to me. I have not engaged in any inappropriate behavior with Yun Mingyao. I was merely assisting her in refining the Xianling fruit within her body. If you doubt my words, you may verify whether she is still intact. I have vowed to marry you, and I shall not allow anyone to take precedence over you, although I already have a wife. I will speak with her upon my return and assure you that I will not forsake either of you. Bai Ling's embrace was sincere, a heartfelt declaration rather than a mere attempt to placate Long Hanwei. He would never abandon his wife. Upon witnessing the earnestness in Bai Ling's eyes, Long Hanwei's hand stilled. She did not intend to take Bai Ling's life. Her aim was merely to punish him. Well, if that is the case, I shall reluctantly believe you. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her gaze away, avoiding direct eye contact with Bai Ling. Soon, she felt Bai Ling pressing against her, prompting her to hastily push him away. Pervert, she exclaimed, her face burning with embarrassment. Master, you have finally arrived. I just consumed a few apples and nearly exploded. Fortunately, I managed to refine them. Yun Mingyao exclaimed as she approached Long Hanwei, completely unaware that her previous actions had nearly ignited Bai Ling's harem. Very well. Upon our return, I shall teach you the techniques, Long Hanwei replied, reverting to her aloof demeanor. Cough, cough. All right, you three. Finish up and put on your clothes. Do not wander around here in such thin garments. Bai Ling reminded them with gentlemanly concern, casting a few glances their way. Bai Ling, even if you have helped me, I am not that easy to please. Fine, then you are not allowed to look, Long Hanwei retorted, covering herself with her hands as she and Yun Mingyao shyly moved away. All right, I want to look. Just hurry and get dressed, and remember to help and see you with her clothes. Bai Ling said, turning away helplessly to give them space. Chapter 55. We are decent people, not engaged in indecent activities. Humph. I have finally put on my clothes. They may be a bit large, but that's all right. It is just a little uncomfortable without anything underneath, Yun Mingyao proclaimed proudly as she approached Bai Ling. Bai Ling, I'm dressed now. What do you think? At that moment, Long Hanwei also stepped forward. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, anxious that her outfit might not be satisfactory. Not bad. Let us go take a look around. Bai Ling nodded approvingly after seeing them both dressed. Hanwei, I finally found you. I never expected you to be here, making us search so desperately while you indulge in leisure. A voice rang out. I told you that you were gravely injured and wouldn't survive. Yet here you are, saved by a man. Hand over your master's belongings, and perhaps we might spare your life. If not, thanks to a fool outside warning us, you would have escaped again today. The most dangerous places are indeed the safest. You've truly grasped that concept by daring to venture into the forbidden grounds of our Lingyi sect, just as Bai Ling and the three women prepared to leave. Several figures clad in black suddenly emerged from the forest, their faces contorted with anger. If it weren't for Li Shi informing them that two misguided individuals had wandered into the forbidden area, they might still be searching outside. Your master's belongings are rumored to be an unparalleled treasure within the Lingyi sect. Only that one item exists. The one who obtains it, even if foolish, will rise to greatness. The forbidden grounds of the Lingyi sect were connected to the lost forbidden area, situated at the back mountain, and were unguarded. Get lost, Bai Ling exclaimed coldly, immediately positioning himself protectively in front of the three women. Since these were pursuers from the Lingyi sect, Bai Ling had no intention of showing mercy. His priority was to help Long Hanwei avenge her master and then assist in Siyu in her recovery. As for Yun Mingyao, she was of no concern. Since you have pursued us here, your lives shall serve as offerings for your master's spirit. Long Hanwei walked slowly to Bai Ling's side, her expression tranquil as she spoke icily. She sensed that the sealing poison within her body could finally be completely refined today, restoring her cultivation to its peak. We have not engaged in any indecent activities. Who are you, and why are you here? Were you spying on us just now? Yun Mingyao exclaimed defensively, hands on her hips, but upon noticing the aggressive stance of their opponents, she quickly adjusted her demeanor. Cough, cough. If you leave now, I might still grant you a chance at survival. Yun Mingyao immediately adopted a commanding attitude, preparing to face this new challenge in the world of conflict. I told you. Even in this world of danger, I must eliminate the big bosses, especially now that I have changed. Dispatching a few minor foes should be child's play. Therefore, I must stand by my master's side and assist at a crucial moment, ensuring I earn my master's praise. Yun Mengao thought, glancing at the group of black-clad individuals. Humph, you foolish little girl. Today you shall witness the might of our Lingi sect. How dare you underestimate us? The leader of the black-clad men interrupted Yun Mengyao's musings with a sharp reprimand. With a glint of malice in his eyes, he swung his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that surged directly toward Yun Mengyao. Seeing this, Bai Ling moved swiftly, positioning himself in front of Yun Mengyao and executing the Wanxiang Guiyuan technique with a powerful strike. The clash produced a deafening roar. What is happening? I haven't even begun to assert myself, and they are already striking at me. This is utterly unscrupulous. Fortunately, Bai Ling is by my side. Otherwise, I would be done for. Yun Mengyao thought, bewildered as she observed Bai Ling's steadfast figure, unbeknownst to her. The black-clad figures had no intention of adhering to the principles of righteousness. Bai Ling, be careful, Lang Hanyue exclaimed, her heart racing as she summoned her magic, stepping in front of Bai Ling and employing the ice-cold sword technique to repel the attackers. What is going on? Did Lang Hanwen not plant the sealing poison in me? Why is her cultivation restored to the foundation establishment stage? What is happening? How could the three of us be repelled by Lang Hanwei? This is a disgrace. Are you two even attacking seriously, or are you just slacking off? Lang Hanwei, quickly hand over your master's treasured item and accompany us back to the Lingi sect to face the consequences. Perhaps you might still return as an ordinary disciple. The three black-clad individuals were taken aback after being driven back by Lang Hanwei, astonished that her cultivation had surpassed theirs in just a few short days. Humph. You of the Lingi sect have already dealt a death blow to my master and now seek his treasures. Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your debts. Lang Hanwei's voice was as frigid as ice as she wielded her sword, summoning a flurry of ice crystals that coalesced into a razor-sharp blade, hurtling toward the black-clad men. The three men turned pale with terror, feeling an unprecedented chill enveloping them. This coldness was more terrifying than what they had experienced when Lang Hanwei was at her peak power. What is happening? The three individuals, filled with terror, retreated incessantly, raising their swords to block the icy blade, only to be swiftly felled to the ground. Where the sword struck, frost enveloped them, rendering them incapable of further combat. Master, how could you be so formidable? One exclaimed in frustration. If I had known, I would have urged Master to impart the techniques and skills to me sooner. How can a basic attack compete with skills? Upon witnessing the graceful figure of Lang Hanwei, Yun Mengyao couldn't help but feel a flicker of envy in her eyes. Die, Lang Hanwei declared coldly, brandishing her frosty blade and charging toward them, ready to claim their lives. Clang. Just as Lang Hanyue's sword was poised to take their lives, two concealed cultivators suddenly leaped out from the shadows, intercepting her blade. A bunch of useless fools. Go and eliminate them. Wang Hu, the leader of the black-clad figures who had been searching for Lang Hanwei, commanded coldly. He had intended for this group of inner disciples to resolve matters swiftly, but was taken aback by the retaliation from Lang Hanwei and her companions. Understood. The nearby black-clad individual lunged fiercely at Bai Ling with his sword. Damn, there are still more of them. Bai Ling hastily raised his sword to fend off the attack, the two blades colliding. Chapter 56. Could it be that Bai Ling is? The black-clad cultivator possessed immense strength. Bai Ling felt a powerful force surge through him, causing him to stagger backward involuntarily. Oh dear. Bai Ling, is this really the limit of your strength? Hurry up and do something. Seeing this, Yun Mengyao rushed forward and gave Bai Ling a push, only to find herself knocked to the ground. How infuriating. You just know how to bully me for being so short, don't you? I've clearly grown stronger, so why am I still being pushed down? Rising from the ground and brushing off her backside, Yun Mengyao said, somewhat disheartened. After all, in her mind, she had already leveled up. Yet she was still defeated by an NPC in the quest. All of you who support Lang Hanwei deserve to die. Why is it that even when she is gravely injured, someone comes to her rescue? What is it about her that earns her the favor of the Holy Sun? As their swords clashed, the hat of the black-clad cultivator was knocked off, revealing a rather handsome face with short hair. Oh my, could he possibly be a homosexual? Bai Ling gasped in surprise upon seeing the other's fair visage, hastily reinforcing his defenses. Faced with a potentially effeminate adversary, Bai Ling tightened his grip on his sword. If he were to be defeated, he feared being subjected to unwelcome advances. He had no desire for his reputation to be tarnished. What? It's actually a man. I never expected this world to harbor such degenerates. Is he harboring a vendetta against my master because he can't win the favor of the Holy Sun? Although he momentarily felt safe, Bai Ling resolved never to let this man tarnish his master's honor. This was his first master in this world, and he could not allow any indignity to befall her. As a pure-hearted individual, He would not permit such an event to transpire. Upon seeing the face of the black-clad man, Yun Mengyao was equally taken aback, but then she made a firm decision. Get away from me. Don't come near. Bai Ling channeled his spiritual energy, employing the myriad transformation technique, and forcefully sent the opponent flying away. Being NEA on the other side, Wang Hu, witnessing the scene, could not restrain his anger and cursed aloud. He had just intended to rush over to lend her a helping hand to save her life. When Long Hanwei circled around and forcefully unleashed a wave of sword energy, blocking Wang Hu's path, this allowed Bai Ling to safely advance and slay the cloaked woman, although the distance between them exceeded 3 meters. Bai Ling felt an inexplicable warmth. Or rather, after Long Hanue's breakthrough, even at a distance greater than 3 meters, Bai Ling only felt half of the previous chill. Why? Long Hanwei, wherever she goes, men fall for her. What is the reason for this? Yet the Holy Sun does not even spare me a glance. The cloaked woman, weakly collapsing to the ground, glared at Bai Ling as he approached, filled with rage. Why? She demanded. There is no reason, Bai Ling replied coolly, before thrusting his longsword towards her heart with fierce intent. Just as he was about to take the life of the cloaked woman, a flying sword darted from Bai Ling's side, deflecting his blade. Following that initial strike, a flurry of dark arrows shot forth, aimed relentlessly at Bai Ling. The silent arrows surged towards him, forcing Bai Ling to retreat repeatedly to evade them. Who dares to harm Wang Li? To bully the weak? I, Tang San, cannot abide such injustice, he declared, his resolve firm. To dare slay Wang Li is to court death. After repelling Bai Ling, Tang San emerged from the nearby thicket, swiftly positioning himself in front of Wang Li. Wang Li, are you all right? I, Tang San, am here to rescue you. You must be safe. With earnestness, Tang San knelt beside her, grasping her hands. Ever since entering the secret realm, he had faced an ambush from a beast and sustained minor injuries, only to be unexpectedly saved by Wang Li. Despite Wang Li's fierce demeanor, in Tang San's eyes, she was a paragon of beauty. She saved me. She must be in love with me, he thought, swept away by his own delusions. After being rescued by Wang Li, Tang San immediately entertained the notion that apart from saving beauties, being saved by someone was equally significant. Little did he realize, this was merely one of life's great illusions, her affection for him. He lingered by Wang Li's side, endeavoring to win her heart through his devotion. Yet, his attempts were met with failure, as she often urged him to rest while she moved on, leaving Tang San behind. Yet the reality of her words was starkly different. Tang San, give me space. Do not follow me incessantly. What a compassionate girl she is. It was unimaginable that someone could be so cruel as to wish harm upon Wang Li. Tang San, do not resist, Wang Li exclaimed, pulling away from his grasp. Her expression one of disdain. She had not anticipated that Tang San, like a relentless leech, would pursue her so swiftly. Do not worry for my safety. With me here, I shall ensure you are protected from harm, Tang San assured her, resolute. What a caring young man he was, indeed. Tang San rose, filled with righteous indignation, directing his ire towards Bai Ling, who had just retreated. Where did this Tang San spring from? Can a mere bush conceal so many? Bai Ling mused, perplexed yet wary of Tang San's presence. The protagonist of destiny had evidently advanced to the 6th level of foundation establishment, necessitating vigilance. After several days, given Tang San's fortune, his current strength likely surpassed that of the 6th level. Why are you here again? Bai Ling confronted, recognizing Tang San in the sacred grounds of Lingyi's sect. Each time I see you, you are up to no good. This time, I shall eradicate you for the sake of Wang Li's vengeance. Tang San recalled the previous humiliation at the hands of Li Lanhua, and his fists clenched in fury. What a nuisance. After all this time, Bai Ling still had not resolved matters. Let me see the current situation. After a while, Yin Mengyao, unable to locate Bai Ling, opened her eyes and searched for him. Bai Ling, where are you? I must go help him. I cannot allow them to outnumber him. Spotting Bai Ling standing alone at a distance, she rushed over. Bai Ling, what is happening? Why are you still here? And who is that person? She inquired, gesturing toward Tang San. Someone who emerged from the thicket. Bai Ling replied nonchalantly. Is that thicket a spring? Why do people keep popping out of it? And why does that person look so sleazy? Yun Mengyao remarked, recalling her encounters with lesser foes. Upon seeing Tang San's face, she could not help but exclaim, what a peculiar little rogue. Bai Ling, how many young maidens have you lured into your trap? Tang San, upon beholding Yun Mengyao's delightful countenance, widened his eyes and exclaimed, another charming girl, just like Bai Jiruo compared to Li Lanhua. They are worlds apart. He swiftly turned on his charm, addressing the adorable Yun Mengyao. Little girl, Do not be deceived by that scoundrel Bai Ling. He is nothing but a worthless trickster who preys on Navi maidens like you. Come here to your brother Tang San. I will protect you and ensure you are not harmed by anyone. And I even have sweets. Tang San grinned lecherously and beckoned Yun Mengyao, resembling a dubious figure attempting to lure young girls. What a distasteful lecher. Keep your distance, or I shall summon the righteous to imprison you. Upon witnessing Tang San's lascivious demeanor, Yun Mengyao quickly hid behind Bai Ling, clutching his garment, peeking out with a worried expression. Bai Ling, you must protect me. I do not wish to be captured by that sleazy uncle and find myself in a humiliating predicament. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Nor shall I let that lecherous uncle lay a finger on you, Bai Ling assured her, a playful smile gracing his lips. He gently patted Yun Mengyao's head, as if soothing a frightened kitten. Then I shall trust in Master S strength. No, I will certainly believe in your power. When the time comes to fight, I will be right behind you, cheering you on. Yun Mengyao's eyes lit up with determination as she gazed at Bai Ling. Lecherous uncle, I, Tang San, have just turned 18. How can I be called a lecherous uncle? You, with your lack of vision, are just as blind as Bai Ling. Tang San retorted angrily, disregarding Yun Mengyao's beauty as he sought to teach Bai Ling and her a lesson. Since you both are so ungrateful, today I shall cripple you. Without that woman to protect you, let us see who will come to your aid. Watch as my blue-silver grass ensnares you. Tang San unleashed his ancestral skill, with vines erupting from the ground beneath Bai Ling's feet, lunging towards him. Though you think my blue-silver grass remains the same as before, it has grown stronger. Rivaling even the legendary prowess, Tang San boasted lewdly. Bai Ling, recognizing the imminent threat, swiftly pushed Yun Mengyao aside. He then concentrated his spiritual energy, shattering the vines that sought to ensnare him. Disgusting. Truly a lecherous uncle. Employing such repulsive techniques akin to a tentacle monster, he thought, revolted. Yun Mengyao, having been pushed away by Bai Ling, recalled her previous encounters with similar creatures in games, fully familiar with these tentacled foes. Have you really believed that after months of training, you could live in peace? As Tang San beheld Bai Ling unveil her foundation establishment Cultivation, he felt little surprise. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. Yet, what does foundation establishment matter? Before me, Tang San, you were left with naught but a path to demise. Tang San laughed arrogantly, swiftly forming hand seals as he recited incantations. Behold my 8 bone claws. No sooner had Tang San spoken than the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced behind him, gradually manifesting into 8 grotesque purple tendrils. Their appearance was entirely incongruous with the technique. This was the 8-claw divine skill. A prodigious technique I painstakingly procured from the Li family, now honed to perfection, allowing simultaneous control of all 8 claws. With that, Tang San lunged fiercely at Bai Ling, while the 8 tendrils wielded swords and concealed weapons. Or rather, were extensions of themselves. Upon witnessing Tang San's repugnant appendages, Bai Ling felt a wave of unease wash over her. Why does Tang San always gravitate towards such twisted techniques, whether it be vines or these abhorrent tendrils? Furrowing her brows, Bai Ling remarked, it is difficult for one pair of fists to contend with 4, let alone 10. The concealed weapons, swords, and those vine-like tendrils surged forth in unison, intent on striking Bai Ling. How could this lecherous old man be so fixated on such perverse skills? With just a few more tendrils, does he think himself akin to Dr. Octopus? Visually, he is 100 times more unseemly than Dr. Octopus. Yun Mengyao, observing Tang San's so-called 8-claw divine skill, felt utterly nauseated, as it lacked any essence reminiscent of Dr. Octopus, merely appearing as a few extra tendrils. Unbeknownst to him, once I deal with this wretched Bai Ling, I shall take the time to educate you. Tang San grinned wickedly, addressing Yun Mengyao with a lewdness that made it clear, if charm could not ensnare, he would resort to brute force. What? Do you intend to take me? Yet, in Yun Mengyao's eyes, Tang San had transformed entirely, becoming even more repulsive and loathsome, comparable to characters from lowly films. No, I absolutely cannot fall into the clutches of that lascivious old man. I must assist Bai Ling and ensure we do not succumb to defeat. Anxiously, Yun Mengyao turned and hurried toward Nsiyu's side. Sister Nsiyu, I apologize for any offense if we do not present a technique soon. I shall perish. After expressing her, Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. He never anticipated that his prideful 8-armed divine skill could be so effortlessly unraveled by Bai Ling. He had believed that the Li family had concealed the 8-armed divine skill due to its immense power, only to discover that it was utterly inadequate, far inferior to his blue-silver grass entanglement. Cursed Bai Ling, and that Li Lanhua, both of them have betrayed me. After cultivating this technique, I won't be able to learn any other skills for years. I, Tang San, refuse to believe that I cannot defeat you. Bai Ling, with anger boiling within him, he was about to leap from the wall when he witnessed the holy light surrounding Yun Mingyao erupt once more. Alas, my comprehension of sword intent is still too slow. It took me so long to finally grasp it. I wonder if Bai Ling has fallen victim to that lecherous old man's treachery. Bai Ling, wait for me. I have now comprehended the supreme sword intent, and I shall soar on the auspicious clouds to rescue you. Yun Mingyao, still enveloped in holy light, anxiously exclaimed. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw the shockwave unleashed by Bai Ling sent Tang San hurtling away. Stunned, Yun Mingyao dropped the newly refined short sword from her hand. This. How has Bai Ling transformed into a master Rashi figure? The shockwave truly appeared. Although its power was somewhat lacking, it looked utterly astounding. I must go and see what is happening. With Bai Ling regaining her composure, Yun Mingyao hurriedly picked up the short sword from the ground and rushed towards Bai Ling. What a joke. Both of them are so powerful. How can I, Tang San, contend with them? Even if I were to head at them, I would not stand a chance. After witnessing Yun Mingyao's breakthrough, Tang San hastily crawled out from the wall, declaring that he had intended to fight a few more rounds, but seeing Yun Mingyao's breakthrough, he immediately abandoned that thought. Tang San clumsily crawled out of the wall, his heart tumultuous. He cast a sidelong glance at Yun Mingyao, a flicker of unwillingness and jealousy flashing in his eyes. He understood that in the face of Bai Ling and Yun Mingyao, he stood no chance of victory. Bai Ling, Yun Mingyao, just wait. I, Tang San, will surely make you witness what true despair looks like. However, Tang San was not one to easily concede defeat. Taking a deep breath, a glint of ruthlessness sparkled in his eyes. Of the 36 stratagems, the best course of action is to retreat. I shall refrain from acting as the 13th strategy for now. With that, he turned into a shadow and swiftly dashed towards Wang Li, taking her away without hesitation. Bai Ling had not even had the chance to detain Tang San before he whisked Wang Li away. Master, how did you execute that Kamehameha? Can you teach me? That shockwave just now. Yun Mingyao, eager to learn this technique, directly referred to Bai Ling as master, tugging at his arm while shaking it incessantly, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance. Want to learn? Then I shan't teach you. Bai Ling, observing Yun Mingyao's expectant demeanor, couldn't help but smirk mischievously. What? Master, how can you do this to me? Just teach me that one move. If you teach me, I promise to take care of you in your old age, ensuring no one bullies you. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyao immediately adopted a sorrowful expression, looking pitiful. Chapter 60. The Gap. Hey, is this how you ask your master to teach you? I am still quite young. You know, Bai Ling replied, a vein of annoyance visible on his forehead as he gently patted Yun Mingyao's head. Furthermore, it requires condensing spiritual energy to its utmost limit to form such a shockwave. Currently, this technique is not suitable for you. You possess sword intent within you and should focus on mastering swordsmanship. Once you achieve great mastery, I will teach you. Aside from the Wanxiang Gui Yuanju, which can sweep spiritual energy, advancing in cultivation can also achieve this effect. Without Bai Ling's guidance, Yun Mingyao could learn it herself. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment passed through Yun Mingyao's eyes, but she quickly regained her resolve, saying, all right, master, I will diligently practice swordsmanship. And when the time comes, you must teach me the Kamehameha, I mean the shockwave. While the two conversed, on the other side, Long Hanwei was relentlessly pushing Wang Hu back. Long Hanwei, do you think just because you have reached the foundation establishment stage, Wang Hu, cannot handle you? Just wait. I will go find someone to assist me. You better stay here and not run away. Remember that. After a fierce battle, Wang Hu could no longer withstand Long Hanwei's onslaught and could only retreat while throwing threats over his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Long Hanwei simply swung her Frostflower Lingxiao sword fiercely, injuring him without pursuing further. After Long Hanwei finished, Bai Ling approached her with Yun Mingyao by his side. Hanwei, are you all right? Master, are you okay? I have now comprehended sword intent and am no longer merely a vessel of cultivation. If they come back, I will assist you in battle. Yun Mingyao proudly announced, hands on her hips as she stood before Long Hanwei. Bai Ling glanced at Yun Mingyao, feeling a twinge of envy. He admitted that he was somewhat envious. Yun Mingyao truly deserved her title as the destined heroine. Despite being fellow transmigrators, their differences were startlingly vast. Yun Mingyao had managed to reach his level of cultivation in less than a day, and her comprehension of sword intent took a mere hour, surpassing the time taken by others. How is it so fast? Long Hanwei, surprised, gazed at Yun Mingyao with her icy blue eyes. As far as she knew, The fastest among the sacred sons in Ling, he had required several months to grasp sword intent. Of course, it must be because I, Yun Mingyao, have come to this world to save it. Clenching her fists, she covered her face, speaking dramatically. Bai Ling could only look on in exasperation, unsure of how to respond. Hanwei, Wang Hu has fled. Even if we try to pursue, we likely won't catch up. Let us find a place to hide and recuperate for now. We shouldn't remain here waiting for them to attack. Bai Ling said earnestly to Long Hanwei, noting that Wang Hu and Tang San had already departed, leaving only the 3 injured individuals sprawled on the ground. Staying here to rest while the disciples of Ling he approached could directly lead to danger, especially since they still needed to take Siyu with them. If a fight breaks out, and Siyu might not even have a place to hide, let alone in her current day's state. You make a valid point. Let us temporarily find a place to settle down. Long Hanwen nodded in agreement, her tone cold. Hey, where do you 3 think you're going? Stop right there. Take this. Yun Mingyao suddenly noticed the 3 individuals on the ground scrambling to their feet, frantically trying to flee towards the sect. With a swift motion of her short sword, a pure white sword aura cleaved through the air, sending the 3 crashing to the ground. Spare us, brave heroine. Spare us. We were forced into this. Yes, it was that villain Wang Hu coerced us. Just now, we were blind to the situation. Could you let us off this time? Although Yun Mingyao's sword aura did not claim their lives, it left them nearly half dead, writhing in pain. Do you think I would believe you? This is merely your delaying tactic. Once you leave, you will undoubtedly call for reinforcements. I have seen this kind of ruse far too many times. Moreover, with your pitiful status, you are not even worthy of being extras. You think you can buy yourself a few more days of life. Yun Mingyao stood before the 3, brandishing her short sword menacingly, instilling fear within them. I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you. If you intend to kill me, grant me a swift end and spare me this torment. The sword in Yun Mingyao's hand slipped from her grip and, by misfortune, plunged into the second man's thigh, causing blood to gush forth. The other 2 winced in pain, clenching their legs, terrified that Yun Mingyao might target them next. No, do not torture me. If you wish to kill me, then do so. I will never divulge any useful information to you. Indeed, I am a cultivator. How could I allow myself to be insulted like this? A gentleman may be killed but cannot be humiliated. If you dare to torment me thus, I shall take my own life, and you will not gain any valuable information from me. The 2 declared resolutely, looking at Yun Mingyao, who resembled a demon. With trepidation, they had already anticipated the methods Yun Mingyao would employ to extract vital information from them. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyao broke into a cold sweat. Her slip had frightened these 2 to such an extent. Do you think you are brave? If it weren't for your fear of what would happen to the one in the middle, would you utter such words? Do you truly believe this is a scene from a movie where one commits seppuku? Do not so readily abandon your lives. However, in light of your remarkable courage, I shall reluctantly grant you both a swift end. She rose to her feet, her short sword once more brimming with sword energy, aimed at one of them. Just as the energy was about to descend, she suddenly heard the abrupt halt of the 2 men. Wait, my lady, I find your reasoning quite compelling. As cultivators, how can we so easily abandon our lives? That would be a grave irresponsibility towards ourselves and our existence. Therefore, I have decided to share some crucial information with you, in hopes that you may spare our lives. Indeed, we are prepared to exchange certain information from our sect for the opportunity to survive. As for the one who has already lost hope, let him receive a swift end. The 2 exchanged fearful glances, but ultimately, in the interest of survival, they opened their mouths to speak. The man in the middle was on the verge of tears, unable to articulate his pain, yearning to trade information for his life as well. His 2 fellow disciples were being overly considerate, making decisions on his behalf. Wait. I too am willing to offer information from Lingyi sect in exchange for my life. And I possess knowledge far beyond that of these 2 recent initiates. From the elders seeking companions to the disciples indulging in frivolities, whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge it. Please, do not act so hastily. The disciple in the middle hastily used his dwindling spiritual energy to staunch the flow of blood, praying that his younger brother would hold on a little longer and not bleed out. Becoming a eunuch among cultivators. Although legend spoke of a technique called the chrysanthemum cannon, rumored to bestow immense power upon eunuchs, he had no desire to become one. Given this, I shall temporarily spare your life, provided that you divulge all the information you possess. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyao broke into a sweat. What sort of nonsensical gossip is this, akin to the ramblings of an octogenarian? The information they possessed was utterly bizarre. However, as she gently retracted her short sword, she replied nonchalantly, since you are willing to provide intelligence, I may consider sparing your lives, but should you utter a single falsehood, your fate will be far worse than that of the unfortunate soul in the middle. Of course, We would never dare deceive you. We absolutely cannot gamble our lives. The two nodded vigorously, fearing that Yun Mengyao might change her mind, their legs instinctively tightening as they worried about a sudden attack from her. Bai Ling, upon witnessing Yun Mengyao apprehending them, approached alongside Long Hanwei, observing as Yun Mengyao interrogated the captives. Yun Mengyao is truly ruthless, Bai Ling thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. Well, let's see what useful information they can provide. Bai Ling was entirely unaware of the secrets of this realm, but he knew that Lingyi sect strategies were relatively stable. Brute force alone would not suffice. In truth, the name Lingyi sect derives from Ling, meaning spirit, and he, referring to the crane, with zong denoting a sect. This was a deduction I had painstakingly arrived at over a considerable period. Furthermore, I discovered that all individuals within Lingyi sect were human. The man on the right confidently shared the findings of his research, which had taken him 3 years to uncover, information that most were oblivious to. What crucial information? Why did you not share it with us? The others looked astonished, as if they had stumbled upon something monumental. Are you fools? Spare me your irrelevant chatter and tell me how many members Lingyi sect has, and how many of them possess high cultivation levels. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling drew his sword across the man's throat, stating, "Time is of the essence. This fool is wasting it with useless prattle." Before the man on the right could respond, Bai Ling swiftly ended his life, leaving the other two trembling in fear. I'll talk. I promise to tell you everything, including our holy son and sect master. Lingyi sect has a total of 9,527 members, with 3,141 female cultivators, of whom 141 are particularly attractive. There are only 95 inner disciples like me, while the remaining holy son's cultivation levels are largely unknown, but are generally above the 7th layer of foundation establishment. The man on the left hastily interjected, spilling all the information he had in hopes of securing high. Bai Ling observed a cultivator rushing towards them at great speed. He inhaled deeply and turned to Yun Mengyao and Siyuan, speaking to them. Meanwhile, Long Hanwei felt a sudden chill enveloping her, as she began to unleash the power of her profound ice, which surged forth from within her, causing the temperature to plummet rapidly. The surrounding flora and trees crystallized into frost at a visible pace, transforming Long Hanwei from a seemingly cold fairy into a fairy of tangible ice. This cannot be. I will absolutely not abandon you. My master. As Yun Mengyao finished speaking, she too felt the temperature drop sharply, causing her to shiver. What is happening? Is this the Sahara Desert? How can the temperature shift so drastically? I am clearly a powerful cultivator, yet I still feel the cold. Is it because of my emptiness? Yun Mengyao sneezed as she spoke. Hanwei, what is wrong? Did that Wang Hu injure you? Bai Ling, braving the icy aura emanating from Long Hanwei, rushed towards her with concern. The power of my profound ice is beginning to erupt. Bai Ling, you must step back. Long Hanwei, seeing Bai Ling's worried expression, quickly pushed him away. She was finding it difficult to endure the intensified power of her profound ice. This latest inheritance of her power was far colder than anything she had previously experienced. Given a safe environment, she could gradually suppress it, but time was of the essence, and she was unable to spare any. Bai Ling suddenly recalled the narrative where Long Hanwei had perished due to her inability to contain her power. He hadn't expected that the first manifestation of her profound ice would occur at such a critical moment. Yun Mengyao, you must hold them off for now. Do not let them approach. Concentrate on treating Long Hanwei and help her suppress her ice power swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ling turned to Yun Mengyao. Realizing that she was their only hope of temporarily stalling the others, he needed to focus on aiding Long Hanwei in containing her power. Otherwise, if Wang Hu summoned the others, they would surely fall into a perilous situation. Understood. Given the current circumstances of my master, I shall hold them back for now. You can focus on the treatment. I will ensure your safety. Yun Mengyao replied, surprised at how quickly they had arrived at the point of facing adversaries. Dealing with mere minions should be straightforward. As long as she could protect them until their treatment was complete, it would suffice as a task accomplished. With that, she blurred into motion, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she charged towards their foes. With a swift motion of her short sword, she unleashed a blade of energy that sliced through the air, targeting the approaching disciples of Lingyi sect. Although Yun Mengyao was anxious, she knew this was not the time for hesitation. She had to take the initiative against the disciples of Lingyi sect. Thud. What is happening? Wasn't there supposed to be an attack in the back courtyard? How come we are being struck before we even see the enemy? Among the disciples, a hapless soul who had just revealed himself collided directly with the blade of energy, dying before he could comprehend his fate. What the hell? An enemy attack. Everyone, stay alert and scatter. Don't let yourselves get hit. The disciples were baffled by their sect's orders. When inner disciples were in danger, they dispatched them to assist. leaving the outer disciples to fend for themselves. Enough complaining. We must evade. We are merely cannon fodder. We should not engage. With our strength, we would only be cut down like we point 30 spirit stones for this. What are we doing risking our lives? Let's just create a distraction. And once the inner disciples arrive, we can join forces. The outer disciples, witnessing Yun Mingyao's blade of energy, were all taken aback. They were merely ordinary outer disciples. Their powers woefully inadequate against a cultivator of Yun Mingyao's caliber. They stood no chance but to meet their demise. Had there not been a mandate within the sect that required them to rush towards any sign of danger, they would not have even pretended to participate. Ha ha ha, I am indeed the destined heroine. With just a simple strike, I have instilled fear in them all. It seems I can handle this quest solo. Yun Mingyao felt elated as the disciples hesitated to approach. But soon, she regained her composure. No, this is the world of butter. I cannot afford to be careless lest I fall victim to their ambush and find myself in a defeat cutscene. She suddenly recalled the last time she had been ensnared by the lecherous tree demon. Her overconfidence had led her into peril. Face my 7 deadly swords. With renewed determination, Yun Mingyao brandished her short sword once more and charged at the group of disciples. Oh, right, in this world of butter. If I fail to protect important characters, I might end up in a defeat cutscene, much like in those romantic films. XX. You wouldn't want your husband to lose his job, would you? XX. Surely, you don't want others to learn of this. Right. She swore that she had only stumbled upon such scenes accidentally. She had not sought them out. Given that they were in this world, such incidents were likely to occur. She must protect Siyuan at all costs and ensure she was not taken hostage, while remaining close enough to her master for a timely reaction should an ambush arise. Furthermore, she recalled that having a girl in your arms often provided special bonuses. After unleashing a few more blades of energy, Yun Mingyao turned to check on Siyuan, only to find someone attempting to seize her as a hostage. Hee, but do you think I won't find a way to deal with this? This fool looks utterly clueless. He must be the breakthrough point. Capturing her will make dealing with that female cultivator a piece of cake. An outer disciple stealthily approached Siyuan, reveling in his own cleverness, completely unaware that his every move had been observed by Yun Mingyao. How dare you attempt to take Siyuan hostage? I will not allow this to happen. Taste my strike. The 7 deadly swords. Upon spotting a man in black approaching Siyuan with a lascivious grin, Yun Mingyao unleashed her ultimate move. Chapter 63. Yun Mingyao, do not cheat. Yun Mingyao moved like a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before the black-clad man, her sword energy surging forth, aiming directly for his vital points. What? When did this female sword cultivator notice me? I didn't reveal a hint of my presence. She must be cheating. The man in black panicked, hastily raising his sword to defend himself, but he was no match for Yun Mingyao's lightning-fast strike. As the blade shimmered, the man let out a scream, pierced through the heart by Yun Mingyao's sword, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yun Mingyao, do not cheat. This is merely a fraction of my power. Take heed in your next life. Do not cross paths with me again. Yun Mingyao sheathed her short sword, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Such melodramatic words could only come from her. Had Bai Ling heard, he would have undoubtedly scoffed. Siyuan, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Yun Mingyao quickly turned. Concern etched on her face. Siyuan, having emerged from the lost forbidden land, regarded Yun Mingyao with a gaze full of wisdom. Well, it appears she is unharmed. I just need to protect her for a while longer, and my task will be complete. Yun Mingyao stepped forward and embraced Siyuan confidently. Fortunately, we did not grow weary of life and rush forward to capture their companions. Otherwise, we would have met our end. Indeed, it is safer to keep our distance for now, lest that female sword cultivator strike us as well. But where are the other disciples from the sect? What will happen if she goes on a rampage? After witnessing the grim fate of their fellow disciples, a group of cultivators felt trepidation, quietly retreating a few steps. Amidst their conversation, a commotion erupted in the distance as Wang Hu led a group of inner disciples toward them, exuding an intimidating presence. Saint San, Long Han Yue, and the others are over there. I have heavily wounded the 3 of them. Wang Hu, accompanied by the sect Saint San, He Tian, rushed towards Bai Ling and the others. Long Han Yue, I doubt anyone can save you now. Wang Hu thought to himself, knowing that both He Tian and Long Han Yue were equally matched in their cultivation within the sect. With Long Han Yue out of the picture, He Tian would have exclusive access to their resources, and his strength had likely reached unfathomable heights. Well done. You shall be richly rewarded upon our return to the sect. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in He Tian's eyes as he spoke slowly. I knew that matters would not conclude so simply. As the destined female protagonist, I must undergo trials to achieve my transformation. You shall serve as my stepping stones. Yun Mengyao observed Wang Hu and his entourage charging towards them, yet remained unperturbed. Holding and see you close and wielding a short sword that belied her elegant demeanor, she remarked coolly, "This is troublesome. Why have they arrived so swiftly? I must expedite the suppression of Han Yu and hope that Yun Mengyao can endure a little longer." Bai Ling, noticing the oncoming threat, cast a worried glance at Yun Mengyao. "Bai Ling, you distract them. I will soon be able to suppress it," Long Hanwei replied, shaking her head to decline Bai Ling's kind offer. The current temperature was chilling even for her, let alone for an ordinary cultivator. "Enough talk. I shall assist you in suppressing it now," Bai Ling interjected firmly, gazing into Bai Ling's resolute eyes. Long Hanwei ultimately bit her lip and settled into a meditative posture to contain the power of the Xianbing. Although Long Hanwei remained silent, Bai Ling could discern the strain and pain etched on her face. The moment Bai Ling placed her hands on Long Hanwei's back, she felt a chilling frost begin to manifest on her palms. "Long Hanwei, if you surrender and obediently return to the sect with me, I shall spare your life for the sake of our past acquaintance," He Tian proclaimed loudly, his impatience evident even before reaching Bai Ling and the others. He Tian, one of Long Hanwei's admirers, despite his somewhat unique status, found himself rebuffed by her, relegating him to the role of a rather elevated sycophant, once unable to forge a bond with her. He now sought to confine her through force, desiring her companionship by other means. Alas, the Holy Sun is back again. It has been 2.5 weeks, yet he remains infatuated with Long Hanwei. I truly wonder what poison he has been subjected to by her, one of the inner disciples following Etian remarked, observing the situation with a hint of incredulity. Indeed, others have repeatedly rejected the Holy Sun. Yet he maintains such an attitude towards Long Hanwei. If it were anyone else, they would have perished countless times by now, another disciple chimed in, witnessing Etian's relentless pursuit of Long Hanwei. The disciples subtly distanced themselves from him, murmuring amongst themselves. Etian had pursued Long Hanwei countless times. Each encounter had them stepping in to confront him, akin to a spirited youth attempting to attract the attention of a beauty, always using them as fodder for his advances. It appears this fellow is indeed the leader of the greasy underlings, capable of spouting such quintessential villainous lines, Yun Mengyao observed as she scrutinized He Tian. Without engaging in further banter, she positioned herself before He Tian, brandishing her short sword in attack. Such trivial skills, daring to flaunt them before the Holy Sun, with several pure white sword energies released. He Tian effortlessly summoned a thin barrier of spiritual power to deflect them. What is happening? This is merely the second wave, yet how is the leader's defense so formidable? Moreover, he seems entirely to have disregarded the rules of the greasy realm. Shouldn't he first send minions to deal with me, granting me experience before the boss appears? Yun Mengyao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her sword energies to leave him unscathed. I in the realm of souls. "Little girl, I see you have read too many tales. Did you think this was the XX Luo continent?" He Tian smirked, his lips curling into a dragon-like grin as he mocked her. "Since you dare to strike at me, prepare to meet your demise." He Tian's tone shifted abruptly as he waved his sleeve, feathers cascading down upon Yun Mengyao like a torrential storm. "Holy Sun, how despicable of you to resort to a sneak attack. Bullying the weak, such behavior is unworthy of the title Holy Son of Lingyi's sect. Furthermore, attacking without provocation is disgraceful. You are unfit to meet my master, Long Hanwei," Yun Mengyao declared with righteous indignation, though anxiety soon crept in. "Oh no, I can only mindlessly unleash sword energy. What am I to do? I must emulate Bai Ling and see if I can concentrate all my spiritual power into the short sword to withstand this onslaught." Hastily, Yun Mengyao followed suit, raising her short sword and channeling her spiritual energy into it, forming a fragile spiritual barrier. However, Etian's feathers were no ordinary attack. Each one bore immense spiritual force, gradually depleting Yun Mengyao's own energy. As the Holy Sun, attacking first under my command while leaving them to observe from behind, does that not imply that I become their subordinate? He Tian pondered, finding some merit in Yun Mengyao's words, and turned to issue commands. You two are done for. Wait, is it disrespectful to the Holy Sun for us to be playing cards while he fights? One disciple wondered aloud, with the Holy Sun taking the lead. There was no need for them to rush into battle. His presence sufficed, and they merely needed to cheer him on from the sidelines. However, upon glancing back, they found their fellow disciples leisurely engaged in play, with Wang Hu still casually picking his nose. "Yes, we shall charge in for the Holy Sun." Upon being noticed by Etian, they all stood up hastily, resembling a conveyor belt of light bulbs, one after another rushing towards Yun Mengyao. Huff, huff, huff. This Holy Sun is quite amenable to suggestions, indeed, for he has sent forth a wave of experience packages, Yun Mengyao exclaimed. her excitement palpable as she observed the tide of disciples surging towards her. It seems this holy son's intellect is rather lacking. No, I cannot say that. It must be that I am simply too astute, she declared with pride, remaining utterly unfazed by the approaching horde. After unleashing a series of sword energies, the waves of cannon fodder were swiftly absorbed by Yun Mingyao, completely digesting the Xianling fruit within her, achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement and breaking through to the first layer of foundation establishment. With a newfound comprehension of sword intent and the enhancement from the Xianling fruit, Yun Mingyao unleashed the full extent of her spiritual power, sending the throng of underlings flying. Achieving a breakthrough to foundation establishment in just 2 days could only be described as unprecedented. What is happening? This female sword cultivator has incredibly breached foundation establishment so swiftly. The Holy Son was taken aback upon witnessing Yun Mingyao's ascension. He knew that, given the power of his feathers, even against foundation establishment cultivators, he could not expect to evade injury. Yet, Yun Mingyao, with her qi refinement cultivation, had completely neutralized his feathers. Prior to her breakthrough, he had believed her to be a foundation establishment cultivator. Utilizing my disciples to apply pressure for your breakthrough. Truly, you are the first to do so. However, even if you are at foundation establishment, what of it? Cranesong strike. He Tian remarked coldly upon witnessing Yun Mingyao's breakthrough. He then concentrated his spiritual power in his hand, emitting an ear-piercing sound directed at Yun Mingyao and her companions. What? Why is he using a spell attack? Just after my breakthrough. How am I to defend against this with only physical defenses? Yun Mingyao lamented, her frustration mounting as she realized that this pattern of being interrupted immediately after leveling up was utterly nonsensical. With no means to withstand He Tian's Cranesong strike, she could only anxiously flee with Siyuan in tow. Yet, He Tian's assault pursued her relentlessly, akin to a relentless lock dash on. As the distance closed, Yun Mingyao found herself not only dizzy but utterly unable to defend herself. Could it be that I am to be defeated in my first battle? She thought, feeling lightheaded as the moment of crisis approached. Just as He Tian prepared to strike again, a blade of ice-blue energy descended from the heavens, erecting an ice wall before Yun Mingyao, effectively blocking the Cranesong strike. Bai Ling, seizing the moment, embraced Yun Mingyao and Siyu, swiftly relocating them from their previous position. There stood Long Hanwei, sword in hand, enveloped in a layer of frost. Her gaze as frigid as a snow lotus atop an ice mountain. Who permitted you to harm her? Long Hanwei glared at He Tian, her voice devoid of any emotion. Master, you are finally well. You have truly made me anxious. Just moments ago, I thought I was done for. But thank goodness you were here. After Yun Mingyao was rescued by Bai Ling and Long Hanwei, she tightly embraced Bai Ling, expressing her relief at having survived the ordeal, completely disregarding how her softness pressed against him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Siyuan, witnessing this scene, imitated her and leapt into Bai Ling's embrace, attempting to merge her body with his. This was not quite right. Bai Ling, taken aback by the sudden embrace from both sides, could only utter some words of comfort, feeling reluctant to push away the sorrowful Yun Mingyao. All right, it's all over now. With both of your masters here, no one has been harmed. Noticing that Yun Mingyao might genuinely be frightened, Bai Ling gently patted her back in reassurance. Gradually, with Bai Ling's soothing words, Yun Mingyao calmed down and extricated herself from his embrace. After all, Bai Ling was also Long Hanyue's husband, and holding on to him for too long felt somewhat inappropriate. Of course, in truth, Long Hanwei did not mind how many wives Bai Ling had. All she desired was his quiet companionship in the days to come. However, upon seeing the two women clinging to Bai Ling, a flicker of unease stirred within Long Hanyue's heart for reasons unknown. Ahem, come on, how old are you? Embracing like this is hardly appropriate. Noticing Long Hanyue's gaze, Bai Ling quickly raised a hand to his mouth, clearing his throat. Long Hanwei, you finally emerged. I thought I would never see you again. He Tian's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. He had not anticipated that Long Hanwei could break free at this moment, and her strength seemed to have increased as well. Yet, compared to Long Hanyue's power, he was more excited to see her in person. The Holy Son has arrived again. Seeing Long Hanwei like this makes me feel utterly disgraced. It's as if my face has been thoroughly tarnished by the Holy Son. Enough. Lower your voice. Do you wish to provoke the Holy Son? The few individuals behind He Tian quickly warned one another in hushed tones. Those who acted as sycophants naturally did not want to hear others label them as such, especially from someone of higher status. He Tian seemed to heed the murmurs behind him, his attitude shifting abruptly as he glared at Long Hanwei and the others. Long Hanwei, I am willing to grant you a chance, considering we once belonged to the same sect. If you agree to become my Dao partner, I will plead with the elders of our sect to spare your life. What say you? Chapter 65. Long Hanyue's kiss. As long as you are willing to be my Dao partner, I will seek the elder's favor to clear your name and restore your standing. Greed sparkled in Tian's eyes, as if he could already envision a glorious future with Long Hanwei by his side. Even if he could not win her heart willingly, obtaining her body would suffice. However, as his gaze fell upon Long Hanyue's frosty visage, he found her ice-blue eyes filled with disdain and disgust towards him. Tian, you are deluded if you think I would accept your pity. Long Hanwei scoffed, her voice ringing clear and cold. Not only would she reject Tian's proposal, but she also intended to offer their group as a sacrifice for her master's vengeance. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. Today, I will not let you off easily. She rebuked Tian directly, furious at his audacity to encroach upon her. How shameless can you be, coveting my master? With such an unappealing appearance, you dare to desire someone like her? Just get lost, or you'll regret it later. Yu Mingyo, hiding behind Bai Ling, made a face and shouted vehemently. Individuals like Tian, who fancied themselves above others, were the ones she detested most, especially after he had almost caused her demise. What? Master? How could Long Hanwei possibly be your master? She has never interacted with men. How could she possibly like another man? If there was a man, it should be me. You dare to spread such vile rumors about me. I see you seek your own demise. Tian's face turned dark with rage upon hearing Bai Ling and Yu Mingyao's mockery, yet he quickly suppressed his fury, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And you? Who do you think you are to speak to me with such insolence? What connection do you have with Long Hanwei? What relationship do I have with her? We merely shared 2.5 years in the same sect. Tian looked down from the air, his pride evident as he smirked at Bai Ling. Indeed, what connection do you have with Long Hanwei to speak on her behalf? Do you really think she would be grateful to you for standing beside her? Don't be ridiculous. Even if Long Hanwei felt affection for anyone, it could never be you. If she truly fell for you, I would gladly let you use my head as a toilet. The crowd behind the Holy Sun erupted in ridicule, as it was clear to anyone that a rustic fool like Bai Ling could never compete with a suave figure like Tian. My relationship with Long Hanwei is that of husband and wife. She is my wife, not someone you, a mere fellow disciple, could ever compare to. Bai Ling stood his ground, disdain dripping from his words, upon hearing Bai Ling refer to her as his wife in front of so many. Long Hanyue's icy cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Rustic fool, you are digging your own grave. How dare you publicly tease Long Hanwei? Prepare to become an ice statue. The crowd watched with glee, knowing well the fate of the last man who dared to toy with Long Hanwei. The previous man, who had made the same mistake as Bai Ling, had been turned into an ice statue, his death a grim reminder. Even the holy Sunny Tian, who dared to flirt with Long Hanwei, had narrowly escaped being frozen, nearly suffering a similar fate. Bai Ling's audacity was met with astonishment and disdain from the onlookers. I, Tang San, despise those who are fickle at heart. I pride myself on my loyalty. And I will not allow this rustic fool to play the field. Just wait. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Tang San, too, returned to the crowd, clutching the recently acquired girl and glaring at Bai Ling with gritted teeth. No matter the identity, be it a beggar or a rustic fool, competing for a woman with the Holy Sun was a sure way to invite doom. Yes, anyone who competes with the Holy Sun for a woman deserves to die. Exactly. To bring shame upon the Holy Sun must result in death. Well said. For a woman favored by the Holy Sun to bear another's child must end in death, as Tang San led the charge. The disciples of Lingyi's sect echoed his sentiments loudly. Upon hearing the increasingly exaggerated cries, Tian's face turned a shade of green. Enough. This man must die. Listening to the uproar, Long Hanyue's chest heaved with agitation. She did not wish for the crowd to continue, fearing that Bai Ling would be misunderstood and hurt, but as someone unskilled in speech, she found it difficult to counter the clamor. Bai Ling is my husband. A kiss should not be an issue. Ultimately, embracing this thought, Long Hanwei hurriedly approached Bai Ling, shyly gazing at him. As everyone braced for Bai Ling to receive a slap or perhaps turn into an ice sculpture. Long Hanwei, expressionless, pressed her cheek against his, unmistakably bestowing a kiss upon him. Bai Ling was equally taken aback, never expecting the usually frosty Long Hanwei to take the initiative. Her lips brushed against his cheek. Cool yet imbued with a subtle fragrance, a unique scent that made Bai Ling's heart race unexpectedly. Truly, as Bai Ling's master, she effortlessly accomplished what others could not. Yu Mingyo, witnessing the kiss, felt as if she had achieved something herself. Joyfully exclaiming from behind Bai Ling, how is this possible? Long Hanyue, so proactive in kissing this rustic fool. Am I blind? It must be an illusion. Long Hanyue, an ice-cold woman. How could she ever kiss that rustic fool? The crowd gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Long Hanyue's initiative, all eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be true, what that rustic fool said? The Holy Sun has indeed been cuckolded, and the woman he favors might bear another's child. It seems the rumors hold truth. Wang Hu, standing beside Tian, pinched his nose in contemplation before speaking earnestly. A hush fell over the crowd as Wang Hu's words, though quiet, resonated with everyone present. Silence. And no one will regard you as mute. As Tian beheld the scene of the two lovers kissing, his countenance transformed, oscillating between shades of blue and purple in his fury. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, he unleashed a furious strike, sending Wang Hu hurtling away. You wretched couple, Tian declared with indignation, today, I shall eradicate you both. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a flurry of crane feathers cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Chapter 66. Cold Han Yu's favorability increases as Tian's words faded. The multitude of crane feathers instantly morphed into piercing beams of sword light, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Bai Ling and Cold Han Yu. What a despicable pair, Tian continued, his eyes glinting with avarice and cruelty. Since I cannot win your heart, Cold Han Yu, I shall seize your body. It was as if he could already envision the scene of Cold Han Yu and her companions pleading in despair for mercy. Cough, cough. Did you not already realize that you could never win Cold Han Yu's heart? Why make such a futile display to remind us all? Even without your words, we shall forever remember your humiliation. Wang Hu retorted, having been sent crashing into the wall by Tian's strike, and after a couple of coughs, he continued, how could this be? By what right does that useless Bai Ling capture the favor of the female sword cultivator? And you, a worthless saint, cannot even compete with a mere rustic fool, allowing a woman to snatch you away, truly the embodiment of failure. If you cannot even best Bai Ling, you might as well slink back to your sect and wait for death. Tang San seethed, his jealousy igniting as he witnessed Bai Ling kissing a woman far more beautiful than the one in his arms. Cold Han Yu had initially wished to continue kissing Bai Ling for a few more moments to affirm her resolve. However, upon hearing Tian's impending attack, she reluctantly released her lips. Her expression turned cold as she drew frost blossom from its sheath, the glint of her sword shattering each of the incoming crane feather sword lights. Detected an increase in Cold Han Yu's favorability towards the host. Luck value 4. Detected an increase in Cold Han Yu's favorability towards the host. Luck value 6. Cold Han Yu can still increase luck value by 15 points. Detected an increase in Yun Meng Yao's favorability towards the host. Luck value 4. Detected an increase in Yun Meng Yao's favorability towards the host. Luck value 6. Yun Meng Yao can still increase luck value by 20 points. Bai Ling, luck value 46. Once Cold Han Yu released her hold, Bai Ling noticed a swift increase in his luck value, climbing by 20 points, which left him momentarily astonished. You wretched rustic fool, if you have the gall, do not hide behind Cold Han Yu. Stand and fight me openly. If you win, she shall belong to you. If I lose, I shall guarantee that I will harbor no further hopes for Cold Han Yu. Dare to challenge me? Tian bellowed, enraged to see Cold Han Yu deflect his entire onslaught. Let your husband come forth. You need only protect Yun Meng Yao and the others from behind. Cold Han Yu replied after successfully deflecting the crane feathers. Bai Ling stepped forward, gently tousling her hair, speaking softly. While feasting off the fruits of another's labor can be delightful, now is certainly not the time for indulgence. The mere thought of another coveting my wife is exceedingly displeasing. As the saying goes, one is not afraid of thieves, but rather of those who covet what is not theirs, especially when it concerns a treasure like Cold Han Yu. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, Cold Han Yu shall remain my wife. You, sir, should relinquish any notions of her, Bai Ling stated, emerging from behind Cold Han Yu. You, the so-called saint, are nothing more than a primitive beast. You wish to gain mating rights through a duel, return to your sect and find your mother monkey. Do not challenge my master here. Bai Ling is no monkey. Yun Meng Yao chastised Tian loudly. Observing his bestial challenge against Bai Ling, such an unevolved creature is unworthy to be in the presence of my master, Cold Han Yu. The very thought is vexatious. Does he believe this is a world governed by animal instincts? Though it bears little difference from a world of butter. Arrogant. Tian, upon hearing Bai Ling's words, initially felt elated, not expecting Bai Ling to accept the challenge. However, upon hearing the latter half of his audacious proclamation, his expression soured. In an instant, Tian vanished from sight, reappearing before Bai Ling, unleashing a powerful strike, his violent true energy surging like a tidal wave. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled with determination as he advanced rather than retreating. Meeting Tian's palm with his own, the collision produced a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves that scattered the surrounding dust. Tian's expression shifted as he realized the strength of Bai Ling's power. Feeling a sharp pain in his hand, very well, if I cannot overcome you with mere physical might, then I shall employ my techniques to subdue you. Tian had intended to rely solely on his physical prowess to defeat Bai Ling, hoping to impress Cold Han Yu, but found himself equally matched, if not slightly outclassed. Prepare to perish, crane strike. With that, Tian retreated, gathering his energy for another strike, intent on sending Bai Ling to his doom. Witnessing this, Bai Ling immediately activated the 10,000 forms returning to origin technique, a vortex appearing in his palm as he began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Cold Hanyu, seeing Tian's crane strike, instinctively placed her hand on her sword hilt, ready to rescue Bai Ling at a moment's notice should anything untoward occur. But the crane strike's tangible power was not formidable, its internal damage was catastrophic. Those struck would show no outward signs of injury, yet their internal organs would be grievously harmed as the crane strike drew near. Bai Ling accelerated the 10,000 forms returning to origin technique, causing the vortex to consume the energy before it could reach him. Boom. You, wretched rustic fool, dare to vie with the saint for a woman? You deserve to perish. Should anyone else dare to contest with the saint for a woman, they shall meet the same fate. As the crane strike struck Bai Ling, raising a cloud of dust, Tian stood aloft, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Excellent, excellent. The saint is truly magnificent. A single blow has felled the rustic fool. Indeed, the rustic fool has been grievously wounded. He surely deserves a miserable end. The onlookers praised Tian loudly, reveling in his supposed victory. Those struck by the saint must surely perish, yet here I stand, unharmed. Wang Hu emerged from the rubble, brushing off the dust with pride. Cold Hanyu and Yun Mengyao observed the scene, choosing not to intervene, their expressions betraying a sense of resignation as they regarded Tian and his entourage, as if believing Bai Ling was beyond salvation. Just as Tian basked in his triumph, Bai Ling's form flickered once more, appearing behind Tian, delivering a powerful strike directly to his back. Poof! The amalgamation of the crane strike and the 10,000 forms returning to origin technique was too potent even for Tian to withstand. He immediately spat forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in a state of disarray. Chapter 67. The sect master appears. How is this possible? Struck by my crane strike, and yet you still stand to retaliate? Could it be that you, rustic fool, have gained some sort of extraordinary ability? Tian exclaimed, astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never anticipated that his pride and joy, the crane strike, could be so effortlessly neutralized by Bai Ling, who had turned the tables and wounded him instead, a feat even Cold Hanyu could not accomplish. With great difficulty, Tian managed to speak, his voice trembling slightly. Do you truly believe your crane strike is invincible? Bai Ling stood before Tian, brushing off the dust from his attire, responding coolly, the crane strike, while formidable, is merely a trivial technique. Indeed, within the secret realm, Tian could wield such a technique with impunity, reigning supreme. However, beyond its confines, the crane strike paled in comparison, particularly when wielded by a character of negligible significance such as Tian, who had never ventured beyond the secret realm. Trivial technique. Tian scoffed, his fury boiling over as he clenched his fists and slammed them against the ground. Ha! Do you think that having struck down the saint grants you the right to roam freely within our Liyang sect? How laughable! Since I cannot possess Cold Hanyu, you shall never have her either. You both shall perish, and none shall stand in the way of my union with Cold Hanyu. Fear not. Cold Hanyu, when you have passed, I shall transform you into a puppet, forever by my side, with no one able to take you from me. After the defeat of Tian, he knelt on the ground, his gaze fixed coldly on the distant, indifferent, and unyielding cold moon. He exhibited a near-mad demeanor and exclaimed loudly, always thinking of my wife. Go die already, and spare us your repulsiveness here. Bai Ling looked at Tian with evident disgust, once again channeling his inner power, as an overwhelming aura emanated from his body. He resolved to end Tian's life decisively. Upon sensing this force, Tian and his companions were taken aback. Yet, the next moment, Tian burst into laughter and plunged his sword deep into his own abdomen. As blood gushed forth, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Tian, sending Bai Ling and the others flying. At the pinnacle of immortality, Tian, shall reign supreme. Master, save me. Tian extended his hand towards the heavens, calling out for help, utterly disregarding the gazes of the other disciples. After the explosion of spiritual energy, a beam of light shot forth from Tian's body, swiftly soaring towards Liyang sect. That is the life-saving talisman of the Holy Sun. Now, Cold Moon and the others are truly doomed. The Holy Sun's life-saving talisman? What is that? Aside from sending that old fool flying, I see no other use for it. Ha! You don't even know about the Holy Sun's protective talisman. It can only be set by the sect master himself. With the Holy Sun's talisman, it is akin to having a second life. It can withstand a fatal blow and will notify the sect master upon activation, prompting him to rush to the rescue. Someone explained upon hearing. Then didn't the Holy Sun just ruin his own protective talisman? Wang Hu approached the crowd from behind a wall and remarked, "Why would the Holy Sun resort to self-harm? Even if he cannot defeat Master Bai Ling, there's no need for such drastic measures. This isn't some trivial place. It's not a world of butter. After all." Yan Mengyao, standing beside the cold moon, couldn't help but scoff at Tian's self-mutilation. Cold Moon, once a disciple of Lingyi, was well aware of the talisman's function. Upon witnessing its activation, she became vigilant, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, prepared to act at any moment. Just as the crowd was abuzz with discussion, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. A terrifying aura descended from the clouds, enveloping the entire sect, indicating the presence of a ninth-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Just a step away from the core formation stage. It is the sect master. He has personally come. Indeed, if the sect master did not appear, I would have thought he had passed away. As the sect master descended from the heavens, some in the crowd gasped in astonishment. A figure emerged from the clouds, draped in a robe of crane feathers, his face etched with fury. It was Yun Tian, the sect master of Lingyi's sect. His gaze, sharp as a sword, swept over the gathered crowd before settling on Bai Ling. "You have injured the holy son of Lingyi's sect to such an extent for a trivial matter, forcing me to interrupt my cultivation. It seems you are courting death." Yun Tian's voice was icy, imbued with boundless authority. In the secret realm, the highest-ranking cultivator, the sect master, had arrived with astonishing swiftness. Bai Ling's heart sank upon witnessing Yun Tian's presence. As the sect master of the secret realm, Yun Tian was a dominant force, virtually invincible. In such a small secret realm, once a cultivator's strength broke through to the core formation stage, they would expand the secret realm, allowing everyone to exit. Tian, come back. Yun Tian extended his hand, pulling the kneeling Tian back, carelessly tossing him to a nearby disciple. "Cold Moon, I spare your life as a dog, and you dare to return? Very well, today you shall meet your end alongside your master." Upon seeing Cold Moon, Yun Tian spoke with indifference. As soon as his words fell, Cold Moon no longer concealed her cultivation, thoroughly refining the sealing poison she had been afflicted with. After dispelling the poison, her aura began to rise steadily. Foundation Establishment Level 1. Foundation Establishment Level 2. Up to Foundation Establishment Level 7. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment Level 7 did Cold Moon's aura stabilize. Her ice-blue eyes coldly fixed on Yun Tian. "Today, I shall avenge my master," Cold Moon declared resolutely. With that, she drew her sword and charged at Yun Tian in the sky. How could Cold Moon's cultivation have surged to such heights? She has somehow reached the peak of Foundation Establishment Level 7. The last time we pursued her, she was merely at Foundation Establishment Level 1, hardly comparable to Tian. How has she improved so dramatically upon her return? What does it matter if Cold Moon has reached Foundation Establishment Level 7? Can she truly contend with our sect master, Yun Tian? Regardless of her strength, she is but a slightly stronger ant. The disciples murmured, astonished by Cold Moon's sudden advancement. Having fled from the sect, Cold Moon had no time to cultivate, yet she had achieved Foundation Establishment Level 7. Meanwhile, Tian, who relied on resources for his cultivation, had only reached Foundation Establishment Level 4. In comparison, it was evident that Tian's innate talent paled in significance. Chapter 68. Yun Mingyao's knee pillow. If that is your claim, then you must not even qualify as a slightly stronger ant. Especially since you have not even reached Foundation Establishment Level 3, Wang Hu interjected suddenly from the crowd. "Wang Hu, have you lost your mind? Why are you constantly exposing others' words to attack them? If you wish to criticize someone, do so to Cold Moon and her companions. Why direct your ire towards us?" Someone retorted angrily upon hearing Wang Hu's remarks. "I merely speak the truth. Why are you so worked up? I never called you an ant. You admitted that yourself. I have not accepted that I am an ant," Wang Hu replied nonchalantly. "Inner sect disciples, is this truly the full extent of my master Cold Moon's power? I always knew she could not be merely an unremarkable tool for learning skills in a beginner's village. Much like the seemingly harmless slimes in a butter world, one must not underestimate their true nature." Yun Mingyao, witnessing Cold Moon's sudden surge in power, displayed even more excitement than Cold Moon herself. Bai Ling remained silent, his gaze filled with concern for Cold Moon. Though the narrative indicated that Cold Moon would eventually emerge from the secret realm and confront Yi Fan as an opponent, Bai Ling still harbored unease. What does it matter if you have suddenly reached Foundation Establishment Level 7? While you may possess some of your master's former grace, it is still insufficient. Yun Tian. As Yun Tian observed Cold Moon's rapid advancement, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly sneered and waved his hand. A powerful surge of spiritual energy swept forth like a tempest, forcibly sending Cold Moon flying while accompanied by slicing winds. This girl must not be allowed to live, He Tian thought to himself, realizing that if given a few more days, Cold Moon might break through to the core formation stage. After being blown away, Cold Moon quickly steadied herself in mid-air, fighting against He Tian's wind blades. Cold Moon, do you really believe that with your meager cultivation, you can stand against me? How laughable. Today, you and your master will perish here. He Tian mocked as the wind blades severed by Cold Moon continued their assault, striking her and inflicting injury. In an instant, He Tian vanished from sight. Reappearing before Cold Moon, his hand morphing into a claw aimed at her throat. Just as this perilous moment unfolded, a figure suddenly surged forth, wielding a long sword that clashed against He Tian's hand, producing the sound of metal colliding. Cold Moon, Bai Ling exclaimed, urgently embracing Cold Moon. I'm fine, Cold Moon replied, shaking her head slightly, stepping away from Bai Ling's embrace. Today, I will avenge my master. You may watch from behind. Bai Ling, you are courting death, He Tian roared, turning to face the newcomer, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A Foundation Establishment Level 1 cultivator dares to block my attack. This is an utter disgrace. I, Bai Ling, have vowed to avenge our master, and I shall undoubtedly fulfill that promise. Bai Ling earnestly asserted that his previous words were not merely spoken in a moment of impulse, but were delivered with utmost sincerity. It was profoundly moving. Though she was unaware of what the master and the others were discussing, it was evident they were united in purpose, bravely confronting their adversary, reminiscent of classic anime, invoking a sense of pure love akin to Rim's tearful moments. Yun Mengyao, witnessing the scene of Bai Ling and Long Hanwei standing resolutely before He Tian, could not help but feel a surge of emotion. This Bai Ling is the epitome of foolishness. She mused. For the sake of a beautiful woman, he dares to challenge a cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. It's akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom to search for excrement. Were I in Tang San's position, regardless of whether it was my fault or not, I would humbly admit to it, bide my time until achieving divinity, and then reclaim this humiliation. Tang San, observing the clash between the three, prudently distanced himself, fearful of being caught in their fray. He held Wang Li close, taking refuge behind a tree, commenting on the absurdity of the situation. How dare you disregard this old man? You shall soon meet your demise. He Tian, noticing that Bai Ling and Long Hanwei were ignoring him, seethed with rage. He then unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at both Bai Ling and Long Hanwei. Bai Ling, seeing this, instinctively mirrored the action, employing the 10,000 forms returning to origin technique to absorb He Tian's wind strike. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe that the same technique will work against me? He Tian laughed maniacally as his palm transformed into countless blades of wind. Enveloping Bai Ling was taken aback and hastily summoned his inner spiritual energy to defend against the onslaught of wind blades. However, He Tian's attack was evidently more ferocious than before, shattering Bai Ling's defenses in an instant, the wind blades slicing through him and causing blood to spurt forth. He Tian had been quietly observing Bai Ling's peculiar technique while he trained during Bai Ling's duel with Wang Hu. Ultimately, he concluded that although Bai Ling's technique was formidable, it could only absorb energy from the conical area directly in front of him, leaving him vulnerable from other angles. After careful contemplation, He Tian devised a strategy. Bai Ling, Lang Hanwei cried out, rushing forward to assist, only to be obstructed by He Tian. You wish to save your wild man? You might as well join your master in the underworld and wait for him. He Tian sneered, having little regard for Long Hanwei's technique, as he was somewhat familiar with her master's skills, which were not vastly different from his own. He then unleashed another bladed wind strike towards Long Hanwei. Her eyes narrowed in fury as a resolute expression crossed her face. Master, Bai Ling. Upon witnessing Bai Ling's bloodied form collapse, Yun Mingyao hurried over to assess his injuries. She found Bai Ling, who had fallen into the thicket. Although he had not suffered life-threatening wounds, he was bleeding profusely, causing her heart to race with alarm. She swiftly pulled him from the underbrush, cradling him in her arms. What on earth is this girl doing? In truth, Bai Ling had not perished. He was merely feigning death, biding his time until the effects of He Tian's technique were off before striking back. Yun Mingyao, seeing Bai Ling lying there, wasted no time in dragging him out and resting him against her petite legs. Blissfully unaware of the advantage he had taken, Master Bai Ling, please don't die. If you perish, what shall I do? Without the guidance of the elder from the novice village, how will I escape this place? Yun Mingyao clutched Bai Ling, shaking him fervently, oblivious to the incessant contact with her own little dumpling. As a navigational inept, she was utterly lost. Even in a game, she would merely wander in circles within the novice village, battling monsters. If she did not consult a guide, she would struggle to even exit the novice village, let alone navigate the secret realm. Thankfully, her optimistic disposition prevented her from quitting the game as others might have done. Bai Ling, feeling Yun Mingyao's vigorous shaking, could only endure the discomfort. He lifted his head slightly to gaze at the fierce battle between Long Hanwei and Yu Tian, relieved that Yun Mingyao's small frame did not obstruct his view. Just then, he sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupting from Yu Tian, followed by a sharp wind blade hurtling towards Long Hanwei. A sense of urgency gripped Bai Ling. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, but found himself firmly embraced by Yun Mingyao, immobilized. "Fear not, Master Bai Ling. Even if you are but an elder from the novice village, I shall never abandon you." Yun Mingyao resolutely held Bai Ling close, channeling her own spiritual energy to protect him and Siyuan. This is not good, Bai Ling thought frantically. Although he appreciated Yun Mingyao's actions, this was clearly not the time for such sentiments. While Yu Tian appeared overwhelmingly powerful, his lifespan was perilously short. Although Yu Tian had no significant role in the storyline, Bai Ling had gleaned from prior character introductions that Yu Tian's life was dwindling within the Lingyi sect. If he did not break through to the core formation stage, he was destined for death. Driven by the desire for power and resources, Yu Tian had secretly conspired with other elders, launching a rebellion to eliminate all dissenters within the Lingyi sect. Conversely, Long Hanwei had emerged from the secret realm solely to avenge her master. Thus, at that moment, Yu Tian's strength and cultivation were entirely that of a 9th-level foundation establishment. "Mingyao, your master is not yet dead. Do not strike me again." Bai Ling leaned against Yun Mingyao's softness and spoke suddenly. "Wonderful, Bai Ling, you have finally returned to us. How do you feel? Do you need to lie down and rest?" Yun Mingyao, upon seeing Bai Ling regain consciousness and assessing his injuries, expressed her concern. "Not at all. I must assist Long Hanwei. You should remain here and look after Siyuan." Bai Ling resolutely refused. Just as the wind blade was about to strike Long Hanwei, a determined glimmer flashed in Bai Ling's eyes. He concentrated all his spiritual energy, extricating himself from Yun Mingyao's embrace and swiftly positioning himself beside Long Hanwei. Long Hanwei, still anxiously searching for Bai Ling, was completely oblivious to the impending wind blade. Hanwei, with a fierce shout, Bai Ling surged forward, enveloping her in a protective embrace while employing the 10,000 forms returning to origin technique to absorb the swirling energies, subsequently altering its attributes and delivering a powerful counterstrike. "Truly unkillable. You withstand my strike and yet still live," Yu Tian exclaimed in astonishment, though he quickly regained composure and sneered, launching another palm strike towards Bai Ling and the others. Given Yu Tian's 9th-level foundation establishment prowess, any other cultivator would likely have met their end with that strike. Only Bai Ling, blessed with an abundance of fortuity, managed to evade fatal injuries, sustaining only superficial wounds. Upon feeling Bai Ling's bloodied embrace, Long Hanwei finally grasped the situation. After witnessing Bai Ling neutralize the wind blade, she quickly followed suit, employing her own technique, Icebound 10,000 miles, and unleashed a powerful strike atop Frost Flower ascending to the heavens. Now, with Bai Ling and Long Hanwei combined, they should be capable of contending with the ultimate boss. It was surprising to learn that the previously encountered Saint San was merely a false boss. As Yun Mingyao observed the two soaring through the air, she pondered thoughtfully. After all, Yu Tian's spell attacks had been utterly absurd, easily overwhelming any defenses. Could it be that this old man has activated an invulnerability cheat? The sect leader has sustained such injuries, yet remains standing, continuing to battle while holding onto a maiden. This is akin to a character without a health bar, only a progress bar. If this old man cannot be defeated, will our sect leader not be exhausted to death? Why is this old man still standing after such grievous wounds? The onlookers were taken aback upon seeing Bai Ling rise again. And what if he stands? It changes nothing. With the Lingyi sect's leader in command, can Bai Ling truly turn the tide? It would be wiser to recognize the truth and act accordingly, Tang San coldly mocked, for if he himself could not achieve such a feat, it was implausible for others to do so. Cough, cough, cough. Has the sect leader finally arrived? This accursed old man is finally nearing his end. At this moment, Tian slowly rose from the ground, having just regained his footing from a disciple, and turned his gaze towards Bai Ling and the others, eventually fixing his eyes on Long Hanwei. "Ha ha ha. Everything is finally coming to an end. Long Hanwei, we shall soon be together forever. Just wait for me." Tian exclaimed, a mad gleam in his eyes as he laughed uproariously. This holy son must have lost his mind, with only Long Hanyu echoing in his brain. Wang Hu scoffed, unable to contain his disdain. "Break it," Tian commanded coldly, channeling all his energy into a blade of wind before striking it forth. Upon collision, a tremendous force erupted, sending a wave of white mist cascading through the air, violently propelling everyone present away. What the hell? I thought we were just here to spectate and gain experience. How did we end up getting hurt? All the cultivators were flung several meters away, crashing into the walls like mere flies. Heh, a bunch of brainless fools, standing so close to watch without considering the aftermath of their actions. Only Tang San, who had prudently kept his distance, felt a surge of relief. What just exploded? Phew, fortunately, I have been honing my shooting skills. I can easily ascertain that my master and the others are unharmed. I must check on them. In the instant of the explosion, Yun Mengyao swiftly mobilized her spiritual energy to counter the ensuing shockwave. Just as she was about to ascend and investigate the two figures descended from the sky, passing directly by her side. It was none other than Bai Ling and Long Hanwei. Their forms traced an elegant arc through the air before landing gracefully. Bai Ling, Master Long Hanwei, are you both unharmed? Upon witnessing their safe landing, Yun Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. No major injuries, they replied, both shaking their heads. During the clash, Long Hanwei had reacted first, embracing Bai Ling and using her spiritual energy to shield him, inadvertently allowing Bai Ling to enjoy a moment of intimacy. Did you think this would be enough to defeat me? After the explosion, Yun Tian found his vision obscured by the mist. Failing to discern Long Hanwei's sword energy in time, he was instantly struck multiple times, crashing to the ground with his right arm severed, frost covering his body, rendering him nearly senseless, rising from the ground. Yun Tian glared at Bai Ling and Long Hanwei, a cold smile creeping across his face as he lunged toward them once more. He Ming Yun Xiao. Yun Tian no longer concealed his ultimate trump card, unleashing the full force of He Ming Yun Xiao. Long Hanwei's expression grew grave upon witnessing this. He Ming Yun Xiao was the unparalleled technique of the Linghe sect. The initial strike was merely a simplified version, its power only a fraction of the original. It is finally coming to an end. The sect master finally dares to unleash his ultimate move. If he hesitated any longer, he might be slain by Long Hanwei and the others. Indeed, it is finally coming to an end. We mere cannon fodder are of no use here. We would be obliterated in an instant. We might as well hurry home to sleep. No, I meant to cultivate. Enough chatter. This is the Linghe sect's ultimate secret. Let us observe and see if we can comprehend this technique. Learn what? This technique. As an ultimate skill, how could we possibly grasp it after just one viewing? Just wait and watch the miserable fate of the old fogies. If you're not afraid of dying, then be my guest. Upon hearing Sect Master He Yun Tian's intention to unleash his ultimate move, everyone couldn't help but feel exhilarated, their eyes glued to his actions. We're doomed. That Holy Sun's call was already unbearable. If the Sect Master's attack is even more formidable, that Holy Sun's cry is but the size of an egg. This old man might conjure an attack the size of a basketball. Upon hearing the announcement of He Yun Tian's ultimate move, Yun Mengyao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The crowd then beheld He Yun Tian forming a basketball-sized He Ming Yun Xiao, akin to Bai Ling's Wanxiang Gui Yuanju, drawing the clouds from the sky into his palm, compressing them as if they were on the verge of exploding. Yes, since it's made from clouds, if we can lower the temperature with Long Hanwei's technique, it can quickly condense into water. Yun Mengyao am truly a genius. As a modern individual from the 21st century, Yun Mengyao finally conceived a useful strategy. Long Hanwei, quickly use your technique to lower the temperature. Yun Mengyao urged loudly. This girl must be prepared to meet her end. Does she think that just because the temperature drops a little, she will be safe? All that awaits her is a crushing blow from our sect master. Tang San mocked, observing Yun Mengyao's bizarre behavior. Long Hanwei, upon hearing this, glanced at Bai Ling, uncertain whether to comply. Turning her head, she saw Bai Ling nodding in affirmation. Possessing memories, he understood the principle. Without hesitation, Long Hanwei activated her inner ice power, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet instantly. No, Long Hanwei, sect master, stop. Do not turn Long Hanwei into ice shards. Upon witnessing Long Hanwei heed Yun Mengyao's words and begin to lower the temperature, he panicked and shouted in protest. If Long Hanwei were to be turned into ice shards, how could he transform her into a puppet to accompany him? So cold, Long Hanwei has actually unleashed her inner ice power. It seems the sect master was right. If we allow Long Hanwei to remain in the sect, she will eventually explode, endangering us all. Indeed, I initially thought it was mere rhetoric within the sect, but I never expected Long Hanwei to truly possess inner ice power. After Long Hanwei released her chilling energy, everyone immediately felt the drop in temperature. Damn it, this useless He Tian. All he does is obsess over Long Hanwei. He should stay far away from me. Just wait. Once I resolve this matter, I will return to the sect and choose a new holy son. Hearing He Tian's outrageous words, He Yun Tian was infuriated, cursing vehemently. He was on the verge of unleashing his ultimate move. Yet He Tian, this incompetent teammate, was still concerned about others interfering. Heh, to be turned into ice shards, that will be your fitting end, Long Hanwei. Die. He and Tian sneered, already envisioning the scene of Long Hanwei and the others being reduced to ice shards. However, in the next moment, the basketball-sized Himing Yunxiao he had been forming could not absorb the clouds, becoming stuck instead. What is happening? He and Tian exclaimed in confusion. Himing Yunxiao relied on the clouds in the air and sound for support. Without the clouds, its maximum power could not be unleashed. Master, today your disciple avenges you. A glimmer of determination shone in Long Hanyue's beautiful eyes as she wielded Frost Blossom Lingxiao and charged toward Yun Tian. Wait, Long Hanwei, as the sect master, do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Yun Tian suddenly grew frantic as Long Hanwei interrupted his ultimate move before it was fully charged. Without the full power of Himing Yunxiao, it was even weaker than the initial strike. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Hanwei had already sliced through him with a single blow, cleaving him in two, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. The generation's sect master, Yun Tian, had perished. Following Yun Tian's death, the basketball-sized Himing Yunxiao lost control and detonated upon him. As Long Hanwei gazed at the lifeless Yun Tian, her lingering resentment dissipated at that moment. The sect master is dead. How is this possible? The strongest sect master of the Lingyi sect, Yun Tian, has fallen, and by the hands of Long Hanwei no less. It's over. Quickly, flee. Long Hanwei has slain the sect master. After witnessing the fall of Yun Tian, the crowd scattered in panic, scurrying away like flies. After ascending to sect master, Yun Tian had long expelled or eliminated the elders for the sake of cultivation resources, hoarding all the sect's resources for himself. Otherwise, Tian would not have sent a distress signal, prompting the sect master to come personally. Just as Bai Ling approached Long Hanwei, suddenly, Long Hanwei, it's over. Bai Ling, uncertain how to provide comfort, approached Long Hanwei and spoke softly, just as Bai Ling walked toward Long Hanwei. The ground within the Lingyi sect began to tremble, and a massive barrier swiftly rose, trapping everyone inside. What is happening? What is going on? Why has the protective array of our sect suddenly risen? The protective array of the sect? What on earth is that? I have been in Lingyi sect for so many years, yet I am unaware of this so-called protective array. Just as a group of people attempted to flee the forbidden grounds of Lingyi sect, they collided forcefully against the barrier, which halted them in their tracks. Upon hearing about the protective array of Lingyi sect, everyone displayed expressions of confusion, and someone voiced their bewilderment. The protective array, at that moment. A flicker of panic flashed in Long Hanyue's eyes. Hanwei, what is the matter? Do you know about this array? Bai Ling asked, stepping forward. Although he was somewhat familiar with the plot, he was not entirely informed. He had never heard of this protective array before. The protective array should not pose any issues, right? After all, its purpose is to safeguard us. It truly reflects a lack of understanding. These people are all in a state of confusion, acting like monkeys in a frenzy. Yun Mingyao observed the crowd, darting around like monkeys, and remarked with a hint of exasperation that it's over for us. The protective array is a formation left by the previous sect masters. In the event of a special incident or a sudden attack by other sects, the protective array will activate passively or be initiated by the sect master. Someone began to explain. Phew, then it's not a problem, right? It's merely a barrier to protect us. Why are you so frantic? It's as if we are all doomed. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. You are correct. The protective array is indeed meant to safeguard the disciples of Lingyi sect. However, that is only when the sect master actively triggers the array. If the sect master were to be killed, the protective array would activate passively. Once activated passively, the array would interpret us as under attack, believing all disciples have perished or that the strongest sect master has been killed. In such a case, the protective array would assume we are all enemies and, utilizing the spiritual energy from our treasury, initiate self-destruction. If self-destruction occurs, our entire sect will be reduced to ashes, and no cultivator would survive. A knowledgeable cultivator regarding the protective array proclaimed loudly. The crowd, upon hearing this, was instantly gripped by terror, their anxiety akin to ants on a hot pan, circling restlessly above the sect. What? Is this protective array truly so treacherous? It is meant for self-destruction? Are we all to perish here? Yun Mingyao, who had only recently arrived in this unfamiliar world, began to panic, anxiously clutching her head and uttering foolishly. There is no time to waste. Yun Mingyao, quickly bring in Siyuan over here. And Hanwei, you too. Hurry. Bai Ling urged Yun Mingyao, his own urgency palpable. He possessed the protective talisman previously gifted to him by Bai Jiruo and Yiwan, and with it, he believed he could withstand the might of the protective array. Woo-woo, I'm coming, master. Even if I must die, I shall die alongside my masters, Yun Mingyao declared as she hastened towards Bai Ling within Siyuan. Having resigned herself to the possibility of being obliterated by the protective array, Long Hanwei, upon hearing this, said nothing and promptly joined Bai Ling's side. Bai Ling, he remarked with a hint of exasperation. Enough, we will not die. Stop your blubbering. The protective array is about to explode. It's over. Tang San exclaimed, gazing at the barrier rising behind him in despair. He was merely 2.5 meters from the outside. Yet he had failed to escape while distracted by the battle. Before the group could fully gather and channel their spiritual energy, a deafening explosion resounded. Bang! With the explosion of the protective array, all the disciples of Lingyi's sect were thrown into the air. Bai Ling tightly embraced the three, feeling an incredibly scorching wave of heat rush towards them, as if getting any closer would lead to their incineration. It is so hot. I can't take it. Yun Mingyao cried, clutching Bai Ling in distress. Long Hanwei remained silent, merely biting her lip. From the expression on her face, Bai Ling could tell she was in great discomfort. Yet there was little he could do in that moment. Being of the cold element, Long Hanwei could hardly endure such a terrifying heat. Following the explosion, Bai Ling felt a ripping sensation. He could only hold tightly onto Long Hanwei and the others, preventing them from being further harmed. I feel as if my body is about to tear apart. It's unbearable, Yun Mingyao exclaimed, tightening her grip on Bai Ling as she sensed the tearing sensation intensify. It is almost over. It will soon subside, Bai Ling reassured. As soon as his words fell, the pain gradually began to dissipate. Then, he felt his body plummet rapidly from a great height. No, not again, Bai Ling inwardly lamented. All too familiar with this feeling of free fall. Bang! Bai Ling and the others descended from the sky, landing atop Bai Ling without sustaining any injuries, though Bai Ling was somewhat uncomfortable with them on his face. I, Yun Mingyao, am actually unharmed. Cough, cough. I should say it's an incredible stroke of luck. I know, with the care of the female lead. How could I possibly fall so easily? After the tearing sensation faded, Yun Mingyao examined her body, finding herself unscathed, and expressed her joy. Where is this? Long Hanwei surveyed her surroundings and discovered she was in an unfamiliar environment. She had initially thought she was merely blown away and had not anticipated finding herself in a place she had never encountered before. Moreover, she sensed that the spiritual energy here was far denser than that within Lingyi's sect. Why had hurt so much? Where is this? Wasn't I in that forest? How did I end up here? And Siyuan, too, gradually regained her consciousness, no longer the dazed girl she had been. She gazed at the surroundings, which were entirely different from before, and expressed her confusion. All right, the three of you, hurry and get off me. Bai Ling interjected upon hearing their conversation, unable to suppress his urge to remind them. If they were seen here, where would they hide their faces? Just as the three were about to rise, a beautiful woman suddenly approached. Chapter 72. Yiwan welcomes Bai Ling. All right. Master is truly lacking in strength, unable to endure even a single blow, Yun Mingyao remarked with a smile as she stood up from Bai Ling. Brushing the dust off her rear. I'm sorry, I'll get up right away. And Siyuan quickly apologized, hastily standing up from Bai Ling as well. Bai Ling, are you all right? Let me help you. Upon hearing this, Long Hanwei stood up and squatted down to assist Bai Ling in rising slowly. Thankfully, Bai Ling had reached the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, falling from such a height would have surely incapacitated him. I am back. I can't believe I've returned so soon, Bai Ling mused, glancing around at the familiar trees with a sense of nostalgia. According to the plot, he should have spent several months in the secret realm before emerging. Yet here he was, having exited in such a short time. I never expected you to emerge first. Baidu stroked his beard and remarked slowly, then used a communication stone to report to others. Baidu, an elder from the Bai family, mentioned in Chapter 28. Elder, it's merely luck that I found the exit, Bai Ling replied, cupping his hands in respect upon seeing Baidu. All right, now that we are out, let us return to the family to receive our rewards. Baidu merely cast a glance at Bai Ling, stating that according to family rules, disciples emerging from the secret realm could select techniques and receive a substantial amount of spiritual stones. As for the three women Bai Ling had brought out, he did not wish to pay them much mind. After all, it was common to hear of disciples falling in love at first sight within the secret realm and bringing out women. The last one to emerge had been even more outrageous, bringing out 20 women from the secret realm, a feat more absurd than a breeding bull in a production team. Bai Ling, upon hearing this, momentarily led Long Hanwei and the others away from the grove. Thank you for your protection. After departing from the vicinity of Baidu, and Siyao approached Bai Ling and the others to express her gratitude. Just moments ago, she had gradually recalled the events that transpired in the secret realm, Had it not been for Bai Ling and the others safeguarding her throughout the journey, she likely would have perished within that mystical domain. It's nothing. I'll come find you at Tianjian sect later, Bai Ling replied with a casual wave of his hand. Here, this dagger is for you. Yun Mengyao pulled the dagger from her possession and returned it to Siyao. No, please keep it. If not for you, I might have met my end in that forest, and Siyao declined, shaking her head. Having escaped the secret realm, it could be said that Yun Mengyao had acted both as a father and a mother, diligently guiding her out. I have no means to repay you, so please accept this gift. Should you ever find yourself in trouble, and Siyao will certainly lend a hand. She earnestly expressed her gratitude before departing from Bai Ling and the others. Soaring back towards Tianjian sect. Ha ha ha. I, Tang San, am alive. I survived under such a formidable array and have returned here. For this sect selection, I, Tang San, declare myself the victor. After Siyao left, Tang San, charred and disheveled with a wild explosion of hair, clambered to his feet and laughed joyously towards the heavens. Initially believing he was doomed, he was astonished to find that his location had only sustained partial damage, allowing him to escape by sheer luck. I too have survived. Thanks to you, Xiao San. You saved me once again. Wang Li, fortunate to have escaped the protective array, was elated to still be alive. Get away from me. Where did this monkey come from? Tang San exclaimed, noticing Wang Li, who was entirely without clothing, her body equally charred, resembling a monkey. He retreated hastily, feeling a wave of nausea. Wan Li Lan had already been enough for him to handle, and now an even more formidable presence had appeared. This lecherous old man has also survived. His vitality is truly as resilient as a cockroach. Upon hearing the lecherous laughter, Yun Meng Yao instantly recognized Tang San, her expression shifting to one of astonishment at his pitiful state. Enough of that. Let us not bother with him. Let us head home, Bai Ling said, dismissing Tang San's private affairs, addressing Lung Hanyu and Yun Mengyao. All right, since we've exited the novice village, we should proceed to a new save point. I hope Bai Ling's home isn't in ruins. Yun Mengyao nodded in agreement with Bai Ling's sentiment. Home. The concept of home felt somewhat foreign to Lung Hanyu. She repeated the word silently, as after her master's passing, the essence of home had faded from her life. Yes, home. Let's return to our home. Bai Ling gently stroked Lung Hanyu's hair, his voice soothing. Indeed, let's head home. But where exactly are we? Why does the spiritual energy here seem so abundant? Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Lung Hanyu's lips. She still had a home with Bai Ling. The place you were in previously was merely a small world, a section of the secret realm, which bore no significant difference from the outside. Once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you will be able to leave, Bai Ling explained, feeling it necessary to enlighten Lung Hanyu about the differences between here and the secret realm. To leave only upon reaching a certain level? Then have I left prematurely? What would happen if I encountered elite monsters from the Butterworld? Yun Mengyao suddenly expressed her anxiety. She had always focused on leveling up before moving to the next map to battle monsters and bosses. And now leaving early seemed disastrous. You will be safe as long as you follow me, Bai Ling replied nonchalantly, uninterested in elaborating further for this overly dramatic girl. Just as Bai Ling and the others prepared to head home, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared before them. Before Bai Ling could fully comprehend the sight, the woman rushed over and leaped into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Bai Ling felt the softness of the woman in his arms and a gentle smile graced his face. Bai Ling, you have finally returned. The woman lifted her head, her bright eyes shimmering with tears, seemingly filled with boundless longing and concern. One heir, how did you end up here? Upon recognizing Yuan's voice, Bai Ling reached out to stroke her hair, astonishment flooding his expression. I heard you went to the secret realm and worried for your safety, so I took some time each day to wait for you near the secret realm. I didn't expect you to return so soon, she spoke softly, her voice filled with tenderness. Bai Ling's heart warmed. He had not anticipated that someone would care for him so deeply in this foreign land. He couldn't help but embrace her tightly in response. After a heartfelt hug, Yuan reluctantly stepped back and then noticed the two women by Bai Ling's side. Particularly, the icy demeanor of Lung Hanyu caught her attention. And when she looked over, her expression revealed a hint of nervousness, as if she were encountering the main rival for the first time. Bai Ling, who are they? Yuan inquired, slightly perplexed. This is Lung Hanyu, a companion I met in the secret realm, and she will be with you in the future. This is Yun Mengyao, also someone I fortuitously met in the secret realm. She is my new disciple. Bai Ling introduced them to Yuan earnestly, making it clear that he would not abandon either of them. It is as it is. I will not forsake either of you for the other. Bai Ling stated firmly, his resolve unwavering. Both women were equally significant to him, and he was committed to treating them fairly. even if it might seem somewhat callous, upon hearing Bai Ling's explanation. The previously cold Long Han displayed a hint of anxiety. This was her first time feeling such tension, even more so than during the final duel at the sect. Bai Ling's wives. Will she react like the tales where the legitimate wife confronts the mistress, driving her away? Cold Han Yu's heart raced with trepidation, anxiously awaiting Yuan's response. Wait, Bai Ling, are you that bold? I thought you were still single, but you already have a wife. I assumed you had no one, yet here you are with both a wife and Long Han Yu as another. Yun Mengyao pondered. Astonished by Bai Ling's audacity, especially to speak so openly in front of his original wife. Is he not afraid of facing a tragic end like Cheng Gu, or has he cultivated an indestructible body? Completely unfazed by blades, as Yun Mengyao observed Bai Ling's daring demeanor, she prepared herself for the impending storm, despite feeling unqualified to intervene. However, she couldn't just stand by and watch as Bai Ling became a target. Master, please don't be angry. Although Bai Ling may have his faults, being somewhat frivolous and opportunistic, he does not deserve a fate of death. Yun Mengyao interjected, desperately attempting to defend Bai Ling, struggling to identify any merits he possessed. Bai Ling, I understand that this may come as a surprise to you, but please believe that my feelings for you have never wavered, nor have they for Han Yu. Bai Ling spoke earnestly while gazing into Yuan's eyes, determined not to deceive her or engage in any secretive affairs with Long Han Yu, thus treating her like a mistress. Long Han Yu's gaze remained fixed on Yuan's face, trying to decipher her emotions. Though Yuan's expression was somewhat complex, it was not as furious or disappointed as Long Han Yu had feared. Taking a deep breath, Long Han Yu knew she could not retreat. Clenching her fists tightly against her chest, she stepped forward to stand beside Bai Ling, her eyes glimmering with resolute determination. She turned to Yuan, her voice still cool yet imbued with unwavering conviction. Miss Yi. I met Bai Ling in the secret realm, and we have shared life and death together. My feelings for him are not a fleeting impulse. I am willing to walk alongside him and remain with you as well. What on earth are both masters so audacious to directly submit an application to the original partner? Do they not fear the potential for a double demise? Yu Mengyao glanced at the frigid and aloof Long Hanwei and could not help but widen her eyes as she spoke. Yuan took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the unwavering determination reflected in Long Hanyue's eyes, and the complex emotions within her gradually settled. With a gentle nod, Yuan allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. As if shedding all her defenses, Miss Hanwei, there is no need for you to be overly anxious, since Bai Ling has chosen you. I too am willing to embrace you. My name is Yuan, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Long Hanwei. Observing Long Hanyue's current demeanor, Yuan was reminded of the scene from her previous encounter with Bai Jirua. She stepped forward and gently took Long Hanyue's hand, encouraging her to relax her tense disposition as much as possible. As Yuan's words fell, the atmosphere lightened considerably. The taut nerves of Lang Hanwei also eased, and she cast a grateful glance at Yuan, her heart brimming with appreciation. Feeling Yuan's gentle grasp, Long Hanyue's cheeks involuntarily flushed. Perhaps all of this had been mere figments of her imagination. How could Bai Ling's spouse possibly resemble the characters in a storybook, deliberately seeking to trouble her? Thank you, Yuan. Long Hanwei found herself at a loss for words, ultimately managing to utter just this one sentence. That it, nothing more. I had anticipated a tumultuous battle, and I had even prepared tissues for the occasion, only for you to show me this. Yun Mengyao remarked, observing the amicable interaction among the three, her throat swallowing hard as she realized this exceeded her understanding. Ah, indeed, this is a world of butter. How could I possibly apply the logic of the ordinary world to judge them? Come now, my husband, Hanyue, and Mengyao, let us return home. Since your departure, Zhao has been thinking of you. Yuan walked alongside Bai Ling, turning to Long Hanwei to say, Hanwei, we have another younger sister. She proceeded to share the household matters and information with Long Hanwei, another younger sister. It feels as though Bai Ling's master is accumulating buffs at an alarming rate. I wonder what will happen when we reach the new save point. Yu Mengyao could not help but murmur a few words upon hearing that Bai Ling had another sister. Long Hanwei listened intently to the mundane details and information regarding Bai Ling's sister, silently committing them to memory. Since Bai Ling and the others were walking home, they arrived as dusk fell. We have finally arrived. After so many days, I am back once more. Bai Ling sighed, gazing at the familiar little house before him. However, scarcely had his words fallen when he noticed a man lurking suspiciously in front of his home. Chapter 74. Bai Jirua. I can only be ranked third. Bai Ling naturally returned home first to check on Bai Jirua before collecting the spiritual stones distributed by the family. So this is the new save point. It appears rather shabby, lacking even an air conditioner, and there are neither chickens nor ducks to be found. Yumingyu curiously surveyed Bai Ling's humble abode. Long Hanwei, with her ice-blue eyes, silently regarded the house before her. As long as she was with Bai Ling, the location mattered little. Look, Bai Ling, is there someone lurking near our doorstep? Yumingyu suddenly spied a man peering into Bai Ling's home from behind the fence. Bai Ling retorted, when did my home become yours? Damn Bai Ling, you may escape the monk, but not the temple. Do not think that hiding in the secret realm will allow you to evade justice. Today, I shall certainly seek retribution for Miss Zhao Siki. Bai Zhengyi, concealed behind the fence, continued to watch Bai Ling's home. This Bai Ling, I heard he married a beggar, yet she is even more beautiful than Miss Zhao Siki. It is utterly unforgivable that he has wronged her. Not only had he brainwashed her into continuously defending him, but he also dared to challenge me to a duel. I must ascertain whether Bai Zhirua is home. If she is not, I shall make a preemptive strike starting with your family. Bai Zhengyi still recalled his astonishment upon seeing Yi Wan's beauty last time, feeling that Bai Ling was truly squandering his good fortune. Unworthy of Yi Wan, who dares to trespass before my home before dusk? Bai Ling, employing the flowing cloud step, silently approached Bai Zhengyi from behind and struck him with a powerful palm. Bai Ling, naturally, showed no mercy to someone who acted like a thief. So swift was Bai Ling that Bai Zhengyi had yet to react before he was sent flying by the force of the blow, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground. Who is it, that despicable scoundrel? How dare you ambush Bai Zhengyi? You must wish for death. If you have the capability, face me openly and understand my might. Bai Zhengyi lay on the ground, lifting his head to scan for the source of his assailant. What commotion is this? Who is causing such a ruckus before my home? Bai Zhirua, who had been cultivating indoors, suddenly heard the noise outside and quickly halted her practice, rushing out the door. You again, you lecher. Last time you tried to sneak into my home and kept staring at Sister Wan. I caught you and sent you fleeing. Now you have returned. It seems I was too lenient last time. Bai Zhirua exclaimed angrily upon seeing Bai Zhengyi sprawled on the ground, and only then did she notice several figures nearby. Well, this time one is not enough. You brought along. Upon spotting Bai Ling, Bai Zhirua dashed towards him and promptly delivered a kick to the prone Bai Zhengyi, stomping down hard on his waist. Foolish brother, you have finally returned. It has only been a few days since you escaped from the secret realm. Bai Zhirua leaped into Bai Ling's embrace, nuzzling her head against him in delight. Like a cat seeking affection. Ouch, my waist feels as though it is breaking. Bai Zhengyi, after being unexpectedly stomped by Bai Zhirua, felt as if his waist were about to snap, nearly envisioning himself sitting in a wheelchair alongside Hawking. That secret realm was too cramped. It was only thanks to your talisman that I was able to emerge so effortlessly. Bai Ling affectionately ruffled Bai Zhirua's hair, thinking to himself that although his sister often acted silly, he had missed her dearly during their brief separation. What in the world? Bai Ling, how is it that this novice village elder is suddenly surrounded by so many beauties? Does he not fear his harem catching fire? Yu Mingyao, upon witnessing yet another woman throwing herself at Bai Ling, widened her eyes in astonishment. One must realize that those who dare to manage a harem like Bai Ling's have likely faced numerous deaths. Akin to Ching Ge.Ye1 chuckled at the scene and began to introduce Bai Zhirua to Long Hanwei. This is Bai Ling's sister. I must make a favorable impression on her. Long Hanwei, upon hearing the household details about Bai Ling, had a rare moment of clarity and thought to herself. After spending some time in Bai Ling's embrace, Bai Zhirua reluctantly withdrew and then noticed the two additional women beside him. What is going on? I have only been away from my brother for a few days, and he has returned from the secret realm with two women. And why are their undergarments so much larger than mine? This thought. Well, it seems rather casual, and they appear to be slightly smaller than mine. Bai Zhirua's eyes widened upon seeing Long Hanwei and Yu Mingyu beside Bai Ling. In just a few days. My foolish brother has brought back two women. If he stays out for a few more days, will there be even more? Hey, what do you mean by that? How can you say that my undergarment is smaller than yours? Mine is clearly supersized. Although Yu Mingyu was unaware of what Bai Zhirua meant by undergarments, she still felt insulted. Yu Mingyu retorted, Zhirua, ahem, this is your new elder sister-in-law, Long Hanwei. You may address her as Sister Hanwei from now on. This is my newly accepted disciple, Yu Mingyao. Though she may seem a bit icy, she is quite kind-hearted. Bai Ling coughed a couple of times and introduced them to Bai Zhirua. What? New elder sister-in-law? Upon discovering that Long Hanwei is her new sister-in-law, Bai Zhua felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, rendering her utterly petrified. Just a few days had passed, and she had already been usurped. Unable to safeguard her position, completely defenseless. In her heart, Bai Zhirua mused that she had fallen from her previous second place to a dismal third, eclipsed by a woman whose belly band was larger than her own. Zhiruo, it's a pleasure to meet you. I don't have much of value to offer, but please accept this, said Lung Hanyue, as she retrieved some spirit stones and exquisite weapons from her long-cherished storage ring. Exuding an air of nonchalance akin to tossing a million at her parents' faces, this is what I have gleaned from the tales I've perused. Surely, such offerings will persuade my future in-laws. Oh, I mean. Bai Ling's sister, to bless our union. In Chapter 75, the mention of Yuxiang piqued Lung Hanyue's thoughts, prompting her to recall the sparse narratives that hinted at the obstacles posed by spirit stones in the path of love. If only she could present the dowry her master had bestowed upon her, surely it would secure her bond with Bai Ling. Dear sister Hanyue, this is not merely about spirit stones, it pertains to. Bai Zhiruo started, but before she could finish her sentence, Long Hanwei produced a heap of spirit stones. Well, if you and my foolish brother are truly in love, as the adoring sister, I can only wish you the best. Bai Zhiruo conceded, her gaze falling upon the scattered spirit stones that appeared to far exceed anything she had accumulated in her lifetime. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. What could she do about her foolish brother's affections? Should she forcibly separate him from Long Hanwei? That would be akin to the malevolent mother-in-law archetype found in certain tales, leaving her no choice but to indulge her foolish brother, Master Han. Must you be so ostentatious? Aren't we in a world of butter? Why is there a narrative akin to that of a domineering CEO? This simply defies reason, Yun Mingyao exclaimed, astonished by Lung Hanyue's extravagance as she piled spirit stones into small mountains. Yawan was equally taken aback upon witnessing the bounty of spirit stones produced by Lung Hanwei. Damn it, you nearly broke my back. Must you disregard me so brazenly? Bai Jingyi grumbled, struggling to rise from the ground. Wiping the blood from his lips in a fit of anger. To his dismay, just days later, 2 more young women had fallen victim to Bai Ling's treachery. Bai Jingyi felt compelled to take on the responsibility of rescuing them. Vowing not to allow them to be brainwashed as Yawan had been, leading to tragedy. He waved his arm towards Lung Hanwei and Yun Mingyao, calling out loudly, "Ladies, you must leave at once. Bai Ling is far from a good man. Remaining by his side will lead to nothing but despair. Hurry, come to me." Bai Jingyi shamelessly extended an invitation to Lung Hanwei and the others. "Who do you think you are, barging in here and declaring my master Bai Ling is no good? The least likely to be deemed a villain is you, akin to a lecherous uncle. Demanding we come to you." Yun Mingyao retorted, her voice dripping with scorn. Upon hearing Bai Jingyi's self-righteous proclamations, Lung Hanwei quietly drew her frost flower Ling Xiao sword, unleashing an icy aura that enveloped Bai Jingyi, making him feel as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. To demand she leave Bai Ling is tantamount to sentencing you to death, she thought. Hey, it's you again, each time you appear at my doorstep, spouting your shameless nonsense. Don't think that just because your uncles are elders, you can speak recklessly in my home. Bai Zhiruo recalled the last time she had heard such words. Why does no one believe me? Bai Jingyi, if that is the case, I shall not save you. Stay by Bai Ling's side and fend for yourselves. The sword in my hand will protect all I cherish, while you will return to dust, he declared, clenching his fists in a futile attempt to mask his true feelings. Despite not comprehending Yun Mingyao's complex jargon, he grasped her last remark about taking action against them. As Lung Hanwei heard Bai Jingyi's foolish remarks, she swiftly swung her sword towards him. Let us talk this out. No need for violence. Someone, help me, Bai Jingyi exclaimed, retreating in alarm as he raised his hands in defense, just as his plea escaped his lips. A hidden cultivator leaped from the bushes, appearing before Bai Jingyi in defense against Lung Hanyue's attack. However, they were swiftly repelled. Bai Jingyi's bodyguard seized him and dragged him backward in haste. What are you doing? I merely spoke a few words, and you're all riled up. Bai Ling, hiding behind women. What kind of skill is that? If you're so capable, duel me honorably, he shouted, directing his ire toward Bai Ling, who remained behind the ladies. In the time Bai Ling had been absent, Bai Jingyi had broken through to the 9th level of Qi training, confident that Bai Ling could never surpass him. Ah, it's always like this. Bai Ling sighed upon hearing Bai Jingyi's challenge, lamenting his role as the villainous foil, always provoking the favored children of fate. I have no time for your petty duels. Go home and challenge your Zhao Siki instead of lingering here, Bai Ling replied, casting a disinterested glance at Bai Jingyi. He had no desire to waste time on someone so persistently annoying, akin to a cockroach that refused to be squashed. Such absurd proclamations. Can a normal person utter such juvenile drivel? In this butter world, those who speak so will ultimately find themselves trampled. Yun Mingyao scoffed at Bai Jingyi's antics. How ironic that you, a Chinibyu girl, would criticize another's childishness. That's utterly illogical, Bai Ling remarked, casting a curious glance at Yun Mingyao. What of living off others? My foolish brother enjoys it, not only relishing it but also secretly indulging in my feat. Bai Zhirua began to defend Bai Ling, but her words were abruptly silenced by Bai Ling covering her mouth. His forehead was lined with sweat. Can we not speak of such things here? What if Hanwei and Yun Mingyao misunderstand? What do you enjoy about Zhirua? Long Hanwei inquired earnestly upon hearing Bai Ling's preferences. In Chapter 76, it became evident that whatever they compared, they were equally matched. Naturally, I adore Zhirua's dumplings, specifically chive dumplings. Back when we were poor, we ate them daily. Bai Ling replied with a smile, noting the earnestness in Long Hanwei's gaze. Bai Zhirua rolled her eyes in silent protest. Recognizing that Bai Ling had seldom expressed a desire for dumplings outside of special occasions. Dumplings, you say? Long Hanwei repeated thoughtfully. Do not ignore me, you scoundrel. Seize Bai Ling at once. If you refuse to fight me one-on-one, I shall rally my allies, Bai Zhengyi commanded, turning to his companion, who remained unresponsive. Their strengths are not far from mine. It would be wiser to retreat, the cultivator advised. The monk holding Bai Zhengyi glanced at Bai Ling and the others before uttering another remark. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhengyi's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that his seemingly invincible guards would falter at such a critical moment. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by a greater sense of panic. If even the guards at the Foundation establishment level were unable to defeat Bai Ling and her companions, what then could be said of the strength of his women? Thus, it would be prudent to withdraw for the time being. To return home and discuss the intricacies of life with Zhao Siki before settling accounts with Bai Ling. Upon hearing the words of his guards, Bai Zhengyi had no choice but to retreat for now. Just then, Long Hanwei suddenly moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow that appeared before Bai Zhengyi in an instant. She raised her hand, and a gale of chilling wind surged towards him. Trying to escape? It wouldn't be that simple. Long Hanwei's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? I merely uttered a few words in jest. And here you are, coming to kill me. As Bai Zhengyi, shouldn't I be the one fully cultivated, coming to settle scores with you and avenge Zhao Siki? Why is it that your cultivation still surpasses mine? As he observed Long Hanwei advancing menacingly towards him, Bai Zhengyi began to flail his limbs in a panic. Just as Long Hanwei's palm was about to strike him, his guard promptly shrank away. Retreating without the slightest hesitation, very well, let us depart. We should hasten back home. Bai Ling, witnessing Bai Zhengyi's retreat, felt no inclination to pursue and merely stood in place, speechless. The child of destiny cannot be easily slain. Let us return home to rest. It seems that venturing out alone in the coming days is no longer an option, especially with such a voyeuristic presence lurking nearby. The thought alone is unsettling. One misstep could trigger an unexpected scenario. Yun Mingyao remarked, observing Bai Zhengyi's departing figure with lingering apprehension. He comes to spy on us daily, to the point where I dread taking a bath. Stupid brother, you must tell me what to do. He keeps coming to our home. Bai Zhirua complained to Bai Ling, exasperated by the persistent intrusion of a lecherous man into her home. Indeed, after leaving the novice village, I find the outside world teeming with individuals like that lecherous uncle. My earlier suspicions were not unfounded. Upon hearing Bai Zhirua's grievances, Yun Mingyao silently pondered. What? Bai Zhengyi dares to invade our home and spy on Bai Zhirua. Bai Ling's anger flared upon learning of Bai Zhengyi's audacity. Yes, so stupid brother, what should we do? Bai Zhirua appeared quite troubled, her expression pitiable, during Bai Ling's absence. She had devoted herself to studying how to cultivate the maximum allure of a young woman. Believing that at the right moment, she could captivate Bai Ling utterly. In that case, let Yun Mingyao stay with you. You can keep watch over each other while bathing. After all, you are both girls. And there is nothing inappropriate about it, especially since there are not many rooms available in the house. Bai Ling contemplated this and finally concluded that he could not possibly remain outside while his foolish sister bathed, lest he appear as a voyeur. What? You want me to live with this flat-chested girl? Well, if it must be, I suppose I can manage, though she pales in comparison to my wives. Yun Mingyao glanced at Bai Zhirua. What? On what grounds do you call me flat-chested? Mine is obviously ample, Bai Zhirua retorted, her indignation rising like a cat whose tail had been stepped on upon hearing Yun Mingyao's comment. Just as her words fell, Yun Mingyao slowly extended a finger, its tip shimmering as though gathering some mysterious power. With a smirk, she teased, "Oh, is that so? Let me verify that and show you." Before her words had fully registered, her finger gently touched Bai Zhirua's chest, enveloping both of them in a soft, warm aura. Bai Zhirua felt a rush of warmth coursing through her, and her clothing seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, as if gently caressed. Her face instantly flushed. She had not expected Yun Mingyao to take such an audacious action. It appears to be quite ample, but still somewhat lacking compared to mine. Yun Mingyao withdrew her finger, nodding with satisfaction as she observed Bai Jirua's blushing visage, a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Yu, how dare you? This is the end. I am tainted now, touched by a wicked woman, Bai Jirua exclaimed. Placing her hands protectively over her chest, her anger and embarrassment intertwining. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Bai Ling swiftly intervened, preventing her from escalating the situation further. It was clear that misunderstandings could lead them down a very peculiar path. All right, Vera, let us hasten home to enjoy some dumplings. Enough of this playful banter. Wait, perhaps it's best not to play around in the house at all. Bai Ling restrained Bai Zhao, urging her to cease her antics. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhao merely gazed at Bai Ling with a hint of melancholy, obediently halting her actions. Wei Yuan and Lung Hanyue, witnessing the playful skirmish, exchanged subtle smiles from behind. Bai Ling led the four maidens back home, where the warm glow of lights enveloped them, instantly instilling a sense of long-lost tranquility. Let us eat first and rest. I am utterly exhausted, Bai Ling remarked as he entered the dwelling. That he sensed that the presence of Destiny's favored daughter had begun to saturate their home. And he could hardly believe that when Yuan returned, she would not directly deal with him. Miss Zhao Siki, I have returned once more, Bai Jingyi thought, drenched in cold sweat, as he faced Zhao Siki, feeling an overwhelming sense of apology. It is quite all right, as long as young master is unharmed. Your assistance in supporting my grandfather's coffin expenses has already been a tremendous favor, Zhao Siki replied. Her concern evident, though internally she felt exasperated, having lost count of how many times Bai Jingyi had ventured out to seek vengeance for her, from initially holding hope for Bai Jingyi to now feeling indifferent. Each time he returned, he concocted various excuses to cover his failures, and this time was no exception. Miss Siki, you truly are understanding. Once I stand atop the world, I shall ensure your happiness, Bai Jingyi declared. Tears of emotion streaming down his face, Zhao Siki merely chuckled lightly, dismissing his words as empty flattery. Young master, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave for a moment. Suddenly, she sensed a message coming through her communication stone and promptly addressed Bai Jingyi. Understood, Miss Zhao Siki, please take care of yourself. Just as Bai Jingyi finished speaking, Zhao Siki swiftly exited his vicinity and retreated to a secluded corner, retrieving her communication stone to converse. Miss Siki, I have emerged from the secret realm, and you may come to find me now. I have procured the materials you require. The familiar voice of Tang San resonated through the stone. Very well, I will come to you right away. You didn't encounter any trouble while in the secret realm, did you? Zhao Siki responded without hesitation, having been captivated by Tang San's aura during their previous encounter. She recognized that both his cultivation and strength far surpassed Bai Jingyi's. Being with Bai Jingyi felt like mere duty, while being with Tang San felt like truly living. Meanwhile, Bai Jingyi remained blissfully unaware of Zhao Siki's whereabouts, still naively speaking to his reflection in the mirror, spouting self-assured yet foolish words to bolster his spirits. After half an hour, Bai Ling and the others finally prepared the meal. As a cultivator, he retained the habit of enjoying food. Long Hanwei stared at the spread of dishes in astonishment. It had been years since she last feasted after beginning her cultivation. Yun Mingyao climbed out of her chair and approached the table, exclaiming, I am famished. Let us eat quickly. What on earth? As Bai Ling took his seat, he was taken aback at the sight of the table laden with dishes: chive dumplings, chive stir-fried with eggs, chive soup, chive stir-fried with meat, roasted lamb kidneys. My dear husband, let us eat while it's hot. It is good for our health. Yuan sat beside Bai Ling, her eyes sparkling with delight as she deftly placed chive dumplings into Bai Ling's bowl. Before Bai Ling could take a bite, Yuan swiftly added roasted lamb kidneys to the bowl as well. All right, you should eat too, she urged. Observing this, Bai Ling quickly grasped Yuan's hand. However, before Bai Ling could lift his chopsticks, the frosty Lung Hanwei mirrored Yuan's actions, adding roasted lamb kidneys to Bai Ling's bowl. Bai Ling could only smile wryly at the towering pile of kidneys in front of him. Turning his gaze, he found Lung Hanyue's icy blue eyes watching him with anticipation. Husband. Long Hanwei attempted to emulate Yuan's gentle demeanor, but her frigid presence made her efforts seem utterly misplaced, akin to Pan Jinlian feigning tenderness while feeding medicine to Wu Dalong. With one wife exuding warmth and affection, and the other cold yet caring, how could Bai Ling choose? Just as he was torn in indecision, Yun Mingyao suddenly rose, playfully imitating Bai Jirua's speech as she approached the table, picked up a chive dumpling, and mischievously winked. Brother Bai Ling, you must try the dumplings I made. There might be a surprise inside. Bai Ling, intrigued by the dumpling in Yun Mingyao's hand, smiled as he accepted it and took a bite. The thin skin enveloped a generous filling, bursting with a rich meaty flavor, a true delicacy for nourishing the kidneys. Observing that Bai Ling had not touched the dumpling she had placed, Long Hanwei shot a displeased glare at Yun Mingyao. Clearly discontented with her actions, Ye1 shared a similar look of disapproval towards Yun Mingyao. The pressure weighed heavily on Yun Mingyao, causing her to wipe the sweat from her brow. Hey, Yun Mingyao. Why are you calling Bai Ling brother? Isn't he your master? Bai Jiruo remarked, her beautiful eyes narrowing in discontent upon hearing Bai Ling being addressed in such a manner. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Yun Mingyao's back. She had not anticipated that merely offering Bai Ling a lamb kidney would incite the ire of the other three women. Mingyao only meant well, let us just eat. Bai Ling hurriedly interjected. Coming to Yun Mingyao's defense, recognizing her good intentions, upon hearing this, the trio turned their gaze back to Bai Ling. Go on, eat what we've given you. Under the watchful eyes of the three women, Bai Ling had no choice but to swallow the dumplings they had offered, one after another. As he bit into the dumpling skin, he was met with an overwhelming taste of vinegar and soy sauce. The intensity of the flavors nearly overwhelmed him, almost causing him to lose his composure, had he not been under the scrutiny of the three. What on earth is wrong with these dumplings? They nearly took my life. Bai Ling mused inwardly after consuming the trio's dumplings. So, how do you find the dumplings made by your lovely sister? To ensure you felt my sincerity, I added just a hint of vinegar to enhance the flavor. Bai Jiruo declared proudly, seeking praise from Bai Ling. Yes, it's delightful, Bai Ling replied, already detecting the potent vinegar flavor from his foolish sister's creation. I was sure. So I added a bit of black coloring to enhance the appearance. It should aid in your cultivation and physical refinement, Long Hanwei stated with utmost seriousness. She recalled how her master had always advised her to use a mere drop of a rare and precious liquid for cooking, cautioning her that excess could lead to explosive results. Thus, believing their cultivation levels had risen, she had added a substantial amount of soy sauce to accelerate Bai Ling and the others' training. Bai Ling was utterly captivated by Long Hanwei's earnestness. Chapter 78. The method to make it bigger. Hanwei, draw, Wanner, you all should eat too. There's no need to keep serving me. Bai Ling quickly declined. It's fine. We enjoy feeding you. The three replied with gentle smiles. Occasionally blowing on the peculiar chive soup before offering it to Bai Ling, all three gazed at him expectantly, awaiting his choice. Bai Ling found himself in a dilemma, ultimately swallowing the soup in one go. It was only after Bai Ling had consumed an equal number of dumplings from each of the three women that they finally relented. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Bai Ling, the master, is now surrounded by these three. And just look at that expression. It must be quite the ordeal, Yun Mingyao thought to herself as she quietly munched on her dumplings. All right, I suppose I'll just have to squeeze in some sleep until I collect the family's spirit stones. Bai Ling remarked, observing the cramped bed. Long Hanwei merely nodded, expressing no dissatisfaction with Bai Ling's space. Merely being with him brought her a sense of fulfillment. That night, as Bai Ling drifted into slumber, he felt an unusual heat coursing through his body, having consumed so many nourishing delicacies. Ye1, lying beside him, watched as he tossed and turned, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. What a consequence for bringing so many women home. At least they aren't of ill repute, she mused, feeling a twinge of jealousy over Bai Ling's return with Long Hanwei and Yun Minji. Bai Ling accidentally brushed against the soft forms of Long Hanwei and Yuan in his sleep. He felt a wave of discomfort. It was a torment to merely look but not touch that moment. Yuan quietly nestled against Bai Ling's back, and in the end, a scene akin to a newlywed couple unfolded. In Bai Zhuo's room. Wow, Mingyao, why is your room such a mess? There are even panties. Oh no, I mean undergarments, scattered everywhere. Aren't you worried about them being stolen? What if a pervert gets his hands on them? You'd be done for. Yun Mingyao exclaimed as she entered Bai Zhuo's room, observing the disarray. This is even messier than my old room. You should know, my previous room was spotless, not a speck of dust to be found. Unlike your chaos. As she spoke, Yun Mingyao flopped onto Bai Zhuo's bed like a lump of mud, knowing that in her world, no one would ever witness the extent of her disarray but herself. Hey, Mingyao, you pinched me this afternoon. I deserve a pinch back. It's so unfair for you to ambush me like that. Bai Zhuo retorted as she finally could no longer contain herself and lunged at Yun Mingyao. Caught off guard, Yun Mingyao was suddenly attacked by Bai Zhuo. Upon contact, her face flushed crimson, and she protested vehemently, What are you doing? Ambushing me? Even if you touched me, it doesn't change the fact that I'm flat. After experiencing the sensation of Yun Mingyao, Bai Zhirua was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. Why is it that we seem so alike? Yet Mingyao is just a bit more developed. No, it must be an illusion. Bai Zhirua shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. Just admit it. Even if my curves are only slightly more pronounced than yours, they are still far better than being flat. Once Bai Zhirua stood, Yun Mingyao covered her chest, wearing a look of pride mixed with embarrassment. Oh, why must you be so hard on yourself? Don't you know that small can be quite adorable? If a lecherous old man from Blue Star, from somewhere else, saw you, you'd be in trouble. Sitting on the bed, Yun Mingyao shook her head. You don't understand. Don't you know that this is the most important thing for a woman? I've read stories that all describe them as large. Bai Zhirua, feeling indignant, rebutted. Since you are so sincerely eager to grow larger, I am not entirely unwilling to impart upon you the secrets of enlargement. Provided that you. Before Yun Mingyao could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by Bai Zhirua, who gazed at her with fervent excitement. As long as you allow me to grow quickly. I shall not object to placing you behind me, permitting you to occupy a modest position. Who cares? Yun Mingyao retorted immediately, though her words were not spoken too hastily. As long as you become my goose. My friend, a superlative friend, the kind that accompanies me even to the restroom. Upon hearing Yun Mingyao's domineering words, Bai Zhirua was taken aback, staggering back 2 steps while clutching her chest. Her first experience must belong solely to Bai Ling. It absolutely could not be snatched away by anyone else, not even a girl as adorable as herself. Hey, what are you thinking? It's merely about being super good friends, spending every day together, not about your body. Making me seem like some lecherous old man, Yun Mingyao remarked, observing Bai Zhirua's fearful demeanor. Alone in the world of butter was far too precarious. Forging a friendship with Bai Zhirua would provide her with a better understanding of this realm. Moreover, residing in Bai Zhirua's room without contributing would eventually lead to some discomfort. With her 21st century intellect and wisdom, she was more than capable of alleviating their troubles in this world of cultivation. Not to mention, a mere issue of making Xiang grow a bit larger was trivial. That's how it is. You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were after my body. Bai Zhirua sighed in relief upon hearing this. It was a stroke of luck to encounter someone who could help her Xiang grow, without demanding her body in return. Indeed, that would be a considerable loss. All right then, I shall begrudgingly befriend you. If there is nothing pressing, I will remain by your side. Bai Zhirua then declared. The method to make it grow is quite simple. You just need to eat papaya and drink milk every day. And it will grow swiftly, Yun Mingyao said proudly, arms crossed. Chapter 79. Beginning to experiment with the enlargement secrets. Eat papaya, drink milk. Is this supposed to make Xiang grow? It sounds utterly implausible. Are you certain that that's all it takes? You aren't tricking me, are you? Bai Zhirua eyed Yun Mingyao skeptically. Of course. I used to drink milk and eat papaya daily, and I grew much larger than you. It's perfectly normal. Yun Mingyao replied. Now, stop talking and hurry to bed. Come snuggle with me. She lay on the bed in a sultry pose, gesturing eagerly for Bai Zhirua to join her, since arriving in this butter world. She had not slept peacefully, but now with a powerful and adorable companion by her side, she felt no fear of sudden assaults from lecherous old men. Oh, fine. I shall trust you this once. Bai Zhirua said hesitantly as she climbed into bed beside Yun Mingyao. The next day, Bai Ling awoke to the sound of Bai Zhirua knocking loudly on his door, with dark circles under his eyes. He stumbled out of bed to open it, only to be greeted by Bai Zhirua's adorable lowly face beaming at him. Silly brother, hurry up and get up. Come with me to the market. She urged, tugging at his clothes, delighted that Bai Ling was finally home. All right, Bai Ling yawned, having made significant progress in his cultivation last night, reaching the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, while his reincarnation body refinement technique had also advanced to the 20th layer. The other 3 girls, upon hearing Bai Ling was going out, immediately sprang from their beds to follow him. On the streets, Bai Ling questioned, Did you wake me early just to bring back a bunch of papayas and cows? He observed Bai Zhao, cradling a plethora of papayas, stuffing them into her storage ring, not to mention the several cows she had seemingly acquired from nowhere, leading them by the reins. Bai Ling could only express his bewilderment. Cold Hanyue's red envelope from yesterday is being squandered like this by Bai Zhirua. Your adorable sister is working so hard to help Xiang grow. You ought to consider for whom she is doing this. Bai Zhirua muttered, rolling her eyes, internally lamenting the excessive quantity she had purchased. If all this were consumed, even the eggs would swell to the size of basketballs. Yun Mingyao, witnessing Bai Zhirua's financial prowess for the first time, couldn't he help but be impressed. Well, since everything has been bought, let us return early. Bai Ling stated as Bai Zhirua finished stowing away her purchases. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just accidentally bumped into it. I'll pay you back for all the money I have. Could you please let me go? As Bai Ling and the others prepared to leave the market, they noticed a group of wealthy women harassing an ordinary girl. The girl, visibly frightened, stood before the women. Can you afford to pay for this? This is a super-duper bull essence, raised on spirit herbs, something you could never afford in your lifetime, even if you sold yourself. One of the women sneered. I see you deliberately trampled our young master's precious item. You must have some grudge against us. Another woman added. Oh no, I shouldn't have gone out to buy groceries today. Now I'm being targeted by cultivators. What should I do? It was just an accident. How could I bring such an important item to a mortal market? The ordinary girl felt a wave of despair wash over her. Lacking any talent for cultivation, she merely wished to survive in her village, avoiding detection by other malevolent cultivators. Now, due to her unfortunate encounter at the market, she had inadvertently ruined the super-duper bull essence. I don't care how much you owe. You must compensate me for the super-duper bull essence, or my little brother won't be able to stand tonight. The woman, Liyang Hua, accused Qinlian Hua. Her muscular frame imposing. Since Tang San's return, he had not been as intimate with her, avoiding even a kiss. The playful games they used to enjoy at night had left him utterly exhausted. Unable to stand, Liyang Hua's unreasonable demands left the girl pale with fear, tears brimming in her eyes. A cultivator like Liyang Hua could easily obliterate her without breaking a sweat. Can't stand? Doesn't that mean there is something wrong with that function? Even if he eats the super-duper bull essence, it should only help him stand for a moment, Yun Mingyao quipped. Furthermore, under such circumstances, the ordinary girl was clearly in grave danger. In situations like these, she might be threatened by a woman as strong as Tai Mu, potentially falling into a harrowing scenario. The world of butter is truly terrifying. I am fortunate to be here with everyone. Otherwise, encountering that voyeur would have been disastrous, Yun Mingyao mused, stroking her chin, contemplating her thoughts. Yun Mingyao, what nonsensical ramblings are you uttering? Don't you realize that girl is being deliberately harassed by Liyang Hua? Moreover, that super-duper bull essence is a highly sought-after treasure, which is not easily damaged. It's clearly Liyang Hua's intention to make things difficult for her. Bai Zhao was utterly unable to comprehend Yun Mingyao's words. Prompting a straightforward translation, Long Hanwei and Yi Wan, upon encountering Liyang Hua, along with Bai Zhirua, found themselves bewildered by Liyang Hua's audacious demeanor and felt an overwhelming urge to step forward in defense of Qinlian Hua. Just as Bai Ling deliberated whether to intervene and assist Qinlian Hua, Yun Mingyao took the initiative and approached first. Chapter 80. The episode of Liyang Hua's greatest wisdom, as Bai Ling pondered whether to step in and aid Qinlian Hua. Yun Mingyao boldly advanced ahead of him. Even in a world steeped in absurdity, what mattered was that she was the destined heroine. She had to vanquish the formidable boss. Failing to assist someone in distress would be far from heroic. Moreover, in this perilous realm fraught with danger, a moment's inattention could result in being ensnared by those lurking about. Encouraging herself, Yun Mingyao felt her youthful spirit reignited. Hey, you, yes you, the hulking brute. Step away from that girl immediately. She damaged your so-called super-invincible item, and she shall compensate for it. Yun Mingyao positioned herself protectively in front of Qinlian Hua, gesturing towards Bai Zhirua behind her. As someone transported to this foreign land. She naturally possessed neither spirit stones nor silver, only a peculiar item. Furthermore, for the sake of the girl, Yun Mingyao intended to uphold her principles, opting for a direct confrontation with Liyang Hua before allowing Qinlian Hua to depart. As a 21st century girl with a flair for the dramatic, she had her own methods to rescue the damsel in distress. Must you be so courteous? How can you so brazenly thrust me into this? Bai Zhirua was taken aback by Yun Mingyao's lack of decorum as she shoved her forward. Well, I'm saved. Finally, a kind soul has come to my aid. Otherwise, I would have certainly gone without any fortune today. Qinlian Hua remarked, touched by Yun Mingyao's unwavering support. Immediately, Bai Zhirua followed suit and stood beside Yun Mingyao. Observing this, Bai Ling could only sigh and join them. Bai Ling, how is it that you're back so soon from the secret realm? Didn't the third party mention they were the only one to emerge? Liyang Hua exclaimed, astonished at Bai Ling's sudden appearance. Hold on. Bai Ling, why are you meddling again, this time? I must inform you that it was this girl who shattered my super-invincible item. I warn you, Bai Ling, this is entirely her doing. If you attempt to forcefully intervene again, I shall summon reinforcements. Liyang Hua's bravado wavered upon seeing Bai Ling accompanied by a group of young women. Recalling the previous incident when Bai Zhirua had bested her, she felt an uneasy trepidation, uncertain of the capabilities of the girls Bai Ling had brought with him. Upon glimpsing Long Hanwei and the others, Li Lanhua finally exhibited a semblance of intelligence. This time, she resolved to refrain from resorting to violence, choosing instead to appeal to Bai Ling's sense of morality. How had Li Lanhua's intellect seemingly recalibrated? Logically, she should not have acted blindly, attacking anything that posed a threat to Tang San. Bai Ling, drenched in sweat, marveled at the unexpected turn of events where even antagonists began to reason. Shouldn't they typically resort to mindless berating and threats before resorting to physical confrontation? This new approach rendered both parties remarkably composed. Bai Ling dubbed this the episode of Li Lanhua's greatest wisdom. What? Bai Ling, are you truly so peculiar in your tastes? Are you truly interested in women like this? Or rather, women who hardly resemble women at all? Such a thing is inconceivable. Yun Mengyao exclaimed, incredulous at Bai Ling's apparent interest in such a muscular woman. The likes of Li Lanhua, with her imposing physique, could effortlessly crush a delicate visage. Long Hanwei and Yiwan exchanged shocked glances at Bai Ling's declaration. While it was acceptable for a husband to admire other women, the notion of such a woman was utterly beyond their comprehension. Yiwan's voice dwindled as she struggled to accept the idea of sharing Bai Ling with a woman of such formidable stature. Long Hanyue felt similarly, realizing that Bai Ling's attitude towards both of them was entirely uniform, devoid of any distinction between a primary wife and a concubine. This left both Long Hanwei and Yiwan feeling bewildered, concerned that Bai Ling might grow weary of them once he had taken an interest in another. Yet, Long Hanwei simply could not fathom Bai Ling's attraction to such a woman. Given Li Lanhua's physique, she could easily rival a man. If this continued, during particularly intimate moments, the scene would become, oh dear. The very thought was enough to make one cringe. Aside from Bai Jirua, the four women found their thoughts converging, including the recently rescued Qin Lianhua. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Do I appear to be the sort of man who would be attracted to a woman like her? I would rather choose someone petite than her. Bai Ling hastily defended himself, fearing that if he did not clarify, he would become perceived as a connoisseur of peculiar taste in the eyes of Long Hanwei and the others. Upon hearing Bai Ling's disinterest in women like Li Lanhua, the four women collectively sighed in relief. Li Lanhua, upon hearing this, could only muster a face of feigned gratitude, feeling offended yet powerless to retaliate. Damn Bai Ling for daring to speak of me in such a manner. I am nothing like the third party. I am not frivolous. She fumed inwardly. Hey, what are you all doing here? Aren't you meant to be compensating this girl? If you intend to pay, hurry and hand over the spirit stones. Indeed, this super invincible item requires merely 8,848 low-grade spirit stones. If you're going to compensate, then bring it forth. Two of Li Lanhua's handmaidens, emboldened by their naivety, directly reached out to Bai Ling for the money. What? You're demanding 8,848 low-grade spirit stones. Surely, Li Lanhua must have emptied her family's coffers to purchase this super invincible item. Bai Ling exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Li Lanhua's extravagant spending habits on such a trivial item. To summon that amount of spirit stones in a moment was no small feat, especially for the sake of aiding a stranger, which seemed wholly impractical. Upon hearing that figure, Qin Lianhua nearly collapsed, enveloped in a wave of despair. How could someone unknown to her possibly cover such an exorbitant cost? Just as Bai Ling was deep in thought, Bai Jirua stepped forward, approaching Li Lanhua and gently caressing her pristine chin. Is it not merely 8,848 spirit stones? To me, that is but a trifling matter. Although consuming that super invincible item may temporarily revive Tang San, it will ultimately inflict irreversible harm upon his body. Chapter 81. Covered in milk. Moreover, this method merely offers a temporary solution. In the long run, it is not sustainable, Bai Jirua continued. What then do you propose? After all that you've said, you wouldn't happen to be unwilling to pay, would you? If you lack funds, then step aside and don't obstruct my view. Li Lanhua retorted, rolling her eyes at Bai Jirua's attempts to manipulate her. What nonsense are you spouting, Li Lanhua? Do we appear to be destitute? While your companion may be lacking, I possess a method that can restore your companion's vigor without any adverse effects. Bai Jirua confidently countered, producing a book from her attire. This is your so-called method? A mere tattered book. You cannot be serious. Li Lanhua frowned, skepticism written all over her face. Will this even work? Presenting this pitiful book. Only a fool would believe in it. Bai Ling remarked, equally perplexed. Of course. I am not deceiving you. Just follow the instructions within, and he shall recover without any side effects. If it fails, you can always return to me, Bai Jirua asserted with unwavering conviction, her confidence seemingly contagious. To her surprise, Li Lanhua accepted the worn book without a hint of doubt. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Let us return home swiftly, lest the third party grows impatient. Li Lanhua, accompanied by two maidservants, swiftly departed from the vegetable market. Finally, they're gone. I am immensely grateful to you all. Without your assistance, I might have been condemned to a lifetime of servitude under that muscular woman. Liyang expressed her gratitude to Bai Ling with a deep bow. No need for thanks. We merely lent a helping hand. Now that our task here is complete, let us hasten home. I am eager to indulge in some culinary delights. Bai Zhihua eagerly responded after confirming that Li Lanhua and her entourage had truly left. Wait a moment. My name is Liyang. Since you have aided me, it would be remiss of me to accept your help without offering something in return. Why not join me for a meal at my home? Liyang invited, her eyes gleaming with hope. She resolved to see if she could forge a friendship with Bai Ling and her companions, for having powerful allies would alleviate her fears in the days to come. Very well, if it is your sincere invitation, we shall accept. Mengao replied with a smile before turning to explain to Bai Ling and the others, you may not be aware, but we just assisted her in overcoming a challenge. Visiting her home at this juncture is most fortuitous. In my past experiences with similar situations, those we help often reward us with unique items. Bai Ling, overhearing this, broke into a sweat, wondering what kind of thoughts Mengao harbored that she could relate such matters to her previous escapades. Bai Zhihua, perplexed, interjected, what unique items are you speaking of, Mengao? She is merely immortal. What could she possibly offer? After consulting with Long Hanwei and the others, and finding no objections, Bai Ling and her companions decided to accompany Liyang to her home. Wait, why is Bai Ling here? Does she know something? I must follow and investigate. Tang San, who happened to be passing by, noticed Bai Ling and the others and became suspicious, his paranoia mounting. Soon, Bai Ling and her companions arrived at Liyang's residence. Her home was a veritable sanctuary among mortals, boasting an exquisite courtyard and housing an array of ordinary chickens, ducks, and fish. However, aside from Bai Zhihua, the others felt perfectly at ease in such a seemingly normal setting. This place is teeming with spiritual energy, far denser than outside. And those chickens and ducks, there's something distinctly unusual about them, not to mention a strange pressure looming over, Bai Zhihua mused, glancing at the commonplace fowl in the courtyard with a tinge of suspicion. Please wait a moment. I'll prepare some chicken soup for you, Liyang said politely after returning home and wiping the sweat from her brow. I never expected Bai Ling and her friends to venture to such a remote location. They must be here for some clandestine gathering. I should document this and ensure they face the consequences, Tang San thought wickedly, having trailed them through a series of alleyways to a deserted area where only Liyang resided. As Liyang emerged from her room into the courtyard, the chickens panicked upon realizing their fate as she prepared to turn them into soup. Oh no. Is today the day I meet my demise at the hands of my master? One of the chickens clucked in despair. Liyang grasped a rooster by the neck, rendering it powerless. Finally, let us see how these individuals entertain themselves in these secluded mountains. Tang San smirked as he stealthily approached a window to spy on Liyang's abode. Inside, the scene was far from what he anticipated. Master Bai Ling, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly unleash that sticky liquid all over my adorable face, even if I am charmingly mischievous? This is too much, exclaimed one of the girls, drenched in an unidentifiable substance. Foolish brother, what were you thinking? Could you not exercise a bit more caution? This sticky liquid is unbearable. Mengao and Bai Zhihua lamented. Seated on the floor in a rather undignified manner, their faces smeared with what appeared to be milk. Hey, you two, refrain from saying such misleading things, Bai Ling said, wiping the milk off his trousers in a fluster. My dear, you must be more careful. When milking the cow, one should be gentle. Your forcefulness has caused the milk to splatter everywhere, Siyuan chided gently, her demeanor serene. Meanwhile, Long Han stood nearby, her exquisite features marred by the same milky substance. Wearing a frosty expression, that was not my intention. How was I to know that cow would go berserk right after I started milking? Bai Ling defended himself, insisting he had only applied a tad too much force, prompting him to retreat to the room. In truth, the chaos had erupted immediately after Liyang had skillfully dispatched the chicken, unleashing an overwhelming aura that sent other creatures into a frenzy. The sudden surge of energy startled the cow, causing it to rampage throughout the courtyard. Why does this powerful aura suddenly manifest here? Who could be hiding such might in this humble abode? Tang San pondered, preparing to capture a scandalous image of Bai Ling and the others when he was suddenly beset by an overwhelming pressure that made it difficult to breathe. The recording stone in his hand shattered. He turned to observe the courtyard, where Liyang stood, a rooster in one hand, dripping blood. Tang San's astonishment. She radiated an intense and inscrutable energy, and the chicken transformed into a small phoenix. This is bad. I've stumbled into the lair of a formidable being. If she discovers me, I am surely doomed, Tang San thought frantically, realizing that the fish and other creatures in the yard now appeared as ancient mystical beasts in his eyes. A wise person knows when to retreat. I must leave this place at once and never return. As he prepared to flee, he felt an ominous presence lock onto him. He glanced up to see a donkey gazing at him with wise eyes, its body trembling in fear. What on earth are you all doing in my home? If you must frolic, at least wait until no one is around. Are you deliberately seeking thrills? Chun Liyang exclaimed as she entered the main hall, only to find Bai Ling adjusting his trousers while the others were covered in the sticky substance. I apologize for intruding. I shall leave at once. I saw nothing. Please, continue with your activities, and do not resort to silencing me. Chen Liyang hurriedly covered her innocent eyes and dashed from the room, closing the door behind her. Oh no. Oh no. Will they take my eyes for having witnessed this? Or perhaps erase my memories with some bizarre technique? Turning me into a dim-witted child? I do not wish to become like that. Chen Liyang thought in despair, her nose bleeding from the sheer horror of the situation, fearing that once Bai Ling finished his business, he might come for her as well. To think they would dare host such an event in my home. You have mere seconds to emerge. Otherwise, I shall be forced to take extreme measures. The scene just witnessed by Tang San was one of striking contrast. Chen Liyang stood expressionless outside the room, poised to deliver punishment. Ha! Bai Ling, you are doomed. Once this formidable being gets angry, you shall all meet your demise here. You 5 dared to hold a silver party without my consent, something I have never done myself. Upon hearing Chen Liyang's furious warning, Tang San appeared unfazed, exuding an air of confidence. Wait, Miss Chen Liyang. We did not engage in any such activities. Please do not misunderstand us. Bai Ling hurriedly pushed the door open, imploringly speaking. Humph, whether you did or didn't, the sticky milk splattered on your adorable sister's face. Was that amusing? Now, thanks to you, she is under a false impression that if word of this spreads, your charming sister might never find a partner again. What will you do then? Bai Zhou exclaimed, hands on her hips as she chased after them. Hey, you two, do not run so fast. Wait for me. This sticky milk is utterly detestable, akin to the slime on that tree. Yun Mingyao, upon seeing Bai Ling and the others dash out, quickly followed suit. Cold Hanwei and Yiwan naturally trailed behind Bai Ling as well. If there was a misunderstanding, it was hardly a true misunderstanding. After all, they were all Bai Ling's wives. If Bai Ling truly intended to act upon them, they would not resist. Miss Chen Liyang, you are mistaken. I was merely milking a cow, and we did not hold a silver party. We have no intention of silencing anyone. You need not worry, Bai Ling explained as he stepped before Chen Liyang. Oblivious to the aura of the divine beast in Chen Liyang's grasp, he continued, Indeed, what transpired was as I said. Please do not misinterpret it. Being equally oblivious, the carefree Yun Mingyao also failed to sense the vague but potent pressure in the air. Although Yuan and Cold Hanwei felt a twinge of it, it did not faze them. After all, as protagonists, how could they be intimidated or bow down to such a presence? Only by Xiaoruo, who was somewhat more attuned to normalcy and later became a major antagonist, sensed a slight disturbance. What is happening? Why do I feel a powerful aura? Did a fierce battle transpire here? Has some creature perished? Bai Xiaoruo mused internally. However, her contemplation was soon interrupted by Yun Mingyao, the spirited girl. Hey, Xiaoruo, you aren't frightened by that pitiful chicken, are you? With such a meager amount of blood, if you're scared, you can hide behind me. I, Yun Mingyao, am a girl determined to save the world. Observing Bai Zhou lost in thought, Yun Mingyao approached and boldly embraced her, creating a heartwarming scene of comfort between the two girls. How could Miss Chen Liyang possibly divulge this? It is merely a misunderstanding, and if you cannot find a partner, you can stay home and raise me, Bai Ling remarked, speechless. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Bai Zhou. Chapter 83. What a pervert, just as Bai Ling's words hung in the air. He caught sight of Bai Xiaoruo gazing at him with profound emotion. She quickly freed herself from Yun Mingyao's embrace and leaped into Bai Ling's arms. My foolish brother finally had a moment of clarity and did not utter anything foolish. So that is how it is. I thought you all were engaged in something scandalous, Chen Liyang murmured, her cheeks flushed. Since that is the case, please have a seat. I will prepare the chicken for you all shortly. All right, Xiaoruo, let go of him. We need to hurry inside. Dinner will be served soon, Bai Ling said, ruffling Bai Xiaoruo's hair. Yet, she clung to him like a koala, and Bai Ling had no choice but to indulge her, leading the group into the hall to await Chen Liyang's meal. Once Chen Liyang and the others departed, the gaze of the donkey finally shifted away from Tang San. He instantly felt as if he had been reborn. Beads of sweat soaking his back. Finally, they are gone. I cannot believe Bai Ling emerged unscathed that I must leave this place quickly. I cannot let them discover me any longer. As the pressure dissipated, Tang San swiftly rolled and crawled away. However, after his departure, the spirit of the chicken suddenly surged into Tang San's body. Hooray, chicken soup is ready. Liyang cheerfully placed the prepared soup on the table. It is finally done. Miss Liyang's cooking is truly exquisite. Meng devoured the meal with gusto, appearing as though she had not eaten in days, completely devoid of the demeanor of a cultivator. Bai Ling sighed at the sight and began to eat as well. Initially, he felt nothing unusual, but once Cold Hanwei and the other protagonists finished their meals, they all sensed something amiss within themselves as a surge of energy flooded in. They could only savor each bite slowly. Gradually refining the newfound energy, Bai Ling, however, was different. He lacked the protagonist's halo and the overwhelming power of Bai Zhou as a formidable antagonist. After consuming a piece of chicken, he instantly felt a surge of potent energy within him that required refinement. Damn it, just from eating chicken, why does my body feel overwhelmed? Am I that weak? After just a few bites, I feel as if I might explode. Is my constitution so fragile? Bai Ling had barely eaten 2 pieces when he was already drenched in sweat. Though the explosion he referred to was merely a figurative expression, oh no. Before Bai Ling could refine the influx of energy, a powerful spiritual force erupted within him. With a loud bang, his clothes burst apart, disintegrating into fragments, leaving him sitting in his chair completely unclothed. The girls fell silent in unison, none daring to speak. It was Meng who first broke the silence, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Bai Ling. Master Bai Ling, you do not happen to have a peculiar fetish, do you? Why would you suddenly use your explosion skill while eating? Hurry and put on some clothes. Meng quickly covered Bai Xiaoruo's eyes. Half squinting to sneak glances at Bai Ling confirming he was indeed a good friend, she felt at ease. Hey, Meng Yao, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly cover my eyes? There are so many people, Bai Zhou protested. Having heard the explosion but barely catching a glimpse before darkness enveloped her vision. Quickly put on some clothes. Even if the food is delicious, it doesn't need to be so good that it causes an explosion. Liyang exclaimed, hurriedly covering her eyes and throwing down a piece of cloth before dashing out the door again. Cold Hanwei, upon seeing Bai Ling's form, felt a flush creep onto her usually icy face. It was her first time seeing Bai Ling in such a state. Being his wife, she didn't even bother to close her eyes. As for Siyuan, she simply stared in shock, unable to believe Bai Ling had literally burst his clothes. With so many witnesses, even a man as composed as Bai Ling felt a twinge of embarrassment, hastily retrieving clothes from his storage bag to cover his modesty and alleviate the awkwardness. Ahem, let's eat. That was merely an accident, Bai Ling said, his face flushed as he coughed twice. Ultimately, he could only awkwardly conclude the meal. As he was about to leave, he paused. Miss Liyang, thank you so much for today. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Bai Xiaoruo turned back, approaching Liyang, and handed her a tome of cultivation techniques from her clothing. Is it really true? Are you genuinely willing to give me such a precious cultivation method? Liyang gazed at Bai Xiaoruo in disbelief, her eyes sparkling as if Bai Xiaoruo were an angel. Not only had she helped her settle her debts, but now she was willing to impart her knowledge. This was undeniably a remarkable act of kindness. Of course, you treated me to a meal earlier. If you ever face difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. Bai Zhou patted her flat chest confidently and proclaimed, after all, thanks to Liyang. Both I and Long Hanwei have all achieved breakthroughs. Naturally, the ultimate beneficiary remained Bai Ling. Upon witnessing her garments burst apart, they were all filled with concern regarding what might transpire next. Consequently, their attention was wholly directed towards Bai Ling, assisting her in refining the energy while simultaneously nurturing their own, though their primary focus remained on aiding Bai Ling. As a result, Bai Ling absorbed the energy, soaring from the 2nd layer of foundation establishment to the 9th, nearly overwhelming her body in the process. Consequently, the 4 of them could only absorb a fraction of the energy, apart from Bai Zhiruo, who advanced to the core formation stage. The others found themselves at an average of the 5th layer of foundation establishment. And that was under the circumstances of assisting Bai Ling in her refinement. Thank you, truly. Thank you so much. Just wait, I shall return home to fetch some tea leaves as a token of my gratitude. Bai Zhiruo expressed. Ultimately, Liyang could not surpass Bai Zhiruo and reluctantly accepted the technique. She hurriedly returned home to retrieve what she deemed superior and more valuable tea leaves. Bai Zhiruo simply accepted them. And in the end, Bai Ling and the others provided Xin Lianyao with their address and gifted her a communication stone as a gesture of thanks for their breakthroughs. Thank you all. Farewell. Do visit again. I shall certainly prepare a feast of chicken and duck for you. Xin Lianyao watched as they departed, waving goodbye to their receding figures. Meanwhile, the other chickens and ducks in the yard trembled in fear, already dreading the prospect of Bai Ling's next visit. Upon returning home, Bai Ling was filled with joy after his breakthrough. That very night, he embraced the two beautiful ladies, Long Hanwei and Yiwan. As he drifted into a peaceful slumber. In another room, Bai Zhirua continued to sip milk and papaya, measuring her bust with a ruler after consuming the two renowned growth-enhancing delicacies. Why hasn't it grown yet? Wasn't it said that drinking milk and eating papaya would lead to an increase? Perhaps it's simply too soon. Yes, that must be it. I haven't fully absorbed the nutrients. After reassuring herself, she reluctantly crawled back into bed. As Bai Ling slept soundly, two figures gradually emerged outside his window. Heh, Bai Ling, did you truly think I wouldn't return to seek vengeance? I have been tormented by Li Lanhua, while you lie here in blissful slumber. So, sleep on forever. Tang San appeared outside Bai Ling's window, his jealousy boiling over as he beheld Bai Ling nestled with the two young women. A fellow cloaked man exchanged glances with Tang San before turning his gaze to the slumbering Yuan. You shall meet your demise, Bai Ling. Tang San silently vowed, then without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The moment the trigger clicked, Bai Ling instinctively rolled off the bed, clutching Long Hanwei and Yiwan. Who dares disturb my night with such antics? Bai Ling swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to counter the source of the gunfire. Damn it. I forgot to reset the mechanism on that hidden weapon. Tang San watched in horror as the silver arrow narrowly missed his head. Reacting quickly, Bai Ling thrust his palm towards the window. You worthless fool. Such a golden opportunity wasted. And you dare call yourself the best of the Tang family. The man in black coldly reprimanded Tang San for his foolishness. Incredulous that he had misfired the hidden weapon. Can I be blamed that wretched Li Lanhua somehow acquired a manual that made me react to women with such explosive physiques? Tang San cursed inwardly, realizing that this manual was far more potent than the concoctions he had ingested from Li Lanhua. Disaster. Why are Bai Ling and the others waking up so soon? Tang San ducked to evade Bai Ling's counterattack. The other man in black, although he followed suit, was not as fortunate. A trivial trick. Before the man could boast, he felt his legs frozen in place, unable to move. Meanwhile, Tang San, having crouched down, swiftly fled Bai Ling's abode, leaving the man in black to fend for himself. Curse that brat. How could he run off so quickly? Weren't we supposed to assassinate Yuan and the others together? The man in black seethed, watching Tang San escape as if he were gliding on oil. What a fool, to be discovered and not flee, especially when those women's cultivation levels are so high. Tang San mused. Wanner, my husband. I have frozen the intruder outside. Let us be cautious as we exit. Long Hanwei said, slowly opening her eyes. Well done, Hanwei. You truly are my precious gem. Bai Ling praised her, continuing, I shall exit through the front door. The two of you should find another way out. Do not let him escape. How dare he attempt to assassinate us in the dead of night? Long Hanwei and Yiwan nodded in agreement. Bai Ling charged through the front door, drawing the attention of the man in black while ensuring a safer escape route for the two women. Who is it? Bai Ling. The man in black immediately recognized Bai Ling and called out. As he did, Long Hanwei and Yiwan flanked him from the sides, encircling him. Panic surged within the man, though he maintained an outward facade of calm. Bringing more people want help. Do you think I fear you simply because there are more of you? The man in black sneered, then suddenly pointed to the sky, feigning shock. Look, there's a firework in the sky. Bai Ling, hearing this, regarded the man in black with exasperation, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Such childish tricks would only fool a 3-year-old. Don't he spout such nonsense? Bai Ling shook his head, but then turned to see Long Hanwei and Yiwan gazing skyward. Hanwei, Wanner, do you really believe such ridiculousness? Bai Ling thought, bemused by his wife's gullibility. In the next moment, they all witnessed fireworks blooming in the distance. However, the man in black was evidently prepared. Seizing this moment, he swallowed a pill hidden beneath his tongue. In an instant, his cultivation surged, shattering the ice beneath him as he leaped out of the encirclement formed by Bai Ling and the others. Heh, a bunch of fools, believing such nonsense, the man in black taunted as he made his escape. Yet, in the next instant, he was struck by a wave of spiritual energy, crashing to the ground as if plummeting from a helicopter. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Why is it so noisy? Quickly, hide under the bed, Yun Mengyao exclaimed, alarmed by the sound of fireworks, scrambling beneath her bed. Zhirua, where are you going? Wait for me. Don't run about at this hour. Oh right, I'm a cultivator now. I shall not fear even an earthquake. I can fly on my sword, she declared, but upon seeing Bai Zhua dash out of her room, she hurried after her. Phew, that was close. I almost let him escape. Bai Ling turned to see Bai Zhua at the doorway. Having just unleashed a wave of spiritual energy, what in the world is going on at this hour? You dared to sneak into my home again. If it weren't for having been spied on by that Bai Jingyi a few times, I wouldn't have been prepared. Bai Zhihua yawned, having developed the habit of sensing her surroundings since the incidents with Bai Jingyi. Even if you capture me, I shall reveal nothing. The Man in Black. Chapter 85. Yuan's memories. As soon as the Man in Black finished speaking, he swiftly swallowed a pill from the left side of his tongue, leaving Bai Ling and the others no time to react. The moment he ingested the pill, he promptly met his demise, utterly beyond salvation. What was this man thinking? The moment we captured him, he chose to take his own life with a pill, as if this were some trivial matter, failing only to resort to seppuku. It's absurd, especially in the dead of night. Sneaking around like this, we should just return to our slumber. Yun Mingyao gazed at the Man in Black, who had instantaneously perished. And couldn't he help but express her exasperation. Having been awakened in the middle of the night, she rubbed her eyes, still feeling the weight of sleep. All right then, you all should hurry back to sleep. I will handle this. I shall keep watch for you tonight. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling affectionately ruffled Yun Mingyao's hair and declared that as the only man in the household, it was only right for him to shoulder this responsibility. Very well then. Subsequently, Yun Mingyao, not forgetting to embrace Bai Zhihua, pulled her inside the house. I'm so sorry, my husband. I lost focus just now. Which allowed him to escape from us. Yuan looked at Bai Ling with a face full of regret and apologized. I apologize. Cold Hanwei, too, cast an apologetic glance at Bai Ling, expressing her remorse. It's all right. As long as you're safe, but that's what matters. If you wish to see fireworks, I will take you to see them later. Bai Ling replied nonchalantly, for the man was already dead, and he could not possibly blame Cold Hanwei or Yuan for the incident. Hearing Bai Ling's words of concern, Cold Hanwei and Yuan felt a warmth in their hearts. In truth, the incident earlier, with the fireworks, could not be attributed to them. Cold Hanwei had been sheltered by her master throughout her life, away from the mundane world, and had never witnessed fireworks. She had only heard tales of them from her junior sisters. However, this time, merely catching a glimpse had inadvertently allowed the Man in Black to escape. Yuan shared a similar sentiment, although she was no longer a practitioner and remained within the secular realm. The sight of the fireworks brought memories of living together with her two younger sisters flooding back, but upon hearing Bai Ling's comforting words, she felt a warmth in her heart. All right, you all should go to sleep. I will stay back and see if there's anything useful on him. It's strange that someone would plot against us like this. Bai Ling turned to Cold Hanwei and Yuan, stating that we're not tired. I'll stay with you. If anything arises, we can assist you right away. However, Cold Hanwei and Yuan shook their heads in refusal, choosing to remain with Bai Ling upon hearing this. Bai Ling ceased to insist and began to search the Man in Black for any clues. Yet, being a professional assassin, the man had no useful items on him apart from his clothing. As Bai Ling conducted his search, Yuan suddenly noticed an inconspicuous T-shaped mark on the back of the man's neck. Memories from her childhood surged into her mind at that moment. She recalled the days at the Yi family, where she was never favored, and her mother constantly berated the three daughters for not producing a son. One fateful day, a group of people appeared at the Yi household. At that time, she was upstairs taking care of her two 4-year-old sisters, hiding by the window, eavesdropping, oblivious to the conversation between her parents and the intruders. She only knew that after their discourse, the intruders became infuriated, drawing their blades and ruthlessly slaughtering the inhabitants of the Yi family, including her parents. In fear, she clutched her two younger sisters and hid beneath the bed, narrowly escaping the calamity. Yi Fan was born of her father and a concubine, while her mother faced her husband's indifference for failing to bear a son. At that time, their parents cared little for the lives of the three daughters. Engaging in a fierce battle with the intruders, ultimately escaping the Yi household, while the rest of the family was systematically exterminated by those assailants. After one of the cultivators fell, Yuan caught sight of the T-shaped marks on the necks of several of them. As for Yi Fan, she gained her father's attention, and the events unfolded as if from a classic tale, with a loyal servant desperately fleeing the Yi household with her. Meanwhile, she and her two younger sisters were left unsearched, their parents neither calling for nor seeking them. Fortunately, they were fortunate enough not to be discovered by the assailants, thus escaping a dire fate. Yet now, that very group had returned, finding their way here. Perhaps it was best to burn the body, After all, there was nothing of value to be found, and I certainly wouldn't wanted to linger here and rot. After searching for a while, Bai Ling found nothing but the T-shaped mark on the man's neck and decided to call it quits. He then channeled his spiritual energy, incinerating the man in black. In just 2 minutes, he was reduced to nutrients for nature. TSK. Nothing of significance, just a rank. I can't deduce anything, Bai Ling thought to himself, for he was not omniscient and could not immediately recall any plot or character related to the T-shaped mark. Wanner, Hanyue, let us go. There's nothing to see here. Let us return and get some proper rest. I'll keep watch over you while you sleep peacefully. After handling the corpse of the man in black, Bai Ling dusted off his hands and spoke. Yes, we shall listen to you. My husband. Yuan smiled gently, stepping forward to link her arm with Bai Ling's right side. Let us go, husband. It's time to sleep. Cold Hanwei said coldly. Then, learning how to be a dutiful wife, mimicked Yuan and linked her arm with Bai Ling's left side. Bai Ling, feeling the softness on both sides, couldn't help but feel as though he had reached the pinnacle of happiness. After all, no matter how many times such moments occurred, he still felt blissful. However, after this brief moment of joy, he began to ponder who might have attempted to assassinate them. Could it be that someone was envious of the attention he received from his wives and sought to eliminate him? At that moment, it was the only thought occupying Bai Ling's mind, for witnessing someone else in such a situation was truly infuriating. Lying in bed with cold Hanwei and Yuan suddenly turned to Bai Ling and asked, Husband, could you take me to see the fireworks tomorrow? If you have time, of course. If not, it's fine. She clutched Bai Ling's arm, biting her lip as she struggled to voice her somewhat selfish request. This was her first time asking Bai Ling for something so indulgent. Cold Hanwei, upon hearing this, also looked at Bai Ling with eager anticipation. Of course, if you wish to go, I will take you tomorrow. As a devoted husband, Bai Ling readily agreed upon hearing Yuan's tentative inquiry. Chapter 86, Fireworks. The following evening, Bai Ling took Yujirua and the others out, although Yujirua's cultivation had already reached the core formation stage. Far surpassing Bai Ling, he still felt uneasy leaving her home alone. We shouldn't encounter any ghosts on the way to see the fireworks at this hour, right? Yin Mengyao, hiding behind Yujirua, cautiously peeked around. Of course there are ghosts. Have you never watched Strange Tales from a Chinese studio? You could encounter them anywhere at night. Yun Mingyao clung tightly to Yujirua, who could distinctly feel the small girl's soft presence against her back. Yujirua couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, playfully scaring Yun Mingyao. Is that true? Don't frighten me. The world of butter is already tragic enough without some demons or monsters popping up. If a bogan suddenly appears, we're doomed. It could swallow us whole. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyao tightened her grip on Yujirua, terrified that a bogan might suddenly leap out. Bai Ling couldn't help but break into a sweat upon hearing their conversation. What on earth is this? Just crossing over into this novel is already absurd. Now they're talking about a bogan appearing. That doesn't even belong in this story. It's a complete mix-up. Bai Ling internally scoffed. Mingyao, you needn't worry too much. Even if there are, Sister One will protect you. Yuan, perceiving Yun Mingyao's palpable fear, gently ruffled her hair and softly reassured her. In stark contrast, Long Hanwei wore an expression of icy indifference. How could someone as frigid as she be afraid of ghosts? Having left the mountains in her teenage years, she had already dealt with various supernatural entities troubling small villages, finding Yun Mingyao's concerns utterly mundane. What on earth was Bai Ling thinking, wandering into this desolate wilderness in the dead of night? With an abundance of mosquitoes, she was being incessantly bitten. Would staying home and sleeping really be so fatal? Tang San stealthily followed behind Bai Ling and the others, refraining from unleashing his spiritual energy or swatting at the mosquitoes, fearful that even the slightest fluctuation of power or sound would alert them. Upon returning to Lingyi sect in a few days, he naturally sought out materials in the black market to craft hidden weapons. By chance, he stumbled upon a bounty on Yuan. Anyone who succeeded in assassinating her would be rewarded handsomely. Even more enticing was the promise of a complimentary day at a brothel, which further fueled Tang San's excitement. However, the realization that Yuan was Bai Ling's wife, coupled with her constant proximity to her companions, rendered him unable to take action, forcing him to shadow them for the time being. Darling, when we set off fireworks later, could you immortalize the moment with a recording stone? Yuan inquired with a playful tone. Wrapping her arms around Bai Ling's, pulling him into a tender embrace. Of course, Bai Ling replied without hesitation. I will use the recording stone to capture our moments together. Yet, Bai Ling found it peculiar that Yuan had been unusually clingy today. More affectionate than usual, he wondered if he had inadvertently neglected her, and thus was more than willing to indulge her requests. Yay! Finally, I can be with my silly brother again. Throughout our lives, we have yet to take a picture together. Bai Ling exclaimed with glee, her excitement palpable as she produced a small mirror. Under the moonlight, she began to arrange her hair, trying to determine which way it would look best. Recording stone. Isn't that for taking pictures? Wait, Jirua, don't look in the mirror at night. Be careful, or a ghost might suddenly appear, Yun Mengyao cautioned, her expression a mix of confusion and concern, quickly realizing the urgency of her warning as she rushed to stop Bai Jirua. Mengyao, what are you doing? Ouch. You're messing up my hair. There is no way that anything will appear at night. Trust me, with my foundation building cultivation, I can easily crush any demon or monster. Bai Jirua sighed, addressing Yun Mengyao with an air of resignation. Ultimately, Yun Mengyao reluctantly accepted Bai Jirua's reassurances. Although she had never heard of a recording stone, its name clearly indicated its purpose. Since we're taking pictures tonight, I should tidy myself up too. This will be my first photo in the world of butter, and I must look beautiful, she declared, determined to avoid any embarrassing expressions or situations captured on film. Recording stones should be used to document our moments. A gentle wife. One must cooperate with her husband. After all, Long Hanyue remarked coldly. After what felt like an eternity, they finally finished preparing. Bai Ling, as a commendable partner, had nearly succumbed to slumber waiting for them. Husband, we are ready. Let us begin. Long Hanwei and the others smiled at Bai Ling. Yes, I'm coming. Bai Ling quickly approached them, eager to use the recording stone to capture the moment. Once everyone had arranged themselves beside him, he set down several recording stones and ignited the fireworks at the foot of the mountain. As the fireworks erupted, the scene captured by the recording stones alongside Bai Ling was immortalized. What is happening? Something exploded. Tang San exclaimed in shock, suddenly rising from his hiding spot beneath a tree, scanning the surroundings. These people were incredibly dull, fussing over their hair to the point that Tang San had nearly dozed off. Observing the departing group, he finally regained his senses and vented his frustration. All right, take them all. Bai Ling distributed the recording stones to Long Hanwei and the others, one for each. However, as Siyuan carefully stowed her recording stone, a whirlwind of emotion surged within her. After they had traveled a short distance, Siyuan abruptly halted. Husband, I accidentally left the recording stone behind. I'll go back to retrieve it. Bai Ling inquired. Let me accompany you. No need. I'll be quick. You all don't have to wait for me. Siyuan gently refused, displaying her understanding. Absolutely not. As your husband, I cannot allow you to return alone. I must accompany you, Bai Ling insisted. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Siyuan, Chapter 87. Siyuan disappears. Bai Ling's insistence faded as Siyuan replied, all right, but I only need Mengyao to accompany me. You can stay here with Hanwei and Gruo. Siyuan could only nod in agreement. All right then. Yun Mengyao was unexpectedly called upon by Siyuan and had no choice but to comply. Upon seeing this, Bai Ling ceased his objections and nodded, permitting Yun Mengyao to accompany Siyuan back. With Yun Mengyao there, he felt assured that Siyuan would be safe alone. Thus, Siyuan led Yun Mengyao back into the mountains. What is going on? Why has Siyuan suddenly gone back up the mountain? What is she playing at? Tang San, who had just followed Bai Ling and the others from the mountain, spotted Siyuan and Yun Mengyao ascending once more. However, this was fortuitous. With just the two of them, it provided him with an opportunity. Tang San hastily followed in their wake. Sister One, please slow down. Don't run so fast. Be careful or a ghost might leap out and give us a fright. Yun Mengyao voiced her concerns, recalling a terrifying incident from her past when a startling image had abruptly appeared while she was engrossed in a game. All right, Mengyao, Siyuan replied softly, but in the next moment, she suddenly vanished from Yun Mengyao's sight, utilizing her swift movement technique to dash in a specific direction. Before Yun Mengyao could comprehend what had transpired, Siyuan had completely disappeared from her side. Sister One, where did you go? Don't leave me here alone. Yun Mengyao exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out as she realized how quickly Siyuan had vanished. I'm sorry, husband. I can no longer stay by your side. Siyuan lamented, casting a reluctant glance back towards Bai Ling, her grip tightening around the recording stone. This was their first photo together, and she could not afford to lose it. Yet now, the very assailants who had once hunted the Yi family were closing in again. Remaining near Bai Ling and the others would only endanger them. She faintly recalled that even the strongest head of the Yi family had been unable to contend with that group, ultimately succumbing to them. Though she held no deep affection for the Yi family, she could not allow her own safety to jeopardize Bai Ling and the others. Siyuan adeptly navigated the mountains, moving swiftly through the terrain. Damn it, Siyuan. I never expected her to be so perceptive. Even hidden here, she could still detect me. Tang San emerged from behind some dense foliage, his face darkened with frustration. Ever since the explosion in the secret realm, he had emerged from the shadows, now appearing as dark as an African, with only his white teeth visible in the darkness. Just you alone think you can escape? Dante assumed that leaving behind this foolish girl will divert my attention. The brothel awaits me. Tang San felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly chased after Yuan, entirely disregarding the solitary Yun Mingyao left behind. Hey, you ghost. What do you mean by that? Just because I'm Yun Mingyao doesn't mean I can't come up with 100 ways to make you regret lingering in this forest. After being berated by Tang San, Yun Mingyao, filled with indignation, pointed at Tang San's retreating figure in defiance, instantly dispelling her fear of Bagong. If Bai Ling were present, she would undoubtedly ridicule Yun Mingyao for her shamelessly juvenile remarks. Truly foolish, attempting to capture my attention with such base taunts, Tang San scoffed, for as a disciple of the Tang family, he was well versed in movement techniques, compared to the entangling blue-silver grass. His escape skills had long been perfected. His speed surpassed even Yuan's by a considerable margin, leaving no concern of being outpaced by her. If someone were to pursue me, I cannot become a burden to my husband and the others. Sensing someone chasing her from behind, Yuan bit her lip, quickening her pace. What to do? Now that Bagong has emerged, I must hurry to find Tello and have him strike the drum 3 times. No, my focus should not be on Bagong, but rather on Sister Wan. I must hasten to rescue her. Shaking her head, Yun Mingyao resolved to catch up with Tang San, but before she could begin, her actions halted once again. Never mind, I should swiftly seek out Bai Ling and the others. With my long legs, I cannot keep up with them. Lacking any knowledge of movement techniques, Yun Mingyao reluctantly abandoned her pursuit. Mustering her courage to run in Bai Ling's direction. Thinking of running, it won't be so easy. Observe my blue-silver grass entanglement. Tang San gazed at Yuan's silhouette, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he extended his hand. Invoking his most prized technique, vines erupted from the ground beneath Yuan's feet, lunging malevolently toward her. Yet, Yuan, agile as ever, skillfully evaded each repulsive vine, though she appeared gentle and delicate beside Bai Ling. When he was absent, she devoted herself to training, striving to alleviate some of his burdens. How infuriating. Why can you always evade my blue-silver grass entanglement? Has it lost its effectiveness? Tang San's frustration boiled over as he observed Yuan deftly avoid his attacks. Behold, my Tang sect's hidden weapons. Resolving not to squander any more spiritual energy, Tang San unleashed his hidden weapons, targeting Yuan. The silver arrows shot forth, their speed and power far exceeding all previous projectiles. Even if Yuan wished to evade, it would be challenging to escape the silver arrows, and at last, one struck her shoulder. Yuan winced in pain, hastily biting her lip to suppress any sound. Run. Why aren't you running now? You dared to waste so much of my time. After an intense chase, Tang San eventually cornered Yuan at the edge of a cliff, exhausted from depleting her spiritual energy. Yuan was weakened, with 1 or 2 silver arrows protruding from her body, blood seeping from the wounds. Tang San, eyes twisted with malice, confronted her. What do you intend to do, since the Yi family has been annihilated by you? Why do you persist in tormenting me? I have no desire for vengeance on their behalf. Why Yuan's icy gaze met Tang San's with indifference. What she said was true. She had never felt a sense of belonging to the Yi family. A mere afterthought, as they cared only for Yi Fan. I know nothing of your motives. Prepare to die, Yuan. This time, I shall not waste breath, giving you an opportunity to escape. Simply surrender and abandon that scoundrel Bai Ling. And you may continue to live freely. I will assist you in severing Bai Ling's control over you, allowing you to experience true freedom. Tang San's words fell on deaf ears as he sought to persuade Yuan with kindness. All this talk is merely a ploy to tempt me. Yuan would rather die than betray my husband. Yuan retorted with a cold laugh, dismissing Tang San's proposition entirely. Once a beggar scorned by all. Her fortunes changed upon marrying Bai Ling, altering the attitudes of those who once looked down upon her. Tang San's current demeanor mirrored those very people. Ungrateful dog, failing to recognize a benefactor's heart. Since you are so resolute, I shall send you to meet your ancestors and indulge myself for the day in the brothel. Tang San's eyes glinted with malice as he aimed, releasing a silver arrow aimed directly at Yuan's head. Just as the arrow was about to pierce her skull, Bai Ling suddenly descended from above, catching the arrow in his hand and snapping it in 2. With his 9th-tier foundation, Bai Ling easily discerned the trajectory of the hidden weapon and intercepted it. He quickly shielded Yuan behind him. What? My silver arrow. I didn't utter any superfluous words this time. How did you catch up? Tang San exclaimed in fury upon seeing Bai Ling and the others. He had meticulously studied how to become a formidable foe, believing that adversaries must be allowed to speak, for villains perish through their own verbosity, while heroes triumph through eloquence. Yet, his inaugural attempt against Yuan was thwarted by Bai Ling. "Husband, you came," Yuan exclaimed joyfully, rushing to embrace Bai Ling upon his arrival. However, in her excitement, she failed to notice the arrows embedded in her shoulder, which continued to throb with pain. It's all right. "Warner, we'll go home shortly," Bai Ling comforted, gently ruffling Yuan's hair, his heart aching for her. "Finally, I caught up. What is the shadowy mass? Why are there only 2 rows of white objects?" Yin Mingyao exclaimed, pointing at Tang San, who was as dark as, if not darker than, an African. "I have no idea. I've never encountered such bizarre creatures in my readings. It resembles an unrefined monkey, but this monkey is excessively dark." Bai Jiruo replied, shaking her head in disbelief, struggling to identify Tang San. It must be a black monkey demon. "But why is it here?" Cold Hanwei, well-versed in various matters, speculated. "Hey, do you two lack any manners? I am merely a shade darker than usual. Do you believe I'll report you for racial discrimination?" Tang San retorted furiously upon hearing Bai Jiruo's remarks, unable to contain himself. Bagong suddenly spoke. "No, I should say the black monkey demon has attained the ability to speak. Jiruo, Hanwei, come save me." Yu Mingyu was taken aback by Tang San's sudden remark, hastily closing her eyes as if she had glimpsed something detestable, which had attached itself to Bai Jiruo's small steamed bun. "Hey, Meng Yao, don't suddenly lean over like that. What if you squish it?" In truth, he was not a black monkey demon at all, but merely Tang San masquerading as one, a voyeur of sorts. Bai Jiruo promptly pushed Yu Meng Yao away, fearing that she might crush her precious bear. Upon hearing this, Long Hanwei cast a frosty glare at Tang San. "You again, Tang San. Can't you simply enjoy your life with Lilan Hua? Why must you come here to harm my wife?" Bai Ling, upon hearing this, spoke coldly, yet found it difficult to pinpoint Tang San's exact location. Cloaked in darkness, Tang San was nearly indistinguishable, and Bai Ling could only discern his whereabouts by the sound of his teeth grinding as he spoke. "How dare you say that? If it weren't for your meddling, would I ever be with Lilan Hua? You forced me to frequent brothels daily just to cleanse myself." Tang San clenched his fist in rage, but from Bai Ling and the others' perspective, all they could perceive was the sound of his teeth clacking. So it's this lecherous old man again. I never imagined that after just a few days, he would turn his skin black from the sun. Does he really think that by changing his skin tone, he can appear taller? What a foolish delusion. Yu Mingyu finally recognized Tang San's voice and couldn't help but offer her unsolicited advice to him. How infuriating. Tang San could no longer endure the humiliation inflicted by Bai Jiruo and the others. He suddenly channeled his spiritual energy and dashed down the mountain. You think I can't outrun you just because I can't fight? Only a fool would engage you." As he harnessed his internal energy, he felt as if he had pressed the accelerator, racing down the mountain to eye in the texts on becoming a sea god. It was advised to flee from enemies one cannot defeat, or to endure humiliation until one's strength grows before reclaiming one's dignity. However, no matter how swiftly Tang San ran, he could not match Bai Jiruo's speed. As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, she effortlessly appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Though Tang San's complexion was darker than that of an African, Bai Jiruo still sensed his position, with a casual wave of her hand. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, forcibly halting Tang San and sending him crashing into a tree. It's over. How did the situation deviate so drastically from my expectations? Now I've been captured by them." A sense of despair washed over Tang San. He had no hidden weapons left to wield. Faced with a group of foundation establishment and core formation cultivators, he knew that even if he fought for his life, he could not prevail. "Not you again, you lecherous old man. Why do I keep encountering you everywhere? And now you have the audacity to come and attempt to assassinate others." Yu Mingyu caught up, glaring at the pitch-black Tang San in anger. If this trend continued, Tang San would not only become akin to an African but might also devolve into something even more grotesque and truly perverse. "Tang San, what is your purpose in repeatedly attempting to assassinate Yuan?" Bai Ling, after tending to Yuan's wounds, stepped forward, her voice icy. Tang San's actions against Yuan and her friends had utterly crossed Bai Ling's bottom line. Before Tang San could respond, Yu Mingyu interjected coldly, "Bai Ling, do you really think he will answer you directly? Like those characters in television dramas, they are all the heads of their families, and must first be beaten into submission before they will divulge anything. Your approach is utterly devoid of intimidation." Yu Mingyu strategized for Bai Ling, recognizing that this process was essential. Otherwise, those from this greasy world would remain silent, utterly indifferent to her inquiries. Wait. Upon hearing Yu Mingyu's intention to resort to violence against him, Tang San sensed impending doom. Before he could speak, Yu Mingyu commanded the highest-ranking Bai Jirua to inflict torture upon him. Meng Yao, you make a valid point. If we don't force him to confess, it would reflect poorly on their professionalism, and we must compel him to reveal the truth. No sooner had Bai Jirua finished speaking than her petite fist came crashing down upon Tang San. Though Bai Jirua's fists were small, her core formation strength meant that when she struck, it felt as though Tang San's very organs were being pulverized. The inflicted pain caused Tang San to spew blood, his body swaying as if drained of energy. Ugh, how disgusting. As Tang San vomited, Bai Jirua quickly dodged out. No, stop. I'll talk. Just don't hit me anymore. Initially, Tang San had aspired to emulate the sea god, vowing to remain silent even if beaten to death. Yet after just one of Bai Jirua's punches, he felt as though he was on the brink of death if he were to endure a few more blows. He feared he might truly meet his demise. If only we had done this sooner. Why must we follow this process? Truly, they're the epitome of dedication in this greasy world. Yu Mengyao had anticipated this outcome. Gazing at the bloody Tang San, she expressed her incredulity. In the black market, I have seen bounties on the Yi family. Anyone with the surname Yi is to be killed without hesitation. As long as I present them with the blood of the Yi family, I will receive a handsome reward, along with unlimited visits to brothels. What they intend to do with it, I do not know. I am merely fulfilling their bounties. After spitting out blood, Tang San took a moment to collect himself before divulging what he knew. The black market, the bounties. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling fell silent, contemplating the implications of a plot to eradicate the Yi family entirely. This organization must be problematic, initiating a ruthless campaign against the Yi family. Logically, they would not target Yuan, but rather wait for Yi Fan to grow stronger before seeking retribution. After all, one must avenge their parents, for their powers are boundless, and vengeance must be exacted. Yet now, they were indiscriminately hunting those with the surname Yi. Was this not a clear attempt to eradicate them? Better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. I have shared everything I know. You must be trustworthy and release me. After disclosing all he knew, Tang San suddenly spoke. Release you? Why would we do that? We never stated such a thing. You are a prisoner, destined to be eliminated. Yu Mengyao regarded Tang San with an expression akin to that of a fool. If we let you return, wouldn't you harbor resentment and secretly gather various clues, potentially using them against us? You surely don't want this matter to become public knowledge, do you? You all. Tang San exclaimed in anger, taken aback by Bai Ling and the others' blatant disregard for honor. In contrast to previous foes, who had maintained a code of conduct after receiving information, these individuals were entirely different. Fools, how could you not realize that you have cultivated to the foundation establishment stage? Next, I will assist you. Now hurry and flee. Just as Tang San believed his demise was inevitable, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, the very soul of the chicken that Qin Lianya had killed days prior. Without hesitation, Tang San chose to trust the voice in his mind, deciding that fleeing was his best option. All right then, if that is the case, prepare to perish. Bai Ling confronted this destined male protagonist.